Clipper Audio presents an unabridged recording of Death of an Outsider by M.C. Beaton, narrated by Gregor Hunt. This work is copyrighted 1988 by M.C. Beaton. This recording is copyrighted 1999 by W.F. Howes Limited. By the time Hamish Macbeth arrived at the Ring of Standing Stones, there was already quite a large crowd gathered. Other cars and pedestrians had stopped his police Land Rover, all crying to him about the skeleton up on the moors. The crowd parted to let him through. Hamish walked forward and knelt down by the skeleton. The whiteness of the bone depressed him. He had been hoping it would turn out to be another joke, that it would prove to be a skeleton used by medical students. But this one was too new. For the Laird Volunteer Fire Brigade, God bless them. Sub-Officer John Corbett, Leading Fireman Archie Fraser, Leading Fireman Willie Mackay, Fireman William Ross, Fireman Michael Corbett, Fireman Duncan Matheson. The author wishes to thank Mr. Brian Maclay, owner of the Shin Game Dealers, Sutherland, for all his good-humoured help and advice, and assures readers that Mr. Maclay would not allow any of the goings-on which take place in this book to happen on his well-run premises. The author also wishes to assure readers that Cnothan is fictitious, as are all the characters in this book. And now, Death of an Outsider.
Chapter 1. See, the happy moron. He doesn't give a damn. I wish I were a moron. My God, perhaps I am. Anonymous. Constable Hamish Macbeth sat in the small country bus that was bearing him away from Lochdubh, away from the west coast of Sutherland, away from his police station home. His dog, Towser, a great yellowish mongrel, put a large paw on his knee, but the policeman did not notice. The dog sighed and heaved itself up onto the seat beside him, and joined his master in staring out of the window. The bus driver was new to the job. "Nae dogs on the seats," he growled over his shoulder, determined not to be intimidated by Hamish's uniform. But the constable gave him a look of such vacant stupidity that the driver, a lowland Scot who considered all Highlanders inbred, decided it was useless to pursue the matter. Misery did make Hamish Macbeth look dull-witted. It seemed as if only a short time ago he had been happy and comfortable in his own police station in Lochdubh, and then orders had come that he was to relieve Sergeant MacGregor at Cnothan, a crofting town in the centre of Sutherland. In vain had he invented a crime wave in Lochdubh. He was told that protecting the occasional battered wife and arresting a drunk once every 2 months did not amount to a crime wave. He was to lock up the police station and go by bus, for Sergeant MacGregor wished his stand-in to keep his car in running order. Hamish hated change almost as much as he hated work. He had the tenancy of some croft land next to the police station at Lochdubh, where he kept a small herd of sheep, now being looked after by a neighbour. He earned quite good money on the side from his small farming, his poaching, and the prize money he won for hill running at the Highland Games in the summer. All that he could save went to his mother and father and brothers and sisters over in Cromarty. He did not anticipate any easy pickings in Cnothan. Crofters, or hill farmers, always need another job because usually the croft or small holding is too small a farm to supply a livelihood. So crofters are also postmen, forestry workers, shopkeepers, and, in the rare case of Hamish Macbeth, policemen. It was the end of January, and the north of Scotland was still in the grip of almost perpetual night. The sun rose shortly after 9 in the morning, where it sulked along the horizon for a few hours before disappearing around 2 in the afternoon. The fields were brown and scraggly, the heather moors dismal, rain-sodden wastes, and ghostly wreaths of mist hung on the sides of the tall mountains. There were only a few passengers on the bus. The Curry sisters, Jessie and Nessie, 2 spinster residents of Lochdubh, were talking in high, shrill voices.
"Amn't I just telling you, Nessie?"
came the voice of Jessie.
I went over to the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals at Strathbane last week, and I says to the manny, I want a humane trap to catch the ferret that's been savaging our ducks. He gives me the trap, and he says, you take this here humane trap, and you humanely catch your ferret, and then, if you want my advice, you will humanely club the wee bastard to death. Such a going on, and him supposed to be against cruelty. I have written to our Member of Parliament to complain most strongly. You told me 100 times, grumbled Nessie. Maybe he was right. For all you caught in that humane trap was the minister's cat. Why don't you tell Mr. Macbeth about it? Him! Screeched Jessie. That constable is a poacher, and it was probably his ferret.
The bus jerked to a halt, and the sisters alighted, still quarrelling. 3 months in Cnothan, thought Hamish, absent-mindedly scratching Towser behind the ears. They say Lochdubh is quiet, but nothing ever happens in Cnothan, and nothing ever will. Did I not have the 2 murders in Lochdubh? He thought of the murder that had taken place last summer, and how it appeared to have brought him closer to the love of his life, Priscilla Halberton Smythe. But Priscilla, the daughter of a local landowner, had then left just before Christmas to go to London to find work. She never stayed away for very long. She might even be heading north now, and would return to Lochdubh to find him gone. "And she will not be caring one little bit," said Hamish suddenly and loudly. The bus driver bent over the wheel and congratulated himself on his decision to leave this crazy copper alone. Hamish knew Cnothan, and thought it must be the dullest place in the world. Although designated a town, it was about the size of a tiny English village. He remembered the inhabitants as being a close, secretive, religious bunch who considered anyone from outside an interloper. At last, he was the only passenger left on the bus. The bus lurched and screeched around hairpin bends, finally racing out of the shadow of the tall, pillared mountains to plunge down into the valley where Cnothan stood, in the middle of Sutherland. Hamish climbed down stiffly and collected his belongings, which were packed into a haversack and an old leather suitcase. The bus departed with a roar, and Hamish pushed his peaked hat back on his fiery hair and looked about him. "High noon in Cnothan," he muttered. It was the lunch hour, which meant all the shops were closed and the main street was deserted. A savage wind screamed down it. Not even a piece of scrap paper was borne on the wind. The town had a scrubbed, grey, antiseptic look. Cnothan stood on the edge of an artificial loch, caused by one of the ugliest hydroelectric dams Hamish had ever seen. What you saw was what you got. There were no quaint lanes or turnings. One straight main street led down to the loch. There were 4 grocers' shops, which all sold pretty much the same sort of goods: a hardware, a garage, a craft shop, a hotel, a fish and chip shop, a butcher's, a pub, and an enormous church. The government-subsidised housing was tucked away on the other side of the loch, segregated from Cnothan's privately owned houses, which were all very small and drab, and looked remarkably like the government ones. The town was so barren, so empty, it reminded Hamish of scenes in a science fiction movie he had once seen. And yet he was aware of eyes watching him, eyes hidden behind the neatly drawn lace curtains. He opened the garden gate of the bungalow nearest him, called Green Pastures, and went up and rang the brass ship's bell that hung outside the door. Silence. A plaster gnome stared at him from the garden, and the wind moaned drearily. A mail-order magazine protruded from the garbage bin beside the door. Hamish twisted his head and read the name on it. Mrs. A. McNeil. At last he heard footsteps approaching. The door was opened a few inches on a chain, and a woman's face peered through the crack, one of those sallow Spanish types of faces you find in the Highlands of Scotland. "What is it?" she demanded. Now Hamish knew in that instant that the woman knew exactly who he was. Her manner was too calm, for in a relatively crime-free area, the arrival of a policeman on the doorstep usually creates terror, because it means news of a death or accident. "I am Constable Macbeth," said Hamish pleasantly, "come to replace Mr. McGregor, who's going on holiday. Where is the police station?" "I dinna ken," said the woman. "Maybe it's up the hill." "At the top of the main street?" asked Hamish. He knew the woman knew perfectly well where the police station was, but Hamish was an incomer, and in Cnothan you never told incomers anything if you could help it. "It could be. But why don't you ask someone else?" said the face at the door. Hamish leaned against the door jamb and studied the sky. "Aye, it is blowing up," he said in his soft Highland voice, which became more sibilant when he was angry or upset. "Now, Mr. McGregor, he will be going to Florida to visit his brother Roy. It will be hot there this time of year." "Aye, it will," said the woman. "And I call to mind he has the sister in Canada." The chain dropped and the door opened another few inches. "That's Bessie," said the woman. "Her that is in Alberta." True, agreed Hamish. "And you are Mrs. McNeil?" "No. How did you ken that?" asked Mrs. McNeil, opening the door wide. "Oh, has not everyone heard of Mrs. McNeil?" said Hamish. "That's why I called. People are not often anxious to give directions, but I said to myself that Mrs. McNeil, being a cosmopolitan sort of lady, would help if she could." Mrs. McNeil simpered awfully. "You was asking about the police station?" "Yes. As I was saying, it is right at the top of the main street, on the left. They are packed and ready to leave." "Thank you." Hamish touched his cap and strolled off. "Cantankerous old bitch," he muttered to Towser. "But there is no point in asking anyone else, for I suppose they will all be the same." At the top of the main street was a long, low, grey bungalow, with the blue police lamp over an extension to the side. A small, angry police sergeant was striding up and down outside. "What kept you?" he snapped. And then, before Hamish could open his mouth, he went on. Come in, but leave that dog outside. There's an old kennel at the back. It can sleep there. No dogs in the house." Hamish told Towser to stay and followed the sergeant into the house. The sergeant led the way through to the extension. "Here's the desk, and don't you mess up my filing system. And there's the keys to the cell. You'll have trouble with Sandy Carmichael of a Saturday. Gets the horrors something dreadful." "If a man has the DTs, isn't it better to get him to the hospital?" asked Hamish mildly. "Waste of public money. Just strap him down on the bunk and let him rave away till morning. Come, Ben, and meet the wife." Hamish loped behind the bustling policeman. "She's in the lounge," said Sergeant McGregor. Mrs. McGregor rose to meet them. She was a thin, wispy woman with pale eyes and enormous red hands. Hamish's pleasantries were cut short. "I like to keep the place nice," said Mrs. McGregor. "I don't want to come back from Florida and find the place like a tip." Hamish stood with his cap under his arm, his hazel eyes growing blanker by the minute. The living room in which he stood, which had been exalted to a lounge by the McGregors, was a long, low room with pink-ruched curtains at the windows. A salmon-coloured three-piece suite, which looked as if it had been delivered that day, stared back at him in all its nylon velveteen overstuffedness. The walls were embellished with highly coloured religious pictures. A blonde and blue-eyed Jesus suffered the little children to come unto him, all of them dressed in 30s school clothes, and all of them remarkably Anglo-Saxon-looking. A carpet of one of the more violent Scottish tartans screamed from the floor. There was a glass coffee table on wrought-iron legs in front of the sofa, and a glass and wrought-iron bar stood in one corner, with glass shelves behind it, lit with pink fluorescent strip lighting and containing, it seemed, every funny-looking bottle ever invented. An electric heater with fake logs stood in the fireplace. In the recesses of the room were glass shelves containing a startling variety of china ornaments, acid green jugs in the shape of fish, little girls in pastel dresses holding up their skirts, bowls of china fruit, dogs and cats with Disney smiles on their highly glazed faces, and rows of miniature spun glass objects, of the type of spun glass you see at fairgrounds. On a side table lay a large Victorian Bible, open at a page where there was a steel engraving of an epicene angel with scaly wings throwing very small, anguished people in loincloths down into a fiery pit. Mrs. McGregor then led him from one frilly, over-furnished bedroom to another. The bungalow boasted 5. "Where's the kitchen?" asked Hamish, finding his voice. She trotted on her high heels in front of him, head down as if charging. "In here," she said. Hamish stifled a sigh of relief. The kitchen was functional, and had every labour-saving device imaginable. The floor was tiled, and there was a good-sized table. He decided to shut off that terrible lounge for the duration of his stay. "Have you got television?" he asked. Mrs. McGregor looked up at the tall, gangling policeman with the fiery red hair and hazel eyes. "No, we don't believe in it," she said sharply, as if debating the existence of little green men on Mars. "I see you have the central heating," remarked Hamish. "Yes, but we have double glazing on the windows, so you'll find you hardly need it. It's on a timer, 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the evening, and that's enough for anyone." "Well, if I could just have a word with your good man," began Hamish, looking around for the police sergeant who had disappeared during the tour of the house. "There's no time, no time," she said, seizing a bulging handbag from the kitchen counter. "Geordie's waiting with the taxi." Hamish looked at her in amazement. He wanted to ask McGregor about duties, about where the keys to the car were kept, about how far his beat extended, about the villains of the parish, but he was sure the McGregors were cursed with what he had rapidly come to think of as Cnothanitis. Don't tell anyone anything. He followed her out to the taxi. "So you'll be away 3 months, then?" said Hamish, leaning on McGregor's side of the taxi. The sergeant stared straight ahead. "If you get out of the road, Constable," he said, "we might be able to get to the train on time." "Wait a bit," said Hamish. "Where are the keys to your car?" "In it," snapped McGregor. He nodded to the taxi driver, and the cab moved off. "Good riddance," grumbled Hamish. He jerked his head to Towser, who followed him into the kitchen. Hamish took the central heating off the timing regulator and turned up the thermostat as high as it would go and started to examine the contents of the kitchen cupboards to see if there was any coffee. But the cupboards were bare. Not even a packet of salt. "You know, Towser," said Hamish Macbeth, "I hope they get hijacked at Cuba." He went through to the office and examined the files in a tall filing cabinet in the corner. It was full of sheep-dip papers and little else. Not dipping one's sheep seemed to be considered the major criminal offence in Cnothan. There came a crashing and rattling from the kitchen. He ran through. Towser had his large head in one of the bottom cupboards, which Hamish had left open, and was rummaging through the pots and pans. "Get out of it, you daft animal," said Hamish. "I'll just away to the shops and see if I can get us some food." He searched until he found a bowl and filled it with water for the dog. Then he ambled out of the house and down the main street. The lunch hour was over, and the shops were open again. People were standing in little knots, gossiping, and as he passed, they stopped talking and stared at him with curious and unfriendly eyes. He bought 2 bags of groceries and then made his way down to the garage, which also sold household goods. He asked if he could rent a television set, and was curtly told by a small man whose face was set in lines of perpetual outrage that no, he could not. To the shopkeeper's irritation, Hamish did not go away, but kept repeating his question in a half-witted sort of manner, looking around the other customers as he did so. A small, thin, bird-like woman with sharp features came up to him. "You will be Mr. McGregor's replacement," she said briskly. "I am Mrs. Struthers, the minister's wife. Can we expect to see you at church on Sunday?" "Oh, yes," said Hamish amiably. "My name's Macbeth. I am a member of the Free Church myself." Hamish had taken careful note of the denomination of Cnothan's main church. He was not a member of the Free Church, or indeed of any other church. "Well, that's splendid," cried Mrs. Struthers. "Now, I heard you asking about a telly. We have a black and white one we are going to raffle at Easter. I could lend you that." "Very kind of you," said Hamish, smiling down at her. That smile changed his whole face. It was a smile of singular sweetness. In no time at all, Hamish was resting his boots on a footstool in the manse, and being plied with tea and scones. "I am thinking, Mrs. Struthers," said Hamish, "that it will be a wee bit difficult for me here. They never did like incomers in Cnothan." "Well," said Mrs. Struthers cautiously, going to the window to make sure there was no sign of her husband returning from his rounds, her husband having preached about the iniquities of gossip the previous Sunday. "People here are very nice when you get to know them. All it takes is a few years." "I haven't got the time," said Hamish. "I'm only here for 3 months." "They'll come around quicker," she said, "because they're all united against a really nasty incomer." She looked around, and her voice dropped to a whisper. "An Englishman." "Oh, dear," said Hamish encouragingly. "They do not like the English." "It's not that," said the minister's wife. "It's just, he's such a know-all. It's a crofting community round here. They don't like being told how to run things, particularly by an outsider. But Mr. Mannering, that's his name, will tell them what they are doing wrong. Not in a nasty way, mind, but as if he's laughing at them. His poor wife. He won't even leave her to run the house, but supervises her cooking. He even chooses her clothes for her." "The fiend!" cried Hamish, registering extreme shock, very gratifying to the minister's wife, who had not had such an appreciative audience in years. "Have another scone, Constable. Yes, she is a member of the Women's Rural Institute, and gave us a very good lecture on how to dry and arrange flowers. Most stimulating. She was doing very well, but he walked in at the question time and started grilling her, his own wife. Fancy. Yes. And she turned as red as fire and began to stammer. Wicked it was. And the sound of a car crunching on the gravel outside made Mrs. Struthers turn as red as fire herself. "I had better go," said Hamish, not wishing to waste time talking to the minister. But as he rose to his feet, Mr. Struthers, the minister, came in. He had a pale face and pale blue eyes and a thin mouth. His tow-coloured hair was carefully sleeked down. Mrs. Struthers, rather flustered, made the introductions. "I trust you have not been gossiping," said the minister severely. "On the contrary," said Hamish, "your good lady has just been encouraging me to visit the kirk on the Sabbath. She was telling me all about your powerful sermons." He shook hands with the minister, collected the small television set, and said goodbye. The minister's wife went to the window and watched the tall figure of the constable as he walked away with a rather dreamy smile on her face. "Such a fine man," she murmured. Hamish ambled up the main street, comfortably full of tea and homemade scones and jam. At the top, opposite the police station, he noticed an old cottage, set a little back from the road with a sign outside which said, "Paintings for sale." There was what appeared to be a teenage girl digging the garden. As if aware she was being watched, she turned around, saw Hamish, and came up to the garden gate. Her figure was as trim and youthful as a girl's, but Hamish judged her to be about the same age as himself, in her 30s. She had an elfin face, a wide smile, and a mop of black curls.
"Jenny Lovelace,"
she said, holding out a small, earthy hand. "Hamish Macbeth," said Hamish, smiling down at her. "Is that an American accent?"
"No, Canadian."
"And what are you doing in the wilds of Sutherland, Miss Lovelace?" asked Hamish, putting down television set and 2 grocery bags on the ground, and shaking her hand before leaning comfortably on the gate. "I wanted peace and quiet. I came over on a holiday and stayed. I've been here 4 years." "And do you like it? I gather they don't like incomers here." "Oh, I get along all right. I like being alone. I get the idea life has been easier for the incomers since a certain Mr. Mannering arrived. He sounds like a right pain in the neck." Jenny's face hardened. "Mr. Mannering is about the only civilized person in the whole of this place," she said sharply. "I always go and put my big foot in it," said Hamish sadly. "It comes from not being in the way of talking to pretty girls. My mind gets all thumbs." Jenny giggled. "Your mind doesn't have thumbs," she said. "Gracious, what's that terrible howling coming from the police station?" "It's my dog, Towser. He wants his food, and when he wants his food, he screams for it. I'd best be on my way." "Drop round for a coffee," said Jenny, turning away as Hamish stooped to pick up his belongings. "When?" Hamish called after her. "Any time you like." "I'll drop by the morn," called Hamish, feeling suddenly happy. Towser's howling stopped when he saw his master. He lay on the kitchen floor and stared at Hamish with sorrowful eyes. "I've got some liver for you," grumbled Hamish, pouring oil in a pan. "See? Low cholesterol oil. Good for your fat heart." The doorbell on the police station extension sounded shrilly. Hamish made a move to answer it. Towser started to howl again. Hamish ran and wrenched open the door. A middle-aged man stood on the step. He was tall, well-built, and had a large round head and neat prim features, small round eyes, a button of a nose, and a small primped mouth. Although he must have been nearly 60, he had a thick head of brown hair, worn long so that it curled over his collar. He was wearing a waxed coat with a corduroy collar, gabardine breeches, Lovat stockings, and brogues, and a red pullover. English, thought Hamish. They aye love they red pullovers. "Come in, and I'll be with you in a minute," gabbled Hamish as Towser's howling rose to a crescendo. Hamish darted back to the kitchen and put the liver in the frying pan. When it was ready, he cut it up into small pieces, arranged it on a dish, and put it in front of the dog. "Sir, we've lost one fool of a policeman to find another," said a sarcastic, upper-class accented voice from the doorway of the kitchen. "Let me tell you, Constable, that I'm going to write to your superiors and say that feeding good butcher's meat to a spoilt mongrel takes precedence in what's left of your mind over solving crime." "Sit yourself down, Mr. Mannering," said Hamish, "and I'll attend to you. I haven't had time to draw breath since I arrived." "How do you know my name?" "Your reputation goes before you," said Hamish. "Now, we can stand here exchanging insults, or we can get down to business. What's the crime?" William Mannering drew out a kitchen chair and sat down and looked up at the tall policeman. He took out a pipe and lit it with precise, fussy movements. Hamish waited patiently. "You ask me what the crime is," said Mannering finally. "Well, I'll tell you in one word. Witchcraft." Chapter 2. There's one parish church for all the people, whatsoever may be their ranks in life or their degrees, except for one damp, small, dark, freezing cold, little Methodist chapel of ease. And close by the churchyard there's a stonemason's yard, that when the time is seasonable will furnish with afflictions sore and marble urns and cherubims very low and reasonable. Thomas Wood. "Witchcraft," said Hamish Macbeth. "Just let me get my notebook." He licked at the end of his pencil and looked with delighted curiosity at William Mannering. "Yes, witchcraft," said Mannering testily. "Last week I found crossed rowan branches placed outside the door. I am an expert on local folklore, and knew this was to put a hex on us. 2 days later, I found fingernails, the same thing. Then, last night, my wife was making her way home from the Women's Rural Institute when 3 witches jumped over the churchyard wall and started cackling and howling about her." Hamish bit the end of his pencil thoughtfully. "Who is it that wants to drive you away?" he asked. Everyone, I should think," said Mannering. "And why is that?" "Because we are incomers and English." "And nothing else?" "No other reason whatsoever," said Mannering. "I am by way of being a leader of the community. They are simple people here, and look to me for guidance. It should be easy for you to find out the culprits and arrest them." "But if you are a leader of the community and looked up to," asked Hamish blandly, "then why do they want to get rid of you?" "We're English, that's all. And you don't expect rational behaviour from these people. Also, the attack was directed against my wife. She is probably the target, now I come to think of it. She is a highly irritating woman." Hamish blinked. "In that case," he said, "perhaps it would be better if I had a wee word with Mrs. Mannering." "Agatha has nothing to tell you that I cannot. You will probably find it is some of those bitches at the Women's Rural Institute. I attended one of my wife's lectures, and I could feel the atmosphere was hostile." "And at what time did this take place last night?" "At 10 o'clock, or as near as damn." Hamish looked at his shorthand notes. "Why did you not report the matter to Sergeant McGregor?" Mannering laughed. It was a pleasant and charming laugh, at odds with the words that followed. "McGregor is a fool, and I have had reason to complain about him to his superiors on 2 occasions. I knew you, his replacement, would be arriving today, and decided I would be better with fresh blood. You do not appear particularly intelligent to me, but with my guidance, I should think we might get somewhere. I have experience of this sort of thing." "Witchcraft?" No, man. Detective work. Did my bit in the army. Not supposed to talk about it, but the little grey men in Whitehall called me in from time to time to ask my help." "And do you often talk to little grey men?" asked Hamish, deliberately misunderstanding him. "God give me patience," cried Mannering, his face turning a mottled colour. "MI5, you fool!" "Is that a fact?" exclaimed Hamish, his eyes round with wonder. "Aye, I can see we'll have your witches in no time at all, with a brain like yours to help with the work. You can start off with Mrs. Struthers, the minister's wife. She runs the local WRI," said Mannering. "How long have you been in Cnothan?" asked Hamish. 8 years. Hamish was not in the least surprised that someone who had been in Cnothan for 8 years was still regarded as an outsider. "And why did you come here?" "My aunt was Scottish. She left me the house and the croft in her will. I like fishing and hill walking. I am a crofter, of course. I have 200 cheviots." Hamish stared blankly ahead. In his experience, incomers were often misguided romantics who thought they could get away from their troubles by leading a simple life in the Highlands of Scotland. They often took to drink. But there was no sign of the drinker about Mannering. Hamish wondered whether, as a retired army man in Chelmsford or somewhere like that in the south of England, he might have been considered very small beer. Mannering liked throwing his weight around and had probably, instead of selling his aunt's house and croft, chosen to stay in this small pond to perform as a big fish. "I will call on you tomorrow," said Hamish, "and tell you how I got on. Address?"
"Balmain. It's about 2 miles outside the town, on the Lochdubh road."
Hamish wrote it down.
"Goodbye, Constable," said Mannering. "But you will find the hostility is directed against my wife. She puts people's backs up."
"I have found," said Hamish slowly, "that married people often don't think much of each other. I mean, if the couple is popular, each one takes the credit. If unpopular, each assumes the other is to blame." Mannering turned in the doorway, his eyes bulging.
"Are you aware of what you have just said?" he shouted. "You are a cheeky blighter, and if I don't get results from you by tomorrow, then I'll have you out of Cnothan so fast your feet won't touch the ground."
"I was thinking aloud," said Hamish sadly. "A bad, bad fault. Now, don't fash yourself, sir. Arresting the witches is part of my job." The crash of the door as Mannering slammed out was his only answer. "I shouldn't have said that," mourned Hamish, fishing a packet of biscuits out of one of the shopping bags, opening it, and giving one to his dog. "But of all the conceited men—" He helped himself to a biscuit and stared into space. There was something about Mannering that didn't ring true. That cheeky blighter was the sort of thing an ex-army man would say in a bad play. He decided to go out and collect as much gossip about Mannering as he could before seeing the minister's wife again. He made himself dinner, walked to Towser, and then set off down the main street, reflecting that there was no point in trying out McGregor's car until he had farther afield to go. He went to the churchyard with his torch and poked about. Great Celtic crosses reared up against the night sky. Frost was already glittering on the gravel paths. They were raked smooth, and there was not a sign of even one footstep. Deciding to have a word with Mrs. Mannering the following day, and persuade her to come with him and show him exactly where the witches had appeared, Hamish went back to the churchyard gate and let himself out. Down on the waterfront was a bar called the Clachan. Hamish pushed open the door and went in. It was a dreary, smoke-filled room with a jukebox blaring melancholy country and western songs from a corner. It was a Monday night, and so few of the regulars were in, having spent all their money on the Saturday. Hamish ordered a bottle of beer and took it over to a table by the window and sat down. The cowboy on the jukebox, who had been complaining that his son called another man daddy, wailed off into silence. The door opened, and a tall, slim man walked in. Hamish observed him curiously. He had carefully waved hair, horn-rimmed glasses, a sallow skin, and buck teeth. He was wearing a city suit of charcoal grey worsted, with a checked shirt and tight waistcoat under a camel hair coat. He ordered a gin and tonic, and then turned and faced the room. His eyes fell on Hamish. He hesitated, and then walked over. Incomer, thought Hamish. No local would approach a strange policeman. The minister's wife, who felt such gestures to be her duty, did not count. "You're Macbeth," he said. "I'm Harry Mackay." "You don't look as if you belong here," said Hamish. "Oh, I was brought up here, but I spent a good part of my life in Edinburgh," said Mackay. "And what brought you back?" "I'm an estate agent. I work for Queen and Earl." "I didn't pass your office in the main street," said Hamish. "No, you wouldn't," said Mackay. "Estate agents are regarded with suspicion. My office is on the other side of the loch, among the council houses." "You can't do much business in this part of Sutherland," said Hamish, watching as the estate agent lit a cigarette with a gold Dunhill lighter. "Oh, it would surprise you, Macbeth. Do you know Barron Castle?" "Aye, it's that big place over to the west, bought by an American last year." "Well, I sold that," said Mackay proudly. "It's not the locals who give me the business.
but the foreigners and expatriates. I sold that castle for over £1 million. And Crinchdene, the local big cheese, bought Strachan House, and the estates from me as well. So, how's crime getting on in Cnothan? I have the case of witchcraft already, said Hamish. The haunting of the Mannerings. Someone wants that pillock out of here, and I can't blame them. Stuck-up bastard. He hasn't crossed you, has he? I thought he meant to, said Mackay with a grin. He's bought 2 more houses and crofts outside the town. Why, nobody knows. He uses the crofts, but the houses just stand empty. His own place is decrofted, and he got the land at the other 2 decrofted as well. That would be about 6 years ago. I thought he was going to compete with me by putting them on the market, but not him. Crofts are a pain in the neck to an estate agent anyway.
There was a short silence while Hamish and Mackay contemplated the peculiarities of crofting. The word croft comes from the Gaelic "cortian," meaning a small enclosed field. In early times, in the crofting counties of Shetland, Orkney, Caithness, Sutherland, Ross and Cromarty, Inverness and Argyll, there was a belief that lengthy tenancy gave right to a kindness or permanency of settlement. But the highland clearances of the last century, when the crofters were driven off their hill farms to turn Sutherland into one large sheep ranch, had caused bitter hardship. The Crofting Act was passed to ensure security of tenure. This ended landlord absolutism. Once a crofter had tenancy of his croft or hill farm, he could be sure of no interference from the landlord, and he no longer had any fear of being driven off. The crofter could also get the land decrofted, that is, buy it from the landowner at a reasonable price, but few crofters did this. Most were fearful of change, preferring to hang on to their small, uneconomical croft units and collect the government grants. Sometimes unscrupulous estate agents let their clients who were buying an old croft house as a holiday home believe that the croft land went along with it. This practice left the buyers to find out for themselves that crofting land must be worked all the year round, or the tenancy is refused by the crofter's commission, and the assignation of the croft can be blocked by the neighbours anyway, who put up objections to any incomer simply as a matter of habit. Hamish broke the silence first. Was there no objection to Mannering getting the other 2 crofts when he had one already? He asked. People didn't dislike him as much then as they do now. The 2 crofts are adjoining the one he inherited from his aunt, but they're surrounded by moors for miles. There are no other crofters near enough to him to put up a fight. Most of the crofts are to the other side of Cnothan. Besides, it's happening all over. Some of these crofters have enough land to make up a good-sized farm. Of course, unlike Mannering, they don't bother decrofting it, for they're afraid of losing the government grants if they do. And no objection from the landowner? Crinchdene? Couldn't care less. You know, he hardly gets any rents to speak of from the croft land. Besides, the crofter has more power in the matter than the landowner. The landowner's got to sell to the crofter if asked, and at a ridiculously low price too. Mannering's not short of a bob, and I could have got the owners of these houses a lot more money. He went along with cash, and they sold cheap. Speak of the devil, said Mackay, twisting his head round. Here he comes. Mannering had just entered and walked up to the bar. He was followed by 2 enormous Sutherland men, both well over 6 feet in height. And who are his companions? Asked Hamish, feeling he should escape before Mannering saw him, but being held to his seat by curiosity. Alistair Gunn is the one with the leather hat on, said Mackay. He works for the Forestry Commission and makes money on the side by working as a gillie when the toffs come up from London. His friend, Dougie MacDonald, is a gillie when he's not collecting his dole and sleeping. Hamish had heard that the local landowner, Mr. Crinchdene, a toilet roll manufacturer, ran his home and estates in the time-honoured way. Contrary to gloomy expectations, he went on much as the aristocrat he had bought the land and estates from had done. The gillies, or Highland servants, made their money when Crinchdene had a house party. They went out on the river with the guests and showed them, if necessary, how to fish, and carried their tackle and rowed them up and down. It was obvious to Hamish that the two gillies wanted to get away from Mannering, but were kept by his side because they had accepted his self-appointed role as laird, much as they resented it.
"Do you know what happened to my aunt the other day?" said Alistair Gunn. "She was on the bus to Golspie, and wearing her new fur coat, and she could hear this bairn behind her, chattering to its mither, and then she smelled oranges, and the next thing she knew, she could feel something rubbing at the back of her new fur coat." "For heaven's sake," said Mannering testily. "That happened to everyone's aunt, and the story is as old as the hills. You were about to say that the next thing your aunt heard was the kid's mother saying, 'Don't do that, dear, you'll get fur all over your orange.'" "I was not about to say that," said Alistair Gunn. "Not at all. It was a different thing entirely." "Then what was it?" asked Mannering, his voice full of amused contempt. "Well, I am not going to tell you because you're not going to listen," said Alistair huffily. "You mean you can't tell me?" jeered Mannering. "The trouble with you chaps is that you hear an old story or a joke on the radio and immediately you decide it's something funny that happened to your aunt or uncle." The pub door opened and two other men came in. Alistair and his friend hailed them with relief. "Dearie me," said Hamish. "Does he always go on like that?" "Always," said Mackay gloomily. "He's spotted you. Here he comes." Mackay reflected he had never seen anyone move with such speed. One minute the constable was sitting at his ease, the next he had darted out of the door. Mannering dived after him. "Macbeth!" he called. But there was no movement in the darkness. Hamish, who had run around the side of the pub, waited a few moments and then started to walk towards the manse. But there was no friendly welcome from Mrs. Struthers. The minister was there, and so, with many nervous looks at her husband, Mrs. Struthers said there was no one at the Women's Rural Institute who would behave in such a way, and no one in Cnothan had any reason to wish the Mannerings ill. Hamish went sadly back to the police station. He felt homesick. He did not switch on the lights when he got to the police station, but sat on the floor of the kitchen with the curtains drawn and the little television set on the floor in front of him. After 15 minutes, he heard the bell at the police station end resounding furiously through the house, followed a few minutes later by knocking on the kitchen door. Towser let out a low growl, and Hamish shushed the dog into silence. After a while, he could hear footsteps crunching away over the gravel, and then there was silence. Mr. Mannering had gone home. Hamish switched on the lights, put the television set on the table, and made himself a cup of coffee. A female newscaster with flat, pale eyes was talking about famine in Ethiopia and making Hamish feel he was personally responsible for it. He switched channels. There was a program about wildlife in the Galapagos Islands. He settled down to watch. And then there was a knock at the kitchen door again. He cocked his head to one side and listened. Whoever it was had chosen to come straight to the kitchen door rather than go to the police station end. He softly approached the door and listened again. He felt sure if Mannering had returned, then he would feel the man's anger through the door. He suddenly opened it. A couple stood on the step, blinking in the light. "Constable Macbeth," said the man. "I am John Sinclair, and this is my wife, Mary. We're in need of a bit of help." "Come in," said Hamish, leading the way into the kitchen. He pulled out chairs for them and switched on the electric kettle and took cups and saucers down from the cupboard. "And what can I do for you, Mr. Sinclair?" said Hamish, measuring tea leaves into the teapot. "We're friends of Mr. Johnston, the hotel manager over at Lochdubh." "Aye, I know him well." "He told us you might be able to help us. We was over in Lochdubh the other day. My brother Angus has the fishing boat there." "I know Angus." "No trouble in Lochdubh, is there?" asked Hamish sharply. "No, none whatever," said John Sinclair. He took off his tweed cap and twisted it round and round in his fingers. His wife, Mary, lit up a cigarette, and Hamish sniffed the air longingly.
He had given up smoking 2 months ago and wondered if the sharp desire for nicotine would ever leave him. Priscilla Halberton Smythe disapproved of smoking. Hamish filled the teapot with boiling water and tipped some of the biscuits from the packet on the table onto a plate. He sat down beside them, poured tea, cast an anguished look at Mary Sinclair's cigarette, and then said, "What's it about?" "It's like this," said John Sinclair. "My father lives outside the town, on the road to Lochdubh, not far, about a mile up the road, say. He's got a big croft and a cottage. My mother died 2 years ago, and since then father's shut himself up. He won't see me or Mary, or his wee grandson, or anyone." "And what is it I can do?" asked Hamish. "Mr. Johnston told us you had the gift of the gab," said John Sinclair. "We was hoping you could go out and see father, and have a blather with him, and see if you can cheer him up." Hamish began to feel cheered up himself. This was just the sort of family problem he was often asked to deal with in Lochdubh, where the policeman doubled as local psychiatrist. "I've got business out that way with Mr. Mannering," said Hamish. "I'll drop by to see your father in the morning." John Sinclair had a typically Sutherland type of face, high cheekbones and intense blue eyes that slanted at the corners in an almost oriental way. Those eyes went blank. "Och, I wouldn't bother yourself with the crabbit, old man," said Mary Sinclair, speaking for the first time. She was a small, fat woman with dyed blonde hair, cut in what Hamish was already beginning to think of as the Cnothan cut, short and chrysanthemum-like, a style which had been fashionable in the 50s. "Thanks for the tea. We'd best be on our way." "I am not a friend of Mr. Mannering's," said Hamish, correctly interpreting the reason for the sudden coolness in the air. "I am investigating the attack on his wife." "Attack?" Mary Sinclair looked amazed. "3 people dressed as witches jumped out at her last night," said Hamish. "Oh, that," Mary shrugged. "They didn't hurt her. Just gave her the wee fright." Hamish looked at her sharply. "You don't seem very shocked. And anyway, why Mrs. Mannering? Why not Mr. Mannering, who seems to be the one nobody likes?" "I don't know a thing about it," said Mary quickly. "But if you ask me, you could poison that man, and he'd still be in Cnothan in the morning. Nothing would get rid of him." "And so the vulnerable one is attacked." "Nasty," said Hamish. "I mean the weaker one," he added in reply to Mary's blank look. "I don't know a thing about it," she said again. She dragged on her cigarette. Hamish waited for the smoke to appear, but it did not. He wondered where it went, or if Mary Sinclair went around with fog-bound lungs. "Don't be telling that Mannering any of our business," said John Sinclair. "We keep ourselves to ourselves in Cnothan." "Aye," said Hamish dryly. "I had noticed that. I'll call on your father tomorrow." After the Sinclairs had left, Hamish turned back to the television. The wildlife programme had ended, and now a couple with almost unintelligible Birmingham accents were writhing on a bed. He wondered why it was that the actresses television chose for the passionate sex scenes were always scrawny, sallow, and angry-looking. He tried the other channels. On one, the news again. On another, an alternative comedian was making up in 4-letter words what he lacked in wit. And on the third, there was the umpteenth rerun of The Quiet Man. He switched off the set and stared moodily into space. The wind had risen and was tearing through the trees outside the house. He felt lonely and miserable. Then he thought of Jenny Lovelace, and a little glimmer of light appeared on the horizon of his depression. The morning was glaring bright and freezing cold. He crossed the road and knocked on the door of Jenny's cottage. There was no reply. Feeling cold and miserable again, he returned to the police station and got out McGregor's white police Land Rover, noticing without much surprise that it was nearly out of petrol. He stopped at the garage, calling out, "Fine day," to the petrol pump attendant, who grunted by way of reply and looked at him with hard, hostile eyes. Hamish waited until the tank was filled up, paid for the petrol, and then said to the petrol pump attendant, "That's a nasty, stupid face you've got, you unfriendly, horrible man." He drove off, leaving the man staring after him, and headed out on the Lochdubh road, wishing with all his heart he were going home. Just on the outskirts of the town were several long, low, whitewashed buildings, with a sign outside that read, "Cnothan Game and Fish Company." Hamish decided to call in on the way back and see if he could scrounge anything. The natives appeared to grow friendlier the farther he drove out of Cnothan. By asking a man on a tractor, he was able to find out that Dermot Sinclair, John's father, lived on the hill up on the left of the road a few yards farther on. There was a path leading up to a small white croft house, but no drive. He parked the Land Rover in the ditch and walked up toward the house. No smoke came from the chimney, and the curtains were tightly drawn. And yet, mused Hamish, the old man could not be too much of a recluse, for the fencing around the croft was in good repair, and there was a fair-sized flock of cheviots cropping the grass. He knocked on the low door, but there was no reply. The wind soughed and whistled through the stunted trees that formed a shelter belt to one side of the house. A flock of seagulls wheeled overhead, and then landed in the field in front of the house. "Bad weather coming," muttered Hamish. He tried the handle of the door and found it unlocked. He opened it and went in. Like most croft houses, it had a parlour, seldom used, to one side, and a living-room-cum-kitchen on the other. He went into the kitchen. Dermot Sinclair sat beside the cold hearth, wrapped in a tartan blanket. He looked like one of the minor prophets, or the ancient mariner seeking one of the three to stoppeth. He had a long white beard and glittering eyes, bushy eyebrows, and a rosy, wrinkled face. "Blowing up outside," said Hamish. "Cold in here. Want the fire lit?" Dermot looked at him with the sorrowful eyes of a whipped dog, but said nothing. Hamish made a clicking noise of impatience. He went back outside and round the house to the peat stack and collected some peats. He chopped kindling and took the lot back indoors and proceeded to light the fire. When it was crackling merrily, he swung the smoke-blackened kettle on its chain over the blaze, and then went to a shelf in the corner and found mugs, a carton of milk, and a jar of instant coffee. When the kettle was boiling, he made the coffee, put in plenty of sugar, and, fishing in his pocket, produced a flask of whisky and poured a generous measure in one cup. He handed the cup to the old man, who drew a wrinkled hand out from under his rug and waved it away. "I am not wasting good whisky," said Hamish severely. "Drink it, you miserable old sinner, or I'll arrest you for impeding the law in the process of its duty." "I am the sick man," quavered Dermot. "You look it," said Hamish heartlessly, "and it's no wonder, sitting there feeling sorry for yourself and too damn lazy to light your own fire." Dermot drank a large mouthful of hot coffee and whisky. "I see you haven't heard the news," he said drearily. "My wife died." "That was 2 years ago," said Hamish, "and life goes on, and the poor woman can't be having much of a time up there, what with worrying about you neglecting your grandson and committing suicide. For that's just what you are doing, you old scunner." "I'm a poor old man," wailed Dermot. "You're about 60, although I admit you've done your best to look like 80. What on earth are you thinking about to turn your own son and grandson from the door?" "They don't need me. I'm a poor old—" "Oh, shut up," said Hamish morosely. He walked to the window and looked out on the desolate scene. "Aye, it's blowing hard, and the seagulls are in your fields. There'll be snow before long." Dermot tilted his mug and drained the rest of the scalding contents in one gulp. Then he threw back the rug and eased himself to his feet, releasing a strong smell of unwashed body. "That's where you're wrong," said Dermot. He went to a barometer on the wall and tapped it. "Never wrong," he said. "Says set fair." The wind howled, and the first drops of sleet struck the panes of the windows. "It's wrong," said Hamish. "Look, sleet. It'll turn to snow before evening." "Nobody'll listen to a poor old man," moaned Dermot.
That machine never makes a mistake.
Hamish seldom lost his temper, but loneliness, worry that Priscilla might even now be in Lochdubh, and fury at the self-pity of Dermot boiled up in him. He seized the barometer from the wall, walked to the front door, and threw it out on the grass.
"See for yourself, you stupid barometer," he howled.
There was a strange, rusty sound from behind him. Ashamed of himself, Hamish ran out and retrieved the barometer, scared he had given Dermot a heart attack. The crofter's choking and creaking noises were becoming louder by the minute.
"There, there,"
said Hamish, quite frightened.
"Me and my damned temper. Sit down, man."
Dermot sank back into his armchair by the fire, still choking, grunting and wheezing. It was then that Hamish realised the crofter was laughing. It was an hour before he left Dermot. As if the laughter had broken his self-imposed isolation, the crofter would not stop talking. Hamish found the croft house boasted a surprisingly modern bathroom at the back, and coaxed Dermot to take a bath. Then he fried him eggs and bacon, made him a pot of strong tea laced with more whisky, and went on his way, promising to call again. As he had forecast, the sleet was already changing to snow as he turned the Land Rover into the short drive that led to Balmain. Balmain was a bungalow, and not a very good one either. It was a square, thin-walled affair, with a temporary look, having the appearance of some lakeside summer houses. The original croft house stood close by, now being used as a shed. Some scraggly Wellingtonians acted as a shelter belt. He rang the doorbell, which sounded like Big Ben, and waited. He had imagined Mrs. Mannering would turn out to be a small, faded, timid woman, but it was a giantess who answered the door. Mrs. Mannering was nearly 6 feet tall. She was powerfully built, and had an enormous bust and a great tweed-covered backside, which she wordlessly displayed to Hamish as she turned and walked off into the house, leaving the door open. He followed her in and found himself in a book-lined living room. A quick, curious glance at the titles told Hamish that it was doubtful the shelves contained one work of fiction, either classical or modern. There were a great number of how-to books on carpentry, painting, sheep-rearing, art and gardening. There were shelves of books on popular psychology, and row upon row of encyclopedias and dictionaries. There were 2 easy chairs, a low coffee table, a desk with a typewriter, 2 filing cabinets, and a large Persian rug on the floor. There were no knickknacks or ornaments, no magazines or newspapers. And the room was cold. The fireplace was ugly, being made of acid green tiles. A single log smouldered dismally, occasionally sending puffs of smoke out into the stale, cold air of the room. "Sit down, officer," said Mrs. Mannering in a deep voice. "My husband is out somewhere at the moment. He told me he had been to see you." "I wondered," said Hamish, looking round for a place to lay his cap, and finally setting it neatly on the coffee table, "if you would mind coming with me to the churchyard and showing me exactly where it was you were attacked." "I wasn't attacked," said Mrs. Mannering. "Just startled. Not every day I see witches." She gave a sudden, bellowing laugh. "Whatever," said Hamish politely. "When would it be convenient for you to visit the scene of the crime?" "It wouldn't be convenient," said Mrs. Mannering. "William would just say I was making a fuss." "But your husband is most insistent that I find out who frightened you." "He likes poking his nose into things and annoying people," said Mrs. Mannering. "Annoying the replacement constable must be the breath of life to him." "Would you say you were unpopular in the community?" asked Hamish. "I'm not. He is," said Mrs. Mannering roundly. "In fact, I like this place. Nice people. I would not say that they are very friendly to incomers, even someone like myself from the West Coast," Hamish pointed out. "Well, they're not hypocrites like the English," boomed Mrs. Mannering, as if speaking of a nationality other than her own. "They're all right when you get to know them. William got soured, that's all. He ran about at the beginning, being charming to everyone, and they rebuffed him. and so now he wants his revenge on the lot of them. Hamish sighed and took out his notebook. Now, Mrs. Mannering, if we can just get down to the facts. Put your book away. I can't be bothered. I am not really interested in who it is. I can't take something like that personally when it was all directed at William. What shall I tell your husband? For the first time, a little crack appeared in Mrs. Mannering's self-assured manner. Have a whiskey, she said, and lumbered out of the room without waiting for an answer. The coffee will do just fine, Hamish called after. I am driving. There was no reply. She was gone a long time. At last she returned with a whiskey decanter, a siphon of soda, and a cup of coffee and a plate of scones. She put the coffee in front of Hamish, and then poured herself an enormous glass of whiskey and soda, and lit a cigarette. She poured the drink down her throat and let out a long sigh. There came the sound of a car approaching. Mrs. Mannering moved like lightning. She stuck out her cigarette and opened the window, letting the gale howl through the room. She seized the whiskey decanter, the ashtray, and her glass, and ran out. In what seemed like 2 seconds, she was back, breathing heavily and smelling strongly of peppermint. She closed the window and sat down primly on the edge of a chair. Mannering came into the room. "So, you've actually turned up," he said to Hamish. "Who did it?" "I don't know," said Hamish mildly. "I was just interviewing your wife." "You won't get much sense out of Agatha," said Mannering. His small blue eyes turned on his wife. "What are you wearing that old tweed skirt and jumper for? Didn't that dress I ordered from the mail order arrive yesterday?" "Yes, dear," said Mrs. Mannering meekly. "I was saving it for best." "And what is a better occasion than your husband's company? Go and put it on." Mrs. Mannering's colour was high as she left the room. A moment later there came the sound of a car starting up. "Gone off in a huff as usual," said Mannering. "Now, I assume you have already dusted the churchyard wall for fingerprints." "No, I haven't," said Hamish crossly. "I suggest the best thing to do is to phone Strathbane and ask them to send a team from Forensic. They won't budge for me, but they might do it for you. Not that there'll be any fingerprints worth having from that wall, and since it was probably not done by hardened criminals, even if you got fingerprints, it wouldn't do much good." "What you're trying to say is that you're damned lazy and don't want to be bothered," said Mannering. Hamish got to his feet. "I will investigate the case for you as I would for anyone, but I would get further and faster without the hindrance of your insulting and spiteful remarks. You've got a nasty tongue. I want a quiet time here, and I don't want another murder investigation. So if you want my advice, stop putting people's backs up, or you'll end up at the bottom of Cnothan one of these days." Chapter 3. How beastly the bourgeois is, especially the male of the species. D.H. Lawrence. Bewildered and unhappy, Hamish drove off. He had lost his temper 2 times that morning, when he normally lost it only about 2 times a year. Far away, at the foot of the long, twisting road, he could see the houses of Cnothan. From this distance the town had a temporary look, as if this ancient land of rock and thin earth were one day going to give a massive shrug and send all these petty humans and their squabbles to eternity. It was as if the land itself did not like incomers, or, as they were often jeeringly called in the Highlands, white settlers. An ancient hostility emanated from the fields, from the humped Neolithic ruins that dotted the landscape. Across the fields came the dreary om-pom of the diesel train's klaxon, tugging at something in Hamish's memory. The sound of a diesel train, he thought, was never so haunting as the whistle of the old steam trains, which could conjure up visions of bleak distances with one solitary wail. He slowed as he came to the Cnothan Game and Fish Company. There was something so cheerful and friendly and prosperous about the place that Hamish drove in and sauntered toward the office. A very small, gypsy-looking man came out to meet him. "Jamie Ross," he said, holding out his hand. "You're just in time for a coffee." "I'm Hamish Macbeth." "I know," said Jamie. "Who doesn't? Sit yourself down." There was a jug of steaming coffee standing ready, made by one of those American coffee machines that first pioneered good coffee in the Highlands of Scotland, replacing the bitter sludge which had masqueraded as coffee before. The office was bright and warm. "Do a lot of business?" asked Hamish. "Aye, but mostly with London. Lobsters, smoked salmon and venison. I've just bought 3 new refrigerated trucks to take the goods down to the market at Billingsgate. Finish your coffee and I'll give you a tour." While Hamish drank his coffee, Jamie continued to talk proudly of his business, how he had 4 fishing boats over on the west coast and was well on the way to making himself a fortune. Then he took Hamish round the long, low buildings. One housed deer carcasses, giant beasts, pathetic in death, row upon row of them. The next building was a shop that sold commercial frozen packaged meals, as well as smoked salmon, pheasant, grouse and partridge. The last building they came to had 3 enormous lobster tanks, each surrounded by a low concrete wall, the water alive with crawling black lobsters. "See this one?" said Jamie, lifting a black monster out of the water. 8 pounds in weight." "And how much will that fetch in London?" asked Hamish. "Oh, about £25. In fact, you could say about £1 sterling for every year of its life. That lobster's about 25 years old." "So how much is in the 3 tanks? I mean, how much is all this worth?" Jamie grinned. "There's about £6,000 worth in each tank. The water's salt, of course, and the filters you hear bubbling away there keep the water clean." "Man, you must be kept busy," marvelled Hamish. "Ever get a day off?" "Haven't had one in years," said Jamie. "But I'll be going down to Inverness at the weekend for my son's wedding. All the family will be there, so I'll need someone to mind the store for the first time." "Would you like me to drop in at the weekend and see if everything's all right?" volunteered Hamish. "No, nothing can go wrong. I'm not worried about burglars. Never had a break-in Cnothan. I'm more worried about the filters packing up. I've got a local man, Sandy Carmichael, who's going to act as watchman." Hamish raised his eyebrows. "Not the town drunk, him with the horrors?" "The same. But he's going straight, and there's no harm in him at all. Of course, Mannering got to hear of it and dropped by to warn me and yak on about how dangerous it was to employ a drunk. I hate that man. I'd feed him to the fish if I thought I'd get away with it. Interfering, pontificating nuisance. I liked him at first. Funny that. He was a breath of fresh air. Charming, friendly. Then he buys a book on scientific fish farming and tries to involve me in it. No business head whatsoever. Or I assume the man is no business head, for I was to put up the money for the venture which he would run. I fended him off as politely as I could. He became more insistent. Then he started to get rude and make some patronising remarks about how ill-run my business was. I wanted to buy one of those croft houses out beyond his for my uncle. I told him about it when we were friends. Next thing I know, he's bought the place himself, and now it stands empty. I know he did it to spite me. I was not interested in the land, only in the house for my uncle. Mannering uses the croft land, of course, or the Crofters' Commission would step in." "Why?" asked Hamish. "I mean, why does he put people's backs up?" "I think he likes power," said Jamie, "and irritating people is a sort of twisted way of getting it. See here, I can't believe my luck. I've worked hard, but I was a road worker's boy and came up from nothing. At the back of my mind, there's always the fear that all this will melt away like the fairy gold. Mannering senses that, and does his best to make me feel insecure. He'd make a good blackmailer." "Would you say his wife is frightened of him?" asked Hamish, enjoying all this gossip immensely. "Aye, and I wonder why. She's a big, strong woman, and though he's a big, strong man, you'd think she could still make mincemeat of him if she liked. You know that business of the witches?" Hamish nodded.
Well, I wouldn't put it past him to have stage-managed the whole thing himself. Mrs. Mannering likes a dram, and she was a bit squiffy yesterday morning, and told Mrs. Grant in the town that she thought he was jealous of her popularity. Mrs. Grant told Mrs. McNeil, who told Mrs. Struthers, who told my wife, who told me. Some marriages are awfully sad, said Hamish. They are that, agreed Jamie, and none so sad as the Mannerings. Hamish thought deeply for a few moments and then said, I'm still surprised he got the extra croft land just like that. There's a lot of land greed in the Highlands. Like I said, he was popular in the beginning, said Jamie, although I don't believe the man knew it. He took shyness and diffidence among the locals for rebuff. Then his aunt had been very well liked in the community. They didn't like to put up objections. When they did, it was too late. You know crofters, Hamish. They don't know their own laws. They learn distorted facts from each other by word of mouth. It was just after they acquired the croft that he started throwing his weight about. So his aunt wasn't English? Oh, no. But as far as I could gather, Mannering was born and brought up in England. His aunt, Mrs. Drummond, had been here since the day of her marriage, about 50 years ago. Brian Drummond, her husband, died about 10 years before she did. I think the Mannerings are quite rich, and Mrs. Drummond belonged to the mother's side, which hadn't much of the ready. Mannering came up on a lot of flying visits before she died. And who was it objected to him getting the crofts? Two of them. Alec Birrell, over at Dunane, that's on the other side of Cnothan, and Davy MacDonald, also from Dunane. How Mannering got to learn who had written in to object to him, I'm not sure. Except at that time he was friendly with that wee weasel who works at the Crofters Commission, Peter Watson, so he could have told him. Anyway, a few months after they objected, both lost a couple of dozen sheep each one night. They accused Mannering of having taken them away out of spite, but since there was no proof and the sheep were never found, there was nothing Sergeant McGregor could do. Heartened by the friendly visit, Hamish returned to the police station. He saw as he drove past that Jenny was working in her gallery. Once inside the station, he brushed his hair and his uniform. The snow was still blowing past the window, but it was getting thinner and tinged with pale yellow as the sun fought to get through. He picked a bottle of aftershave out of the bathroom cabinet. McGregor's. It was called Muscle, and the advertising on the packet said it was for truly masculine men. Hamish opened it and sniffed. It smelled pleasantly of sandalwood. He splashed some on his chin, and feeling quite strange and exotic, for he had never used aftershave before, he decided to go across the road and visit Jenny Lovelace. And then the phone in the office began to ring. Cursing, he went through to answer it. The voice at the other end was husky and Highland. "Murder," it said. "A body. On the top of Cnothan Moor. Come quick." And then the receiver at the other end was replaced. Heart beating hard, Hamish studied the Ordnance Survey map on the wall. Cnothan Moor was a craggy cliff outside the village, a relic of the ancient days when the long arms of the sea reached into the heart of Sutherland. Hamish drove at breakneck speed down the main street, with the police siren blaring. A mile to the east, dimly visible through the snow, rose the steep sides of Cnothan Moor. He hurtled round the hairpin bends towards it, tyres screeching through the snow, until he parked the Rover in its shadows. There was a thin rabbit track of a path winding upwards. He set off, wishing he had worn his climbing boots, for the grass was slippery with snow and he kept sliding back. He was agile and athletic, but it took him nearly half an hour to reach the top. The snow thinned again, and there, at the very edge of the cliff, lay the body of a man, his red pullover clearly distinguishable against the blinding white of the snow. Someone's got Mannering, thought Hamish, his mind working out times. How on earth could someone have had time to murder the man on the top of Cnothan Moor when Hamish had seen him only a short time ago? And then he stiffened when he was still a few yards from the body. All at once, he knew he was being watched. He felt it. Then he thought, the
body is just now getting covered with snow, and yet that phone call was almost an hour ago. He stood still, listening with his sixth sense, feeling for where those watchers might be. He sniffed the air like a dog. There was a faint tang of human sweat and stale tobacco. He saw a patch of gorse bushes to his left and suddenly dived towards it. Alistair Gunn and Doogie MacDonald rose sheepishly to their feet. "I'll deal with you in a minute," snapped Hamish. He ran to the body. It was, as he had already suspected, a dummy made out of old clothes stuffed with newspapers. He came back and looked coldly at the two shuffling and grinning gillies. "Just our joke," said Alistair Gunn. He had a broad, leering grin on his turnip face. Hamish took out his handcuffs and handcuffed the two men together. "Start walking," he snapped. "Can't you take a joke?" whined Doogie. "Shut up," said Hamish. The gillies led the way down, not to Hamish's high irritation by the difficult path he had scaled, but by a broad, easy, winding path down the back. He shoved both men into the police Land Rover and drove off, staring angrily through the windscreen. On the edge of Cnothan was a small jetty. Hamish removed the handcuffs from the two men after he had stopped by the jetty. "Now, walk to the end," he said, "and keep your backs to me. I don't want to see your stupid faces when I talk to you." "What'll happen to us?" moaned Dougie to Alistair. "Nathan," said Alistair with a shrug. "The man's a poofter. Can't you smell him?" This was said in a low voice, but Hamish heard it. It was all he needed. He waited until they were standing facing the water, and then he kicked out with all his might, straight at Alistair's broad backside. Alistair went flying into the icy water. "Did it touch me?" screeched Dougie, turning around. "It wasn't me, it was him!" Hamish contemptuously pushed him in the chest, and he went flying as well. Hamish stood with his hands on his hips until he was sure both were able to make it to the shore. Then he climbed into the Land Rover and drove back to the police station. The snow was turning to rain, and his wheels skidded on great piles of slush. When he reached the station, he changed out of his uniform and put on trousers and a flannel checked shirt. He pulled on his spare navy blue police sweater over it, and then went over to Jenny's cottage and knocked on the door. There was no reply. "Damn and blast!" yelled Hamish. The door suddenly opened, and Jenny Lovelace stood there, her hair dripping wet, and with a large bath towel wrapped around her. "I was in the bath," she said. "What's the matter? You look desperate." Hamish shuffled his boots, and a slow blush crept up his thin cheeks. His long lashes dropped quickly to veil his eyes. "Come in, then," said Jenny, when he did not speak. "I'll put some clothes on." While she was getting ready, Hamish took a look at the pictures in the gallery. They were of the Sutherland countryside, but they were pretty, like the kind of pictures you used to see on old-fashioned calendars. They had not captured the wild, stark, highly individual beauty of Sutherland, and were strangely lifeless and dead. They were competently drawn, and the draftsmanship was excellent. He was examining a view of a path winding through graceful birch trees into a romantic sunset when Jenny came in. She was wearing faded jeans and a man's check shirt, much like his own. Her curls were damp and tousled, and her feet bare. When she came to stand beside him, she barely reached his shoulder. "What do you think?" she asked. "Very good," said Hamish politely. "I do quite well with the tourists in the summer. Of course, I charge very low prices. I don't need much. Come through to the kitchen, have some coffee." Hamish loped after her. The kitchen was warm and cluttered. A primrose yellow Rayburn cooker stood against the wall, and the table was covered with paints and brushes. She poured him a cup of coffee and sat opposite him, clearing a space on the table in front of her by sweeping an assortment of stuff to the side with one small dimpled hand, like a child's. She gave him a gammon grin. "You're looking better now," she said. "I thought the hound of heaven was after you." "It's this place," said Hamish ruefully. "It's getting me down." He told her about the witchcraft investigation, and then about the fake murder. "They do have a rather childish sense of fun," said Jenny defensively. "Now me, myself," said Hamish, "I would call it pure and simple malice." "Maybe it's because you don't understand the Highlander." "I'm one myself." "Of course you are," giggled Jenny. "Silly of me. You mustn't listen to all this rubbish about poor Agatha Mannering. She's one of those women who deliberately goads her husband into being nasty so that she can play the martyr." "That's one way of looking at it," said Hamish slowly. "Never mind the Mannerings," said Jenny. "Tell me about yourself. Married?" "No. Are you?" "I was. In Canada. It didn't work out. He was jealous of my painting. He was an artist himself. At my first exhibition in Montreal, he waited until 1 minute before the show opened, and then told me he had always thought my work was too chocolate box, and I wasn't to be disappointed if the critics panned it. I never forgave him." Hamish looked at her curiously. "I would never have guessed you to be one of those never forgive sort of people. Every husband or wife usually says something crashingly tactless they wouldn't dream of saying to a friend." "But not about my painting," said Jenny fiercely. "I put my whole personality into my work. He was insulting me and everything I stood for. Can't you see that?" Yes, said Hamish soothingly, although one hazel eye slid to an oil painting on the kitchen wall. It was of a Highland cottage situated on a heathery hill, competent, colourful, and yet lifeless. "Anyway," said Jenny, "we're talking about me, and I meant to find out about you." Hamish settled back and began to describe his life in Lochdubh, and told several very tall and very Highland stories that set Jenny giggling. "And what about your love life?" she suddenly asked. "Is there any more coffee?" Hamish held out his cup. "Meaning you won't talk about it?" Jenny laughed. She went over to the Rayburn, where a glass coffee pot had been placed to keep warm. Hamish eyed her appreciatively. She was everything Priscilla was not. Jenny was small and plumpish in all the right places, with that tousled hair. Priscilla was never tousled, always cool, slim, blonde and efficient. Priscilla would never have a cluttered kitchen like this, and Priscilla would never spill hot coffee on her bare feet as Jenny had just done, for Priscilla never spilt anything, and Priscilla would never go around on her bare feet. In fact, thought Hamish, feeling more cheerful than he had done in a long time, Priscilla is a pill. They chatted for some time until Hamish reluctantly said he'd better get back to the police station. "Come any time," said Jenny. "I will," said Hamish Macbeth. She held out her hand, and he took it in his. The physical reaction of his own body amazed him. He looked down at her in surprise, holding her hand tightly. "Goodbye," said Jenny, tugging her hand free. The snow had melted, and great sheets of rain were whipping through the town. Hamish noticed in a bemused way. Towser watched him reproachfully as he entered. Hamish donned his waterproof cape and put the dog on the lead and went out to the shops. The butcher's shop was a cheery, gossipy oasis in the desolation of Cnothan. The butcher, John Wilson, had heard all about the ducking of the gillies and wanted the details first-hand. Hamish gossiped happily and came away with a bonus of 2 free lamb chops and a bag of bones for Towser. He went into the grocer's next door and bought a bottle of wine, vaguely planning to ask Jenny to dinner as soon as possible. He then went into the hardware, which was farther up the street, to buy a corkscrew. He thought there might be one in the bar, but did not want to poke around that horrible lounge of the McGregors to look for it. "Get it yourself," said the owner of the shop. "It's over there on the left." The accent was English, but the manner was pure Cnothan. Hamish wondered if the outsiders became as rude as the locals in sheer self-defence. In the clachan, Alistair Gunn and Dougie MacDonald were suffering the taunts of William Mannering.
"Sir, your joke backfired," jeered Mannering, "and the pair of you let that copper shove you in the loch." "Well, you have to go carefully when you're dealing with a poofter," growled Alistair Gunn. "What are you talking about?" demanded Mannering. "He means Macbeth," said Dougie in his high, sing-song Highland whine. "The man is a fairy, a homosexual. You should have smelt him. He was stinking of the perfume."
Mannering looked amazed. "Aye," said Alistair, enjoying startling the Englishman. "He's one of them. I can always tell." Mannering suddenly burst out laughing and slapped Alistair on the back. "Well, old chap," he said, "it takes one to know one." And still laughing, he went off. Alistair stood there stupidly, mulling over that "it takes one to know one." Then a slow feeling of outrage started somewhere in the pit of his stomach and spread throughout his whole body. "I'll kill that man!" he howled. Later that evening, Mrs. Struthers, the minister's wife, was just finishing a lecture on microwave cooking to the mothers' meeting in the church hall. The dishes she had prepared were proudly laid out on a table in front of her. William Mannering walked in, his eyes roving about the room, obviously looking for his wife. Mrs. Struthers was glad Agatha had not put in an appearance, and prayed that Mr. Mannering would leave as soon as possible. "And that concludes my lecture," she said. "I now have some paper plates and knives and forks here, and I would like you ladies to sample my cooking." Her mouth gave a nervous twitch as Mannering approached the table. "What a strange selection," he said in a wondering voice. "What's that cup of goo?" "It's a sweet and sour sauce," said Mrs. Struthers. "And what's it made of?" "Pineapple juice and marmalade and a spoonful of vinegar." "Ugh," said Mannering. "And look at that baked potato. It doesn't look cooked." He seized a fork. Mrs. Struthers made a sort of dismal bleating sound like a lamb lost on a dark hillside. She knew that potato hadn't been in long enough, and she had been hoping to slide it away to the side. "Hard as hell," cried Mannering triumphantly. "Look, if you want to know about microwave cookery, it's all very simple." He moved round the table and began a lecture. Women eyed each other uneasily, and then, with that peculiar Highland talent for disappearing from an awkward situation, the audience gradually melted away. Mrs. Struthers fought back tears as she looked at her cooking. There were some splendid dishes there. "I'd better be off, then," said Mannering, abruptly cutting short his lecture when he realized he was addressing an empty room. When the door had closed behind him, Mrs. Struthers sat down and began to cry. She picked up a bottle of British sherry she had used for cooking and took a gulp from it. For the first time in her blameless life, she knew what it was to want to kill someone. Mannering returned to the clachan. When he had finished tormenting someone, he immediately had to find another victim. His eyes fell on Harry Mackay, sitting over in a corner. He went to join him. "Business must be bad these days," said Mannering cheerfully. "What makes you say that?" asked Harry Mackay sourly. "Just that no one seems to want property these days, and you spend most of your time in here." "Like yourself," said the estate agent nastily. "I wonder what your employers in Edinburgh would think if they knew exactly how little work you do," said Mannering. "You wouldn't," gasped Harry Mackay. "I just might," laughed Mannering. "You know me." "Oh, I know you, all right," said the estate agent bitterly. "We all know you." William Mannering at last returned home to see if he could rile his wife to round off the evening. She always claimed she never drank. He searched and searched for the empty bottle, but could not find it, because Agatha had buried it in the garden. It had been a whole bottle of the cheapest wine possible, called Dream of the Highlands, made by a local winery. She could not risk anything more expensive out of the housekeeping money. She had claimed Hamish had drunk a lot of whiskey, to explain the low level in the decanter earlier in the day, but there had been no further callers she could use as an excuse, and so she had been driven out to buy the bottle of cheap wine. For once, she was armoured against her husband's gibes. Full of Dream of the Highlands and lost in a rosy fantasy, she barely heard him. She had read an article in the newspapers about the poisoning of an Iraqi businessman in London using a slow-acting rat poison containing thallium, banned in Britain but available on the continent. It had a delayed effect and only started to work a week after it was administered. She imagined manufacturing an excuse to visit her sister in Kent. Instead, she would go to Paris and buy the rat poison. Then she would return to Cnothan and poison her husband and promptly set off again, so that when he died, she would be far away from the scene of the crime. A local bobby would not suspect anything. She would start to tell everyone that William had a bad heart. And so Agatha Mannering, with a half-smile on her face, dreamt on, while her husband's voice buzzed and hammered like a wasp against the glass protection of her fantasy. "Now, promise me you won't take a dram," said Jamie Ross, after showing Sandy Carmichael round the premises. Sandy shuddered. "I'll never touch the stuff again." Jamie looked at him uneasily. It would just be like Sandy to go and get drunk and prove Mannering right. But Jamie was soft-hearted and knew Sandy needed some money badly, and more than money, he needed the self-respect of being trusted with a job. Sandy was a tall, thin man in his 40s. His face had an unhealthy, bleached look about it, but the hands now holding one of Jamie's coffee cups were steady. Jamie remembered having to hold Sandy's hands so he could get the coffee down him. Nothing could really go wrong, Jamie reassured himself. There had never been a burglary in Cnothan. No one even bothered to lock his car. He wondered whether to ask that policeman to drop in over the weekend, just to see that things were all right. But that would show a lack of trust in Sandy, and Sandy certainly did look on the road to recovery. Hamish found himself surprisingly busy. A sharp phone call from police headquarters in Strathbane told him what McGregor had not, that he had to patrol a much wider area of surrounding countryside than he had expected. He still found time to call on Dermot Sinclair and persuade the crofter to see his family. But to his disappointment, there were no more relaxed coffee sessions with Jenny, who was either painting furiously or not at home. She'd said she went walking to clear her brain. Hamish had offered to go with her, but she said she liked to be alone. Once more, his 3-month stay in Cnothan stretched out into an eternity of winter days. Chapter 4. Ah, who has seen the mailed lobster rise? John Hookham Frere. Sandy Carmichael arrived at the Cnothan Game and Fish Company late on Saturday afternoon. Rain had fallen earlier in the day and had now frozen, and the wheels of his old Land Rover crunched over the ice in the yard. Jamie had given him a spare key to the office, where the keys to the sheds hung on a board on the wall. The office was warm and quiet. Sandy pulled a tattered romance, The Laird's Passion, from his pocket and began to read. Unfortunately, it turned out the Laird was a bit of a rake, ripe for reform by the heroine, and in the initial pages he drank large quantities. Sandy put down the book and stared into space. He hadn't really thought about drinking this past week, the memory of his last bout of the horrors being still fresh in his mind. But now whiskey seemed like a golden friend he had harshly misjudged. He could feel the taste of it on his tongue and the warmth of it coiling around his stomach. He began to fidget, picking up pencils and putting them down. He thought about his last binge. How ill he had been. But he had bought that fish supper from the fish and chip shop, and some said Murray's fish and chips were cooked in old grease. Maybe it had been food poisoning. Maybe it had been something he had eaten. Or just maybe he was allergic to whiskey and he should try drinking wine. Jamie had paid him his wages in advance, and the money was there in his pocket. And in Sandy's mind, money and whiskey went together. But he was proud of the fact that Jamie had trusted him, and he would not let Jamie down. He would go and patrol the sheds, just like a real watchman. How eerie the sheds were at night. The fluorescent lights still left the corners in darkness. The deer carcasses hung motionless and sad. He moved on to the lobster shed. The water gurgled monotonously in the 3 tanks. And then, there, right on the edge of the center tank, he saw it. A full glass of whiskey. He stared at it, wondering if he were hallucinating. He advanced cautiously, picked it up, and sniffed it. Malt whiskey. And by the smell of it, one of the best malts. Well, it was only 1 drink, he reasoned, and stuck out here. He couldn't get any more. 1 drink never did anyone any harm. He picked up the glass and took a sip. He took another, larger sip, and the tension of the past week began to leave his body. He'd soon finished the glassful. He felt happy and warm and confident. A few more wouldn't matter. It was Saturday night. The Clachan would be warm and full of company and noise. And he had money. He would lock up the office, but there was no need to lock the sheds. Jamie never locked them. He was more worried about his filters packing up than he was about crime. Half an hour at the Clachan, and then he would come back and settle down and read that romance. A gust of wind howled around the buildings like a banshee. He thought briefly of the haunting of the Mannerings. That new copper had been questioning an awful lot of people in that innocent-seeming, I have just dropped by for a gossip way of his. But whoever had frightened Mrs. Mannering, it hadn't been criminals. The Mannerings deserved to be driven out of Cnothan. Well, him anyway. Feeling better than he had in a long time, Sandy drove carefully down into Cnothan. He decided that if Hamish Macbeth was in the bar, then he would buy a packet of cigarettes and take himself off. It was still early evening. There were only a few youths in the bar, all looking remarkably Dickensian in their skin-tight trousers and short jackets. They had pinched white faces and lank hair. Most of them were drunk already, and the giant of a barman, Hector Dunn, was wondering whether that new policeman knew it was part of his duties to turn up at the Clachan on Saturday nights and remove the car keys of anyone who had drunk over the limit. He tried phoning the police station, but there was no reply. He phoned Jenny Lovelace in case Hamish was there, the gossip about Hamish's visit and attempted visits having spread around the town like wildfire, but she said she hadn't seen him. Her voice sounded funny, as if she were crying. Hamish was, at that very moment, speeding fast out of Cnothan. A report of an assault on one of the customers at a fishing hotel some 30 miles out of town had just come in. Sandy drank up a double whiskey and ordered another. He immediately became sentimental. When Hector asked him why he wasn't minding the store, Sandy said that Jamie Ross knew nothing would happen, and hadn't Jamie, in the kindness of his heart, left a glass of good whiskey on the edge of one of the tanks in the lobster shed for Sandy? It all went to show Jamie knew he, Sandy, could handle his liquor. He put some of his change in the jukebox and selected a Frank Sinatra record and sat down. I did it my way, sang the famous voice. How wise, thought Sandy, nodding his head up and down. Story of my life, he thought. He began to sing along with the record. The youths jeered and catcalled, and Hector threw them out. The bar began to fill up with the locals, men at first, and then later their wives, come to curb the expense of a Saturday night's drinking. Faces swam in front of Sandy, and voices offered to buy him a drink. The locals were violently jealous of Jamie Ross. Not only did he make a great deal of money, but he did not hide the fact. His new white Mercedes had caused a great deal of heartburning. To a number of the locals, it seemed like a good joke to get Sandy drunk. Nothing would happen to Jamie's business, of course, but he would be furious when he got back to find his watchman away sleeping off another drinking bout. Sandy became dimly aware that Hector was demanding his car keys, and with the cunning of the drunk, he said he had walked and did not have his Land Rover with him. Then Hector was calling, "Time!" and Sandy was aware of the sharp cold outside the pub, of people laughing and teasing him. He climbed into his rusty Land Rover, and then his mind went blank. He drove home in a total drunken blackout. Sandy Carmichael awoke at noon the following day. His mouth felt like the bottom of a parrot's cage. He drank great gulps of cold water and splashed his face. It was then he remembered his job. He was still wearing the clothes he had worn the night before. He scrambled out and drove to the Cnothan Game and Fish Company. His mind worked feverishly. Jamie and his family would be back on the last train. He must get the second half of his wages from Jamie before Jamie learned, as he surely would, that he had been drinking in the Clachan on Saturday night. He unlocked the office and then began to calm down. Of course, everything was just as he had left it. He went over to the lobster shed and looked around. The whiskey glass was still there. He slipped it into his pocket. He sat down on the edge of the main tank and sighed with relief. Then he blinked. The water seemed to have a strange, pinkish tinge. He slowly scooped a handful of water into the palm of his hand. Pink. Then, as he stared at the tank, a piece of torn and shredded jacket slowly rose to the surface and turned over and over in the bubbling water. He got to his feet and looked down into the lobster tank. There, underneath the busy, crawling, black lobsters, lay a white skeleton, grinning up at him. Sandy fainted dead away with shock. When he came round, he staggered up, gloomily deciding he had had a bout of the horrors. But another look into the depths of the pool showed him the skeleton was still there. Sandy sat down on the edge of the pool. Now fear and shock were sharpening his wits. He thought about that glass of whiskey. Jamie couldn't have left it. Some friend of Jamie's must have been sitting in the shed drinking, got drunk, and fallen into the pool and had his body picked clean by the voracious lobsters. But if he called Macbeth, Macbeth would call in a forensic team, and all the lobsters would be taken away along with the skeleton. The whole shed would be sealed off. 18,000 pounds worth of lobsters. Sandy began to cry. You couldn't insure lobsters, could you? No one would ever trust him again. Jamie wouldn't pay him the second half of his wages, and so he would not be able to get a drink to blot out this nightmare. He scrubbed his eyes with his dirty sleeve. The self-pity of the habitual drunk gripped him. Life was always playing him dirty tricks. Well, he, Sandy, was going to fight back. He saw a long pole with a net standing in the corner and carefully began to scoop out every bit of clothing. He found a garbage bag and put each shredded piece into it. With his whole body screaming for a drink, he began to search the water to make sure nothing was left. Gold glittered faintly in the light. With mad patience, he fished out the object. It was a gold watch with a few shreds of leather straps still attached to it. He took a deep breath and searched again, poking and moving the crawling black lobsters to see if there was anything left underneath. His search was rewarded. He brought up remains of a leather wallet and scraps of plastic credit cards and pound notes. After that, he found some silver and pennies, which he retrieved by donning a thick pair of work gloves. Shaking and exhausted, he had just decided that must be all when his eyes caught the shine of gold again. Swearing horribly, he resumed his macabre fishing and at last brought up a gold pen. He looked at it curiously, wondering where he had seen it before, and then slipped it into his pocket. A last frantic hunt revealed a pair of false teeth. Shivering and sick, Sandy put them in his pocket as well. Then he eased the net under the skeleton and raised it to the surface. He seized one arm bone and pulled it out. There was a black monster of a lobster clinging to the skeleton, and he screamed and tore it off and threw it back in the pool. His brain had become sharp and clear. The water filters would soon turn the water clear again. The work gloves were nearly in tatters from the claws of the lobsters, so instead of putting them back on the edge of the sink in the corner where he had found them, he added them to the wet and ragged clothes in the bag. He went out and got his Land Rover and backed it up to the shed. He put the bag of clothes and the skeleton in the back and threw an old travelling rug over them. As he drove off, he could feel the weight of those terrible false teeth dragging at his pocket. He stopped at a bend in the road and hurled the things out of the window, as far away into the gorse and heather as he could manage. Then he drove to his home, which was a tumble-down cottage outside Cnothan. He took the bag of clothes round the back of his cottage and dumped it down. He siphoned some petrol out of his Land Rover and poured it over the bag and set fire to it. He raked the blaze, turning it over and over until he was sure all the clothes had been reduced to ash. Then he raked up the ashes and put them in a bag. He went into his cottage and made himself a cup of hot, sweet tea. He took out the watch and pen and laid them on the table. He remembered seeing that pen before. He longed for a drink so much that his whole body ached and his hands trembled. But he had not finished yet. He remembered the haunting of the Mannerings and the stories about witchcraft that had buzzed around the town. He drove off again, out onto the moors. Up against the failing light of the winter sky stood a ring of standing stones, a miniature Stonehenge. He drove off the road and over the moor towards it, the Land Rover lurching and bumping over the springy turf. He carried the skeleton in his arms into the middle of the standing stones. A ray of setting sun burst through the clouds and shone onto a raised piece of turf in the centre. Sandy gently laid the skeleton down. It was then he realized that the skull was nearly coming away from the body of the skeleton. He examined it with delicate probing fingers, and then let out his breath in a long hiss. This had been no accident. This was murder. "If I report this now," said Sandy aloud, "they will probably be after me for the murder. If I keep my mouth shut, there'll be money in it for me." The sun disappeared, and the wind began to howl, tugging at his clothes, as if the spirits of the dead had risen from the moors and were trying to hold him back. He gave a whimper of fright and began to run. That evening, Hamish Macbeth saw the light in Jenny's cottage. He was longing for a sympathetic ear. He had gone all the way to the Angler's Rest to find the report of an assault on one of the customers had been false. "Probably some of the locals playing a joke on you," the manager had said. Hamish had stayed to talk, and by the time he had returned to Cnothan, the clachan was closed. The next day he had put off trying to see Jenny, but a morning listening to Mr. Struthers' sermon and an afternoon interviewing secretive locals about the frightening of Mrs. Mannering had irritated him immensely. He saw Jenny moving about and went and knocked on the door. At last she opened it. "Come in," she said. Hamish followed her through to her kitchen. "Will you have a drink?" she asked, turning around. "What on earth has happened to you, lassie?" cried Hamish, for Jenny's eyes were red with weeping and her face was bloated. She averted her face. "I had news of my sister's death," she said, "in Canada." "I never heard a thing about it," said Hamish, his mind racing. Relatives, however far away, always phoned the local police station. "I had a letter," said Jenny drearily. "It came yesterday." "I'm very sorry," said Hamish awkwardly. "Is there anything I can do?" "Just talk to me?" "I think it's yourself that needs to do the talking," said Hamish. Jenny gave a weak smile. "I'm being silly," she said. "I never liked my sister. We're not very much alike. It was the shock, that's all." "And will you be going to Canada for the funeral?" "No point," Jenny shrugged. "We're not a close family." "What did she die of?" "Look, Hamish Macbeth, it's over and done with. I don't want to talk about it. Now, have a drink and tell me about your witch hunt." She produced a bottle of Barsac, a sweet dessert wine, from the fridge, opened it, and poured it into 2 water glasses. "Do you often drink this stuff?" asked Hamish, wrinkling his nose. "What's up with it? It's a drink, isn't it? I forget when I bought it. Oh, I remember. It was last year. It was for some recipe. It's been in the fridge ever since." A fat tear rolled down her cheek and splashed into her glass. Hamish decided to do what he'd been told, and chatted on nervously about the fake assault, about how Dermot Sinclair was slowly coming out of his shell, about the difficulty of getting any information at all out of the locals. She drank and listened, and seemed soothed. Hamish finally felt he could not talk any longer. He got to his feet. "I'll be off to my bed, Jenny," he said. "Maybe I'll drop by tomorrow, if it is all right with you." "Sure. I'll be here." She came round the kitchen table and stood in front of him, her head bent. "You don't need to go," she said. "What?" "Stay the night with me," said Jenny. Hamish bent and kissed her cheek. "It wouldn't work," he said softly. "Not when you're this miserable. I'd be someone to cling to the night, and someone to hate in the morning." Jenny remained standing, her head still bent. Hamish turned and walked away, and let himself out into the night. Hamish's first visitor early next morning was Jamie Ross. "I don't know whether I'm doing the right thing or not," said Jamie. "I got back last night and found everything in order, but no sign of Sandy. I went out to his place, but there was no one home." "Maybe he's indoors, dead drunk and can't hear you," said Hamish. "No, the door wasn't locked. I took a look inside. He's gone all right, but his Land Rover's still there. I'm wondering whether to report him missing." "It's early days," said Hamish. "Had he been drinking?" "Well, that's what worries me. He had. Worse than that, he told Hector at the Clachan that I had kindly left a glass of booze for him on one of the tanks. I wouldn't dream of doing a thing like that. Hector said he was drinking himself silly. I got mad and asked why no one had stopped him, but far from stopping him, the locals seemed to have gone out of their way to buy him drinks." "Why would they do that?" "Jealousy," said Jamie simply. "You know what they're like round here. They don't like me showing I have any money at all. You're supposed to be like the crofters and plead poverty. That's why a lot of these crofters don't buy their land, you know. They could force the landowner to sell it to them for a song, but then that'd mean they'd need to pass a means test in order to get the government grants, and not one of them could pass it. Sandy's a good soul when he's not drinking. I'd hate to see him have an accident. It would be just like him to wander off and fall asleep somewhere and die of exposure. Besides, I owed him the second half of his wages, and it's strange he didn't turn up to collect. He went away and left the office locked up, and took the key with him. I had to break in." "I'll have a look around," said Hamish. "So you think someone deliberately left that drink so as Sandy would go on drinking once started?" "Aye, sheer spite." "I'll do my best. How was the wedding?" "Oh, just grand.
Everything went off like clockwork. They're off to the Canary Islands on their honeymoon.
When Jamie left, Hamish washed his breakfast dishes and prepared to go out to look for Sandy Carmichael. He was on the point of leaving when Jenny arrived, looking shamefaced. "Thanks for last night," she said awkwardly. "I wasn't myself." "That's all right," said Hamish. "I was just on my road out. Jimmy Ross says that Sandy Carmichael is missing, but there's time for a coffee. You wouldn't happen to know if Sandy's ever gone missing before?" "Not that I know. Drunk or sober, he always hangs about the town." "Oh, here's Mrs. Mannering," said Jenny, spotting a massive figure passing the kitchen window. "I wonder what she wants." Hamish went through to the police station annex in time to open the door to Mrs. Mannering. She was wearing a squashed felt hat and a waxed coat over a navy dress with a white sailor collar, a photograph of which had appeared several months ago in one of the Sunday colour supplements. "Order now, special offer, flattering to the fuller figure." A strong smell of peppermint and whiskey blasted into Hamish's face as she cried, "William is missing. He hasn't been home for 2 nights. "Come in, Mrs. Mannering," said Hamish. "Sit yourself down." Jenny came through and stood in the office doorway. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Mr. Mannering is missing," said Hamish. "Look, Mrs. Mannering, has he done this before?" "No, never. I mean, yes, he has, but he always told me or left a note." "And where does he go?" "Glasgow or Edinburgh. He likes to go to the theatre." "Alone?" "Yes, of course." Hamish thought that William Mannering might possibly have a mistress in Glasgow or Edinburgh. Either that or be staying away out of sheer malice. "I think you should give it a little more time," he said soothingly. "He'll be back." Jenny came forward and stood with her hand on Mrs. Mannering's shoulder. "And I think you ought to look for him," she said sharply. "Can't you see how distressed Mrs. Mannering is?" "All right," said Hamish reluctantly. "I've got to look for Sandy Carmichael, so I may as well look for Mr. Mannering at the same time." Ian Gibb was a budding reporter. He was on the dole, but he scoured the countryside in the hope of a good story. Occasionally one of the Scottish newspapers used a short piece from him, but he dreamt of having a scoop, a story that would hit the London papers. That day his sights were lower. With all the fuss about the decline in educational standards, he had decided to write a feature on Cnothan School. The school was run on the lines of an old-fashioned village school. It taught all ages up to university level. Educational standards were high and discipline was strict. Teachers wore black academic gowns in the classroom and mortarboards on speech days. The headmaster, John Finch, was an ageing martinet, the type of headmaster of whom people approve after they have left school and do not have to endure being taught by such a rigid personality themselves. The headmaster had agreed to see him, but, true to his type, planned to keep Ian kicking his heels outside the headmaster's study for a full quarter of an hour. Ian was moodily wishing he could light up a cigarette. He was sitting on a hard bench with his back against the wall. But after 5 minutes of waiting, he was joined by a teenage girl. "Hello," said Ian cheerfully. "In trouble?" "Oh, no," said the girl. "I am one of the school prefects, and Mrs. Billings, the English teacher, has sent me along to report that 2 of the girls are misbehaving in class. I'll wait till you're finished." "Maybe you'd better go first," said Ian, feeling disappointed in this girl, whose Highland beauty had initially charmed him. There was something cold-bloodedly precise about her manner. "I'll be a while. I'm interviewing Mr. Finch for my newspaper." "Which newspaper is that?" Ian didn't have a newspaper, being a freelance. He only hoped one of them would take his education article. But he said, "The Scotsman," hoping to impress. "Oh, "That's why he's seeing you," said the girl sedately. "The Scotsman's a good paper. I didn't think he'd want to see a reporter, mind. I thought he would call it sensationalism." "What, education?" "No, the witchcraft story." Ian stiffened. "Oh, yes, that," he said casually, although it was the first he had heard of it, as he lived in Dornoch. "Bad business." "I don't approve of it myself," said the girl primly, "but there's no doubt in anyone's mind the Mannerings were asking for it." There came a commotion from the end of the corridor. Ian took out a small notebook, and as the girl turned her head away, he rapidly scribbled down Mannering. A harassed, middle-aged woman came along the corridor, dragging 2 weeping 6-year-olds. She saw the girl and said, "Gemma, was there ever such a business? These 2 brats were supposed to be off school with the flu. Now they say they were playing up on the moors, and there's a skeleton in the middle of that ring of standing stones." She knocked sharply on the door of the headmaster's study, and without waiting for a reply, she went in, dragging the weeping children behind her. Ian pressed his ear against the panels of the door. "Here," cried the girl called Gemma. "You can't do that. I'll tell on you." "Go tell," snarled Ian over his shoulder, and then he listened hard. By the time Hamish Macbeth arrived at the ring of standing stones, there was already quite a large crowd gathered. His police Land Rover had been stopped by other cars and pedestrians, all crying to him about the skeleton up on the moors. The crowd parted to let him through. The skeleton lay in all its horrible whiteness under a bleak, windy sky. Hamish walked forward and knelt down by the skeleton. The whiteness of the bone depressed him. He had been hoping it would turn out to be another joke, that it would prove to be a skeleton used by medical students, but this one was too new. "I'm Dr. Brewery," said a red-haired man, coming up to join him. "Is this a joke?" "I hope so," said Hamish, "but I don't think so. What do you make of it?" The doctor knelt down beside him and took out a strong magnifying glass. "I've no doubt the pathologist will tell us soon enough, but I'm baffled." He raised the skull gently and lay down with his head on the ground and peered at the back of it. "Aye," he murmured. "Whoever it was had his neck broken. It'll come away in your hands if you're not careful. And see here," he pointed to the left arm bone. "There's tiny scratches all over the bone." "Acid?" "No, definitely not acid." He sat back on his heels. "Mannering's missing, isn't he?" "Aye," said Hamish. "And Sandy Carmichael." "Teeth. What about teeth?" The doctor peered at the skull. "None at all," he said gloomily. "Can't be Carmichael. I happen to know he had his own teeth. I don't know about Mannering. He never consulted me. Went to some doctor in Edinburgh." Hamish glanced round anxiously at the swelling crowd. "I'll need help," he said urgently. "While I phone, you pick out the most reliable from the crowd and get them to find ropes and ground sheets. I want the whole place roped off and ground sheets over as much of the area surrounded by the stones as you can manage." When Hamish returned after using the car phone in the Land Rover, the doctor and his helpers were busy spreading tarpaulins over the turf. Hamish's heart was beating hard. After that business on Clachan Moor, he had hoped never to be the butt of a practical joke again, but he found he was praying that this would turn out to be one. But the sky was dark and windy, and his Highland soul felt menace in the very air. He took out his notebook and began to make rapid shorthand notes. Then he was approached by a group of men and women, reporters from the Northern Times, Highland Times, Moray Firth Radio, and the Ross-shire Journal, all clamouring to know about witchcraft in Cnothan. His heart sank. It was like a bad dream. He knew that the Glasgow and Edinburgh newspapers would soon follow, then the television teams, then the London newspaper and television reporters. But worst of all, once more he would be working for Detective Chief Inspector Blair of Strathbane. Ian Gibb had found his scoop at last. Chapter 5. What makes life dreary is the want of motive. George Eliot. The circus came to town, all of it. The television crews with cables twisting like black snakes, the reporters, the feature writers, the photographers, the forensic team, squads of policemen to search for clues, and the fat, pompous figure of Chief Detective Inspector Blair among the lot. Blair was determined to solve this case all on his own, without his thunder being stolen by that lanky village idiot, Hamish Macbeth, and so he told Hamish to run along and keep the gentlemen of the press in order. Hamish derived much bitter amusement from the spectacle of the press trying to winkle a comment out of the taciturn locals. It was Dermot Sinclair, of all people, who broke the ice. Driven out of Cnothan in the search of a friendlier interviewee, Grampian Television had come across Dermot in his fields. Since he had started to talk to Hamish Macbeth, there was no stopping Dermot. He talked and talked. He told fantastic Highland stories of witchcraft in Cnothan. He even said he believed there was a coven of witches in the town. Dermot burst upon the 6 o'clock news and caused emerald green jealousy in Cnothan. By evening, the press were almost besieged by locals dying to be interviewed. Hamish felt restless. Blair and his sidekicks, detectives Jimmy Anderson and Harry McNabb, were cluttering up the police station, and one of the forensic team had commandeered the Land Rover. Hamish put Towser on the leash and ambled down to the Clachan. He felt if he could find the whereabouts of Sandy Carmichael, he might find the whereabouts of William Mannering and the identity of the skeleton. Mrs. Mannering had tearfully confirmed her husband had false teeth, but it was hard to think of the means by which Mannering could have been reduced to bare bones so quickly. It was pitch black, although it was only 4 in the afternoon, and the endless screaming wind of Sutherland was tearing at his clothes. The bar was closed, but he could see a light inside and hammered on the door. After a wait of a few minutes, it was opened by Hector Gunn. "Mere questions," he groaned when he saw Hamish. "If it isn't the press, it's the police." "Come in." Hamish went into the bar, which smelled of stale beer and strong disinfectant, with Towser at his heels. "I want to know what happened when Sandy Carmichael was in here on Saturday evening," said Hamish. "Nothing happened. He drank himself stupid, that's all." "The man is a known alcoholic. Didn't you think buying him drinks was a form of murder?" said Hamish. "Oh, I wouldn't say he was an alcoholic, just o'er fond of his dram." Hamish looked at Hector Gunn in silence. Was there any point in saying that a man who had the DTs with remarkable regularity was obviously not a social drinker? He decided it would be a waste of time. "Well," said Hamish, "let's put it another way. Who was the keenest to buy Sandy drinks?" "I wasn't watching, and I've got more to do with my time," said Hector huffily. "It was your job to be doing here, seeing that none of them tried to drive when they had more than enough. It was a noisy evening. Alistair Gunn, my cousin, was in, and Dougie MacDonald. Something Mannering had said to Alistair was fair making him mad, although he wouldn't say what it was. He wanted a crowd of them to debag Mannering and throw him in the loch. They were all as fierce as lions, and saying what they were going to do to Mannering, when in he walks and they all fall silent and become sheepish and shuffle their feet, and not a word is said to the man. John Sinclair and his wife Mary came in, and Mannering joined them, although they didn't want him to. Then that reporter, Ian Gibb, him from Dornoch, he was in, noisy and drunk, and Mannering leaves the Sinclairs and says something to him, and Gibb tries to punch him, but falls on the floor. Then they 2 crofters, Alec Birrell and David MacDonald, start shouting at Mannering that he's stealing good croft land from the crofters, and Mannering tells him to get stuffed. Then Harry Mackay puts his oar in, and Mrs. Mannering bought those houses and left them empty out of spite. And Mannering says Mackay couldn't get a fuck in a brothel. He was that weak. Mackay walks off in a temper. I had a lot of customers to serve, but I was just about to go round the bar and stop the noise when Mannering left, and everything quietened down after that, and they were all laughing at Sandy, who was standing on his chair and trying to do an impersonation of Frank Sinatra. I asked him for his car keys, but he said he didn't have his Land Rover with him. Hamish asked a few more questions, and then went off into the blackness of late afternoon. He decided to go out to the Cnothan Game and Fish Company to see if Jamie had heard any news of Sandy. He let Towser off the leash as soon as he was clear of the town traffic, and then he ambled along, whistling in a kind of dreary way. Towser plunged into the fields on either side of the road, looking for rabbits. Hamish kept calling him back, shining his powerful torch across the fields. It was just when Towser had been gone some time, and Hamish was wondering whether the dog had been caught in a rabbit trap, that he at last saw Towser loping back towards the road, his eyes gleaming in the long beam thrown by the torch. "It's no use grinning at me like that," grumbled Hamish. "I've had enough. Back on the leash you go." And then Towser's absurd grin slipped and fell to the grass. Wondering, Hamish bent down and shone his torch on a set of false teeth. He took out a clean handkerchief and picked them up. "Where did you get this, boy?" he whispered. "Over there. Come on, show me." Towser obediently trotted off, stopping and turning every few yards to make sure his master was following him. "Fetch!" called Hamish when Towser finally stopped and pawed the ground. Towser scoured around, bringing back everything he could find, from rusty tin cans to old shoes. Hamish turned and looked back. There was a car going along the road, not far away. As he watched, the car window opened, and something came hurtling out. He walked forward and looked. It was a crushed beer can. He stood in the darkness, shivering in the wind and thinking hard. He shone his torch on the false teeth. They were stained with nicotine. He wrapped them carefully in his handkerchief again and began to make his way back to the road. He put Towser back on the leash and headed on towards the Game and Fish Company. As he reached the yard, Jamie cruised in his white Mercedes with his wife. The floodlights in the yard were switched on, and so Hamish was able to view Jamie's wife clearly. She was a tall, slim Highland beauty with masses of jet-black hair, a creamy skin, and a luscious mouth. She was wearing a mink coat, open, over a white shirt blouse, and jeans and black leather boots with very high stiletto heels. Jamie introduced her and then said, "We'll be in the office, Helen, if you want me." His wife smiled vaguely and then swayed off in the direction of the house. "Oh, what can I do for you?" asked Jamie. "Found Sandy?" "No," said Hamish. "I was hoping you would have had some news." Jamie led the way into the office. "That's a funny-looking police dog," he said, looking at Towser. "Aye," said Hamish, not wanting to explain that Towser was a pet and not a trained bloodhound. He often felt half ashamed of his affection for the animal. "It's a funny business, this," said Jamie. "The skeleton, I mean. It can't be Sandy or Mannering. No acid, they say. Maybe the flesh was boiled off." "The bones were too hard," said Hamish vaguely. "Let me see that lobster shed again, Jamie. I'd like to see if I can find any clue as to who left the whiskey there. I was called out to the Anglers' Rest on Saturday evening, and it turned out to be a hoax. It's all connected. I tried to tell Blair, but he wouldn't listen." "That man never listens to anyone," said Jamie. "Come on, and I'll show you the shed again." Hamish looked down into the centre lobster tank. It was empty and the water was still. "Be getting another load in soon," said Jamie, "but the weather's terrible bad." Taking out his torch, Hamish switched it on and began to search in the dark corners. "Look here, Hamish," said Jamie crossly. "I didn't like Mannering, but if you think I bumped him off and fed him to the lobsters—" He broke off. Hamish straightened up and turned and looked at Jamie, his hazel eyes blank. "Aye, just so," he said, and then he continued searching again. Jamie waited and fidgeted, and then burst out with, "I've got more to do than stand here on a cold night watching you playing yourself, Hamish. I'm going to join the wife. Shut the shed door after when you've finished." Hamish grunted. He was down on his hands and knees on the floor, the top of his peaked cap just visible over the concrete edge of the tank. Jamie snorted with disgust and went off. Hamish crawled around the tank, examining the edges and the floor, inch by inch. Towser kept leaping on him, thinking it was some sort of game, and Hamish kept having to push the dog away. On the far side of the tank, away from the door, there was a thin crack in the concrete side. In the crack was a limp, damp strand of red wool. Hamish fished in his pockets until he found a pair of tweezers. He carefully extracted the strand of wool and held it up to the light. Then he sat down suddenly on the floor, with his back to the tank, his mind racing. He thought about the skeleton, about the newness of it, about the scratches and scores on the bone. He carefully tucked the strand away in a clean envelope. He got to his feet, noticing as he did so in a detached kind of way that his knees were trembling. He made his way out and over to Jamie's house, a long, low bungalow that made up the south side of the square yard, the 3 sheds with the office alongside one of the sheds, making up the other 3 sides. He rang the bell. The strains of Loch Lomond chimed out into the night. Jamie answered the door. "Just away, are you, Hamish?" Hamish shook his head sadly. "No, I have to talk to you." "Well, come in, but leave that dog in the kitchen. The wife won't thank you for muddy paws on our carpets." He led the way through the kitchen and into the living room. Kitchen or back doors are always used in the Highlands. The front door is used only for carrying out the coffin at funerals and for New Year's Eve parties. The sitting room was brilliantly lit by a chandelier on the low ceiling. It had been made for a much bigger room with a much higher ceiling, and Hamish ducked his head under it as he went to sit down on the edge of a white leather sofa. Helen Ross smiled at him vaguely and went back to turning the pages of a copy of Vogue. The carpet was white too, Hamish noticed. Despite his distress, he found himself wondering how old Helen Ross was. With a grown-up son, she was in her late 30s at the least, but she seemed peculiarly ageless. "No, what's the trouble, man?" said Jamie, sitting down on a white leather armchair opposite Hamish. "Where are all those lobsters that you had at the weekend?" asked Hamish. Jamie looked surprised. "Let me see. The lads had just packed the trucks and were ready to drive off when I came back on Sunday night. I got the last train, 5 o'clock from Inverness, which got in about 8:30. "Didn't you take the car?" "No, I don't like to drive all that way in winter. I left it at Cnothan station." "And the lobsters will be sold by now?" "Sold, cooked and eaten. They were in the market in Billingsgate first thing this morning." "But there'll be some in the shops?" asked Hamish with a note of desperation in his voice. "I doubt it. Restaurants, big hotels, even the House of Commons, maybe Harrods will have some, of course." Hamish put his head in his hands and groaned. Jamie looked at him in silence, and then he said slowly, "Are you trying to say that that skeleton was because of my lobsters?" "It looks like that, Jamie." Jamie went white to the lips. "It can't be. No, I won't believe it. You know they lobsters could clean a corpse of flesh, and they'd have had the bones too, if the skeleton hadn't been fished out." "Hamish," said Jamie, "this is a matter of life and death." Helen Ross gave a delicate yawn and rustled the pages of the magazine. "It's a case of murder," said Hamish Macbeth. "But this could ruin me. It will ruin me," cried Jamie.
Don't you see? Those lobsters will be eaten by all the top people in London, and it'll be in the papers that Jamie Ross turned them all into cannibals. Hush it up, man. How much?
Jamie, you're no dreaming of bribing me, exclaimed Hamish.
Not you in particular. The police, they always want funds for something.
It won't do, said Hamish mournfully. Jamie raised his fists.
That bastard Mannering. I don't think it was murder at all. I think the bastard was poking about and fell in the tank and struck his head or something. Maybe he committed suicide to spite me.
We don't know yet that it was Mannering, said Hamish.
Who else would cause such trouble?
Said Jamie. Hamish rose to his feet and looked down at Jamie sadly. I have to ask you to seal off that shed and not to use it until it's had a thorough going over.
I'm ruined,
whispered Jamie.
Ruined.
His wife rose to her feet in one elegant, fluid movement. She went to a drinks trolley in the corner, poured a stiff whiskey, and then handed the glass to her husband. Then she sat down again and picked up a gold cigarette case from a side table. She took out a cigarette and lit it with a solid gold lighter. Then she looked at her husband. "You'll be as famous as Sweeney Todd," she said in a soft Highland voice. "Just think of that." And then she laughed. Hamish trudged back into Cnothan, with Towser at his heels. He should have used Jamie's phone and summoned the police immediately, but he wanted to think. He would like to do something to save Jamie's business, but Jamie might be a murderer. His thoughts went round and always came back to focus on Priscilla Halberton Smythe. He had heard about addicts trying to give up drink or drugs, who managed well for a bit, and then some piece of worry or distress would set up the old craving again. And so Hamish Macbeth craved Priscilla. At that very moment, Priscilla was thinking about Hamish instead of paying attention to her date. She had been startled to see and hear the story of witchcraft in Cnothan on the 6 o'clock news. There had been a brief shot of a group of policemen and detectives, and there, on the edge of the group, had stood Hamish Macbeth. He looked lost, ill at ease, and a bit silly. I hope Blair isn't giving him a hard time, thought Priscilla. The restaurant she was in was crowded. It was society's latest find. Priscilla did not like it one bit. It was full of hooray Henrys and their Henriettas, all being familiar with the waiters, which had resulted in the Italian waiters being noisy and insolent, rather in the way that top hairdressers are encouraged to be insolent by that masochistic streak in the English upper class. Priscilla was helping a girlfriend to run a hat shop in the King's Road in Chelsea. The girlfriend, Sarah Patterson, was convinced that hats were about to make a comeback. Priscilla had promised Sarah to help her out for 6 months. Now she was wishing she had never made such a promise. The shop was usually full of people giggling and trying on hats, but very few bought any, and some days their only sales seemed to be made to transvestites whose idea of fashion had stayed frozen in the 50s. I would be better off in Lochdubh minding Hamish's sheep for him, Priscilla's thoughts ran on. I wonder who he got to look after things. I'm surprised Blair allowed him near Cnothan. Maybe he was only there for the day. She had a sudden yearning to be in Hamish's cluttered kitchen, to sit and gossip about local things, while Towser snored at their feet and the wind howled down the loch. She realized her dinner date. Jeremy Tring-Gillingham was speaking to her. "You made a great mistake in not having the lobster, Priscilla," said Jeremy. "Mario tells me he goes down to Billingsgate first thing to buy everything fresh. The taste is exquisite." Said Priscilla. "Have you been following that story, Jeremy? The one on the news this evening, about witchcraft in Sutherland?" "Oh, that," mumbled Jeremy, swallowing more lobster. "Sounds great, but you'll find it was probably some medical students playing about." Blair and Hamish were closeted in the police station annex. Hamish had insisted they be alone. The pair of false teeth and the little strand of scarlet wool lay on the desk between them.
"So,"
said Blair savagely, when Hamish had finished,
"instead of picking up the phone, you great gook, you takes your doggy for a walk back here to tell me. Just keep out of it while I take McNabb and Anderson down there and arrest Ross."
"He wasn't there at the time, or as far as we know," said Hamish. "He was at his son's wedding in Inverness. Mind you, we'll need to make sure he was there the whole time. He's got a powerful car. He may not have left it in the station car park like he said. You'll look damned silly if you arrest him and then have to let him off, and a man like Jamie Ross would have you in court for causing him undue distress and everything else he could throw at you. And there's one big thing you'd better think of before you tell anyone of this."
"What's that, Sherlock?"
demanded Blair sarcastically. "Jamie Ross's lobsters go to all the top places in London, and even to the House of Commons dining room. Think about it. Prime Minister a cannibal. Can't you see the headlines? The scandal will be terrible, and someone's head is going to have to roll for letting those lobsters go off to London. Oh, I know, there wasn't time to stop them, but the big ones will want a sacrifice, and they're not going to take their temper out on a mere village copper. So that leaves you." Blair, who had half risen to his feet, sank back in his chair.
"Get out of here,"
he snarled,
"and keep your mouth shut."
He picked up the phone and began to dial an Inverness number. Hamish strolled over to Jenny's cottage and knocked on the door. "Come in," she said, answering it promptly. "Have you eaten?" "No. I've been ordered out the police station by Blair." "Horrible man," said Jenny. "I can feed you and Towser. How's the investigation going?" "Something pretty terrible's come up," said Hamish. "It looks as if that skeleton was Mannering's after all." "But it can't be," said Jenny. "How?" "I can't tell you," said Hamish. "It's all very puzzling. Are you all right?" he added sharply, for Jenny was very white. "I'm fine, fine." She sat down and looked at her hands. "Your sister's death must still be troubling you sore," said Hamish sympathetically. "I hated her," said Jenny fiercely. Embarrassed and not quite knowing how to react, Hamish began to speak aloud about the crime. "It's the lack of motive that puzzles me," he said, half to himself. "A lot of people hated Mannering, but only enough to perpetrate some piece of spite. I wonder whether it was a practical joke that went wrong." Jenny got to her feet and took 2 steaks out of the refrigerator. Towser placed a large yellow paw with ludicrous familiarity on her bottom. She shrugged and took out another steak and went to a small microwave oven in the corner. "How does your dog like his steak done?" she asked over her shoulder. "Well done," said Hamish, absent-mindedly. "And the same for me," he returned to musing aloud. "Yes, when you look at it first, there seem to be a lot of suspects, but not one of them the killer type. There just isn't a strong enough motive. Not for this kind of killing. Not for all the wicked cruelty of it. Someone must have had nerves of steel to kill the man and then—" He broke off. "The lobsters must stay secret." "That's enough about murder," Hamish said. "Have you been painting, Jenny?" "No, I haven't been in the mood. Any news of Sandy?" "Not a word as far as I know. But then I'm being kept out of the investigation. Most of my day was taken up listening to residents' complaints about the press." "You've worked with Blair before, haven't you?" "There were those 2 murders over in Lochdubh." "You're a sort of vulture, Hamish Macbeth. Murder follows you around wherever you go." "Don't say that," Hamish shuddered. "I suppose it will have been on the national news." "Bound to be," said Jenny. "Nothing else is happening, although The networks don't seem to have caught on to the fact that the great British public has really no interest in foreign news whatsoever. They probably gave it 2 minutes after a long speech from Reagan, a longer one from Gorbachev, and practically a whole 15 minutes on the riots in Paris. So people in London would see it, said Hamish. Had she seen it? And would it prompt her to return? So who's in London that you want to remind of your existence? Said Jenny, her slate-coloured eyes suddenly shrewd. Hamish blushed and looked away. My cousin Rory, he's a reporter. On Fleet Street? I don't think there's a reporter left in Fleet Street, said Hamish. Rory has moved to Dockland like everyone else. I was hoping he would be up. I would have phoned him, but Blair's crouched over the police phone like a great toad. Go and use mine, said Jenny, tossing salad in a bowl. You'll find it through in the living room. The living room was actually the gallery. There were easy chairs and a coffee table. Jenny hardly ever used it herself, except when working or entertaining prospective customers. There was a painting, a view of Clachan Moor on an easel. Hamish recognised that odd cliff which he had climbed when Alistair and Dougie had played that trick on him. That he recognised it did not surprise him. All Jenny's paintings were representational, but it was the power in the picture, the black and boiling sky above the sinister cliff, the stark trees and bleak landscape beyond. He lightly touched the paint with his finger, wet, and yet she'd said she had not been painting, and she had never painted with such power and ferocity before. He phoned his cousin on the Daily Recorder, marvelling not for the first time how long it took the newspaper's switchboard to answer the call. He was told that Rory was in Paris, covering the riots. "Is that a fact?" said Hamish, cosily. He was addicted to gossipy long-distance calls. "And why is it your Paris office isn't covering it?" "The Paris office was closed down last year," said the reporter at the other end. "Who is calling?" "This is Police Constable Macbeth, Rory's cousin." "Oh, you're the one in the Highlands. Hold on a minute till I switch on the recorder. I'd better have a word with you about this witchcraft murder." "I can't say anything. Phone Chief Detective Inspector Blair at Cnothan 252, said Hamish, and dropped the receiver. "Your steak's ready," said Jenny, when he returned to the kitchen. "What do I do about Towser? Does he like a knife and fork?" "I spoil him," said Hamish awkwardly. "Put his steak beside me and I'll cut it up for him." "I haven't any wine," said Jenny apologetically. "I have a bottle in the station," said Hamish. "I'll be back in a minute, if I can get it without Blair seeing me." He ran out and across the road, keeping to the grass at the side of the short driveway so that his boots would not crunch on the gravel. He peered into the lounge. Blair, McNabb and Anderson were sitting there, talking earnestly, their feet up on the glass table. Hamish crept into the kitchen and opened the cupboard where he had put the bottle of wine. He was just about to escape when he heard Blair's voice approaching. He jumped into the broom cupboard and closed the door behind him. He could hear the noise of the fridge door being opened, and then a hiss as Blair opened a can of beer. "My beer," thought Hamish furiously. "While we sort this thing out and wait for instructions from Inverness," Blair shouted through to his sidekicks, "we'll send Macbeth down to Mrs. Mannering with 8 teeth. "Where is he?" Anderson's voice came faintly. "Bonking that artist over the road." Blair's voice faded as he went back into the lounge and closed the door. Hamish got out of the cupboard and out of the kitchen as fast as he could. He was determined his evening with Jenny Lovelace was not going to be spoiled. He ran into Jenny's living room and seized the phone and dialed the police station number. After a few moments, Detective Jimmy Anderson answered it. "Murder!" screamed Hamish, in a high, falsetto voice. "Sandy Carmichael is attacking me with the meat cleaver! Murder! Oh, help! This is Jeannie at the Angler's Rest!" He put down the phone and went to the window. Blair, Anderson and McNabb rushed out and climbed into the Land Rover and shot off with the siren blaring. Hamish grinned. If they thought they had got their man, they would not want Hamish Macbeth there to share in any part of the glory. "What's all the commotion?" asked Jenny when he entered the kitchen. "Your steak's getting cold." "I don't know," said Hamish innocently. "Here's the wine." They had a companionable meal. Hamish washed the dishes, and then politely took Jenny's hand to thank her for the meal and say good night. He didn't know quite how it happened, but the next moment she was pressed against him, and a moment after that he was kissing her passionately. Towser watched in amazement as the trail of clothes up the stairs to Jenny's bedroom lengthened. A pair of regulation police trousers sailed down from the top and landed on Towser's nose. He snuffled at them dismally and then curled up on the trousers and went to sleep. At midnight, Blair knocked furiously on the door. Towser raised his head and sniffed the air, and then lowered it onto Hamish's trousers and went back to sleep. He knew Blair as well as his master did. Chapter 6. Jenny kissed me when we met, jumping from the chair she sat in. "Time, you thief, who love to get sweets into your list. Put that in. Say I'm weary, say I'm sad. Say that health and wealth have missed me. Say I'm growing old, but add, Jenny kissed me." James Henry Leigh Hunt. Hamish awoke at dawn the next morning, dazed, bewildered, and happy. He would have liked to cuddle up to Jenny and spend a lazy morning in bed, but he did not want her to become the butt of Blair's coarse remarks, and so he dressed quickly, picking up items of clothing from the stairs, and finally rescuing his trousers from under Towser. He made his way quietly over to the police station, and was just emerging innocently from his own bedroom when Blair came looking for him. "Where was you last night?" howled Blair. "Getting your leg over that artist, bint." "I was out looking for clues," said Hamish. "Miss Lovelace is a highly respectable lady. I am furthermore quite prepared to put my job on the line if you make any more filthy remarks about her by sinking my fist right into your mouth." Blair backed before the fury in Hamish's eyes. "Canna you take a joke?" he said. "Me and the others are off to stay at the Anstey Hotel down the road. The bigwigs are coming up from Inverness and Edinburgh to see what we can do about keeping the lobster quiet. In the meantime, you take those false teeth down to Mrs. Mannering and let's hear what she says." Blair walked into the lounge as he talked. Hamish looked around the room in dismay. The ashtrays were overflowing, and there were greasy fish and chip papers on the coffee table. "And what am I supposed to do about this mess?" asked Hamish. "Oh, get a woman in to clean the place, and put the bill through your expenses as something else." Furious as he was at the state of the place, Hamish was only too glad to get rid of Blair and his detectives. It meant he would have the phone to himself again. He got into the police Land Rover and drove off before Blair could commandeer it. It would be just like Blair to expect him to walk the miles to Mrs. Mannering's. And before he even reached Mrs. Mannering, he had to quieten his conscience by looking for Sandy Carmichael. The moors were covered with searching policemen, but there might be something he, Hamish Macbeth, could find that they could not. He could not in his heart believe Sandy responsible for the murder. He called at Sandy's cottage after scouring the highways and byways, only to retreat quickly as Blair's furious face appeared at the window. On his way to Mrs. Mannering, Hamish dropped in to see Dermot Sinclair. He nearly didn't recognize him, for Dermot had shaved off his long beard. "Why the new image?" asked Hamish. "Doing it for your public?" "Aye. Did you see me on the television?" said Dermot. "Grand that was. John took a video of it and showed it to me, and I thought I looked that old. For I'm off to Inverness soon to buy wee Sean a present for his birthday." Sean was Dermot's grandson. "Have you any idea what I should get?" "How old is he?"
8.
"Well," said Hamish, I would just buy the bairn something you would like to play with yourself." He then drove on to the Mannering bungalow. Mrs. Mannering was packing clothes, boxes and boxes of them. There were no men's clothes among the piles lying ready for packing, but Hamish recognized the blue and white sailor dress. She was obviously getting rid of all the clothes her husband had chosen for her. Mrs. Mannering believed her husband was dead. "What can I do for you, officer?" she asked, as she competently went on with her packing, a cigarette drooping from her lips. "Can you identify these? Don't touch them." Hamish took out the false teeth, enclosed in a polythene bag. She went very still. She took the cigarette from her mouth and tossed it into the fire. "They're William's," she said flatly. "He had them specially made, complete with nicotine stains, so they would not look too white and too false." She sat down, her baggy tweed skirt rucked up, displaying large areas of muscled thigh. "I'll take a statement from you," said Hamish gently, "and then maybe you could call by later in the day at the police station and sign it." She nodded. "Where did you find them?" "My dog found them in that patch of scrub at the turn of the road outside Cnothan, as you go out toward Cnothan Game." "I knew he was dead," she said, dully. "I felt it. He wouldn't have left me alone this long. He liked tormenting me too much. Poor William." "Mrs. Mannering, if that skeleton is your husband's, have you any idea what might have happened to him?" "No. I don't like to think about it. It can't be his. I don't think it's anything to do with him. It was put there for a bad joke." Hamish looked at her curiously. She seemed quite calm, but shock affected people in strange ways. "Would it upset you to talk to me about him?" he asked gently. "Tell me about his army career. He said he had something to do with MI5? "Told you that one, did he?" Mrs. Mannering lit another cigarette. "He liked to play the retired army man, part of his act. He was a captain when he did his national service. He was never a career officer. He just got drafted along with everyone else." "And how did he make his money?" She gave a horrible kind of laugh. "He married me," she said. "I was living in Maidstone in Kent with my mother, who was on her last legs. No man had ever proposed to me or looked at me, and then William came along." Her eyes grew dreamy. "He was selling cars. Mother used to make nasty jokes about car salesmen and said he was only after my money. I didn't believe her. He had very great charm, but I should have seen through him then. I told him Mother held the purse strings, and after that I didn't see him for a week. At the end of that week, Mother died of a heart attack. The death was published in the local paper, and William came back again, just in time for the funeral. He was very supportive. He said he had inherited an estate in Scotland. We would be married and go and live there. Mother left me the house in Maidstone and quite a bit of money. I was tired. I was old-fashioned. I had been led to believe that women did not have heads for business. William said if I transferred everything to him, he would arrange for the sale of the house and take care of everything." "That was very trusting of you," said Hamish awkwardly. She went on as if he had not spoken. "So I did, and we got married and came up here to live. I know a lot of incomers don't like Cnothan, but I loved it, and I still do. The women were so pleasant and gentle and friendly, old-fashioned, just like me. But William changed. I forgave him for lying, you know. This place is hardly an estate. He started nagging me from morning till night. He hated this place, and he began to enjoy people hating him. It made him feel important. I couldn't walk out.
He had control of the money. You've heard of the Duke of Sutherland, the one in the last century, who was responsible for the Highland clearances, the one who had his factors drive the crofters out of their houses so he could turn the whole of the north into a sheep ranch. Of course, said Hamish. Well, you know how they still hate the Duke in Sutherland. He had that statue of himself erected above Golspie, and his memory is still so hated that people can't bear to look at it. That tickled William. He liked going for long walks. He would often walk to the top of Clachan Moor. He used to say that one day he would get a statue of himself put up there. And what is his family background? Surprisingly good. Went to Marlborough, then New College, although he left after only 2 years without getting his degree. Went to work for a family friend in the city as a stockbroker after he did his national service. After that, I don't know. He was always vague about it. But something happened. His family didn't come to the wedding. He has 2 sisters and a brother living. They won't have anything to do with him. Have you their addresses? Mrs. Mannering went over to a desk and fished out an address book. She copied out 3 addresses on a slip of paper and handed it to Hamish. "Can you put those bloody teeth away?" she said, sharply. Hamish put the polythene bag back in his pocket. "You will inherit his money if he is dead, will you not?" asked Hamish. "I'll get my own money back, if that's what you mean," said Mrs. Mannering, dryly. "No, about those houses and crofts he bought," said Hamish. "What did he plan to do with them?" "If you ask me, he planned to go on using the land for his sheep, and let the houses rot. I pointed out time and again that he could sell the houses and keep the croft land, but he enjoyed the locals' fury. They hated him for letting 2 good houses stand there decaying. Somehow he had led them to believe he hadn't much money. He worked hard in the beginning at getting everyone to like him. He wasn't a complete stranger. He had been up on visits before. This aunt was the only member of the family who still liked him, and so they accepted him as a crofter without question. Now, Mrs. Mannering, it takes a very strong motive to kill a man. That is, if your husband has been killed. Have you any idea who might have done it?" "It could have been pretty much anybody," she said. "I can't help you there." Hamish asked several more questions, got the address in Edinburgh of the dentist who had supplied the false teeth, and then took his leave. Mrs. Mannering shook hands with him, waved goodbye, and as soon as the police Land Rover was out of sight, she sank down in a chair, holding her large body in her arms to stop the uncontrollable shaking. As Hamish drove up to the Cnothan Game and Fish Company, he was stopped a few yards before he reached it by a police barrier, behind which swarms of press were being held at bay. The barrier was raised to let him through. He saw the yard was full of plain-clothes officers. Blair and several high-ranking policemen were watching the operations. Blair saw Hamish approaching and went to meet him as Hamish's lanky figure descended from the Land Rover. Hamish grinned. Blair was determined that Hamish Macbeth should not meet any of the top brass. "Did she recognise the teeth?" demanded Blair. "Aye," said Hamish. "Their Mannering's all right." "How's the big hush-up going?" "It's going just fine. Nobody's going to talk, least of all Jamie Ross." Hamish pushed back his cap and scratched his head thoughtfully. "Have you thought what's going to happen when you get your man, or woman, and he or she appears in the dock? What about the evidence? There'll be an even bigger scandal in the press if they find out you've been suppressing vital evidence." Blair went scarlet. His mind hadn't worked as far in advance as that. "Don't you worry, sonny," he growled. "Leave important matters like that to the high-ups. Now, get back to that station and type up Mrs. Mannering's statement." But instead of going to the station, Hamish drove back to Sandy's cottage.
There was a strange policeman on duty. He shrugged when Hamish said he wanted to look around and said, "Help yourself." Hamish pushed open the door and went in. Nothing, he reflected sadly, is more bleak than the home of a drunk. Unwashed dishes were piled high in the greasy sink. The wood-burning stove was black with old grease. The floor was covered with food and drink stains. The bedroom smelled appallingly. He poked about, through closets, through piles of romances, through hidden stacks of empty bottles, but there was no clue to where Sandy could have gone. There were no personal papers, no clue to relatives, unless Blair had taken them away. He went out past the policeman and round to the back. The garden was a tip of old rubbish, old tyres, broken cups, more empty bottles, a shattered hen coop, and a large oil drum with holes bored in the side for burning refuse. Hamish tipped up the oil drum and looked inside. It was empty, but no doubt Forensic had taken away the contents to examine them. He was about to turn away when he noticed a blacker patch on the earth at his feet. He bent down and poked a finger into the soil. The ground was soft, as if it had recently been turned over and raked. He stood up and pushed his cap on the back of his head and thought hard. If Sandy had burnt something in the garden recently, something so important that he had taken the ashes away and raked the ground, it followed that Sandy Carmichael could be the murderer. But Hamish still could not believe it. When he left the cottage, he went on to where Clachan Moor reared up against a milky blue sky. It had turned mild, and a soft wind brought hope of spring. He suddenly remembered how Jenny's lips had felt pressed against his own, and smiled. And yet, to Hamish's old-fashioned way of thinking, there was something slightly sad about bed before courtship. He might have fallen in love with her. Not that he was a prude or thought that Jenny's morals were lax in any way, but in affairs it was sometimes better to travel slowly than arrive too quickly. Instant gratification certainly knocked the spiritual side out of romance, no matter how much the modern mind tried to shout down the primitive emotions. He parked the Land Rover and walked around a track at the foot of the cliff that led to the easy way up at the back. He walked steadily up the twisting track. At the top, a magnificent stag raised its head and stared at him with sad, wary eyes, like a schoolmaster surveying a tormenting schoolboy. Then it dipped its antlers and began to move off with that characteristically odd, jerking start, which quickly changed into the supple speed of a full gallop. Hamish suddenly felt deliriously happy. The warm day, the stag, Jenny, the springy heather, Jenny, the sun on his neck, Jenny, all crowded together and skyrocketed in his brain. He did several cartwheels across the springy heather and then fell on his back, laughing helplessly. His sadness about sleeping with Jenny had gone. He felt sure he loved her. And then he longed for a cigarette. The Americans would call it the reward syndrome, he thought. Something good happens, and you deserve a treat. Surely the cleverest advertising slogan man ever created was, "Have some Cadbury's. You deserve it." He was clambering on his feet, reminding himself he was supposed to be looking for clues, when he saw a glimmer of white down under deep clumps of heather. He fished out 2 crumpled paper cups. He turned them round and round in his hands. There was a smear of lipstick on one. He looked closer. No, it was not a smear of lipstick. It was a smudged fingerprint. Paint. Oil paint. He sat down and put the cups carefully on the grass and looked at them. A cloud swept across the sun and he shivered. Paint. Jenny. Paint plus paper cup equals Jenny. But it could have been a schoolchild. There were traces of coffee in the bottom of the cup. Children these days did not drink tea or coffee. They drank Coke, or 7-Up, or Dr. Pepper, or a Scottish soda called Bar's Iron Brew, made from girders. He clutched his head. Time. Think about time. Jenny had been crying on, when was it? Sunday. Her sister had died. She had received a letter. Funny that. The police were usually informed. Wait a bit. Jenny could have been here with someone else. It need not have been Mannering. Oh, God. Let it not be Jenny. He searched further under the heather clumps and came up with a pipe. Mannering had smoked a pipe. He picked up the cups and put them in a bag along with the pipe and carried them down from Clachan Moor. He drove carefully back to the police station and then crossed the road to Jenny's cottage. He did not even have time to knock. She opened the door even as he was raising his hand to the knocker. Her black hair was endearingly tousled, and her lips were still slightly swollen from love-making. "Hamish!" she cried. And then the light slowly left her eyes as she looked up into his face. He silently held up the plastic bag containing the 2 crumpled cups and the pipe. "I found these up on Clachan Moor," he said. He brushed past her into the cottage. She followed him into the kitchen. "Where's Towser?" she asked with a laugh that sounded false. He sat down at the kitchen table and placed the bag with the cups in front of him. "No, Jenny," he said quietly. "For a start, let's see that letter from Canada, the one telling you about your sister's death." Jenny slid onto his knee and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Hamish," she said, "don't turn detective on me." "The letter, Jenny," said Hamish, his hazel eyes hard and bleak. He lifted her up like a child and placed her on a seat next to his own. "The letter," he demanded again. "I threw it away," said Jenny. "I can ask the postie if you got a letter from Canada, and if he says you didn't get one, that will prove you're lying. Don't make me do that." "Oh, all right," shouted Jenny. And then in a quieter, almost defeated tone of voice, she repeated, "All right." "Tell me about it," said Hamish gently. Jenny shrugged. "It's all so silly, really. There's nothing to tell. I was upset about my painting. I had doubts that I was any good, that I would ever be any good. I felt you wouldn't understand. No one would understand. And so I told that lie." "Were you Mannering's mistress?" asked Hamish brutally. "No, never. Damn you. You're like all men. The minute you've slept with them, they've damned you as a whore." "Wait a minute," said Hamish. He got to his feet and went through and looked at the oil painting of Clachan Moor that stood in the gallery. Jenny went for walks, he remembered. This painting shrieked rage and sorrow and menace, and yet none of Jenny's other paintings reflected anything at all. Powerful emotion had rocked her to the very foundations. "Okay," said Jenny's voice from behind him. "I went for walks with William Mannering. I saw a side of him that no one else saw. He was charming and kind." "Mrs. Mannering saw that side," said Hamish. "That was before he married her and got her to sign her money over to him." A dry sob answered him, and he turned round and looked compassionately at Jenny's bent head, and then back to the picture again. "He could never stop being the know-all, could he, Jenny?" said Hamish. He was flattered to have a pretty woman going along with him on his walks, but he had books on art appreciation on his shelves. He just had to tell you what he thought of your painting, and it was Canada and your husband all over again. You painted Clachan Moor right after that. You told me you had had a death in the family, because to you it was a bereavement. Another man you had admired and trusted had jumped all over your soul." Jenny slumped down on the floor and began to cry. "I'm sorry," said Hamish. "This is going to look to you like another betrayal. I have to tell Blair. I don't think you killed him, but I have to tell Blair. You can't keep anything in the Highlands quiet, and sooner or later someone is going to tell Blair you went for walks with Mannering." To Hamish's relief, Blair did not take the news about Jenny's friendship with Mannering very seriously. His prime suspect was Sandy Carmichael. He sent McNabb and Anderson up to the gallery to grill Jenny, and then leaned forward and said threateningly, "Carmichael is our man. Don't go digging up any mere suspects." "Meaning you want it to be Carmichael," said Hamish cynically. A drunk can be shut up before he gets to court and starts talking about lobsters easier than anyone else. But you'll always have a problem. The press are getting tired of the witchcraft angle. They want to know about that skeleton and whose it was.
Bugger the press, said Blair viciously. Why isn't there something to distract them? Why doesn't another Russian reactor blow? Why doesn't someone assassinate Maggie Thatcher?
If we could solve the witchcraft bit, they might begin to cool off, said Hamish thoughtfully. That's scaring her, Mrs. Mannering. I'm sure it wasn't connected with the murder.
Then go and see what you can find out, howled Blair.
Hamish was ambling down the main street in the direction of the manse, when a voice behind him said, "Psst!" He turned about and found himself looking down at Mrs. McNeil, she who had been so reluctant with directions when he first came to Cnothan.
"I know who murdered Mr. Mannering," she muttered.
"Tell me about it," said Hamish. She was carrying a heavy shopping bag.
"Look as if you've offered to carry this home for me," she hissed.
Hamish looked at her curiously. The woman's eyes were glittering with excitement. He took the bag from her, and she led the way to the bungalow called Green Pastures. The living room of the bungalow was gloomy and dark and over-furnished. Victorian furniture designed for larger, grander rooms stood about, looking as if it had been stored there before an auction. There were 2 black horsehair sofas, a Benares brass bowl full of dried pampas grass, an enormous glass case that held a moth-eaten golden eagle, a carved oak sideboard like an altar, and black leather horsehair-stuffed high-backed chairs.
"Now," said Mrs. McNeil, "take out your notebook, Constable."
Hamish dutifully produced pencil and notebook, and waited patiently.
"It was herself that did it," said Mrs. McNeil triumphantly.
"Mrs. Mannering?"
"Och, no, Mrs. Struthers."
"The minister's wife?" Hamish was tempted to put away his notebook. Why on earth would she do that?
"It was the microwave cooking class for the mothers' meeting," said Mrs. McNeil eagerly. "Herself was given the talk, and very proud of herself and puffed up with vanity she was too. Then Mr. Mannering came in, and he starts to criticise her, and then he takes over the lecture himself. We all just went away, but I crept back after he had left, for herself said we could try the cooking, and I saw no reason to waste money on my own dinner when I could eat some of the things she'd offered. She didn't see me, but I saw her. She was drinking sherry from the bottle like a harlot."
Hamish blinked.
"And then she mutters something about killing Mr. Mannering."
Hamish's pencil stopped gliding over the pages of his notebook. An idea struck him. "I'll just be off and have a word with Mrs. Struthers."
"You'll break the news gently to Mr. Struthers," said Mrs. McNeil eagerly. "He's a fine man, and he doesn't ken he's married to an evil woman."
"I won't be making any arrest yet," said Hamish stonily. "Thank you for the information."
"A fine policeman you are," said Mrs. McNeil waspishly. "Mr. McGregor would have had her in the handcuffs."
Hamish got to his feet. "If you can think of anything else, Mrs. McNeil, let me know," he said, and deaf to the complaints that followed him out of the house, he went on his way. Mrs. Struthers looked glad to see him. She fussed over him and gave him tea and scones. After they had exchanged some gossip, Hamish said, "I have just been hearing about your lecture on microwave cookery." The minister's wife turned red.
"That was the most awful evening of my life," she said. "I could have killed that man."
"But you didn't." Mrs. Struthers sighed.
"I hadn't even the courage to stand up to him. I just stood there like a humiliated rabbit."
Aye, well, to get back to the original crime, the witchcraft scare. I was hoping your husband could help.
What on earth could he do? That's him coming now.
Oh, I'll just have a wee word with him. That Sunday, Mr. Struthers preached the most fiery sermon of his life. He claimed the 3 women who had frightened Mrs. Mannering by pretending to be witches were as good as murderesses. They were murdering their own souls with malice and spite. With great relish, he outlined what would happen to them when they got to hell, and being jabbed by pitchforks was the least of what was waiting for them. He thundered and he blasted, and he called down the wrath of God on Cnothan. He compared Cnothan to Sodom and Gomorrah. Unless the guilty confessed, there was no hope for them, and no hope for Cnothan. Fire from heaven would consume them all. The church was crowded. As Mr. Struthers leaned over the pulpit, the congregation cringed back. When Hamish left the church, he was surprised to see the sharp, foxy features of Detective Jimmy Anderson peering at him from the church porch. "What are you doing here?" asked Hamish. He felt light-headed from a long night on the moors searching for Sandy. "Blair's idea," said Anderson gloomily. "Some woman called round at the hotel to make a statement that the minister's wife had done it. Blair tells me to go to church and clock the congregation. Seems Sandy Carmichael never missed a service. Blair didn't believe the woman's story, but he gets this mad idea that Carmichael might turn up. Any chance of a dram?" "I have some whiskey at the police station," said Hamish. "Lead on, Macduff," misquoted Anderson cheerfully. "I need a good belt to get rid of the taste of all that hellfire and damnation." When they were seated in the police station on either side of the desk, Anderson asked curiously, "I didn't know they still went in for sermons like that. No one's going to take it seriously, though." "You don't know Cnothan," said Hamish. "When approaching Cnothan, set your watch back 100 years. It's a time warp here. Preach a sermon like that anywhere else in Sutherland, Lairg or Dornoch or Golspie, and the minister would soon find the worthies of the town petitioning for his transfer. For goodness sakes, man, they still believe in fairies in this part of the world." "Talking about fairies, one of the local louts is going around saying you're one yourself." "And which lout would that be?" asked Hamish curiously. "A great big turnip head called Alistair Gunn. Said you stank a scent." "That was my aftershave," said Hamish stiffly. "Or rather, it's McGregor's, and if you don't stop sniggering, I'll take that glass away from you." Anderson changed tack. "We didn't get much out of that artist of yours, Jenny Lovelace. Sticks to her story. Said he insulted her art. Said she was crying. Said she thought she'd sound daft if she told you what it was about. So she said her sister had died. She doesn't have a sister." "It's odd," said Hamish. "Her ex-husband in Canada did the same thing, and she told me about that readily enough." "She's a grand painter," said Anderson. "My type of stuff. I can't fool they paintings all people with 2 eyes on the one side of their head. Think she did it?" "I don't know," said Hamish. "It takes a bit of strength and bottomless callousness to dump a full-grown man in a tank of lobsters." "He was dead at the time he hit the water," said Anderson. "The pathologist says as how someone struck him a blow on the back of the head, which near broke his neck, so Mannering could have fallen over into the pool, and the murderer could have run off and come back later to get rid of the skeleton. Anyway, we know it's Sandy Carmichael. He probably got a fit of the horrors and thought Mannering was a bunch of green snakes." He glanced up at the window. "If I'm no mistaken, here comes the village lout. Leave you to it." Anderson scampered off just as Alistair Gunn came ambling in. "Who are you the-day?" said Alistair with a great turnip grin, and his eyes as hard as Scottish pebbles. "Sit down," said Hamish, eyeing him coldly. Alistair was wearing his usual hat, the leather one, peaked and shaped like an American baseball cap. He was wearing a game coat with rips in the sleeves, and his rubber boots exuded a strong smell of sheep dung. "No. What do you want?" demanded Hamish. "I've found your murderer for you," said Alistair. "That being?" "Harry Mackay, the estate agent." "And why would Harry Mackay want to kill William Mannering?" "Because Mannering was competing with him," said Alistair triumphantly. "Oh, aye. In what way?" Alistair hitched his chair forward. "Mannering bought the cottages and crofts, right? He got the land he crofted. He did it under false pretences. He doesn't belong here. I put in my objections to the Crofters' Commission when I learned what was going on, but they told me the time for objections was long past." "I checked up on those houses," said Hamish wearily. "One had a damaged roof, and the other had no bathroom and no electric light laid on. Mannering bought the one for £10,000 and the other for 8. Small beer to a man like Mackay, who sells castles." "You're all the same," said Alistair bitterly. "Mackay's a toff, and you willna touch the toffs. It's one law for the rich and one for the poor." Hamish fought down his temper. He had heard Alistair trapped and shot game for sport, unlike most Highlanders who only killed what they needed to eat. A brace of dead rabbits hung from his belt. He exuded a sort of peasant cruelty. "I'll look into it," said Hamish abruptly. "Well, I'm sitting here until I get you to take down a statement," said Alistair threateningly. Hamish looked at him thoughtfully, and then his thin face lit up in a charming smile. "Stay as long as you like, you handsome brute, you," he said softly. Alistair Gunn stood up so quickly that the chair went flying. "Oh, don't go," cried Hamish. "We have lots to talk about." The only answer was the slamming of the police station door. Hamish leaned back in his chair and clasped his hands behind his head and fought down the desire to go and see Jenny. Any attraction she'd held for him had surely died when she had confessed to liking Mannering and to having lied about her sister. He had an uneasy feeling he had been allowed to share her bed to keep him quiet. And yet he wanted her. He wanted her very badly. Then he wanted a cigarette. Then the longing for her hit him in a second wave, more powerful than the first. He was just convincing himself that it was all in the order of duty to ask her more questions when there was a commotion outside, and then the doorbell rang. Outside stood 3 couples, 3 schoolgirls, and the minister, Mr. Struthers. The minister herded the party into the police station as Hamish stood aside. "Behold the guilty!" cried Mr. Struthers, his pale eyes flashing with triumph. Hamish collected chairs from the kitchen and waited until everyone was seated. Then he took out his notebook. He looked at the 3 schoolgirls who were sitting with their heads hanging. "I guess I am looking at the Mannering witches," said Hamish. "Names?" Mr. Struthers acted as spokesman. The girls were all 14 years old. They were Alison Birrell, Desiree Watson, and Marlene MacDonald. Hamish pricked up his ears at the sound of the names Birrell and MacDonald. He interrupted Mr. Struthers. "Mr. Birrell and Mr. MacDonald, you are both crofters." Birrell was a tough little dwarf of a man, and MacDonald an enormous giant. Both nodded. Their wives were sitting holding hands and sobbing. "And Mr. Watson?" Jimmy Watson, a dapper little man in a blue serge suit, said, "Motor mechanic." Hamish looked at the minister. "I think it would be better, Mr. Struthers, if you took the parents through to the living room and left me to have a word in private with the girls." He saw the parents were about to protest and added quickly, "I will not be taking statements until you are present." Reluctantly, they shuffled out. "No," said Hamish, perching on the edge of his desk. "We'll just have a wee talk." The girls all looked remarkably alike. 2 had red hair and 1 black. but they had the same sullen, pinched, white faces and beaky noses. Bad diet, thought Hamish. Boil-in-bag meals and fish and chips. He selected the more composed-looking girl, Desiree Watson, and said, "You, Desiree, what on earth were you thinking of to scare poor Mrs. Mannering?" "We couldn't get rid of Mr. Mannering," sniffled Desiree. "So we thought we could frighten his missus into getting him to leave." "But why should you three girls take it upon yourselves to do this?" Alison Birrell spoke up. "Will we go to the bad fire, mister?" Hamish decided that if he reassured them on that point, he would not get another word out of them. "If you do not make a full confession," he said, "I shudder to think what will happen." The girls clutched each other and began to cry again. Hamish soothed them down. Haltingly, it all began to come out. They had heard their parents complaining and complaining about Mannering. Mannering had said that Mr. Watson, the motor mechanic, had overcharged him and had reported the garage to the Consumers' Council, so the girls had planned to take matters into their own hands. They had waited behind the churchyard wall until they heard Mrs. Mannering coming along. After half an hour of close questioning, Hamish called the minister and the parents back in and took statements from the girls. "Will they go to prison?" asked Alec Birrell. "Not if they cooperate," said Hamish, thinking quickly. "This witchcraft nonsense is stopping anyone from seeing the facts of the disappearance of William Mannering clearly." He saw the freelance reporter, Ian Gibb, passing along the street outside, and opened the door and called to him. "Come along, Scoop Gibb." Hamish grinned. "Another exclusive for you." Blair was sitting in the television lounge of the Anstey Hotel, drinking beer, when Hamish reported to him. "What?" roared Blair. "You daft pillock! Didn't you charge them with something?" "I did better than that," said Hamish. He told Blair of giving the freelance reporter the story. "Don't you see, man," said Hamish. "The sooner the press stop asking questions about witchcraft and that skeleton, the better. We're left with the skeleton, but at least this should take some of the heat off." "Damn waste of time," growled Blair. "I can't move without tripping over television cables. With Mrs. Mannering identifying these teeth, and once the dentist in Edinburgh confirms it, the funeral will be held, and that'll be more mayhem in the press." "Have you considered it's going to get out sooner or later?" said Hamish. "The lobsters, I mean." "It can't get out," said Blair. "If it gets out, I'll lose my job, and I'll make sure you lose yours too. Shut up. Here's the news." He crouched forward, his fat hands clasped and his head bent in a ludicrous attitude of prayer. The news started off with the headlines. A bomb had gone off in number 10 Downing Street. Intended to kill the Prime Minister, it had not succeeded, but had killed 2 members of the Cabinet, a policeman, 2 detectives, and a messenger. Hamish watched in a dazed way. The next headline was that the tail end of the American Hurricane Bertha had struck the Clyde estuary. Ships had gone down, people had been killed by flying slates, trees uprooted, and cars blown off bridges. "Oh, my God," breathed Blair. "Saved by the bell. Was ever a man so lucky?" Thoroughly sickened, Hamish walked out. The hotel was a buzz of activity, with reporters packing up and photographers paying bills. The air was full of the sound of cars revving up in the car park outside. Chapter 7. While Titian was grinding Rose Madder, his model was posed on a ladder. Her position to Titian suggested coition, so he dashed up the ladder and had her. Anonymous. Hamish was standing in the forecourt of the hotel, moodily watching the hectic departure of the press. Ian Gibb was running frantically from one to the other, crying, "You won't forget! You'll ask your editor!" Obviously he had been trying to wangle a job on some paper in the south.
Macbeth! Hamish swung around and looked at Blair, who had followed him out, his eyes quite blank. Hamish was reflecting he had never before disliked the Detective Chief Inspector quite so much as he did at that moment. "I want you to go down to Inverness tomorrow," said Blair, "and check out Jamie Ross's alibi. The wedding was held at the Glen Ab Hotel on Ness Bank." "But the Inverness police have already checked it out," said Hamish crossly. "There was a point at the wedding reception when no one can quite remember seeing him, but he didn't have his car, and he didn't take the train or bus." "Look, just do as you are told, laddie. He was missing for a bit. See if anyone in Inverness saw him, and don't argue, and leave the Land Rover. You can take the morning train." Hamish opened his mouth to protest, and then thought the better of it. He would be out of Cnothan and away from the town and its residents, and he might be able to think more clearly. He nodded and turned away and walked up the village street. Jimmy Anderson was waiting for him outside the police station. "Any more whiskey?" he asked hopefully. "Aye," said Hamish. "But I would like you to do something for me. Do it, and I'll get you a bottle of the best malt." "OK, what?" "There's a Xerox machine at the hotel. Run me off a copy of all the statements and bring them along with you." "That'll take me ages," grumbled Anderson. "Come on," said Hamish. "No statements, no whiskey." "I'll see," said Anderson sulkily. Hamish walked away, smiling. He knew Anderson would do almost anything for a free drink. He bought a bottle of whiskey and went back to the police station. Jenny was waiting for him outside. "Any chance of a cup of coffee?" she asked. She was wearing a dress, a soft, red, clinging wool one, which moulded her figure. Her legs were not good, being much too plump and thick at the ankle. Hamish's eye ran over her, looking for other physical imperfections to cool his rising lust, but the general effect Jenny presented was one of warmth and prettiness. As Hamish made the coffee, he told her about going to Inverness in the morning. "Why?" asked Jenny. "Surely that end has already been covered by the Inverness police." "I think Blair wants me out of the way," said Hamish. "He's anxious not to find the murderer." "Why on earth?" "Oh, he's an odd man," said Hamish, remembering in time that he must not tell anyone about the lobsters. "Can I come with you?" asked Jenny. "No." "No, meaning I am a suspect?" Hamish tried to think of a gracious lie and failed. "Yes," he said. "Do you think I did it?" "I can't say," said Hamish miserably. "I don't really know you." She stood on tiptoe and kissed the end of his nose. "I thought you knew me pretty well." Hamish blushed and backed away. "Oh, I see," said Jenny. "Not when you're on duty." "It's not that," said Hamish. "It's just I need to keep my mind clear." She edged her chair round the kitchen table until she was next to him. "So I do disturb you," she said. "It wasn't just a one-night stand." "Of course not," said Hamish uneasily. "I am not in the habit of... I don't... Don't what?" she giggled. "You're blushing like a schoolgirl, Hamish." She stood up and went behind him and put her arms around his neck. He turned his head sharply around and pressed it into the softness of her breasts. It was like being drunk, thought Hamish groggily, an hour later. They had been in the kitchen, and next they were in his bedroom, without their clothes on, and he couldn't even remember having removed one stitch. "You're a bad man, Hamish Macbeth," he said aloud. Jenny let out a gentle snore. "A bad man," repeated Hamish. "Are you going to ask her to marry you? You should ask her to marry you." The sharp ringing of the bell at the police station end jerked him upright. "Anderson,"
cried Hamish, appalled. He shook Jenny awake. "Jenny, get up! It's that detective, Jimmy Anderson. He mustn't find you here." "Macbeth!" The police station had not been locked, and Anderson had walked in. Jenny was struggling into her clothes at the same time as Hamish. He jerked open the bedroom window. "Leave this way, Jenny," he said, urgently. He picked her up and lifted her through the window. "I'll look after Towser for you while you're away," whispered Jenny. "Bring him over tomorrow." "Right. And give me a kiss." Hamish leaned through the window and kissed her. "I've got the papers, Macbeth," Anderson called. Jenny swung around in confusion. Not having found Hamish in the house, Anderson had decided to search the garden. Jenny scampered off, not looking at the detective. "She just called around to say hello," said Hamish. "Go round to the police station." "Some hello," Anderson grinned. "Better fasten up your collar and cover that love bite." Hamish slammed the window shut. When he got through to the police station, it was to find Anderson already seated at the desk with a sheaf of papers. Hamish forgot his embarrassment, poured Anderson a drink, and then began to read the statements. "Far be it from me to tell you how to do your job," he murmured, "but you don't seem to have been able to pin anyone down. Everyone in Cnothan seems to have been at the Clachan that Saturday night, but they can't remember when they arrived, who was there, or when they left." "Obstructive lot," said Anderson. "Oh, I'm with you there. But Blair usually gets you to bludgeon people so much they end up telling you something. Anything concrete to get you off their backs." "Grand whiskey, this," said Anderson. Hamish looked at him sharply. "In other words, you've all decided it would be better not to find the murderer." "I didn't say that," said Anderson, holding his glass up to the light and squinting at it. Hamish turned over the statements. "Here, what was Mrs. Struthers doing in the Clachan?" "Oh, her. Collecting for famine relief in the Third World. Evidently she turns up with her tambourine on a Saturday night, because she knows the dunks will hand over their money easily." Hamish moved on to Jenny's statement. He wondered that Blair had accepted it without comment. She had gone for a walk on Saturday morning with Mannering up to Clachan Moor. They often went up there and took a flask of coffee. He had insulted her work. He had been laughing and smoking his pipe in between insulting her. She had smacked his face and knocked the pipe from his mouth. Then she had run away. "I'm surprised Blair has such sensitivity towards the artistic soul," said Hamish dryly. "Meaning what?" asked Anderson lazily. "Meaning Jenny Lovelace and Mannering. Oh, all that stuff about artistic integrity and wounding her very soul. In Blair's opinion, she's a hot little baggage who was being screwed by Mannering, and the affair turned sour." "Watch your mouth," said Hamish furiously. "Keep calm, friend. I'm not saying it. I'm only saying how Blair said it." Anderson wondered whether to add that Blair had said that anyone who got into the sack with a dafty like Hamish Macbeth would open her legs for anyone, but decided against it. Hamish fought down his anger. He was dismayed to realize he was furious, because Blair's nasty comments held the ring of truth. Mannering had been nearly 60 and hardly an Adonis, but he had been a well-built man, and that marriage of true minds bit might have been very seductive to a woman like Jenny. The door of the police station opened, and Dermot Sinclair walked in. Anderson gulped down the whiskey in his glass, and, picking up the bottle, walked off with it. "You're really coming out of your shell," said Hamish as the crofter sat down. "Gadding about like a 2-year-old. I'm off to Inverness in the morning, so if you want me to save your trip, I'll buy that present for you. I've got to go to the Glenab Hotel to check Ross's alibi." "No," said Dermot. "I ha' a mind to go myself. While you're there, book me a room at the Glenab, and see it has the telly and a private bathroom. And dancing girls, sure living it up. What are you going to get young Sean?" "A train set," said Dermot dreamily, "with wee houses and fields and tracks and all." "Set you back a bit," said Hamish.
not to mention the price of a room at the Glen Ab. "Have a good bit put by," said Dermot. "You just book me the room for Friday night." After the crofter had left, Hamish drove over to Mrs. Mannering's and asked for a photograph of her husband. He had a vague notion of sending it down to London to Rory Grant on the Daily Recorder. The riots in Paris were over, and the journalists might be able to find something out about Mannering from the newspaper files. He stayed as short a time as possible. The house and Mrs. Mannering depressed him. Ashtrays were overflowing, and dust had settled on everything, and Mrs. Mannering had been well and truly drunk. When he returned to the police station, he could see the lights shining from Jenny's cottage. He wanted her again. A cynical voice in his head told him he could if he wanted. His conscience fought it down. Hamish did not believe in love without responsibility. One more night in her arms, and then he really would have to propose to her. He settled down to read the Xeroxed papers thoroughly. Along with the statements, there were reports on Mannering's background from the police in the south. Mannering's brother, a lawyer, had said that Mannering had borrowed large sums of money from him over the years and had never paid them back. He had ended up refusing to see him or communicate with him. Mannering's two sisters said pretty much the same thing. Mannering's parents were dead. He had inherited a tidy sum from them when he was still a comparatively young man. He had bought an hotel in Devon, but had seemed to run it like a sort of Faulty Towers, insulting the regular customers. 3 years later, he had declared himself bankrupt. Then came the surprise. Mannering had been married twice before. One wife, the daughter of a garage owner, had divorced him, and the other, an elderly lady, had died of a heart attack. A police comment said that Mannering had a reputation for having great success with the ladies. Hamish fished out the photograph of William Mannering and looked at it. The small, prissy features, set in the large round head, looked out at him. Amazing, thought Hamish. No accounting for taste. As the small train chugged out of Cnothan next morning, Hamish settled back in his seat and felt himself begin to relax. Cnothan and all its dark hates and enmities and Bible-bashing religion was losing its grip on him, and he was journeying towards the light. That's just what it was like, he thought. It was as if Cnothan was some science fiction black mist that twisted and turned the minds of all who lived in it. The train crawled its way round the hillsides, stopping and starting, finally picking up speed until at last it clattered over the points into Lagg Station, the first civilized outpost in Hamish's mind. The sky was turning light, and the birds were chirping in the trees. He leaned out of the window and watched the man in charge of Lagg Station bustling about. Hamish knew him of old. He was like a station master in a children's book, rosy-cheeked, white hair, kindly eyes twinkling behind spectacles, unfailingly helpful, unfailingly good-humoured. Now Lagg, as Hamish remembered, was very like Cnothan in size and design. It too was the centre of a crofting community, but it was a bustling, cheerful, welcoming place. The days were getting rapidly lighter. One long ray of sun struck the top of the station roof. There was a tinge of warmth in the air. That was the way of winter in the Highlands. It seduced you into thinking it had lost its grip and then came roaring back. The train moved off in a series of jerks, through Ardgay, Tain, Fian, Invergordon, Dingwall, Muir of Ord, and on to Inverness. The restless seagulls of Inverness were screaming overhead when he got off at Inverness Station. The tannoy was belting out a Scottish country dance tune. Hamish was tempted to spend a day going around the shops, tempted to forget about the investigation. What on earth could he find out at this late date that the Inverness police could not? He was not wearing his uniform, correctly guessing that Blair had not warned the Inverness Police Department of this intrusion into their territory. Inverness is the capital of the Highlands, crowded, busy, lively, and almost beautiful if you keep your eyes away from a big, grey, ugly modern concrete building that squats by the side of the River Ness and quite ruins the view of the castle. It was past this architectural monstrosity that Hamish went, and then along Ness Bank to the Glen Ab Hotel. The hotel had been created out of 2 large Victorian villas,
The clever owner had kept the cosy Victorian effect with large, overstuffed armchairs and log fires. The chef was French, and the prices as high as those in a West End London restaurant, but the owner, Simon Gaunt, knew there was a lot of money in and around Inverness, and not too much to spend it on in the way of entertainment. He was in his office when Hamish arrived. He was a very thin, tall Englishman, as gaunt as his name, wearing full Highland dress. "The tourists like it," he said, fidgeting with the hem of his kilt, although Hamish had made no comment. Hamish explained that they were still trying to find out if Jamie Ross had been missing from the reception for enough length of time to get to Cnothan and back. Simon Grant shook his head. "Damn near impossible, I would say," he said. "The police have already asked me the same question and interviewed the waiters and other members of the staff. He went out for about an hour. Mr. Ross said he had drunk too much and needed to clear his head. He said he walked up and down by the river for quite a while, until he felt sober enough to go back." "But you know that. He evidently made a statement to that effect." Mr. Gaunt poured himself a cup of coffee from a thermos jug on his desk. Hamish sniffed the air, and then looked at the hotel owner hopefully. The hotel owner stared back, and put the top firmly back on the jug, without offering Hamish any. Hamish sighed inwardly. "That's the English for you," he thought. He meant the southern English, the residents of Cumbria, Yorkshire, Lancashire and Northumberland, not really qualifying. He fished in the pocket of his sports jacket for his notebook. He might as well take down some notes and type up a report for Blair to show he had been working. The photograph of William Mannering, which had been tucked between the pages of his notebook, fell out and slid over the desk to land in front of Mr. Gaunt. "Oh, are you after Mr. Williams as well?" asked the manager, peering at the photograph. "That's the dead man," said Hamish sharply. "William Mannering." Mr. Gaunt fished in his sporran and brought out a pair of spectacles that he popped on his nose. He picked up the photograph again and then grinned. "Well, I suppose Williams is better than Smith." "You mean Mannering was calling himself Williams, not Smith? You mean he had a woman with him?" "And what a woman," said Mr. Gaunt. "I thought it was his daughter at first." Hamish thought of Jenny, and his heart lurched. "When was this?" he asked. "About a month ago. They checked in for one night." "He was married," said Hamish desperately. "How do you know it wasn't Mrs. Mannering?" Although Hamish knew that no one would ever describe Mrs. Mannering as looking like her husband's daughter. Simon Gaunt's face took on a dreamy look. She was like a Highland beauty, dressed in Paris, masses of shiny black hair falling to her shoulders, white skin, and the sort of mouth you dream about, full and sensual. She was wearing a cream wool dress, and a white leather belt, black stockings, and scarlet high heels, those sandal type with thin straps. They were in the dining room for a long time. He was prosing on about something, and she was looking at him with amusement, but she hardly said a word. I was in the dining room myself that evening, for the Laird of Crochty was in. The Laird likes to dine here. Hamish let out a little sigh of relief. Helen Ross, not Jenny. He would worry about Helen Ross later, but right at that moment he was glad it hadn't been Jenny. "Was that the only time they stayed here?" he asked. "Yes, definitely. I wouldn't forget the likes of her in a hurry." Hamish asked more questions and then said, "Oh, while I'm here, I would like to reserve one of your best rooms for Friday night for a Mr. Dermot Sinclair." "And who's he?" asked the manager. "I like to keep one of the best rooms free in case one of the Laird's friends wants to stay overnight. The Laird is very fond of my hotel." Hamish looked at the hotel owner in amazement. "You mean to say you have never heard of Mr. Dermot Sinclair?" "No, I can't say I have," said Mr. Gaunt. Hamish laughed. "He'll walk in here looking like an old crofter and sounding like an old crofter, and no one would ever guess he made his millions as a young man in the South African gold mines." Mr. Gaunt pretended to look carefully at the register. "Why," he said, "we have our best suite free. It used to be a lounge, but we turned it into our best suite, with hall and bathroom. We have had royalty there." "Is that a fact?" said Hamish. "Who?" "When this was a private house, the Queen paid a visit to Mrs. Crummings, the then owner. Mrs. Crummings was a retired housekeeper from Storach Castle. The Queen took tea in that very bedroom, although, of course, it was not a bedroom then." My, said Hamish. "Queen Elizabeth herself?" "Well, no," said Mr. Gaunt. "Queen Mary." "I'm thinking that would be long before you were born," said Hamish. Yes, said the hotel owner testily. "But nonetheless, do assure Mr. Sinclair that we have had royalty here." Hamish was escorted out of the hotel by Mr. Gaunt, a friend of the famous Mr. Dermot Sinclair, meriting such distinguished attention. He walked along the river bank. He wondered whether he should warn Dermot that he had lied about him, but decided against it. The sun was still sparkling on the water, but the wind had become chill, and the sky was turning a murky colour. He decided he would try to see Helen Ross alone before he said anything to Blair. Blair would not respect Jamie Ross's feelings, but would accuse Helen in front of her husband of having spent the night with Mannering. Hamish sat down on a bench and stared at the water. Now that he was away from the atmosphere of Cnothan, strong motives for murder leapt into his mind. Jamie, for all his pleasant personality, was a hard-nosed businessman and probably had a ruthless streak. In order to succeed in the Highlands and cope with the hellish bureaucracy of crofting laws, landlords, factors, environmentalists, and God knows how many obstructive quangos, you had to be ruthless. And how would such a ruthless man take the infidelity of his wife? By ruining his business? Hamish shook his head, and a passing woman gave him a clear berth. Then there was Mrs. Mannering. It was her money Mannering was using to wine and dine Helen Ross. Agatha Mannering was a powerful woman who drank too much. What if it was not a cold-blooded, premeditated crime, but done by someone who had found the incomer by the lobster tank, interfering as usual, and poking his nose in where he had no right to be, and had struck him a blow that had broken his neck, and toppled him into the tank? Maybe whoever it was did not know Mannering was dead, but thought that a few nibbles by the lobsters would serve him right, and had run away, only to return later to find Mannering had turned into a skeleton. Had the call that had sent him rushing off 30 miles to the Angler's Rest been made to keep him out of the way? Or had it been another practical joke to keep him from interfering with the locals' Saturday night drinking pleasures? The witchcraft scare had not been connected to the murder. Or had it? Land greed was a powerful force in the Highlands. The two crofters, Birrell and MacDonald, could have put their daughters up to the scare, roping in Watson's daughter as well in order to confuse the issue. On the other hand, it could have been a practical joke that had gone wrong. Say Alistair Gunn, not knowing his own strength, had pushed Mannering, and Mannering had struck his head on the side of the tank and broken his neck. Or there was Harry Mackay. He had been grossly insulted by Mannering. Couldn't even get a fuck in a brothel, or something like that, Mannering had said. Mackay had been furious. The insult to Mackay's masculinity might refer to something in the past. Had Mackay been married, engaged, and had Mannering, with his uncanny way with women, taken some female away from Mackay? And Mrs. Struthers, what of her? It was all very well to laugh at the idea that a minister's wife would turn to murder just because someone had humiliated her and jeered at her cooking skill. But Cnothan was such a dark and twisted sort of place. Who knew what went on under the most respectable facade? Hamish looked at his watch. There was a train due to leave at noon. He walked in the direction of the station. A poster caught his eye. There was a rerun of Whiskey Galore on at the cinema. Damn Cnothan and damn Blair, thought Hamish. He headed rapidly in the direction of the cinema. Ian Gibb went down to meet the evening train in the hope that Hamish might be on it. He was smarting with humiliation, The Daily Recorder in London had asked him for a story, and he had duly sent one. It had appeared on the front page, but under someone else's name. When he had phoned the news editor to complain, the news editor had pointed out that the reporter who had been blessed with a byline had deserved it, for he had had quite a job translating Ian's prose. Ian had hotly demanded an example. "Well," the news editor had said, "take this line, for instance. Said 48-year-old electrician Mr. Joseph Noble of 22 Main Street, Cnothan, yesterday laughingly, but with tears behind the laughter, 'This place will never be the same.' For God's sake, Sonny, you're not sending stuff to the local rag, you know." Ian had slammed down the phone. What had been up with that bit about Mr. Noble? They hadn't even used it. He thirsted for another scoop, something that would make them sit up. Blair was hiding something. Forensic had been crawling all over Jamie Ross's place. Was that where Mannering had been last seen? But how had Mannering been reduced to a skeleton? And why did Blair get so red-faced and violent every time he asked if they had discovered the reason? Hamish might know. Also, Ian smelled a cover-up somewhere. If it hadn't been for that bomb in Downing Street, the media would still be asking questions and more questions. The train pulled in. Ian saw Hamish descending from a carriage at the end and ran to meet him. "Not another murder?" asked Hamish. "No, it's just that—" Ian launched into a long and bitter complaint against the Daily Recorder and the way one of the biggest murder mysteries of the century was being passed over. Hamish thought hard as Ian talked. The lobster death could not be hushed up forever. Sharp interest would return, and that interest would never fade. Television crews even a year later would return to do documentaries of what had happened to Mannering. So what if the upper classes of London had a fright? It would make screaming headlines, but at least it might mean a murderer did not remain at large. If the press became pushy again, then Blair would be made to work. "There is a story," said Hamish cautiously, "and you've just been talking about it." "What?" asked Ian eagerly. "Well, the fact that this is a dreadful and grotesque murder, and there's an uncanny silence about it. Blair sits around the Anstey Hotel watching television when he ought to be interviewing people again and again. Go round the locals and gossip to them, and get them to voice outrage." A slow smile dawned on Ian's face. "Thanks, Hamish. I'll start right away." "Another word of advice," said Hamish. "When you're writing for a paper like, say, the Daily Recorder, read a copy of the damn thing first, and carefully copy the style. It's no use writing a piece in the style of the Scotsman, say, when you want it in one of the tabloids, and it's no use writing a piece for the tabloids as if you're writing for a local paper. Have you got your car?" "Yes," said Ian, waving towards a hand-painted primrose yellow Morris Minor with a 1950s licence plate. "Then drop me off at Cnothan Game." Only half listening to the reporter as they drove along, Hamish tried to think of ways to get Helen Ross on her own. He knew his own liking and admiration of Jamie Ross were not allowing him to think clearly, but if there were more achievers like Jamie in the Highlands of Scotland, then the population figures might rise again. As it was, the young people drifted away to the cities. The houses and cottages stood empty, occasionally filled by an influx of underachievers who chattered on about the quality of life, by which they meant they could live on the dole, while persuading themselves they were pioneers in the outback of the British Isles. Ian dropped him in the yard of Cnothan Game and drove off. Hamish walked up to the door of the bungalow and rang the bell. Helen Ross herself answered the door. She was wearing a black wool dress with enormous shoulder pads and jet-embroidered lapels, the sort of 40s style worn by Joan Collins. Heavy antique earrings of Whitby jet emphasized the startling whiteness of her skin. "Come in," she said, and swayed off in front of him. He followed her into the sitting room, automatically ducking his head as he walked under the chandelier. "Jamie not at home?" asked Hamish. "No. He's over on the west coast, seeing to the catch. Sit down. Would you like a drink?" "Perhaps later." Hamish sat down in one of the white leather armchairs and looked at Helen Ross curiously. She gave him a vaguely inquiring smile. "I'm glad I found you alone," said Hamish, and then he plunged right in. "About a month ago, you and William Mannering booked into the Glen Ab Hotel in Inverness." Helen Ross lit a cigarette, blew out a cloud of smoke, and squinted at Hamish through it. "So, you found out about that?" she said. It was not a question. "Would you like to tell me about it?" Hamish waited while Helen placidly smoked. Her whole body appeared relaxed, and her long, long legs, in the sheerest of black stockings, were crossed at the ankle. "Not really," she sighed. "But if I have the right of it, it's either you or that pig Blair." Hamish nodded. "Well, I'll tell you how it came about. I get pretty lonely here. Jamie's wrapped up in his work. I met him after I got my degree at St Andrews University. I was doing summer work, waitressing at the Anstey Hotel. We fell in love and got married, and struggled along, being very happy just trying to make ends meet. Then Jamie thought up the idea for this business. It was very exciting. He worked at it, night and day, like a man possessed. Then it succeeded. Then we got rich, and then I got bored. End of story." The gentle, lilting Highland voice fell silent. Hamish cleared his throat. "So, to relieve that boredom, you decided to have an affair with William Mannering?" "No, it wasn't like that at all. He got in the way of calling around when Jamie was over at the west coast. He talked about books, paintings, world affairs, all the sort of things I used to talk about to my friends at university. He made me feel young again. Of course, it was all intellectual crap, now I come to think of it. But it was heady stuff. The conversation up here is about sheep, the weather, the church, and sheep. I was easily talked into going to Inverness with him. Jamie was to be away at the land court in Edinburgh, fighting another battle. William said we would stay at the Glen Ab, separate rooms, and have a slap-up meal, and we could talk and talk. That was what was so seductive. Well, we were out of Cnothan, and there we were in Inverness, and William began to seem to me like a prosy bore who knew a little about everything and not much about anything. Then I found he had just booked the one room. I told him I was leaving. He said if I didn't spend the night with him, he would tell Jamie. So I said, "Tell Jamie." And I walked out in the middle of the night and found myself another hotel. "Which one?" asked Hamish. "Not really a hotel, a boarding house near the station, Mrs. Parker's." "And what name did you check in under?" "My own," said Helen. "And she will be able to vouch that you were there?" "Of course she will. I was her only guest." "And did Mannering tell your husband about the trip to Inverness?" "No." "How do you know?" asked Hamish curiously. "Jamie's got a violent temper. He'd have broken Mannering's neck." "Then maybe he did." "He couldn't have," said Helen, raising thin eyebrows in amazement. "He was in Inverness with me at the wedding." "All the time?" "No. He disappeared for a long time to sober up, but not long enough to get to Cnothan and back." "Is he often drunk?" "He gets drunk on Hogmanay, and then maybe occasionally at a party. The rest of the time, he hardly drinks at all. He likes coffee more than anything. Hamish sat in silence, thinking. Helen Ross went to the drinks trolley and mixed herself a gin and tonic. "Sure you won't have anything, Constable?" "No, thank you." "What are you going to do now?" asked Hamish. "I'll need to put a report in to Blair. I can't keep this quiet." "I suppose you must," said Helen. She sat down and crossed her legs. Her skirt, Hamish realised for the first time, was slit up the side, and now exposed an expanse of long, smooth stocking leg and black stocking top. Hamish wondered whether the leg show was deliberate. He could not imagine Helen Ross not being aware at any time of 1 inch of her body or dress. "How will Jamie react?" "I'll have to tell Jamie first. It might not be a bad thing. He'll learn what boredom can drive me to do. I've begged him to let me get a job, but he says the locals would sneer at him and say he's such a miser that he has to send his wife out to work." "I didn't think he would care what they thought." "Not in general. But he likes me here, in the house, waiting for him. He'll be in such a rage. How boring." "He won't hurt you?" asked Hamish, anxiously. "Spoil the decoration he's paid so much for," Helen laughed. "I'm part of the show, along with those ghastly white leather chairs and the white Mercedes." "How do you mean, paid so much for?" asked Hamish sharply. "The clothes, man, the clothes. This little number costs £500, and it's only one of many. My only enjoyment in life is buying clothes, and Jamie gladly pays for anything I want. He gives me everything except sex and company." Hamish shifted uncomfortably. The room was suffocatingly hot and suddenly charged with a new atmosphere. His collar felt tight, and his skin itched. He rose to go. Helen Ross rose as well and came to stand in front of him. In her high heels she was as tall as he. "Stay a little and have a drink," she murmured. One hand with its long red painted fingernails held the skirt of her dress open, her eyes dropping so that Hamish looked down as well. "No, I have to be going," said Hamish. His voice sounded strange in his own ears, all squeaky and afraid. She wound her arms round his neck and kissed him on the mouth. Hamish's senses reeled. Before Jenny had come on the scene, he had been celibate for a long time. Now he dimly wondered how he had ever managed to survive. Helen's mouth had moved to his ear, and she started nibbling the lobe. Her voice then whispered, "Me going to Inverness with William has nothing to do with the case. You'll forget about it, won't you?" Hamish pushed her away and straightened his tie. "No, Mrs. Ross," he said. "I would like to help you, but I must put in my report." For one moment a flicker of venom flashed in the depths of her eyes, and then it was gone. When Hamish got outside a moment later, he gulped down great lungfuls of cold air. He set out to walk back to Cnothan. Jamie Ross arrived home an hour later. Helen Ross poured him a drink and then said, "Hamish Macbeth was here. He has found out about me going to Inverness with Mannering." Jamie's face darkened. "Is he going to put in a report?" Helen shrugged. "He says he'll have to." Jamie rounded on her. "Didn't you try to shut him up, for Christ's sake?" "Oh, I tried," said Helen. "Believe me, I tried. But he wasn't buying any." "Damn Macbeth to hell," said Jamie Ross. Chapter 8. Loaf as I have loafed aforetime, through the streets with tranquil mind, and a long-backed fancy mongrel trailing casually behind. C.S. Calverley. Hamish awoke the next morning in his own bed with Towser beside him. "Anything would be better than you," he said morosely, pushing the dog out of the bed. Towser usually lay across his master's feet like a rug during the night, but had been recently banished from the bedroom. Hamish could have stayed the night with Jenny if he had wanted, but he had made the excuse that he would have to sit up late, typing out a report for Blair. Although this was true, he also did not want to get further involved until he decided whether his intentions were honourable or not. The weather forecast for the north of Scotland had been dreadful, but as if to prove the forecasters wrong, the sun blazed down outside. An hour later, Hamish was about to descend on Blair with his report when the minister, Mr. Struthers, called. At first, Hamish was puzzled. Why should a minister call on a policeman at breakfast time to discuss the problem of AIDS? Hamish grew more uncomfortable as the minister's pale eyes began to gleam with a hectic light as he went on to damn homosexuals. "Revenge is mine, saith the Lord," ended Mr. Struthers. "And a good thing too," said Hamish cheerfully, trying to lighten the atmosphere. "Revenge is best left to God and justice. Look at this murder. That came about because someone decided to take the law into their own hands." Mr. Struthers leaned across the desk and seized Hamish's wrist in a strong clasp, and his eyes bored into those of the policeman. "Homosexuality is a form of murder," he said. Hamish picked up the minister's hand and removed it. The light began to dawn. "It's a pity," said Hamish, "that you have not got the real live homosexual in Cnothan to practice your lack of Christian compassion on. You're a terrible man for the gossip, Mr. Struthers." "I never listen to gossip," said the minister. Hamish eyed him shrewdly. "And so this wee visit has nothing at all to do with Alistair Gunn believing me to be gay?" The minister flushed angrily. "A certain parishioner came to me in great distress. He did not want to see AIDS in Cnothan." Hamish looked at the minister in disgust. "You should be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Struthers, listening to rubbish from that malicious man." "If I am mistaken, then I apologise," said the minister. "But where I find evil in my parish, I shall strike it down." "Would you say William Mannering was evil?" asked Hamish curiously. The minister shifted uneasily. "He has suffered the wrath of God." "Mannering suffered at the hands of a very evil human being, and if you want to spend your time striking out evil in your parish, then it is better you look for the murderer," said Hamish furiously. "Push off, there's a good minister, and close the door behind you." "Daft," muttered Hamish after the minister had left. "They're all plain daft." He walked down the main street in the sunshine, wishing it were all over, wishing the murder solved and himself back in Lochdubh. He met Dermot Sinclair and told him about the room having been booked for him at the Glenab Hotel, and continued on down the hill. A car slowed to a halt beside him, and Harry Mackay, the estate agent, popped his head out. "Like to come back to the office with me for a coffee?" he called. Hamish hesitated only a minute. Blair could wait. Harry Mackay might throw some light on the mystery. The estate office was in a Victorian villa in the middle of the council houses. The office was in what used to be the front and back parlours on the ground floor. Harry Mackay led the way upstairs to his living room, which was above the shop. When he went off to make coffee, Hamish studied the bookshelves. He turned round as the estate agent came back in carrying a tray with coffee and biscuits. "This is very kind of you," said Hamish. Harry Mackay grinned. "I'm hoping to find out how our murder's going. Blair won't tell anyone anything." "It's not going anywhere," said Hamish gloomily. "Sandy Carmichael is the prime suspect, and he hasn't been found." Hamish then sat still, the coffee cup half raised to his lips and his mouth open. He remembered sitting by the river in Inverness thinking about all the suspects, and yet he had never once thought of Sandy Carmichael. Why? Surely it followed that the nosy Mannering had called round to bait Sandy, and Sandy had struck him and shoved him in the pool. The very fact that Blair kept insisting it was Sandy had made him, Hamish Macbeth, discount the whole idea. There was the question of the clothes. Someone had got rid of the clothes. Surely the lobsters hadn't eaten clothes, wallet, credit cards, watch, and all the other indestructible bits without leaving a trace. Teams of policemen had combed the area for miles around, looking for any sort of fragment, and they hadn't come up with so much as a button. But there were peat bogs where a parcel of clothes would sink without a trace. Sandy's cottage had been gone over. There had been evidence in the garden at the back that a fire had recently been lit, but there had been no ash to sift through. The Land Rover had been scrubbed and hosed down. When had Sandy ever bothered to clean his Rover before? Hamish felt like a fool. "What's the matter?" asked Harry Mackay. "You look as if you've just been struck by lightning." "Nothing," mumbled Hamish. He pulled himself together. "How's business?" "Not very good. There's only one strange thing. Mrs. Mannering called to see me. As soon as all the legal formalities are over, she wants me to buy the crofts and houses. I have a client for them in Edinburgh, interested in holiday homes." Hamish's eyes sharpened. "But not her own. She'll be staying on there." "Yes, her own as well. I warned her. I can't get her much. I may get £6,000 apiece for the crofts if I'm lucky, but the houses are in a worse state than when Mannering bought them." "But Mrs. Mannering has always said she liked Cnothan." "Well, she told me she'll be glad to get out. Wants to go back and live in Maidstone. And I'll tell you another thing. She was stone cold sober. I used to wonder how on earth she put up with Mannering, but she told me he held the purse strings, and if she had left him, she wouldn't have got anything." "He had a rare way with the ladies, I gather," said Hamish. "Not that I ever noticed," said Harry Mackay. "Didn't interfere in your love life?" asked Hamish. "What love life?" countered Harry Mackay. "There's only two lookers around here. One's that artist, and the other's Helen Ross." "And no success there?" "No. I took Jenny Lovelace out for dinner a couple of times, but no go. And Helen Ross's come hither aye doesn't mean a thing." "Who do you think did it?" asked Hamish. "The murder, I mean." "Oh, don't ask me. This place is getting me down. They're all sick and twisted and narrow-minded and malicious." "I thought you were a Cnothan man yourself." "Aye, but I've been away from it for a long time, and I haven't been able to settle since I came back." Hamish took his leave and went to the Anstey Hotel, where he found Blair half asleep in the television lounge. A children's show flickered on the screen. "Do you usually watch Postman Pat?" asked Hamish. Blair came fully awake with a grunt. "I was thinking about clues," he said huffily. "Got something for me?" Hamish sat down and began to read his report on Helen Ross. "Fancy whore," said Blair when Hamish had finished. "I'll go and see her myself and have some fun." "Don't have too much fun," warned Hamish, "or Jamie'll have his lawyer breathing down your neck." "Get out of here," snarled Blair, "and don't tell me what to do. Bugger off." Hamish went off out into the soft sunlight. It was a mellow day, too good a day for one constable to be fuming over a pill of a detective inspector. All at once he decided to go fishing. He had a telescopic rod in his luggage. He would go to the upper reaches of the Cnothan River, and if the water bailiffs caught him, he could swear blind he was looking for clues. He needed peace and quiet to think. He kept on his uniform, proof to any water bailiffs that he was on duty, and ambled off with Towser loping at his heels. He had strapped the collapsible rod onto his back, under his waterproof cape. As he strolled along beside the foaming river, He wished he had not worn his cape. The sun was quite warm, although clouds were massing to the west, and the wind was becoming chill. It struck him that he had not thought of Priscilla for some time, and he wondered whether he was cured. Priscilla Halberton Smythe sat in a chair in the hat shop in the King's Road, and searched the newspapers for some mention of Cnothan. But the papers were still full of the aftermath of the Downing Street bombing. The shop door opened, and her friend, Sarah Patterson, who owned the shop and shared a flat with Priscilla, came in. Priscilla's eyes slid to the clock. 11 in the morning. Sarah was always late. "I brought you a letter," said Sarah. "Arrived after you left." Priscilla took the letter and opened it. It was from her father. Her eye skimmed down it, looking for some mention of Hamish. Ah, here it was. Colonel Halberton Smythe was incensed that Hamish Macbeth was still absent from Lochdubh. He had written to the chief constable to complain. It was an insult, leaving Lochdubh without a policeman, even though Hamish Macbeth was a gangling, useless lout. Priscilla's father thought his daughter was too friendly with the village policeman, and never missed an opportunity to malign Hamish. It dawned on Priscilla all at once that London was a very boring place compared to the Highlands of Scotland. "Nothing ever happens here," she said aloud. "Oh, but darling, it does," trilled Sarah. "I met Peter Twist at a divine party last night, and he's going to buy this white elephant of a shop from me." "You might have warned me you were thinking of selling," said Priscilla angrily. "Don't be cross, sweetie. You won't be out of a job. He's going to have all these divine fashions, all black leather, you know. The shop's going to be called Shampers Campers, and we're to stand around in his creations." "I don't think so, Sarah, darling," said Priscilla. "I'm getting out. I'm going north." "What? Leave London for the sticks, just when everything's happening?" "I know what it is. You've got a fellow tucked away up there." "Don't be silly," said Priscilla coolly. "Look, there's 2 women about to come in. Let's see if we can sell something for a change." Hamish trudged on, looking for a quiet reach or pool where he could fish without being accused of poaching. The path now ran parallel to the river, but high above it. Then he saw, below him, a quiet pool surrounded by tangled undergrowth. He could sit quietly and fish, and he would be able to hear any water bailiff approaching, since the spot could be reached only with difficulty. He slipped and scrambled down, with Towser slipping and scrambling down behind him. Hamish unstrapped his rod and began to put it together. It didn't seem such a good idea now as it had seemed earlier, when the sun had been shining. It was now bitter cold. The sky was changing from light grey to dark grey, and the winds scudded across the black surface of the water. Towser, who always seemed impervious to the cold, sat down beside his master and watched the water. Then the dog began to shift uneasily. It let out a faint whimper, sniffed the air, and pawed at Hamish's arm. Hamish stiffened and sniffed the air too. The wind had shifted from the west to the northwest, and on it came the sickly sweet smell of decomposing corpse. Hamish got to his feet. "Fetch," he said to Towser, but the dog backed away, whimpering dismally. Hamish felt a sick lurch in his stomach. If the smell had come from a rotting animal carcass, then Towser would not have been upset. He wedged his rod between 2 rocks, and, still sniffing the air, he began to search around. Up to the left of where he had scrambled down, the smell grew stronger. Diligently sniffing, pausing and sniffing again, Hamish got down on his hands and knees, and crawled through the close-packed undergrowth of fern and bramble and gorse. He stopped and crouched still. The smell was now so strong it made him want to retch. And then he saw it. A pale hand was stretching out from under a bush. Hamish lay on his stomach and looked under the bush, and the dead eyes of Sandy Carmichael stared back. He ran back to the pool and grabbed his fishing rod and collapsed it, and fled up the hill with Towser at his heels. Blair, Anderson and McNabb arrived just as the blizzard struck. With Hamish, they huddled under the bushes by the rotting corpse, waiting for reinforcements. At one moment it seemed as if they would never come, and then they were all there, glaring lamps lighting up the dreadful scene as a tent was erected over the bush and body. Then came the pathologist, who was hailed with relief by Blair.
"You'll find it a clear case of death from exposure," said Blair. "He was on the run, drunk, crawled under that bush and never woke up. Ah, well, that wraps up the case."
Blair pulled a flask from his pocket and took a stiff drink. He winked at Hamish.
"Nae problem about lobsters now, lad," he said. "The murderer's dead, and we can say what we like."
Hamish said nothing, but watched as the pathologist crept into the tent. After what seemed a very long time, he backed out.
"Well?"
demanded Blair eagerly. "A clear case of murder," said the pathologist. "Struck a heavy blow on the back of the head."
"Couldn't he have done it himself?"
pleaded Blair. "Of course not," snapped the pathologist. "I shall be phoning my report to the Procurator Fiscal. Get photographs quick, or we'll all be snowed in." Hamish shovelled a path to the foot of the drive the next day. He had just reached the gate when a snowplough passed and blocked him in again, throwing up a huge wall of snow against the front gate. By the time he had cleared it, he felt sweaty and gritty. He went indoors, had a shower, changed into his uniform, and went down to the Anstey Hotel. The blizzard, luckily for Blair, had kept most of the press away, but Hamish arrived just in time to hear Ian Gibb asking, "Who found the body?" and Blair's reply of, "Some local idiot." Hamish felt too angry to stay. Blair would withhold all information possible from him. He bumped into Jimmy Anderson outside the hotel.
"I'm frightened to go in there," said Anderson with a grin. "Blair's roaring mad. As chief suspect murdered."
"Definitely murder?"
"Oh, yes. And another thing, he had £100 on him."
"It couldn't have been his savings," said Hamish. "A drunk like Sandy wouldn't have been able to keep a penny."
"Aye, and he must have been trying to blackmail the murderer. £100 would have kept his mouth shut."
"Until the next time he was drunk," said Hamish sadly. "It's no wonder he was killed." Anderson went into the hotel, and Hamish walked down to the waterfront. The snow was thinning, and he could see the other side of the loch. An army rescue helicopter stood on a flat piece of ground by the jetty, the pilot standing outside it, smoking. Hamish ambled up to the pilot. "You aren't dropping emergency supplies yet?" he asked. The pilot shook his head. "There's more bad weather coming. I'm just about to go up to pick out the houses that'll need it most and make sure there's no one in difficulties." A pale ray of sunlight struck the loch. "Are you going up right now?" asked Hamish. The pilot stubbed out his cigarette. "Aye, I'm on my way." "Any chance of coming along for the ride?" asked Hamish, who had a sudden longing to soar high above Cnothan and everyone and everything in it.
"Sure.
Hop in." Hamish felt his spirits lifting as the helicopter started to rise. The clouds were rapidly thinning. He sat very still, with his hands on his knees like a child on a fairground ride, staring down at the Christmas card countryside with delight. The pilot began to ask questions about the murder, and Hamish answered absent-mindedly, his eyes on the white scene spread out below. "Needn't bother about those 2 cottages," said the pilot. "They're empty." Hamish could see the 2 houses far below, and then beyond them, towards Cnothan, Mrs. Mannering's bungalow. He could see Mrs. Mannering herself, shoveling snow. "Would you believe it?" said the pilot. "There's the train. I wouldn't have thought it would have got through. They must have had a plough out on the line early this morning." The helicopter banked. The railway line curving out of Cnothan disappeared into the hills in a fantastic loop. In the days when it had been built, it had meandered all over Sutherland to take in the country homes and shooting lodges of the rich. Then the whole scene was blotted out as the sun disappeared and the blizzard came roaring back. Like most people in Sutherland, Hamish had not bothered to lock the door when he had left. As he trudged up to the police station drive, which was already becoming thickly covered with snow again, he could hear voices from the kitchen. He opened the door. Dermot Sinclair and Jenny were sitting drinking coffee. A huge box stood on the floor. "Oh, Hamish," said Jenny. "You must help. Mr. Sinclair's bought a train set for young Sean, and he wants you to put it together first to see if it works. He can't understand the instructions, and I'm no good at that sort of thing either." "I shouldn't be wasting time," said Hamish guiltily. "There's been another murder." "We know. That Mrs. McNeil just called to find out why you hadn't arrested herself. I asked who herself was, but she wouldn't tell me." "She thinks the minister's wife did it," said Hamish, kneeling down on the floor and beginning to open the box. "Of course she would," said Jenny. "She's got a crush on Mr. Struthers. Even when her husband was alive, and that was only 4 years ago, she was chasing the minister. This is becoming really scary. Whoever murdered Sandy and William must be a maniac." Hamish thought he would just assemble a few bits and then leave them to do the rest. He was a policeman, and however obstructive his superior officer might be, he, Hamish Macbeth, should be on the job. But it was soothing, fascinating work as the miniature landscape grew under his fingers, with its tiny trees and little stations. Finally, the toy railway was complete. Jenny and Dermot sat on the floor and watched enraptured as the trains whizzed around and around. Hamish stood up. "I'll make us all some more coffee, and then I'll be on my way." He smiled indulgently down at Jenny and Dermot, who were as excited as children. And then he stared down at the miniature landscape, the coffee pot in one hand, his mouth hanging foolishly open. He rushed to the kitchen cupboard and took out a packet of soap powder and ripped open the top and then let the soap granules drift down onto the toy railway landscape like snow. "Here, you daft gook!" roared Dermot. "What do you think you're doing?" "Stop it, Hamish!" screamed Jenny. "You're ruining Dermot's present." Hamish dropped the soap packet and pulled on his oilskin cape. "Tell Blair I'll be away for a wee while," he said. Dermot and Jenny stared at each other in amazement as Hamish hurtled out of the kitchen door. The Land Rover had been returned by Anderson. They heard a roar as it started up and skidded off down the drive. "Don't worry, Mr. Sinclair," said Jenny. "I'll get the vacuum and take the top off and get all that soap up. I'm not telling Blair anything. He'll just roar at me and say Hamish is mad, and I won't be able to disagree with him." The train that had brought Dermot Sinclair back to Cnothan had also brought the day's supply of papers. Perhaps because he had not had time to think up any choice nuggets of flowery prose, Ian Gibb had jumped from amateur reporter to professional in one bound. The Daily Recorder carried the story of the new murder on the front page, and a feature by Ian, headlined, "Highland Police Cover-Up?" in the inside centre pages. Blair's fury now knew no bounds. He received several very nasty phone calls from his superiors. He had tried to get the pathologist to lie and say that Sandy's murder had been suicide, and the pathologist had duly reported this in his report. The detective chief inspector saw his job at risk. He went to the police station to take his fright and temper out on Hamish Macbeth, and nearly had a fit when he found no Hamish, but a crofter and that artist playing with toy trains on the kitchen floor. As the day wore on and there was no sign of Hamish, Blair sat down to compose a report. If he got any satisfaction out of this mess, it would be the satisfaction of getting Hamish Macbeth fired. 2 days went by. The blizzard was over, and the roads were clear, and the press were gathering like vultures. Blair's chief superintendent in Strathbane had read his report on the iniquities of Hamish Macbeth, had asked a colleague what it was all about, and the colleague had said laconically that the village copper was rumoured to be the one who had solved 2 previous murders in Sutherland, although Blair had taken the credit, and so Blair's report was probably spite. The chief superintendent had phoned Blair and had told him acidly not to waste time writing stupid nonsense about a local bobby, but to get on with solving the crime. "What about the lobsters?" Blair had wailed. He was told that the matter of the lobsters would be coped with when and if Blair got his murderer. Blair tossed and turned all night. Hamish had not run off for fun, he decided. Hamish Macbeth had found an important clue and wasn't sharing it. If he solved this crime, there would be no chance of Blair's getting the credit. Hamish had had a taste of filling a police sergeant's boots. He had probably become power-mad. Not, thought Blair, as the pale dawn crept into the hotel bedroom, that Hamish had shown any great flair for detective work in the past. It had been all luck. In each case, Hamish had all the suspects together, and had confronted them, and the guilty one had cracked. Blair sat up suddenly. That was it. He would round up everyone he could think of who might have had a grudge against Mannering and hold a meeting in the Clachan. He would keep them there and sweat them for as long as the law allowed, until something gave. He picked a half bottle of whiskey up from the bedside table and drank a hearty swallow. As the spirit shot from his stomach to his brain, he became more convinced that his plan would work. When Hamish Macbeth came gangling back, he would find the case solved. Chapter 9. Truth will come to light. Murder cannot be hid long. William Shakespeare. They had all been cooped up together in the Clachan, on and off, for 2 days now. Tempers were wearing thin, and several of the people present now had their lawyers in attendance. It was this communal, brutal interrogation that was infuriating them all. Jenny's walks with Mannering and his criticism of her painting were out in the open, as was Helen Ross's visit to Inverness. Jamie Ross tried to punch Blair and was held back by his lawyer. The lawyer explained that Mrs. Ross had never intended to have an affair with Mannering, but had gone with him, with her husband's full knowledge, to find out what he was up to. Mr. Ross had suspected Mannering of being about to start up a rival business. Jenny was then accused of having an affair with Mannering. When she hotly protested, she was told bluntly that as she was sleeping with the local bobby, it followed her morals were questionable. Jenny promptly crossed the room and hired the services of the Ross's lawyer, and Blair glared at her in baffled fury. He was just getting his teeth into Agatha Mannering again when the door of the Clachan swung open and Hamish Macbeth strode in. He tugged off his oilskin cape and looked sadly around the assembled group. Mrs. Struthers was crying quietly, and her husband was comforting her. Helen Ross had lost all her usual poise and was lighting one cigarette from the butt of another. Hamish could smell Alistair Gunn's fear from across the room. Davy MacDonald, Alec Birrell, and the mechanic, Jimmy Watson, were all there with their wives and daughters. Mrs. McNeil was there too. Harry Mackay was sitting next to the Rosses, almost hidden behind a cloud of blue cigarette smoke. All eyes turned in Hamish's direction. "You can all go home," said Hamish Macbeth wearily. "Except for Harry Mackay. He's the murderer." There was a terrific uproar. Ignoring Blair's blustering and roaring, Hamish Macbeth walked across the room and stood over the estate agent. In a clear voice, he charged him with murdering both William Mannering and Sandy Carmichael. "I'm in charge of this case," shouted Blair, making himself heard at last. "Mackay's got no motive." Hamish drew up a chair in front of the estate agent, and, not taking his eyes off him, he said, "He had a very strong motive." Harry Mackay sat very still, a forgotten cigarette smouldering between his fingers, and a half-smile on his face. "This is what happened," said Hamish, still looking steadily at Mackay. "I had an idea, and went down to Edinburgh, to the head office of the estate agents. I was told you had indeed got a client for Mrs. Mannering's property. His name is Paul Anstruther, formerly of Cnothan, and he's a general contractor, or listed as that. I went to see him, and he told me he was thinking of turning them into holiday cottages and letting them out.
I pointed out that people weren't going to pay much for a holiday cottage in the wilds of Scotland when they could get the let of one in Spain and get sunshine as well. He just laughed and said there were plenty of people interested. I went from there to the offices of the Scottish Telegraph and asked about the railway. I remembered hearing there were plans to alter it. An obliging reporter told me that once the Dornoch Firth rail bridge idea was scrapped, the government still wanted to show they weren't neglecting Scotland, and so they decided on a cheaper compromise, that of cutting off that great loop before it gets to Cnothan and replacing it with a straight line of track. That track would go right through Mannering's 3 crofts. Now, the compensation that would be paid for the loss of crofting land would be immense. I noticed when I was flying over Cnothan that the geographical lie of the land along through Mannering's crofts would make an ideal railroad track. I went to the police and found Mr. Anstruther was part owner of a gambling club. I visited the club, and by bribing one of the staff to look at the books, I found that Harry Mackay owed Anstruther a considerable amount of money. When Anstruther learned he might be involved in a murder case, he caved in. The deal would have gone through the estate agent's books in the normal way. When Anstruther got the compensation from the government, he would wipe out Mackay's debt and still have a fortune. It is my belief that if Mackay had not moved to wipe out that debt, then Anstruther would have had him wiped out. The police tell me there's been bad stories about the ways he copes with people who don't pay up. Anstruther was brought up on the croft next to Mannering's. He felt that Mannering must have known about the railway and had conned his relatives into selling the croft cheap. Anstruther planned to set up as a crofter until the compensation came through. As the son of a crofter, and having been brought up on the croft, he would have no difficulty with the crofter's commission. "When I was in your house a few days ago, Mackay," said Hamish, "I noticed you had a lot of books on your shelf on alcoholism. You knew if you left that drink for Sandy Carmichael on the lobster tank, that he would drink it and then want more. That would get him out of the way. You phoned me and got me to drive out to the Angler's Rest. You knew Mannering had advised Ross not to employ Sandy and would come round, poking his nose in sooner or later. Mind you, it was a gamble, but then you are a gambler." Harry Mackay found his voice. It came out as a croak. He cleared his throat and said, "It's all a load of rubbish, Macbeth. Okay, so I owed Anstruther money, but he's your man. He had every reason to hate Mannering. He knew Mannering had pulled a fast one. And those books on alcoholism were for my sister. She was down in Inverness in the alcoholic unit, and I sent away for them. But by the time I got them, she had disappeared." His lips trembled, and he took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. "I had nothing to do with it. Nothing. And you can't prove it." Hamish kept his eyes fixed on Mackay. "2 deaths, he said in a gentle, lilting voice. "Sandy knew what you'd done, and so you killed him. 2 deaths, and all for nothing. But there's one thing you didn't tell your friend Anstruther, and that was that the whole railway project was scrapped a month ago, and if he found you had bought him 3 worthless properties, we don't have the death penalty yet, but Anstruther would have been glad in that case to act as our executioner. He may very well yet, for I had great pleasure in telling him about the collapse of the scheme. The bailie he had bribed to give him information from the first secret meeting about the railway had resigned by the time of the second secret meeting, which cancelled the project. So, what's it to be, Mackay? A nice safe police cell, or Anstruther's boys after you?" There was a long silence. No one spoke. No one moved. The rising wind moaned around the clachan, and snow pattered on the window panes. "It wasn't planned," said Mackay in a tired voice. I followed him. He was going to report me to my head office. They would have fired me. I daren't lose my job. I didn't think Mannering really knew about the railway project. I thought he was just buying up cheap property in the hope it would rise in value one day. He never had a good head for business. He insulted me in the clachan. I left, and then waited for him to leave. I followed him to Cnothan game. I found a bit of rusty pipe by the road and put it in my pocket. But man, I still didn't mean to kill him. He poked around and tried the office door, but it was locked. I followed him into the lobster shed. He sat on the edge of the main tank and took out a notebook and began to write. There was an empty glass by the side of the tank. He put the note down by the tank. I knew it was a note for Jamie, saying something about Sandy abandoning his post. Mannering never thought Sandy would return. All my hatred for the man boiled up in me, and at the same time I realised in a flash that with him gone, Mrs. Mannering might sell, and then I would be safe from Anstruther. I struck him hard and he fell into... But Blair moved like lightning. He thrust Hamish aside and clapped a large, beefy hand over Harry Mackay's mouth. "Enough of this!" he shouted. "Anderson! McNabb! Take him off to Strathbane and book him." And so, said Hamish Macbeth that evening to Jenny Lovelace, I don't know why Blair shut him up at that point, but Hamish did know. Blair had seen the bit about the lobsters coming up. Hamish wondered how on earth Blair would suppress the evidence. Jenny looked at his drawn face and said quietly, "Want to be left alone tonight?" Hamish most definitely did not want to be left alone, but he felt he had been using Jenny in a way. Proposal first, bed later. He nodded bleakly, and Jenny kissed him gently on the cheek, patted Towser, and went out. Just then the phone rang, and he went to answer it. It was Jimmy Anderson, phoning from Strathbane. "We've got the full confession," he said, cheerfully. "Like to hear the rest?" "Go ahead," said Hamish. "Well, to take the story up from where Mackay left off, he just sacked him on the back of the neck, and Mannering toppled over into the tank. Mackay fled, taking the note with him. When he heard about the skeleton, he knew whose it was, and how it got to be one, but he didn't know who had taken it out of the tank and cleaned up, see? He prayed it might be some friendly local trying to cover up for the murderer, some local who wanted Mannering dead. Then Sandy turned up. Mackay had dropped his gold pen out of his jacket pocket when he bent over the tank as Mannering sank. Sandy had taken the clothes and all the other bits and burned the things that would burn, chucked the false teeth on the moor, and thrown the watch in Lochdubh. He'd even shovelled up all the ash, put it in a sack with a brick, and sunk it in a peat bog. He wanted money. Mackay arranged to meet him up the river, and when Sandy got there, Mackay waited until he had counted the money and put it in his jacket, and then took out his trusty, rusty pipe and clobbered Sandy the way he had clobbered Mannering, and then he stuffed the body under a bush. Then he remembered the money. He wanted to go back and retrieve it, but found he couldn't bring himself to go near the corpse. "How are you going to keep it quiet about the lobsters?" asked Hamish. "I don't know. Maybe Blair will try to pervert the course of justice by saying, 'Look, laddie, shut up about the lobsters, and I'll see you get a lenient sentence.' But I don't know." "Who was the reporter who told you about the railway?" "That one in London." "It wasn't really a reporter," said Hamish. "It was my second cousin, who's a cleaning woman on the Scottish Telegraph. She reads everything she finds in the waste paper buckets. She told me last year, and I forgot about it until the other day. So, Mannering, in a way, brought about his own death by deciding to interfere in Jamie's life. He left that glass of whisky on the tank, and Mackay got him when he went back to retrieve it. So it wasn't a cold-bloodedly planned murder. Mackay didn't leave the whisky for Sandy, The witchcraft had nothing to do with it. Oh, I suppose you'll be telling me next that that hoax call which got me out of the way was also made by someone else. Aye, Mackay swears blind it wasn't him. Alistair Gunn, said Hamish suddenly. I'll bet it was Alistair Gunn. He was stinking of fear when I arrived at the Clachan. He probably thought if the call was traced to him, then he would be charged with the murder. I gathered they've released what's left of Mannering and the funeral's tomorrow. Aye, are you going? No, said Hamish. I think I'll spend the day in bed. I found your murderer, and I think I deserve a break. You've got the luck of the devil, said Anderson. Cheery bye. Save me some whiskey for your next murder. The shrilling of the telephone at 7 the following morning dragged Hamish from his bed. He stumbled through to the office and picked it up. Blair's voice at the other end sounded almost obscenely cheerful. "Great news, laddie!" he crowed. "All our troubles are over." "What happened?" asked Hamish. "Mackay hanged himself in his cell last night. He can't talk, and we can say what we like about the death." "So, what's the official line?" asked Hamish. "Oh, something like he cut off the flesh and threw it in the loch, and then when he put the skeleton on the moor, the crows and buzzards and little wee foxes cleaned the rest, hence the scores on the bones. Sandy and the lobsters hasn't been mentioned." "Are you sure it was the suicide?" Hamish's voice was sharp. There was a long silence, and then Blair's voice sounded again, low and menacing this time. "Just you keep your long Highland nose out of this case. It's no longer got anything else to do with you." And then he banged down the receiver. Hamish went through to get dressed. He felt sick. He kept seeing pictures in his head of a midnight visit to a cell and a prisoner being forcibly strung up. When the phone rang again, he waited for a long time before going through and answering it. It was Jimmy Anderson. "I've heard the news," said Hamish bleakly. "Aye, that's why I'm calling. Cheer up. He really did commit suicide. The pathologist confirmed it, and he hates Blair and would have given anything to make it out to be murder if there had been the slightest doubt." Hamish let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks a lot." Anderson chuckled. "I know how much you love Blair, and guessed what you might be thinking. Ta-ta." Hamish Macbeth went straight back to bed and slept until noon. Towser awoke him by tugging at his sleeve. "Want to walk, boy?" mumbled Hamish. He had gone to bed the second time fully dressed. He got up and peered out of the window and found himself staring straight into a wall of snow. Hamish groaned. "I'd better dig a tunnel if I'm to get you out." The snow had stopped, and by the time he had shovelled a path down to the gate, the sun was shining. He waited patiently while Towser cavorted among the snowdrifts. The snowplough chugged past as it had done before, and threw a wall of snow up by the gate. "Let it stay," muttered Hamish. "I don't feel like visitors the day." "Hello? Hamish Macbeth, are you there?" called a voice from the other side of the snow wall. Jamie Ross. "What is it?" called Hamish. "Just want a wee word," called Jamie. "I'll shovel my end, and you shovel yours, and we might meet in the middle." Hamish sighed and picked up the shovel and dug until he had made a gap. He found Jamie and Helen Ross on the other side. "Come in," said Hamish reluctantly. He led the way up the path and into the kitchen. Helen Ross looked more beautiful than ever in a white parka over a scarlet wool jumpsuit and white high boots. "No more trouble, I hope?" asked Hamish. "We felt we'd better give you an explanation," said Jamie awkwardly. "I told Helen to flirt with Mannering and find out if he knew about the plans for the railway." "So you knew about the plans?" asked Hamish. "Yes, but..." Not that they'd been cancelled. It wasn't a very secret meeting, said Hamish. I'm beginning to wonder if the whole of Sutherland knew about it. Well, it turned out Mannering didn't have a clue about the railway, but he wasn't going to sell either. Oh well, sighed Hamish. It's all over now. Why are you telling me this? Helen didn't want you to think badly of her. That's why she spun you that tale about being bored and all. I wish you had told me about the railway first thing, said Hamish sharply. It would have saved a lot of time. He looked curiously at Helen as he spoke. She smiled at him and lit a cigarette. Hamish had a feeling that she had been telling the truth to a certain extent, that she had found Mannering's company a pleasure and had been disappointed with him in Inverness. And didn't you think you were doing anything wrong by risking your wife's reputation? Asked Hamish. Well, no, said Jamie awkwardly. The fact that the whole thing had been Helen's idea hung in the air. But I tell you this, Hamish, I'll never do it again. I've been pushing and pushing to get money and more money, but I think greed and ambition are beginning to make me do things against my conscience. I'll need to start another business now, for when it comes out at the trial about those cannibalistic lobsters of mine, I'll be ruined. It won't come out, said Hamish. Mackay hanged himself last night. Clever man, said Helen Ross, and blew a smoke ring. Jamie ignored her. Here, he said, I hope it was suicide. Yes, no doubt about it. Jamie looked dazed. I've been up all night, plotting and planning what to do. Now I don't need to bother. But you know, I can't help feeling heart sorry for Mackay. I would have liked to murder Mannering myself. Well, we'd better be on our way. Hamish watched them as they picked their way down the path, Jamie holding his wife's arm so that she would not slip. It's a miracle he didn't murder Mannering, said Hamish to Towser, for that man is married to a Lady Macbeth and doesn't know it. Despite all his good intentions, Hamish found himself that evening in Jenny's cosy kitchen. She was flushed and excited and strangely guilty about something. He asked her what was wrong, but she blushed and said, Nothing. They had a pleasant dinner together and then went to bed for a more energetic night than they had had before. Hamish awoke at dawn and propped himself up on one elbow and looked down at Jenny's flushed and sleeping face and at her black curls. He decided to ask her to marry him. The sick, unnatural yearning for Priscilla would soon go away. He lay back on the pillows and clasped his hands behind his head and wondered what Priscilla would think when she learned of his marriage. She would do the right thing, of course. She always did. She would congratulate him warmly and send him a suitable present. But when she came calling at his kitchen door in Lochdubh, she would be an intruder, no longer a friend. Perhaps he and Jenny would have children, and he could buy them train sets and teach them how to fish. He drifted off to sleep again, and in his dream it was the day of his wedding to Jenny, and Priscilla was telling him she had always loved him. He awoke with a groan. Jenny stirred and put an arm across his naked chest. "Are you awake, Hamish?" she whispered. "Yes," said Hamish gloomily. He had to propose, now or never. "There's something I've got to tell you." Both twisted round and stared at each other, for they had said the same thing at the same time. "You first," said Hamish. "This is going to be difficult," said Jenny. "I love you, Hamish, but I'm going back to my husband." "I thought you were divorced." "I am, but this awful murder, and Mannering insulting my painting, suddenly made me realize I've never stopped loving Andrew. He phoned from Canada yesterday evening. He still loves me, Hamish, and wants me back." Hamish at first felt a burst of sheer masculine fury, followed immediately by an odd, floating feeling of relief. "We're very good in bed together," said Jenny in a small voice.
But it's not enough, is it, Hamish? No, I suppose not. When are you leaving? Not for a few months. I've got to sell up here and start shipping my paintings and belongings to Canada. Hamish, are you mad at me? I shouldn't have gone to bed with you, but it just sort of happened. Jenny got out of bed and went to the window and drew the curtains. She scrubbed at the steamed-up glass with her fist and peered out. She shivered and crossed her arms over her naked breasts. It's snowing again, Hamish. What do you want to do? Come back to bed and I'll show you, said Hamish Macbeth. The rest of Hamish's stay at Cnothan was quiet and dull. The snow changed to weeks of driving rain. He no longer made love to Jenny as lust on both sides disappeared, to be replaced by a comfortable friendship. The first sunny morning in ages heralded his last day in Cnothan. He wanted to be out of the police station before McGregor's return. He whistled as he cleaned the rooms, and then he cleared all the groceries out of the kitchen cupboards and took them over to Jenny. McGregor left me nothing, said Hamish, so he can find things exactly the same on his return. There's 3 funny bottles of liqueur missing from his nasty bar, so I've left him a note telling him to bill Blair. I've made you some sandwiches and a thermos of coffee for the bus, said Jenny. Hamish drew her into his arms and kissed her gently. I'll miss you, Jenny. She gave a little sniff and buried her head against his tunic. You can come and stay with us in Canada. No, Jenny, that would not be at all the thing. I'll drop you a line from time to time. Here, I've a present for you. Jenny went to the corner and picked up a large square parcel. What is it? Asked Hamish. It's that painting of Clachanmore I did when I was angry. You could get a lot of money for that, Jenny, said Hamish awkwardly. Or you could take it to your husband. He'd never call you a chocolate box painter again. He's admitted he was jealous, said Jenny cheerfully. He really knows my paintings are good. I really don't like that one, Hamish. Well, I'll take it, said Hamish. But he privately thought it was a pity that Jenny did not realize her soon-to-be non-ex husband had been right in the first place, and was probably only being tactful now. The small Lochdubh bus came screeching to a halt outside the post office as he stood there, an hour later, with his bags, his painting, and his dog. The driver threw him an evil look and went off to buy cigarettes. Hamish climbed on the bus, put his luggage on one seat, and sat on the other with Towser beside him. The whole town was swimming in lazy golden light, and people walked up and down aimlessly, looking drugged in the unfamiliar warmth. A car drew to a halt beside the bus. Hamish looked idly down at the driver, who was climbing out, and his heart gave a painful lurch. Priscilla Halberton Smythe. He stared straight ahead, his heart racing. She poked her head in the door of the bus. Want a lift to Lochdubh, copper? She called. Towser threw himself on Priscilla, uttering ecstatic yips of welcome. Aye, that'll be grand, Priscilla, said Hamish, his eyes wary. He tried not to look at her, but was painfully aware of slim, stylish elegance and golden hair. He wrestled with his bags and painting and climbed down from the bus. Priscilla opened the boot. Put your bags in there, Hamish, she said. What's that parcel? It looks like a painting. It is, said Hamish. I'd better put it in the back seat so it doesn't get damaged. Won't Towser sit on it? No, he'll sleep on the floor. You know that, Priscilla. Yes, I know that. She straightened up after arranging his bags in the boot and slammed down the lid. Her eyes were clear and untroubled, but slightly questioning. You haven't given me much of a welcome, she said. I'm glad to see you, said Hamish formally. Then he went and climbed into the passenger seat, after putting Towser and the painting in the back of the car. Priscilla was about to drive off when she suddenly switched off the engine and said, There's some woman running towards us. Do you know her? It's Jenny, said Hamish. He rolled down the window. I'm glad I caught you, panted Jenny. "You forgot your sandwiches and thermos." She peered across Hamish at Priscilla. "Priscilla, this is Jenny Lovelace. Jenny, Priscilla, Halbert and Smythe." Priscilla reached across Hamish and shook hands. Then Jenny blushed furiously. "Oh, I've put oil paint on your hand. I'm so sorry." "It's all right," said Priscilla, opening her handbag and taking out a packet of tissues and a bottle. "I have some nail varnish remover that will take it off." She would, thought Hamish glumly. Can I have a word in private with you, Hamish?" asked Jenny. Hamish slid out of the car. Priscilla watched as Jenny said something, and then threw her arms around Hamish's tall figure and hugged him fiercely. Priscilla felt silly and miserable, and wished she had not come. She had phoned Cnothan and had learned Hamish was leaving that day. A woman had answered the phone in the police station. Probably Jenny. "That must have been who phoned yesterday, when you were out," whispered Jenny. "I forgot to tell you. Sorry." "It's all right, Jenny. Goodbye. Write to me." Hamish climbed back in the car. Jenny's eyes filled with tears, and she turned and ran away up the main street. Priscilla let in the clutch, and the Volvo moved off smoothly. She was wearing a tailored tweed jacket, worn open over a white shirt, with a slim heather wool skirt, and sheer tights ending in sensible brogues. The bell of her fair hair fell smoothly on either side of the classic oval of her face. "I came because I was feeling sorry for you," said Priscilla. "Cnothan is not my favourite place, but you appear to have been happy here." Hamish grunted and folded his arms. "Who is she?" "Local artist." "That her painting you've got in the back?" "Yes." Priscilla drew to a stop outside Cnothan Game. "I'd like to see it," she said. "Go ahead," said Hamish. At that moment he didn't care what she did. She had no right to barge coolly back into his life and open up all the old wounds. Priscilla opened the parcel carefully, and then studied the painting for a long time. "Poor Jenny," she said. "The murder must have been an awful experience." Hamish felt a sudden rush of affection for Priscilla, for that quick sensitivity of hers that was so often masked by the sophisticated outward appearance. "She's all right now," he said, as Priscilla replaced the painting and climbed back into the driver's seat. "She's going back to Canada to remarry her husband." Priscilla shot him a look. She felt light-hearted and happy. At that moment, Helen Ross came strolling out into the yard of Cnothan Game. She was wearing a leaf-green wool mini that exposed miles of sheer, stockinged leg. She swayed towards them. "Drive on," said Hamish urgently. "Looks like the local siren," said Priscilla, speeding off. "More like the local Lady Macbeth." "Lady... Oh, I see. For a moment I thought... Never mind. Look, let's go up on the moors and eat some of Jenny's sandwiches. I'm starving." Soon they were sitting on top of a rise overlooking Cnothan. "Out of the valley of the shadow of death," said Hamish. "You had a nightmare of a time, didn't you, Hamish?" said Priscilla, pouring coffee and opening up packets of sandwiches. "Tell me about it." Hamish talked and talked while Priscilla listened. He found himself telling her about the strange atmosphere of Cnothan, about how he kept losing his temper, about the murder, but not about the lobsters. The more he talked, the lighter and happier he felt. He could feel his old, lazy, easy-going self returning. When they drove off, the bond of friendship was restored, and along with it, the old seductive feeling of not being alone in the world any longer, the relief of being able to communicate with someone who knew exactly what you were thinking and feeling. But as they neared Lochdubh, Priscilla broke off from a long description of the irritations and boredoms of the hat shop to say crossly, "What are you thinking of, Hamish Macbeth? You stopped listening to me exactly 5 minutes ago." "I was wondering, Priscilla, did you eat any lobster when you were in London?" "Did I? Sometimes I think you are just plain mad, Hamish Macbeth. Oh, I know what it is. You're scrounging again. Very well, you win. Priscilla shall cook Hamish a lobster for his dinner.
Oh, no, said Hamish with a shudder. I cannae thaw the beasts.
Priscilla slowed the car to a halt and looked at Hamish. She remembered seeing Hamish eat lobster thermidor at the Lochdubh Hotel with great relish. There was a blackness emanating from Hamish. Skeleton, she thought suddenly. Mannering was killed at Cnothan Game and Fish Company. Jamie Ross was famous for his lobsters, scratches on the skeleton. She put a hand on his knee. We'll never eat lobster again, Hamish. Hamish let out a long sigh. Quick on the uptake, aren't you? I'd forgotten that. Dinner at the Lochdubh on me, said Priscilla firmly. They do a very good vegetarian salad. The end.
You have been listening to Death of an Outsider by M.C. Beaton, narrated by Gregor Hunt.
Chapter 1. "Will you walk into my parlour?" said a spider to a fly. "'Tis the prettiest little parlour that ever you did spy." Mary Howitt. It was another day like the morning of the world. Police Constable Hamish Macbeth, his dog at his heels, sauntered along the waterfront of Lochdubh, a most contented man. For 2 whole weeks the weather had been perfect. Above was a cerulean sky, and before him the bustling little harbour, and beyond that the blue of the sea, incredible blue, flashing with diamonds as the sun sparkled on the choppy surface of the water. Around the village rose the towering mountains of Sutherland, the oldest in the world, benign in the lazy light. Across the sea loch was grey forest, a cool, dark cathedral of tall, straight pines. Early roses tumbled over garden fences, and sweet peas fluttered their Edwardian beauty in the faintest of breezes. On the flanks of the mountains, bell heather, the early heather that blossoms in June, coloured the green and brown camouflage of the rising moors with splashes of deepest pink. Harebells, the bluebells of Scotland, trembled at the roadside among the blazing, twisted yellow and purple of vetch and the white trumpets of convolvulus. As Hamish strolled along, he noticed the Curry sisters, Jessie and Nessie, 2 of Lochdubh's spinsters, tending their little patch of garden. The garden bore a regimented look. The flowers were in neat rows behind an edging of shells. "Fine day," said Hamish, smiling over the hedge. Both sisters straightened up from weeding a flower-bed and surveyed the constable with disfavour. "Nothing to do as usual, I suppose," said Nessie severely, the sunlight sparkling on her thick glasses. "And isn't that the best thing?" said Hamish cheerfully. "No crime, no battered wives, and not even a drunk to lock up." "Then the police station should be closed down. The police station should be closed down," said Jessie, who repeated everything twice over like the brave thrush. "It's a sin and a shame to see a well-built man lazing about. A sin and a shame." "Oh, I'll find a murder just for you," said Hamish, "and then you really will have something to complain about." "I hear Miss Halberton Smythe is back," said Jessie, peering maliciously at the constable. "She's brought some of her friends from London to stay." "Good time to come here," said Hamish amiably. "Lovely weather." He smiled and touched his cap and strolled on, but the smile left his face as soon as he was out of sight. Priscilla Halberton Smythe was the love of his life. He wondered when she had come back, and who was with her. He wondered when he would see her. Anxiety began to cast a cloud over his mind. It seemed amazing that the day was still perfect. The sun still shone, and a seal rolled about lazily in the calm waters of the bay. He tried to recover his spirits. The air smelled of salt and tar and pine. He walked on to the Lochdubh Hotel to see if he could scrounge a cup of coffee. Mr. Johnson, the manager, was in his office when Hamish walked in. "Help yourself," he said with a jerk of his head towards the coffee machine in the corner. He waited until Hamish was seated over a cup of coffee and said, "The Willets place has been sold." Hamish raised his eyebrows. "I wouldn't have thought anyone would have taken that." The Willets' house was a Victorian villa set back from the waterfront. It had been up for sale for 5 years and was in bad repair. "I gather they got it for a song. Someone said £10,000 was the figure." "And who's they?" "Name of Thomas, English. Don't know anything about them. Expected to move in today. Maybe it'll be work for you." Hamish grinned. "A crime, you mean? With weather like this, nothing bad can happen." "The glass is falling." "I never knew a barometer yet that could tell the weather," said Hamish. "What's happening up at Tommel Castle?" Hamish asked the question with a casual air of indifference, but Mr. Johnson wasn't deceived. Tommel Castle, some miles outside Lochdubh, was the home of Priscilla Halbotton Smythe. "I gather Priscilla's come back with a party of friends," said the manager. Hamish took a sip of coffee. "What kind of friends?" "Sloane Rangers, I think. 2 fellows and 2 girls." Hamish was conscious of a feeling of relief. It sounded like 2 couples. He dreaded to hear that Priscilla had brought a boyfriend with her. "Had a look at them yet?" he asked. "Oh, aye. They were in for dinner here last night." Hamish stiffened. "And what has happened to the Colonel's hospitality when his daughter has to entertain her friends at the local hotel?" Mr. Johnson looked uncomfortable. "They've been at the castle for over a week," he said, and then looked at the ceiling so that he shouldn't see the disappointment in Hamish's eyes. Hamish put his unfinished coffee slowly down on the desk. "I'd better be getting off on my rounds," he said. "Come along, Towser." The big mongrel slouched out after his master, his plume of a tail at half-mast, as if he sensed Hamish's distress. Hamish stood out in the forecourt of the hotel among the tubs of scarlet geraniums and blinked in the sunlight. It seemed strange that the weather was still as glorious as ever. Over a week. And she hadn't called. He went to the police station, and then through the garden at the back and up to his small croft to make sure his sheep had enough water. The sun was hot on his back. Curlews piped from the heather, and overhead a buzzard, like Icarus, sailed straight for the sun. A large black ewe ambled up and nuzzled his hand. Hamish automatically patted the sheep, his thoughts on what was going on at the castle. Priscilla had said something teasing last time before she had left about his lazy lack of ambition. He was certainly not an ambitious man. He enjoyed his easy-going life, and he loved western Sutherland with its mountains and heather, and the broad stretch of the Atlantic beyond the Sea Loch, where the old people said the blue men rode the waves, and the dead came back as seals. He decided it would do no harm just to go up to the castle and have a look. He had a new white Land Rover, a perk from head office in Strathbane, no doubt with the blessing of Chief Detective Inspector Blair, who enjoyed a reputation for solving murders with Hamish's help, even though Hamish had solved them single-handedly, but had let the boorish detective take the credit. The twisting road up to the castle wound through the hills, and his heart lifted as the road bore him higher above the village. There would be some simple explanation as to why Priscilla hadn't been to see him. Her father, the Colonel, strongly disapproved of her friendship with the local bobby. He had probably told her not to have anything to do with him, thought Hamish, deliberately forgetting that her father's temper and disapproval hadn't stopped Priscilla from visiting him in the past. He parked the Land Rover on the verge outside the gates. He wanted to spy out the lie of the land before he was seen. He walked slowly up the drive. He could hear shouts and laughter. So instead of following round the turn of the drive that would bring him to the lawns in front of the house, he plunged into the pine wood at the side and made his way silently over the pine needles to where he could get a clear view without being seen himself. They were playing croquet, Priscilla and her friends. At first he had eyes only for her. She was bent over the mallet, the golden bell of her hair falling about her face. She was wearing a plain white blouse, a short, straight scarlet cotton skirt, and low-heeled brown sandals with thin straps. Hamish's attention turned to the man who had come up to her and put his arms around her to show her how to use the mallet. He was tall, with crisp dark hair, a handsome face, and a blue chin. He was wearing a checked shirt, and black curling hair sprouted at the open neck. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing strong tanned arms covered with black hair. There were two girls, both with the monkey faces of rich Chelsea, and well-coiffed hair. They were wearing casual clothes. The other man was a rabbity-looking individual with gold-rimmed glasses. Then, as Hamish watched, Priscilla smiled at the dark-haired man, a radiant smile, a happy smile, and Hamish felt cold. A darkness grew inside him. Priscilla Halberton-Smythe was in love with that hairy ape, that Neanderthal. His distress was sharp and acute. Suddenly the smile left Priscilla's face, and she looked about her, and then at the trees. Hamish crept silently away. He felt numb. Misery dragged at his feet like clay as he walked back to the Land Rover. He drove very carefully back to Lochdubh, drove like a drunk man trying to sober up. Then he saw a large, dusty removal van outside the Willets' house. The newcomers had arrived. Rather than be alone with himself and his thoughts, Hamish drove straight to the house and parked beside the van. A couple, a tall, rather elegant woman, and a big, shambling man, were unloading bits and pieces. "Need any help?" he asked. "I'm Hamish Macbeth, the local bobby." The woman wiped her hand on her trousers and held it out. "Trixie Thomas," she said, "and this is my husband, Paul." She was almost as tall as Hamish. She had long brown hair, which curled naturally on her shoulders, and brown eyes, very large, with bluish whites. Her mouth was thin, and her teeth, rather prominent when she smiled, very white. Hamish judged her to be about 45. Her husband, a large bear of a man with a crumpled clown's face, looked like a fat man who had recently been on a severe diet. His skin looked baggy, as if it was meant to stretch across a fatter frame. He had little black eyes, and a big mouth, and a squashed nose. "Are you managing?" asked Hamish. "We're doing our best," sighed Trixie. "But it is hot. We rented this removal van. Couldn't afford the professionals, so I suppose we'll have to manage. Somehow." Her eyes grew wider, and her mouth drooped, and her hands fluttered in a helpless gesture. "I'll give you a hand," said Hamish. He removed his peaked cap and rolled up the sleeves of his blue regulation shirt. "Oh, would you?" breathed Trixie. "Poor Paul is so helpless." She had a breathless sort of voice, marred by a faint Cockney whine. Hamish glanced at Paul to see how he liked being described as helpless, but the big man was smiling amiably. Glad of something to take his mind off his troubles, Hamish worked steadily. He and Paul loaded in the furniture and the bric-a-brac and books, while Trixie walked about the house, showing them where to put things. "We'll need more furniture," she said. "We're both on the dole, and we decided to turn this into a bed and breakfast." "Aye, well, if you're quick about it, you might get the tourists for July and August," said Hamish. "And if you want any second-hand stuff, there's a good place over at Alness. It's a bit of a drive." Trixie's mouth drooped again. "We haven't a penny left for furniture," she said. "I was hoping some of the locals might have some bits and pieces they don't want." "Maybe I've got something I can let you have," said Hamish. "When we've finished, come over to the station and I'll make you something to eat." He regretted the invitation as soon as it was out of his mouth. although by no means a vain man, he had a feeling Trixie was making a pass at him. She was emanating a sort of come-hither sexiness, occasionally bumping into him as if by accident, and giving him a slow smile. He regretted his invitation even more when the couple arrived at the police station. While he was cooking in the kitchen, Trixie wandered off into the other rooms without asking permission, and was soon back, her face a little flushed, and her eyes wider than ever. "I notice you don't use the fire," she said, "and there's that old coal scuttle." "We don't have a coal scuttle." She smiled ruefully. "Couldn't afford one." The coal scuttle had been given to Hamish by an aunt. It was an old 18th century one with enamelled panels, and he was very fond of it. Her eyes seemed to be swallowing him up, and he was surprised at the effort it took to shake his head and say, "No, I use that the whole time in the winter. You canna expect me to light fires in a heat wave." Trixie was now examining the contents of the kitchen shelves. She lifted down a pot of homemade jam and examined the label. "Strawberry. Just look, Paul. And homemade. I love homemade jam." "Take it with you when you go," said Hamish. She threw her arms around him. "Isn't he delightful?" she said. Hamish extricated himself and served the meal on the kitchen table. He was beginning to dislike Trixie, but he didn't yet know why that dislike should be so intense. He turned his attention to Paul. The big man said they had decided to get out of the rat race and come north to the Highlands, and maybe earn their living taking in paying guests. "There's a lot to be done to the house," he said, "but it shouldn't take too long to fix. And then I thought I might start a market garden. There's a good bit of garden there." "The trouble is," said Hamish, moving his long legs to one side to avoid Trixie's, which had been pressing against his own, "that the summers haven't been very good, and people have been taking holidays abroad. Mind you, with all the jams at the airports, they were saying on the news that people are starting to holiday in Britain again, so you might be lucky." "We put advertisements already in the Glasgow Herald and the Scotsman, advertising accommodation for July and August," said Trixie. Hamish thought that for a pair with little money, it was odd that they had found enough to advertise. And it was nearly the end of June. They would need to work very hard to get the rooms ready in time. When they stood up to go, Trixie said, "I don't want to be a pest, but if you've any little thing in the way of furniture, I mean, it's all paid for by the government anyway." "Only the desk and chair, filing cabinet, and phone in the office are supplied by the police force," said Hamish. "The living quarters are all furnished by me. I haven't time to look at the rooms at the moment, but if I find anything, I'll let you know." With a feeling of relief, he ushered them out. It was only when he was watching them make their way back to their own house that he realized with something of a shock that the weather had changed. The air felt damp, and there was a thin veil of cloud covering the sun. He walked slowly round the front of the police station and stared down the loch. Rain clouds were heading in from the sea on a damp wind. They were trailing long fingers over the water that had a black, oily swell. And then the midges came down, those Scottish mosquitoes, the plague of the Highlands. All during the long dry spell they'd been mercifully absent. Now they descended in clouds, getting in his eyes and up his nose. He ran back into the kitchen, cursing, and shut the door. The idyll was over. The weather had broken. Priscilla had returned with a man, and that couple had moved into Lochdubh, bringing with them an atmosphere of unease and trouble to come. That evening, Dr. Brodie settled down to a large dinner of steak and chips. He and his wife ate at the round kitchen table. He had long ago given up any hope of ever finding it clear. His plate was surrounded by books, magazines, and tapes, and unanswered letters. The fruit bowl in front of him contained paper clips, hairpins, 2 screwdrivers, a tube of glue, and a withered orange. His wife was sitting opposite him, a book propped up against the wine bottle. Dr. Brodie surveyed her with affection. She had a thin, intelligent face and large grey eyes. Wispy, fair hair, as fine as a baby's, fell across her face, and she put up a cold-smeared hand to brush it away. Dr. Brodie was a contented man. He enjoyed his small practice in the village, and although he sometimes wished his wife, Angela, were a better housekeeper, he had become accustomed to his messy, cluttered home. Angela's 2 spaniels snored under the table, and the cat promenaded on top.
"The cat's just walked across your plate," commented the doctor.
"Oh, did it? Shoo," said Angela, absent-mindedly, waving a hand and then turning another page of her book.
"There are new people at the Willets' place," said the doctor, pouring brown sauce over his steak and ketchup over his chips.
He pulled away the wine bottle and poured himself a glass.
Angela's book fell over. "I said there are new people at the Willets' place," repeated her husband.
His wife's dreamy eyes focused on him. "I suppose I'd better go and welcome them tomorrow," she said.
"I'll bake them a cake." "You'll what? When could you ever bake a cake?"
Angela sighed.
"I'm not a very good housekeeper, am I? But on this occasion I'm going to be good. I bought a packet of cake mix. I can simply follow the instructions." "Suit yourself. Priscilla Halberton Smythe called down at the surgery to pick up a prescription for her father. She drove straight off afterwards." "And?" "Well, she's been back over a week, and she hasn't called at the police station once."
Poor Hamish. Why does he bother? He's an attractive man.
"Priscilla's a very beautiful girl."
"Yes, isn't she?" said Angela, in a voice which held no trace of envy. "Maybe I'll bake a cake for Hamish, too."
"The fire extinguisher's above the stove, remember?" cautioned her husband. "The time you tried to make jam, everything went up in flames."
"It won't happen again," said Angela. "I must have been thinking about something else." She rose to her feet and opened the fridge door, and took out 2 glass dishes of trifle which she had bought that day at the bakery. The trifle consisted of rubbery custard, thin red jam, and ersatz cream. The doctor ate it with enjoyment, and washed it down with Chianti, and then lit a cigarette. He was in his 50s, a slim, dapper little man with a balding head, light blue eyes, a freckled face, and dressed in shabby tweeds that he wore winter and summer. After dinner, the couple moved through to the living room while the cat roamed over the kitchen table, sniffing at the dirty plates. The fire had gone out. Angela never raked out the ashes until the fireplace became so full of them that the fire wouldn't light. She knelt down in front of the hearth and began to shovel out piles of grey ash into a bucket.
"Why bother?" said the doctor. "Light the electric fire."
"Good idea," said Angela. She rose to her feet, leaving ash all over the hearth, and plugged in the fire and switched it on. Despite the warm weather, their house was always cold. It was an old cottage with thick walls and stone floors. Angela then went back to the table, absent-mindedly patted the cat, picked up her book, returned to the living room, and began to read again. The doctor had learned to live with his wife's messy housekeeping. He would have been very surprised could he have known that Angela often felt she couldn't bear it any longer. Often she thought of getting down to it and giving the place a thoroughly good clean, but a grey depression would settle on her. For relaxation she had once enjoyed reading women's magazines, but now she couldn't even bear to look at one, the glossy pictures of perfect kitchens and fresh net curtains, making her feel desperately inadequate. But on the following morning, after she had served up her husband's breakfast, fried black pudding, haggis, bacon, sausages, fried bread, and 2 eggs, she felt a lifting of her heart. She had a purpose. She would behave as a good wife should, and bake a cake, and take it over to the new neighbours. When she settled down to read the instructions on the back of the packet of Joseph's Ready Mix, she experienced a strong feeling of resentment. If it was indeed a ready mix, then why did she have to add eggs and milk and salt and all these fiddly things that should have been in the packet already? She searched around for the cake tin, and then remembered the dogs were using it as a drinking bowl. She threw out the water and put the dog's water in a soup bowl instead, wiped out the cake tin with a paper towel, greased it, and started to work. That afternoon she set out for the Willets' place. No, Thomas's place, she reminded herself, feeling very proud of herself. She held in front of her, like a crown on a cushion, a sponge cake filled with cream. There seemed to be a lot of activity around the old Victorian villa. Archie McLean, one of the local fishermen, was carrying in a small table. Mrs. Wellington, the minister's wife, was cleaning the windows, and Bert Hook, a crofter, was up on the roof, clearing out the gutters. The front door was open, and Angela walked inside. A tall woman approached her. "My name's Trixie Thomas," she said. "Oh, what a beautiful cake. We adore cake, but what with us being unemployed and living on government handouts, we've had to cut out luxuries like this." Angela introduced herself and felt a rush of pride when Trixie said, "In fact, we're ready for a coffee break. We'll have it now." She led the way into the kitchen. Her husband, Paul, was washing down the walls. "All the poor dear's fit for," said Trixie in a rueful aside. She raised her voice. "Darling, here's the doctor's wife with a delicious cake. We'll take a break and have some coffee. Sit down, Angela." Angela sat down at a table covered with a bright red and white checked gingham cloth. Blue bottles buzzed against the window. "You should get a spray," said Angela. "The flies are dreadful today." "I think there's been enough damage to the ozone layer already," said Trixie. "What I need are some old-fashioned fly papers." She was making coffee in what looked like a brand-new machine. "I grind my own beans," she said over her shoulder. Paul was already seated at the table, looking at the cake like a greedy child. "Now, just a small piece, mind," cautioned his wife. "You're on a diet." Angela watched Trixie with admiration. Trixie was wearing a sort of white linen smock with large pockets over blue jeans and sneakers. Her sneakers were snow-white, without even a grass stain on them. Angela tugged miserably at her crumpled blouse, which had ridden up over the waistband of her baggy skirt, and felt messy and grubby. "Now for the cake," said Trixie, bringing out a knife. Paul hunched over the table, waiting eagerly. The knife sank into the cake. Trixie tried to lift out a slice. It was uncooked in the middle. A yellow sludge oozed out. "Oh, dear," said Angela. "You can't eat that. I don't know how that could have happened. I followed the instructions on the packet so carefully." "It's all right," said Paul quickly. "I'll eat it." "No, you won't," said Trixie, giving Angela a conspiratorial men sort of smile. "I'm hopeless," mourned Angela. "Don't worry. I'll show you how to make one. It's just as easy to make a cake from scratch as it is with one of these packets. And it was a lovely thought." Trixie moved the cake out of her husband's reach. He gave a sigh and lumbered to his feet and went back to work. "I can't do anything right," said Angela. "I am utterly useless about the house. It's like a rubbish bin." "You've probably let it go too far," said Trixie with quick sympathy. "Why don't you get someone in to clean?" "Oh, I couldn't. You see, it's so awful. I'd need to make a start on it myself before any cleaning woman could see what she was doing. I'll help you." Trixie smiled at Angela. "I feel we are going to be friends." Angela coloured up and turned briefly away to hide the look of embarrassed gratification on her face. She had never fitted in very well with the women of the village. In fact, she had never talked to anyone before about how she felt about her dirty house. "I really couldn't expect you to help me, Trixie," said Angela, feeling quite modern and bold, because people in the village called each other by their surnames, Mr. or Mrs. this and that, until they had known each other for years. "I'll strike a bargain with you," said Trixie. "I'll nip back to your house with you, and if you can let me have any old sticks of furniture you were thinking of throwing out, I'll take that as payment." "Lovely," said Angela, with a comfortable feeling she hadn't experienced since a child of being taken in hand. But as they walked to the doctor's house, Angela began to wish she hadn't let Trixie come. She thought of the ash still spilling over the hearth onto the carpet, and of all the sinister grease lurking in the kitchen. Trixie strode in, rolling up her sleeves. She walked from room to room downstairs and then said briskly, "Now, the best thing to do is just get started and don't think about anything else." And Trixie worked. Her hands flew here and there. She was amazingly competent. Grease disappeared. Surfaces began to gleam. Books flew back up on the shelves. It was all magic to Angela, who felt she was watching a sort of Mary Poppins at work. She blundered around after her new mentor, cheerfully doing everything she was instructed to do, as if the house were Trixie's and not her own. "Well, we've made a start," said Trixie at last. "A start?" Angela was amazed. "It's never been so clean. I just don't know how to thank you." "Perhaps you've got an old piece of furniture you don't want." "Of course." Angela looked about her helplessly. There must be something somewhere. "What about that old chair in the corner of your living room?" "You mean that thing?" The chair was armless, with a bead and needlework cover. Angela hesitated only a moment. It had been her grandmother's, but no one ever sat on it, and her gratitude for this new goddess of the household was immense. "Yes, I'll get John to put it in the station wagon and run it over to you this evening." "No need for that." Trixie lifted it in strong arms. "I'll carry it." Despite Angela's protest that it was too heavy for her, Trixie headed off. Angela followed her to the garden gate. She wanted to say, "When will I see you again?" and felt as shy as a lover. Dr. Brodie was often away on calls, and she had spent much of her life alone. She had never worked since the day of her marriage to the young medical student, John Brodie, 30 years ago. They had been unable to have children. Angela's parents were dead. She felt she had somehow only managed to muddle through the years of her marriage with books as her only consolation. Trixie turned at the gate. "See you tomorrow," she said. Angela grinned, her thin face youthful and happy. "See you tomorrow," she echoed. Constable Hamish Macbeth was leaning on his garden gate as Trixie went past, carrying the chair. "Need any help?" he called. "No, thanks," said Trixie, hurrying past. Hamish looked at her retreating figure. Where had he seen that chair? His mind ranged over the interiors of the houses in Lochdubh. The doctor's. That was it. He ambled along the road to the doctor's house, and went around to the side. No one in the Highlands, except the Thomases, bothering to use the front door. "Come in, Hamish," called Angela, seeing the lanky figure of the red-haired policeman lurking in the doorway. "Like a cup of coffee?" "Yes, please." Hamish eased himself into the kitchen, and then blinked in surprise. He had never seen the Brodies' kitchen look so clean. Angela bubbled over with enthusiasm as she told him of Trixie's help.
"Was that your chair she was carrying?"
asked Hamish.
"Yes. The poor things have very little furniture. They want to start a bed and breakfast place. It was just a tatty old thing of my grandmother's."
Hamish thought quickly. Someone setting up a bed and breakfast establishment usually wanted old serviceable stuff. He wondered uneasily whether the chair was valuable, but he didn't know anything about antiques. Flies buzzed about the kitchen. "I should have kept the door shut," said Angela. "Wretched flies."
"You've got a spray there,"
pointed out Hamish.
"These sprays make holes in the ozone layer," said Angela.
"I suppose so.
"But it's hard to think of the environment when you have the kitchen full of these beasties," said Hamish, whose Highland voice became more sibilant when he was upset, and somehow he felt that that remark about the ozone layer originally came from Trixie. And yet Trixie was right, so why should he feel so resentful? After some gossip, Hamish got up and left. A thin drizzle was falling. The sky was weeping over the loch, but the air was warm and clammy. And then he saw a Volvo parked at the side of the police station, and Priscilla just getting out of it. He broke into a run. Chapter 2. "O love, has she done this to thee? What shall, alas, become of me?" John Lilly. He slowed his pace as he neared the police station and tried to appear casual, although his mouth was dry and his heart was thumping against his ribs. Then, just before he reached her, his pride came to his rescue. He, Hamish Macbeth, was not going to run after a woman with such abysmal taste that she could become starry-eyed over a man who looked like an ape. "Evening, Priscilla,"
he said. "Open the kitchen door quickly," said Priscilla. "I'm being eaten alive. Why do the midges leave you alone?"
"I'm covered in repellent," said Hamish. "The door's unlocked anyway. No need to wait for me."
"What brings you?" Priscilla sat down at the kitchen table and pushed back the hood of her anorak. "Father thought I ought to call on the newcomers," she said.
"Of course," thought Hamish bleakly, "and while you're playing Lady of the Manor, drop in on the local bobby at the same time."
"What did you think of them?" he asked, putting on the kettle.
"They seem very pleasant.
She's got quite a forceful personality. Dr. Brodie's wife was helping her get things arranged. Mrs. Brodie's delighted to find a friend at last, of course."
"Why, of course?"
Hamish measured tea leaves into the teapot with a careful hand. "Mrs. Brodie's a lonely woman. She should have been one of those vague academics writing her thesis and taking yet another degree or doctorate. Lots of brains and no self-confidence, and very little common sense. Trixie Thomas has taken her over with a firm hand. She's going to perm her hair for her tomorrow."
"She shouldn't have a perm," said Hamish. "That baby hair of hers suits her."
"Oh, well, she's happy, and perms grow out," said Priscilla. Hamish handed her a cup of tea, poured one for himself, and sat down opposite her at the table.
"And what do you make of the husband, Paul?" he asked.
"Nice man. Bit of a helpless child. Seems Trixie's got a hard job managing him and all the arrangements for the bed and breakfast."
"Oh, that's the way she plays it," said Hamish. "Has she asked you for any furniture?"
"As a matter of fact, she did. But I told her she'd need to see my father. I don't own any of it."
"I hear you've been back for over a week."
Priscilla looked at Hamish's hazel eyes, which were calm and appraising. "I meant to get down and see you sooner," she said defensively, "but time seemed to fly past. I've got these friends up with me. They're leaving tomorrow."
"Who are they?"
"Oh, just friends. Sarah James and her sister Janet, David Baxter, and John Burlington."
"I saw them," said Hamish casually. "I was driving past. Who's the hairy fellow?"
You mean the good-looking one with the tanned face? That's John. What does he do? He's a very successful stockbroker. Looks a bit old for a yuppie. Hamish, I wouldn't have thought you would be the type to sneer at yuppies. He's not exactly young. He's 30. Nearly as old as me, said Hamish dryly. Anyway, he's very hard-working and ambitious. He's bought this Brill farmhouse in Gloucester for weekends, and he's going to take me down to see it when I get back in September. I'm studying computers. My course starts up again in the autumn. And you're in love with him, said Hamish flatly. Priscilla coloured up. I don't know. I think so. All in that moment, Hamish could have struck her. If she had said yes, then that would have been the end of hope, and he could learn to be comfortable. But Hamish knew people in love were never in any doubt about it, and he cursed her in his heart for the hope she had so unwittingly held out. He had no claim on her. As far as Priscilla was concerned, they were friends, nothing more. Priscilla changed the subject. After that business in Cnothan, I thought you would have got a promotion. I told you I don't want a promotion. I'm very comfortable here. Hamish, there seems something very, well, immature about a man who doesn't want to get on. You're hardly a dynamo of ambition yourself, Miss Halberton Smythe. Or are you just an old-fashioned girl who wants to realize her ambition by marrying an ambitious man? This tea's foul, said Priscilla, and you're foul. You're usually so friendly and pleasant. Priscilla, you have just called me an immature layabout, and you expect me to be pleasant. So I did. She put a hand on his jersey sleeve. I'm sorry, Hamish. Let's start again. I have just arrived. You have just poured me a cup of something made out of sawdust, and we are talking about the Thomases. Hamish grinned at her in sudden relief. He prized their usual easy-going friendship, and didn't want to lose it. Priscilla smiled back, and then sighed. Hamish was tall and gangly and lanky and unambitious. But when he smiled, and his hazel eyes crinkled up in his thin face, he seemed part of an older, cleaner world that John Burlington knew nothing about and could never belong to. Yes, the Thomases, she said. She's very good at getting one to do things for her. I think half the village has been up at the house already, getting them food and fixing things for them. Where are they from? Edgware, North London. Plenty of jobs in London, said Hamish. Not like the north. Wonder why he's on the dole. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he threw up his job to come here and went on the dole after he arrived. You're very curious about them. I have an uneasy feeling they are going to cause trouble, said Hamish slowly. There was a knock at the kitchen door, and Hamish went to open it. John Burlington stood there. Is Priscilla here? He asked. I saw her car. I'm here, called Priscilla, getting to her feet. She introduced the two men. John Burlington's handsome face broke into an engaging smile. You've been away for ages, Scylla, he said. The others are outside. Priscilla and John left. Hamish wandered through to the office and idly picked up some forms and put them down again. Scylla. What a name. He could hear them laughing outside. He could hear John Burlington saying, You'll never guess what our Scylla was doing. Drinking tea with a local copper. Darling, you're too marvellous. He must have brought the others with him. Hamish sat down at the desk. He felt he didn't really know Priscilla Halberton Smythe very well. He himself couldn't have tolerated such company for very long. But then, perhaps jealousy was clouding his judgment. Dr. Brodie sniffed the air suspiciously when he came home that night. Everything seemed to smell of furniture polish and disinfectant. Angela must be worn out with cleaning. Still, he'd always wanted a clean house. He sat down at the table. Angela lifted 2 boiling-bag curries out of a pan, and then the packets of rice. She cut open the bags and tipped the contents onto 2 plates.
"Where's Raffles?"
asked the doctor, ladling mango chutney onto his rice.
"I shut him out in the garden. He will climb onto the table during meals, and cats are full of germs."
"I think over the years we've become immune to Raffles' germs," said the doctor, pouring a glass of something that was simply emblazoned claret, without the name of any vintage to sully its label. "Why the sudden fear of pollution by Raffles?"
"Trixie Thomas says cats are a menace. Besides, I'm sick of the hares everywhere."
"Poor old Raffles," said the doctor, but his wife had retreated into a book. He finished his curry. "Anything for dessert?" he asked. "The trouble with these instant meals is that they don't fill you up." Angela rose from the table.
"I made a butterscotch pudding," she said. "Trixie showed me how."
She put a plate in front of her husband. He took a mouthful, and his eyebrows rose in surprise. "This is delicious," he said. "Absolutely delicious. You clever girl." "I couldn't have done it without Trixie." "Well, God bless Trixie," said the doctor, looking around the shining kitchen with pleasure. He was to regret those words bitterly in the weeks to come. The summer crawled into July. The days seemed long and irritable. Intermittent drizzle and warm, wet winds brought the flies and midges in droves. Trixie had made a sign that hung outside the house, the Laurels, bed and breakfast. She already had guests, a broken-down-looking woman from Glasgow with a brood of noisy, unhealthy children, and a thin, quiet man who drifted about the village like a ghost. Hamish had given the Thomases a wide berth, but one day he saw Paul working in the garden. There was no sign of Trixie, so he ambled over. The big man leaned on his spade when he saw Hamish and said, "I'm trying to make a vegetable garden. It's hard work. This ground hasn't been turned over for years." "Where's Mrs. Thomas?" asked Hamish. "Oh, off somewhere. Inverness, I think." "That's very hard work," said Hamish sympathetically. "Archie McLean's got a rotary cultivator, you know, one of those things that just churn up the earth. If he's not out fishing, I suppose he would lend it to you. Would you like to walk along to his house and we'll ask him?" "That would be great." Paul threw down the spade and wiped his hands on his trousers and came out of the garden to join Hamish. "You must find Lochdubh a bit of a change from London," said Hamish, taking out a stick of midge repellent and wiping his face with it. "I think I can make something of it here," said Paul. "New start. Never been able to do much with my life. Trixie's a marvel. I don't know what I would do without her." "What was your job in London?" "Oh, this and that. Trouble was, I'd got so fat I couldn't move, and the fatter I got, the more I felt I had to eat. Trixie came into my life like a whirlwind and took me over and put me on a diet. I owned the house I lived in. It had been my mother's. Trixie suggested we put it up for sale and buy something up here with the money. I hope I can make something of the garden. It would mean a lot to me to be able to grow things. Know what I mean?" Hamish nodded, and then said, "But don't you miss the theatres and cinemas and all the fun of the city?" "No, I didn't have much fun. It's quiet here, and the people are friendly. We've had such a lot of help. That's Trixie for you. Everyone loves her. She's going to do a lot for the village. She's forming the Lochdubh Bird Watching and Bird Protection Society. The first meeting's at the church tonight." "It'll be an interest for the children," said Hamish cautiously. "It doesn't do to go too far with this bird thing. Some of these societies can be downright threatening, telling people they can't dig the peats because that's the nesting place of the greater crested twit or something. But I suppose Mrs. Thomas is just interested in finding out about the different types of birds." "I suppose," echoed Paul. "But she likes to do things thoroughly. She's even starting a clean-up Lochdubh campaign."
Morals? No. Litter.
Hamish looked along the street which bordered the waterfront. There was not a scrap of paper in sight.
And she's going to see Dr. Brodie about starting an anti-smoking league. My, she'll be on dangerous ground there, said Hamish. The doctor smokes like a chimney. I know. Trixie says it's a disgrace. She says he's giving all his patients cancer. And she's had to talk to Angela about the doctor's diet. You should see what she's been feeding that man. Chips with everything. Too much cholesterol.
Hamish felt uncomfortable. It doesn't do to interfere with people, he said. Brodie's 57 and looks about 40, and has never had a day's illness that I can remember.
Oh, Trixie knows what's best for him,
said Paul easily. They walked on in silence. Hamish remembered David Curry, a thin, weedy man who used to live in Lochdubh. He had a tyrant of a mother whom he adored. "Mother knows best," was his favourite expression. Then, one night, he had got drunk and had chased his mother down the street with an axe, and Hamish had had to rescue the terrified woman. After that, the Currys had moved to Edinburgh. Hamish had heard that David was a leading light in the Jehovah's Witnesses. Archie MacLean was at home. He gave Hamish a welcoming smile, and then the smile faded as he saw Paul behind Hamish. He agreed to lend them his cultivator, but he was decidedly chilly towards Paul, and Hamish wondered why. Hamish and Paul worked amiably together throughout the afternoon. Hamish then asked him back to the police station for tea. He put the teapot, 2 mugs, and a plate of chocolate biscuits on the kitchen table, and then the phone in the office rang. He left Paul and went to answer it. It was Detective Chief Inspector Blair from Strathbane.
"How's the local yokel?"
asked Blair.
"Just fine," said Hamish. "Anything going on there?"
"No, nothing."
"You lucky sod," grumbled Blair. "Look, the new super, Peter Daviot, is coming over to the Lochdubh Hotel for the fishing. I want you to keep out of his way."
"Why?"
"For your own good, you pillock. If he finds you're doing nothing, he'll close down your police station."
"Anything else?"
asked Hamish. "No," growled Blair. "Keep away from Daviot. I'm warning you."
He slammed down the phone. Hamish waited a moment, and then phoned Mr. Johnson, the manager of the Lochdubh Hotel. "How would you like a supply of free-range eggs for a month for nothing?" asked Hamish.
"I'd like it fine," said the manager. "With this salmonella scare, everyone keeps asking for free-range eggs. Of course I've been telling them they're free-range. I get cook to dip them in coffee to turn them brown, and stick a wee hen's feather on some of the shells to make it look like the real thing. But it would be just my luck if one of them got the food poisoning." "What do you want in return?"
"Is a Mr. Daviot in the hotel?"
"Yes, just arrived."
"Then I want dinner for 2 this evening," said Hamish.
"All right, you're on. But don't order champagne."
Hamish then phoned Tommel Castle. The butler answered the phone, and Hamish asked to speak to Priscilla.
"Who is calling?" asked the butler suspiciously.
"James Fotherington," said Hamish, in impeccable upper-class accents.
"Certainly, sir," oiled the butler.
Priscilla came to the phone.
"Hello, Hamish," she said. "It is you, isn't it?"
"Yes. Will you have dinner at the Lochdubh with me tonight?" There was a long silence, and Hamish gripped the phone hard.
"Yes," said Priscilla at last. "But we'll go Dutch. Johnson's prices get higher and higher." "Why, half the money," said Hamish in offended tones. "Very well. What time?" 8. And, Priscilla, could you wear something grand?"
"Any point in asking why?"
"No."
"All right. See you." Hamish went back into the kitchen. Paul had gone. So had all the biscuits. Not only that, but there were smears of jam on the plate. "Eating chocolate biscuits with jam," marvelled Hamish, It's a wonder that man has any teeth left. That evening, Dr. Brodie sat down to a plate of pink wild rice. His wife poured him a glass of Perrier. "What's this?" he asked, pushing the mess with his fork. "Tuna fish rice," said Angela proudly. "You put a can of tuna in the blender and just mix the paste with the wild rice. Try the whole wheat bread. I baked it myself." Dr. Brodie carefully put down his fork. He looked at his wife. Her hair was all curly like a wig and highlighted with silver streaks. She was wearing a white smock with strawberries embroidered on it, a pair of new blue jeans, and very white sneakers. He hadn't complained once about all the changes, pleased that his wife had all these new interests, but hoping she would tire of it all and revert to her normal self. But it had been a long and tiresome day. He was hungry, and he was weary. His home sparkled like a new pin, but felt sterile and uncomfortable. He put down his fork and got to his feet. "Where are you going?" asked Angela. "I'm going to the Lochdubh Hotel for a decent meal. I hear they've got a new chef. Like to come?" "Don't be ridiculous," said Angela, tears starting to her eyes. "I've been slaving all day, getting the place clean, making the bread." Dr. Brodie went out and very quietly closed the door behind him. Angela sat down and cried and cried. Trixie had said he was killing himself with all that junk food and cheap wine and cigarettes. She had done it all for him, and he had sneered at her. At last she dried her eyes. There was the Bird Society meeting. Trixie would be there, and Trixie would know what to do. Mrs. Daviot said to her husband, "That's a distinguished-looking couple." The superintendent looked over the top of his menu. A tall, thin man with flaming red hair in a well-cut but slightly old-fashioned dinner jacket was ushering in a tall blonde who was wearing a strapless jade-green gown with a very short ruffled skirt and high-heeled green silk shoes. The waiter came up to take the Daviot's order. "Visitors, are they?" asked Mr. Daviot, indicating the couple. "Oh, no," said the waiter. "That's Miss Holberton Smythe and Mr. Macbeth, the local constable." "Ask them to join us," said his wife eagerly. Mrs. Daviot was a social climbing snob and longed to be able to tell her friends that she had had dinner with one of the Holberton Smythes. Soon Hamish and Priscilla were seated at the superintendent's table. "I think it would be better if we just stuck to first names," said Mrs. Daviot eagerly. "I'm Mary, and my husband is Peter." "Very well, then," said Priscilla. "It's Priscilla and Hamish." Hamish cursed the impulse that had led him to waste a whole evening when he could have been alone with Priscilla, in spiting Blair. Mary Daviot was a small, fat, fussily dressed woman whose Scottish accent was distorted by a perpetual effort to sound English. Her husband was small and thin, with grey hair, grey eyes, and a grey face. "So you're Macbeth," he said, surveying Hamish. "Do call me Hamish, Peter," said Hamish sweetly. There was a silence while they all decided what to have to eat. "The prices are ridiculous here," said Mr. Daviot finally. He turned to the waiter. "We'll all have the set menu." "Perhaps you would care for something else," said Hamish to Priscilla. "No, darling," said Priscilla meekly. Hamish knew she was angry with him for having used her in order to introduce himself to the superintendent, and his heart sank. "All ready for the glorious?" Mrs. Daviot asked Priscilla. Priscilla raised her eyebrows. "I mean the glorious 12th, explained Mrs. Daviot. "I suppose my father is," said Priscilla. "I don't shoot any more. Few enough birds as it is." Hamish ordered a good bottle of claret. "We'll just have a glass of yours," said Mr. Daviot, when Hamish offered him the wine list. "You were involved in that murder case where that chap was shot on the grouse moor, weren't you?" the superintendent asked Hamish. "Yes." Tell me about it. I wasn't in Strathbane then. As Hamish talked, Priscilla endured the coy and vulgar conversation of Mrs. Daviot. The first course arrived. It was salmon mousse, a tiny portion moulded into the shape of a fish, with a green caper for an eye, stared up at Hamish. "I gather the chef is famous for his novel cuisine," said Mrs. Daviot. "I'm not a fan of nouvelle cuisine," said Priscilla. "They never give you enough to eat." She glanced at Hamish, who seemed to be enjoying himself talking to the superintendent. Hamish didn't like Mr. Daviot much, but found him an intelligent policeman. Priscilla realized with a shock that she hadn't thought about John Burlington in recent days, but now she wished with all her heart that he would miraculously turn up and take her out of the dining room and away from Mrs. Daviot's greedy eyes that seemed to be pricing her gown, her earrings, and her necklace. The next course was Tornadoes Bonnie Prince Charlie. A small piece of fillet steak rested on a small round of toast. 2 mushrooms and 2 radishes cut in the shape of flowers decorated the plate. A kidney-shaped side dish contained a small portion of sliced carrots and an even smaller portion of mange tout. Hamish mentally cut down the supply of free-range eggs by 2/3 and cast a hurt look at Mr. Johnson, who came hurrying up. "Everything all right?" he asked. There was a crash behind him, and he swung round. Dr. Brodie had upset his chair and was storming from the dining room. "Excuse me," muttered Mr. Johnson, and went after the doctor. "So it looks as if there'll be no more murders in Lochdubh," said Mr. Daviot. "I hope so," said Hamish. "But we have a creator of violence in our midst." "What's that?" asked Mrs. Daviot. "That's someone who sets up situations and animosities in people that often lead to murder." "I don't believe in that sort of thing," said Mr. Daviot. "Murderers are usually on booze or drugs or both. Or there's the ones that are born bad. No one makes another person murder them." "I think they do," said Priscilla. "It's often a way of committing suicide. You don't do it yourself, but you drive someone else into doing it for you." "I never let popular psychology interfere with police work," said the superintendent. "Nothing beats a good forensic lab, and this genetic fingerprinting is a wonder." He and Hamish fell to discussing cases which had been solved by genetic fingerprinting, and Priscilla was again left to talk to Mrs. Daviot. "This is what life would be like were I married to Hamish," she thought. But surely the fact that Hamish had sought out the superintendent meant that he was showing signs of ambition at last. Suddenly cheered, Priscilla endured Mrs. Daviot's questioning. The last course arrived. Flora MacDonald's frumenty. It tasted to Priscilla like whipped cream with a dash of cooking sherry. "We must meet up again soon," Priscilla realized Mrs. Daviot was saying. Priscilla hesitated. She didn't want to have to endure the company of this woman again. On the other hand, if Hamish had taken a step towards promotion, then she should help him. Besides, her father would be delighted to meet the new superintendent. "Come for dinner tomorrow night," she said. 8 o'clock, Dommel Castle. Do you know the road? "Oh, yes," breathed Mrs. Daviot. "Peter, Priscilla's asked us for dinner tomorrow night." "That's very kind of you," said Mr. Daviot. "Yes, thank you, Priscilla," said Hamish, quickly including himself in the invitation. Priscilla wondered what her father would say about having Hamish Macbeth as a dinner guest. When the dinner was over, Mr. Daviot signed his bill, and Hamish told the waiter airily he would settle his with Mr. Johnson in the morning. On the road out, Hamish fell back a little behind the others. "What did you think of your meal?" asked Mr. Johnson. "You old scunner," said Hamish furiously. "I'm starving. That was child's portions. It's worth 6 eggs, and that is all you're going to get. Keep your hair on, laddie. The nouvelle cuisine is now being replaced by vieille. Brodie nearly had a heart attack with rage. Says the whole of Lochdubh's out to starve him, Aye, well, the fish and chip shop will be doing a grand trade tonight. Hamish caught up with the others, said goodbye to the Daviots, and then escorted Priscilla to her car. "That was a disgusting meal, Hamish," said Priscilla, "but I forgive you all. I never thought to see the day when you would attempt to court a superintendent. High time you decided to do something with your life." Hamish hesitated. He dare not tell her he had only done it to spite Blair. She kissed him lightly on the cheek and climbed into her car. "Want a lift?" "No, I'll walk." Hamish raised a hand in farewell, and she drove off. As he strolled along the waterfront, he suddenly saw a figure hurrying along the pavement on the other side of the road. The figure had an anorak hood pulled well over the head, but by those gleaming sneakers he was sure it was Trixie. She turned her head away as if hoping not to be recognized. He turned and watched her. She was heading for the hotel. He wondered what she was up to. She appeared to have taken over the gardening from Paul, who could often be seen sitting on the wall outside his house, staring at the loch. Then he forgot about her, and wondered instead how Colonel Halberton Smythe was taking the news that Hamish Macbeth had been invited to dinner.
"Ask the super and his wife by all means," the Colonel was raging, "but I will not have that scrounging Bobby in this house."
"In that case," said Priscilla coolly, "I shall just have to take them all out to a restaurant. Daviot would be very disappointed not to find Hamish at the dinner." Jenkins, the butler, who had been serving the Colonel's supper of whisky and sandwiches, bent and whispered something in the Colonel's ear. The Colonel looked startled and left the room, followed by his butler. He returned a few moments later, looking very pleased about something, and said,
"Maybe I was too harsh, Priscilla. Ask your local Bobby by all means."
What had Jenkins said? Wondered Priscilla. The butler loathed Hamish. Her father's change of heart meant that Jenkins had told him something that had led the Colonel to believe that Hamish would be unable to attend that dinner. It was no use asking Jenkins what he had said. Jenkins didn't like her either. She waited until Jenkins came back in with the coffee, and slipped out, and went down to the cook-housekeeper's parlour halfway down the back stairs. Mrs. Angus, the cook-housekeeper, was slightly drunk, but then that was her usual condition. Priscilla told her about the dinner and discussed the menu, and then said, "Does Jenkins know something about Hamish Macbeth? I've got a feeling he doesn't expect him to attend."
"That's right," said Mrs. Angus in her hoarse whisky voice. "Jamie, the water bailiff, told someone that Hamish Macbeth was going out poaching on the river tonight. You ken how Hamish and Jamie have the understanding. For Hamish, I takes just the one fish. Big-mouth Jamie was joking to someone about the local copper being a poacher, and that someone has reported it to that Mr. Daviot."
Who would do a thing like that?
No one in the village, surely.
Jenkins?
Canna be him. He's been here all evening. But Hamish is to be on that river at midnight, and probably that's when this superintendent will go looking for him.
Priscilla looked at the clock. 11:30. She ran to her room and changed into a sweater and tweed skirt and flat shoes, and then climbed out of the back window so her father shouldn't see her leave, got in her car, and roared off in search of Hamish. The police station was in darkness, and there was no reply to her knock, so she drove off again in the direction of the River Anstey. She parked the car and headed up the track beside the river to Hamish's favourite beat. A thin drizzle was beginning to fall. Hamish waded into the river and started to cast. The water gurgled about his waders, and the wet air smelled of pine, bell heather, and honeysuckle. And then he heard someone crashing down through the undergrowth from the path. He reeled in his line and was making for the opposite bank when a familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. "Hamish!" "Priscilla!" Hamish waded towards the voice. He could see the white blur of her face. "Get out of there!" hissed Priscilla. "Someone's told the super about your poaching, and he's probably coming to arrest you. Get out! give me your rod and net, and I'll hide them in the bushes. Get your waders off." Hamish handed her the rod and net, and then sat down on the bank and pulled off his waders. Priscilla emerged from the undergrowth and took the waders and went off to hide them with rod and net.
"Hadn't we better just go?"
said Hamish when she came back. "Listen." Priscilla stood close to him, and they listened in silence. Then they heard furtive little sounds, the scrape of a foot, the crackling of a twig. "We'd better look like a courting couple," said Priscilla. "Put your arms around me." Hamish gathered her close. His senses were reeling.
"Better make a good show of it,"
he muttered, and bent his head and kissed her. The world went spinning off. He was whirling off into infinity with Priscilla in his arms. And then a blinding light was shone on his face. He and Priscilla broke free. Hamish stood dazed, rocking slightly on his heels. "What is the meaning of this?" he heard Priscilla demanding in arctic tones, but that voice seemed to be coming from a very long way off.
"I'm awfully sorry,"
he heard Mr. Daviot reply.
"Really very sorry. Jamie said there was a poacher on the river, and—"
"As you could see, Mr. Daviot, it is all very embarrassing."
"Jamie, I'm surprised at you,"
said Priscilla. The water bailiff shuffled his feet.
"Well, I'm sorry to have interrupted your,
said the superintendent.
"Exactly."
"Good night, Mr. Daviot. I shall expect to see you and Mrs. Daviot at dinner at 8.
"Yes, well, good night, Hamish."
But Hamish was standing with a vague smile on his face, looking at nothing. After they had gone, Priscilla bustled about, getting the fishing tackle and the waders, avoiding looking at Hamish. The intensity of that kiss and her own reactions had alarmed her. It was all very well to help Hamish on the road up the police ladder, but she had no intention of marrying him. She didn't belong to his world, or he to hers. At last she tugged at his sleeve as though to wake him from a dream, and he meekly took the things from her and followed her back up the hill. Chapter 3. The pursuit of perfection, then, is the pursuit of sweetness and light. Matthew Arnold. Detective Chief Inspector Blair had said Hamish was half-witted. At the dinner at Tommel Castle that night, Mr. Daviot began to think Blair was right. Hamish tripped over things, knocked over things, absent-mindedly put his elbow in the gravy boat, and had a silly sort of smile on his face the whole time. Mr. Daviot sympathized with the colonel, who appeared to dislike the local policeman intensely. What on earth did Priscilla see in the man? Priscilla Halberton-Smythe was wearing a short black slip of a dinner gown. It showed off her slim figure and set off the pale gold of her hair. Mr. Daviot wished his wife hadn't chosen to wear beige silk with an enormous bow on one plump hip. He was used to his wife's genteel tones, but during that dinner party they grated on his ear. Why could she not say glass instead of glace, or that instead of that? He became very cross with her, and to most things she said he interrupted with, "Don't be silly," or "No one's interested in that," until his hurt wife became as clumsy and gauche as Hamish. In all, it was an unpleasant dinner party for all but Hamish, who seemed off in another world. Mrs. Halberton-Smythe, always nervous of her husband's rages, sat like a silent ghost at the head of the table. Conversation turned to the Thomases. "Pretty thing, Mrs. Thomas," said the colonel. "Called here today looking for bits of furniture. Brave woman. Struggles on down there with that oaf of a husband, leaving her to hold the place together." "Did you give her anything?" asked Priscilla. "I gave her that old pine washstand. It was stuck in the corner of the tack room, covered in dust." "She seems very selective," commented Priscilla. "That washstand's Victorian." If she's so hard up for furniture, you would think she would be after chests of drawers or beds or something.
Oh, she is. You know old Mrs. Haggerty, who died last year, and no one turned up to collect her bits and pieces out of that cottage? Turns out she hasn't any relatives, and the cottage belongs to the estate anyway. I promised to drive Mrs. Thomas over to have a look at what's there.
I would keep clear of her if I were you, said Priscilla. I don't like her very much. I think she's a bossy bitch.
Mind your language, girl. And when did you start to become such a good judge of character?
The Colonel flashed a vicious look at Hamish Macbeth. Everyone except Hamish was glad when the evening was over. He was still floating above the ground on the memory of that kiss. But reality crept back into Hamish's mind the following morning. He had kissed Priscilla. She had not kissed him. She'd only allowed him to kiss her because the water bailiff and the superintendent were shortly to arrive on the scene. He thought of the dinner party and felt it was like looking back on a party where one had been very drunk. Flies were buzzing around the kitchen, and he seized the fly spray, mentally damning Trixie and her ozone layer, and slaughtered the lot. But the fly spray smelled so vile that he opened the kitchen door to let the air in, and 5 blue bottles promptly flew in, followed by a posse of midges. The doorbell went at the front of the police station. When he opened the door, a middle-aged couple was standing on the step. "We're touring Scotland," said the man in an American accent. "I'm Carl Steinberger, and this is my wife. The hotel here is too pricey for us. We wanted to know if you knew of anywhere cheaper." Hamish didn't want to put any custom Trixie's way, but on the other hand she had the reputation of being a good housekeeper and a good cook. "There's the Laurels," he said, pointing along the road. "It's a bed and breakfast, but if you want lunch, I'm sure Mrs. Thomas will arrange something. Come in, then, and have a cup of tea." Hamish adored American tourists, feeling more of an affinity with them than the English ones. He slammed the kitchen door, muttering about the flies. "You were unlucky," he said to the Steinbergers. "It was lovely in June. This weather's miserable. Hot, wet, and clammy, and the flies are a menace." "I don't know why you don't have screen doors like they do in the States," said Mr. Steinberger. "Screen doors?" Hamish stood with the teapot in one hand. "Yeah, all you need is a wood frame and some metal gauze, or you could even use cheesecloth. Anything. Or strings of beads like they have in the Mediterranean countries." "Well, I never," said Hamish. "Such a simple idea. I'll get to work on it today." Mr. Steinberger looked amused. "Doesn't look like you've got much crime in this area to keep you occupied." "We have had the murders," said Hamish grandly. He served the couple tea and scones, and they chatted amiably. When they left, Mr. Steinberger insisted on taking a photo of Hamish at the door of his police station. Rambling roses rioted over the porch, nearly obscuring the blue lamp. "You'll never believe this back home," he said. Hamish went out to a shed in the garden and ferreted out some pieces of wood. Then he went to the draper's and bought cheesecloth. It was the sort of draper's that still sold cheesecloth. He measured the doorway and then got to work. The rain had stopped, and the sun blazed down and the flies buzzed about the kitchen. Trixie Thomas appeared on the doorstep. "What do you want?" asked Hamish sharply, for he was sure it was Trixie who had reported his poaching activities to the superintendent. "I wanted to know if I could go up to your field and collect sheep wool from the fences." "Whatever for?" "Mrs. Wellington has given me an old spinning wheel, and I'm going to spin yarn." "Do you know how to do it?" asked Hamish curiously. "Oh, yes. I once had lessons from a New Zealand woman at the Women's Cultural Awareness Group in Camden Town in London." Hamish groaned inwardly. He knew Trixie would go on stage with her spinning wheel as soon as possible, probably taking it out to the front garden where all could see and marvel at this further example of domestic perfection. She made no move to leave, and he asked sharply, "Anything else?" "I wanted to know if you would like to come to our anti-smoking league meeting tonight."
"If there is one thing that will keep a man smoking," said Hamish bitterly, "it's folk like you going on at him. Why don't you leave Dr. Brodie alone?"
"Because he's a doctor and should know better."
"You must have been a smoker yourself once," said Hamish. "There's nothing more vicious than an ex-smoker."
Hamish himself was an ex-smoker, and had vowed never to give in to the strong temptation to reform people who were still smoking. Trixie opened her mouth to say something, and then thought better of it. She was feeling in a good mood. Colonel Halberton Smythe had driven her over to an old deserted cottage, and she had made quite a good haul. The Colonel had entertained her with his worries about the possibility of his daughter perhaps marrying Hamish Macbeth. "Mind if I use your toilet?" asked Trixie.
"Oh, very well,"
said Hamish, standing aside to let her past. She was gone a long time, and he was just about to go in search of her, in case she was searching the rooms, when he heard her voice calling from the front of the house. "I see Paul. I'll let myself out this way." Hamish went back to work. She seemed to have forgotten about collecting wool from the fences. His dislike of Trixie, he realized, was mainly because of the change she had wrought in Angela Brodie. Angela, with her ridiculously curly hair, now wore a perpetually harried look, and was thinner than ever. He finished the door, and then discovered he needed hinges, and set off in the direction of the ship's chandler's, which was also the local ironmonger's, and was down by the harbour. As he was passing the laurels, he heard a faint humming sound, and looked into the garden. Sure enough, Trixie was there, busily spinning, a self-important look on her face. He went on his way, and met one of the local fishermen, Jimmy Fraser.
"What about a pint, Hamish?"
asked Jimmy.
"I'm buying."
"All right," said Hamish. They walked into the pub at the side of the Lochdubh Hotel.
"What's the matter, Jimmy?"
asked Hamish. "I can practically see the steam coming out of your ears."
"That's that woman,"
growled Jimmy.
"Which one?"
"Her."
"The English woman. Archie MacLean took herself out in the boat last night."
"A woman on a boat?
It is a wonder we didn't drown. Forby, when I lit a cigarette, she struck it out of my mouth, and when I went to belt her one, Archie said I was to leave her alone, and he is the skipper. It's a black day. There'll be trouble from this."
"And why was Archie MacLean taking herself out on his boat?"
"Soft about her, that's what he is, sitting there holding her hand like a giant bairn, and leaving us to do all the work."
"And what has Mrs. MacLean to say to this romance?" Jimmy looked alarmed.
"We wouldn't tell her. She'd kill that woman if she knew."
After a while, Hamish left him, bought the hinges, and walked back to the police station. So, the perfect wife had fallen off her pedestal. Mrs. MacLean wasn't popular, but the Lochdubh women wouldn't like an English woman poaching one of their own, so to speak. Therefore, it was with some surprise that he saw later that day the minister's wife, Mrs. Wellington, carrying a cake to the Thomases. He was out walking with Towser when he saw her leaving.
"Afternoon, Constable," she called.
Hamish strolled up to her.
"Been visiting the Scarlet Woman," he said.
"Whatever do you mean, Mr. Macbeth?" Hamish was a gossip, but hardly ever a malicious one. He decided to make an exception in this case.
"Why, it is all over the village how herself went out with Archie MacLean and held his hand."
Mrs. Wellington was a large, tweedy woman. She eyed Hamish with disfavour.
"And it is all over the village how you were caught up on the Anstey in the middle of the night, kissing and canoodling with Miss Halberton Smythe.
Yes, but I am not the married man.
Meaning Archie MacLean is. Shame on you, Mr. Macbeth. Trixie and Paul told me all about it. Paul was laughing like mad. He said Trixie had gone out just to get some free fish, for the lambs are so desperately poor, and Archie got all spoony and she didn't know how to handle it. Paul said there's always some fellow or another who's spoony about her. So if you hope to turn me against her, you've failed. She's the best thing that ever happened to Lochdubh, which is more than I can say about a certain lazy, gossiping constable.
And quite red in the face with indignation, Mrs. Wellington strode off. "Now, what do you make of that?" said Hamish to Towser. Towser snorted. "Exactly," said Hamish. "Fear makes you sick." The Thomases had another battered-looking woman in residence, with her brood of noisy children. Hamish wondered whether they got welfare cases to fill the rooms. An unmarried mother with 4 children would rake in quite a large government benefit. The thin, quiet man seemed to be a perpetual lodger. Hamish saw him coming and said, "Good afternoon," but the man muttered something and shied away. The next morning Dr. Brodie poked around a bowl of something and said to his wife, "I know you're interested in the protection of birds, but there is no need to serve me their droppings for breakfast."
"That's muesli," said Angela in aggrieved tones. "It's good for you."
Dr. Brodie looked at her. "I suppose Trixie told you to serve it to me."
"She showed me how to make it up from oatmeal and raisins and nuts," said Angela eagerly. "It's so much cheaper than the packet kind and better for you."
That woman turned up in my waiting room yesterday and put non-smoking stickers all over the walls without asking my permission. I wasn't going to tell you about it and worry you, but enough is enough. I told her to get knotted, and so she's writing to the health authorities to complain about me.
Angela's loyalty was shaken. "Doctors shouldn't really smoke, dear. You can't really blame her." Her voice trailed off before the fury in her husband's eyes.
"Listen to me," he said. "I've put up with your Trixie nonsense because I thought it was a passing fad. But my home has become a sterile hospital ward, the cat shut in the shed, and the dogs in a kennel in the garden. My wife has a hairstyle like Harpo Marx, and dresses like one of those tiresome women who are always going on marches and demonstrating something. I want steak and chips for dinner, and a bottle of wine. Put any more rabbit food in front of me, and I will puke all over the table. And I want to see the animals in this house this evening. Mention that woman's name to me again, and I will kill her."
Mrs. MacLean hit her husband on the head with a jug when he entered the house. He reeled back, screaming. "What was that for?" Although the residents of Lochdubh hadn't directly told her about her husband and Trixie, they had told her in that sideways Highland way of communicating nasty information, apocryphal stories about men they had known who had become silly over English women, and Mrs. MacLean, being equally Highland, had been able to transcribe the coded messages.
"You've been making up to that English woman, you daft wee scummer," yelled Mrs. MacLean. "She just wanted a trip out in my boat," he said sulkily, rubbing his head. "And you held her hand like a daft schoolboy? Listen to me, Archie MacLean. You go near that woman again and I'll strangle her with my bare hands." "You're havering," said Archie, running out of the door before she could hit him again. He made straight for the pub, where Jimmy Fraser was already propping up the bar. Jimmy greeted him with a wide smile. "How's the Casanova of the Highlands?" he called. "Shut your face," said Archie sulkily. But he joined Jimmy and ordered a pint. "You've just missed herself's husband," said Jimmy. My, how that big fellow was laughing about a certain skipper who had made a pass at his wife, and how herself did not know what to do about it, for fear of hurting the ugly wee skipper's feelings. Yon Trixie's been making a fine joke of you all around the village. Archie maintained a dignified silence, while black murder raged in his heart. Ian Gunn was a crofter turned farmer. He had bought the run-down old Sutherland farm over the hill from Lochdubh on Loch Coil in 1975. Over the years he had ploughed and seeded and worked hard, clearing more fields of old stones and glacier rocks until he had a moderately prosperous farm. His fields lay on almost the one flat piece of land in the surrounding countryside, looking more lowland Scottish than Highland, with their well-cultivated acres and herds of cattle. There was only one still unsightly area on his property. At the far corner of one of his fields was an old ramshackle two-storied ruin. He had rented a bulldozer and meant to flatten it, clear away the rubble, and then plough over the land on which the ruin stood. He was just advancing over the fields in his rented bulldozer when he noticed a small party of women carrying banners standing in front of the ruin. As he came nearer, he read with amazement, "Protect our bats," and "Gun is a murderer." He drove up and climbed down. He recognized Mrs. Wellington, the minister's wife, Angela Brodie, and various other women from the village. The spokeswoman stepped forward. He wondered who she was, and then recognized her as Lochdubh's latest incomer, Trixie Thomas. "You shall not pass," cried Trixie. The women behind her started marching up and down, singing, "We shall not be moved." He scratched his head. "I do not have the nuclear missiles. What is all this about?" "You have bats," said Trixie. "Oh, you're bats yourself," said Ian. "No, I mean there are bats in that old ruin, and bats are a protected species. You cannot touch it." Then Ian saw with relief a white police Land Rover parking at the edge of the field. "Here's Hamish," he said. "He'll sort you out." The women began chanting again as Hamish sauntered up. "Tell these daft biddies to go away," said Ian. "They are after saying I cannot bulldoze that ruin because there are bats in it. Have you ever heard the like?" "I'm afraid they are right," said Hamish. "Bats are protected, Ian, and you'll need to leave that ruin alone." "Mechty me! You mean a man canna do what he likes with his own property?" "Not when it comes to bats," said Hamish. Ian's face darkened with anger. "I've a good mind to bulldoze this lot of harpies." "Do you hear him, Constable?" cried Trixie. "He's threatening to kill us." "I didna hear a word," said Hamish crossly. "But you women should be ashamed of yourself. Yes, you too, Mrs. Wellington. Somehow you heard Ian was going to bulldoze this old ruin. Well, why on earth didn't you just write the man a letter? Behaving like silly bairns. You're a right disgrace, all of you." "A man as full of land greed as Ian Gunn would not have paid attention to any letter," said Trixie. "Now I did hear that," said Hamish. "And if you want to sue her, Ian, I will be your witness. Off home with the lot of you and try to behave like grown-ups. Shoo!" Angela flinched. Hamish's eyes were hard. How silly they all looked, she thought suddenly. Why had she come along? And Trixie had no right to say that about Ian. Crofters never liked farmers, but although they occasionally made sour and jealous remarks about Ian Gunn, there was no real animosity in their hearts. The women trailed off. "I'll walk," said Angela to Trixie. She had come in Trixie's old Ford van. "Don't be silly, Angela," said Trixie. And Angela felt she would weep if anyone ever called her silly again. "You know how much I rely on you. We had to make a stand. Gunn wouldn't have paid any heed to a letter.
Besides, I've got the minutes of the last Anti-Smoking League meeting to type out, and I'm hopeless at it. Don't be cross with me. I do rely on you, Angela." Trixie's eyes seemed very large and almost hypnotic. "Everyone's remarked on how much you've changed lately. Why, even Mrs. Wellington was saying only the other day that you were looking younger and prettier than you had done in ages." Angela melted. Her husband had never once in their marriage commented on her appearance, until that remark about her looking like Harpo Marx. Sensitive and insecure, never able to think much of herself, Angela was an easy prey for the dominant Trixie. With a weak smile, she got in the van beside Trixie. Ian Gunn watched them go. "Environmentalists should be poisoned like rats," he said. Angela Brodie typed out the minutes while Trixie worked in the back garden, and Paul sat on the wall in front of the house, looking at the loch. She glanced guiltily at the clock, remembering her husband's demand for steak. The butcher's would be closed quite soon. She stacked the minutes in a neat pile and ran out of the kitchen, calling to Paul to say goodbye to Trixie for her. Again, Angela felt a slight unease about Trixie, but she fought it down. Her drab life was now colourful and full of events because of Trixie. She was proud of her clean house, and seemed to be on a constant high of energy and hard work. She couldn't go back to being the lazy, dreamy person she had been for so long. But she bought the steak. Trixie put down her spade and walked around from the back garden to the front. She saw Priscilla Holberton Smythe walking along the road. Trixie ran into the house and emerged a little while later with a navy-blue sweater slung over her shoulders. Ignoring her blank-eyed husband, she stepped out into the road just as Priscilla was approaching. "Good afternoon, Priscilla," she called cheerfully. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Thomas," said Priscilla. Her eyes fell on the sweater, and a little frown marred the smooth surface of her brow. "That looks like one of Hamish's sweaters," she said. Trixie lifted it from her shoulders and held it out to Priscilla. "Would you hand it back to him?" she said. "I'd be too embarrassed." "Why?" asked Priscilla, ignoring the proffered sweater. Trixie giggled. "Our romantic policeman's a bit soppy about me. He gave it to me to wear, you know, just like an American college kid giving his girlfriend his football sweater." Priscilla looked down her nose. "Give it to him yourself," she snapped, and walked around Trixie and off down the road. Angela Brodie waited and waited, but her husband didn't return home. The cat was sleeping by the fire along with the dogs, its claws dug into the carpet in case it should be lifted up and banished to the garden again. The clock ticked slowly, marking off the time. Angela phoned the surgery, but only got the answering machine referring callers to the house number. He must have been called out onto an emergency, she thought. But then she had a feeling he was deliberately staying away. She tried to read, but reading didn't bring the old comfort. She turned on the television. There was a party political broadcast on one channel, a sordid play on another, a wildlife program about snakes on the third, and on the fourth, a ballet with screeching music and white-faced performers in black tights. She switched it off. She opened the cupboard under the sink and took out dusters and polish and began to clean the clean house all over again. At 10 o'clock, she phoned the police station. Hamish Macbeth said he would go and find the doctor. She had a feeling that Hamish knew where the doctor was. At 10:30, the kitchen door opened, and the doctor entered, or rather was helped in by Hamish. He giggled when he saw his wife, and sang to the tune of Loch Lomond, "Oh, I've just killed Trixie, Thomas, the rotten harpy's dead."
"Come to bed, Doctor," said Hamish. "Come away. Where's the bedroom?"
"Upstairs," said Angela weakly.
She waited, listening to the sounds as the doctor sang loudly about having killed Trixie, and Hamish patiently coaxed him into bed.
She couldn't ever remember her husband being drunk before.
But Trixie had warned her that all that smoking and junk food would cause a deterioration in him sooner or later. At the very corner of her mind was a niggling little voice accusing her of having driven her husband to drink, but she didn't listen to it. Instead, she tucked her sneakered feet, those gleaming white sneakers so like Trixie's, under her on the sofa, and waited for Hamish to descend. Trixie Thomas could be harsh with her husband for his own good. The fact that Paul didn't want to go to the dentist in Inverness, and the fact that Trixie was determined he should go, was all over Lochdubh by lunchtime, as the couple's row on the subject had taken place in their front garden. "Afraid of the dentist like a wee wean," jeered Archie McLean, who had had all his teeth pulled out at the age of 21, and had never had to worry about a dentist since. Paul was eventually seen driving off in the van. At 1 o'clock, Mrs. Kennedy, the boarder, returned to the Laurels with her sticky children to see if she could coax Trixie into making them all some sandwiches. The rain was falling steadily, and the children were fractious and bored, but there was no sign of Trixie, and her bedroom door was locked. Angela Brodie turned up at 2. Mrs. Kennedy was cheerfully raiding the pantry. "Mrs. Thomas must be having a wee lie down," she said. "I canna get a reply." Angela ran up the stairs and knocked on Trixie's door. Trixie had a separate room from her husband, an odd luxury in a couple who claimed they needed to rent out every available space to boarders. Angela hesitated. Then she knocked louder and called and waited. Silence. It was a big, rambling Victorian villa. A large fly buzzed monotonously against the stained glass window on the landing. From below came the wails of the Kennedy children, demanding "Mere jelly pieces," by which they meant more jam sandwiches. Angela knew Paul had gone to Inverness to the dentist. Everyone knew that. The silence from behind Trixie's door was uncanny. Suddenly alarmed, Angela began to hammer at the door and shout. Again she waited. Again that silence. The Kennedy family had fallen silent now. The fly buzzed against the glass and the rain drummed on the roof. Angela decided to go for help. She would look a fool if they burst into that bedroom and found Trixie fast asleep. But she remembered stories in the papers of people who hadn't interfered for fear of looking foolish, and because of that fear, someone had died. She thought Hamish would laugh at her, but he put on his peaked cap and followed her to the Laurels. His face was set and grim. He tried to tell himself his feeling of foreboding was the weather. The midges danced through the raindrops, stinging his face, and he automatically fished in his pocket for his stick of repellent. He walked up the stairs, past the Kennedy family, who were gathered at the foot. The children were strangely silent, their jam-covered faces turned upwards. He went up to Trixie's room and hammered on the door. Then he tilted his head on one side and listened to the quality of the silence. "Stand back," he said curtly to Angela. He kicked at the lock with all his might, and there came a splintering sound, and the door burst open. Trixie Thomas lay half across the bed, her hair spilled over her face. He gently put back her hair and looked down at her contorted face. Then he felt her pulse. "Get your husband here," he said over his shoulder. "Is she—" Angela put her hands up to her mouth. "Yes, but get him anyway." Angela ran down the stairs and along the waterfront toward the surgery. Rainwater poured down her face like the tears she couldn't yet shed. The receptionist called something as she ran past and burst into the consulting room. "Come quickly," Angela called. Dr. Brodie was examining Mrs. Wellington's bared bosom with a stethoscope. Angela reflected wildly that she'd never seen such enormous breasts before. "Miss
Mrs. Brodie!" screeched the outraged minister's wife, seizing a brassiere the size of a hammock. "It's Trixie! She's dead!" said Angela. And then the tears came, and great suffocating sobs. "Dear me, said Mrs. Wellington, encasing her girth rapidly in underwear and Harris tweed. Dr. Brodie seized his bag and ran out of the surgery to his car. Hamish was waiting for him in Trixie's bedroom. "Don't move the body if you can," he said when he saw the doctor. "I'll have a look around outside." The doctor spent only a short time in the room. Hamish was coming along the corridor when Dr. Brodie emerged outside. "I'll just write the death certificate," said the doctor. "Heart attack. No doubt about it." Hamish's eyes narrowed, and he said quietly, "Go back in there and try again. It's a case of poisoning, if ever I saw one. It's murder, doctor. Pure and straightforward murder." Chapter 4. The Very Pink of Perfection. Oliver Goldsmith. The day after Trixie's death was perfect. The clouds rolled back, and the sun blazed down on a glittering, wet landscape. Bees hummed among the roses tumbling over the police station door as Hamish Macbeth waited for news from the laboratory in Strathbane. He had to ask a lot of questions, starting with Dr. Brodie. Why had the doctor been so keen to diagnose a heart attack? But there was always the slim hope in Hamish's mind that somehow it would turn out to be food poisoning. He had reported his suspicions to Mr. Davitt. That gentleman had finished his holiday and had been packing to leave when Hamish had arrived at the hotel. To Hamish's surprise, he treated the news of Trixie's death lightly. Hamish didn't know that because of Hamish's addled behaviour at the Halberton-Smythes dinner party, the superintendent had swung round to Blair's view of the village constable, which was that Macbeth had a slate missing. But Mr. Davitt had called at the Laurels, been satisfied that the forensic boys had taken away everything possible from the kitchen for analysis, and then had driven off. Hamish still shuddered when he remembered the ordeal of breaking the news to Paul Thomas. The big man had seemed to crumple up and shrivel inside his clothes. Dr. Brodie had given him a sedative. Now all Trixie's fan club were in attendance on the bereaved husband. The arrival of Detective Chief Inspector Blair was imminent, but surely there wouldn't be the hordes of press that had attended the last 2 murders in Lochdubh, if it should prove to be murder. The murder of a housewife in the Highlands would be of interest only to the local press. He went out into the front garden, carrying a battered old deck chair, and stretched out in the sun. Why had Trixie had such a hold over the women of Lochdubh, he wondered. She had, of course, quite a powerful personality. Then the village women themselves were mostly of the old school. That is, they were housewives rather than wage-earners. There was no cinema in Lochdubh, no theatre, no discos or parties. The wonder of television had long worn off. Trixie, Hamish decided, had given them all a purpose. They were still housewives in an age that had been taught to despise housewives. The days of the enormous families had gone. Time, Hamish supposed, must lie heavily on a woman's hands. It was all right for him to be lazy and stretch out in the sun when he had the chance. Apart from his police work, he had his garden, his sheep, and his hens to look after. The only thing which made a demand on his affections was Towser. He reached down and scratched the dog behind the ears. Even when their husbands died, he mused, the women of Lochdubh didn't promptly travel to Inverness or Strathbane looking for work. Most of them had never gone out to work in their lives, having got married as soon as they left school. Of course, a lot of them worked very hard, doing most of the gardening, and, if the husband had a croft, an equal share of the workload. But there were the long winter months where everything ground to a halt, and they weren't paid for their labours. Anything they did was part of their wifely duties. A lot of the local men he knew married not out of love, but because their mothers had died, or because they wanted a home of their own with someone to cook the meals and iron the shirts. Priscilla had been right about Angela Brodie. She had the soul of an academic. Good intelligence there, and absolutely no common sense whatsoever. Incapable of judging character. Hamish fervently hoped for both the Brodies' sakes that Angela would revert to her old self. But would she? She had become accustomed to interests outside her books. Hamish rose and ambled into the office and searched through a file of phone numbers that he had jotted down from time to time in the hope that they would prove useful. At last he found what he wanted. He phoned the Open University in Milton Keynes and said he was phoning for a Mrs. Brodie who was interested in taking a science degree, and would they send her the necessary papers. When he put down the phone, he had a feeling of satisfaction. Studying for a degree at home would be just the thing for Angela Brodie, and a science degree would give her something difficult and practical to work on. The Open University enabled men and women to work for university degrees at home. He returned to his deck chair. He lay back and closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of the village. The chugging of a donkey engine on a boat out on the loch, snatches of song from a radio, the harsh scream of the wheeling seagulls, and the lazy drone of a car winding its way through the hills behind. It was a pity, he thought, that all the skylarks seemed to have gone. He could remember them in his youth, the very sound of summer, climbing to the heavens and sending down a cascade of glorious sound. No one could remain an atheist with larks around, he thought dreamily. "Wouldna that make you sick?" said a harsh voice, and a shadow fell across him. Hamish opened his eyes and struggled up. Blocking out the sun was the square bulk of Detective Chief Inspector Blair. Standing behind him were his two sidekicks, Detectives Jimmy Anderson and Harry McNab. Blair was in a bad temper. Davitt had said the prices at the Lochdubh Hotel were much too high, and so Blair and his team must commute daily from Strathbane, a drive of an hour and a half over twisting Highland roads. The sight of Hamish lounging at his ease in the sun did nothing to help his temper. "We've just had the lab report," said Blair. "Thon Thomas woman was poisoned with arsenic." "Arsenic?" Hamish got to his feet. "What from? Rat poison?" "Straight arsenic, as far as I know," said Blair. "What were the contents of the stomach?" "Curry, rice, bread and cake. They think it was probably in the curry." Hamish hesitated. It was his duty to tell Blair about the odd behaviour of the doctor. He liked Dr. Brodie, and didn't like to think of him being bullied by Blair. On the other hand, Dr. Brodie was well able to take care of himself. Perhaps the best thing was to suggest that he, Hamish, should interview the doctor. "I'd better tell you about this," said Hamish. "When Dr. Brodie first examined the body, he was going to sign a death certificate, saying she had died of a heart attack. I stopped him doing that." "What?" Blair's piggy eyes gleamed. "So maybe I had better go along to the surgery and see him," said Hamish. "Listen, laddie, you just go about your rural duties," said Blair with a fat grin. "But I tell you what, I'll let you in on the case. Go down to Inverness tomorrow and interview that dentist Paul Thomas went to see." "One phone call to Inverness police could get that done now," said Hamish with surprise. "Do as you're told," snapped Blair. He marched off, a squat figure sweating in a heavy tweed suit, and followed by his two detectives. Hamish sighed. He may as well just look forward to a pleasant day in Inverness. Let Blair solve this one. He didn't care very much who had murdered Trixie. But as he looked along the road, he could see the slumped figure of Paul Thomas sitting on his garden wall. Calling to Towser, Hamish went along to talk to him. But before he could reach him, he was waylaid by the Glasgow woman, Mrs. Kennedy. "How long are we going to have to stay here?" she complained.
want to get the wee uns back to Glasgow."
"Should be a few more days," said Hamish.
"But this was supposed to be a holiday, and I'm having to do all the cooking and buy the food, for the police took everything out of the kitchen. I told Mr. Thomas he wasn't getting any money from me."
She was a fat, sloppy woman, wearing a print apron over a mud-coloured dress and carpet slippers on her swollen feet. The children all looked about 6 years old, but they could hardly all be the same age. They had white, pinched faces and old, old eyes. 3 boys called Elvis, Clark, and Gregory, and a girl called Susan. Hamish promised to see what he could do about letting them go, and then went on to speak to Paul. Paul looked at him with dull eyes. "Terrible business," said Hamish gently. Paul's eyes filled with tears.
Who could have done such a thing? Everybody loved her.
"This is a small village, and we'll soon find out who did it," said Hamish soothingly.
Paul put his hands on Hamish's shoulders.
"You find out," he said. "Don't leave it to that fool Blair."
"I promise," said Hamish gently. "Is anyone with you?"
"People have been very kind."
Tears ran down Paul's cheeks, and he wiped them away with his sleeve.
"I met Mrs. Kennedy. But where's your other boarder?"
"Oh, him? He's about somewhere."
"Staying a long time, isn't he? What does he do for a living?"
"He's a writer, hammering at that typewriter of his day and night."
"What's his name? I've forgotten."
"John Parker."
"Ah, yes. Maybe I'll have a word with him. Hadn't you better go and lie down? You look awful."
"I can't lie down."
Paul's face twisted with distress.
"Every time I close my eyes I see her dead face." "Well, maybe you'd better tire yourself out. You still doing the garden?"
"I was, but Trixie took over, and she seemed to be better at it than me, and so—"
"Well, let's go around and have a look," said Hamish. The 2 men walked around to the back garden. "Hasn't been touched for a bit," said Hamish. "Look at the weeds. Why don't you get started again?" Paul nodded dumbly and started to weed between the rows of vegetables. Hamish heard a car arriving and left him and walked around the front. John Parker, the writer, was just getting out. "Bad business," he said when he saw Hamish. "Has the CID asked you about your movements on the day of the murder yet?" asked Hamish. "Not yet. They'll be along shortly." "So, you're a writer, are you? I'm trying to remember if I've seen the name John Parker on the bookshelves." "Well, you won't. I write under the name of Brett Sadler." "You're Brett Sadler? The man who writes the westerns?" "That's me," said John with a faint smile. "I always thought Brett Sadler was an American." "I've always liked westerns," said John. "Must have seen about every western movie ever made. I give them the good old-fashioned stuff. As a matter of fact, westerns have made a comeback. I sold the film rights of my last one, which is why I'm able to take this long holiday." "My, you must be a millionaire." "Far from it," said John. "I got $25,000. By the time you take agent's fees off that, and British tax, there isn't all that much left. If you want to know where I was when Trixie died, I was off driving up in the hills. I like it up there. So quiet." "Anyone see you?" "Nope. I didn't meet a soul," he said cheerfully. "Do you know if anyone else had any of that curry she had been eating?" "I shouldn't think so. She must have had it for lunch. The Kennedys had sandwiches, and Mrs. Kennedy is of the opinion that curry is foreign muck. I wasn't here, and Paul was in Inverness." "Did the forensic boys find any pot that had been used to cook the curry?" "No. Everything in the kitchen had been scrubbed clean. Trixie was the perfect housewife." "Did you know her before?" "No."
Now I've got to go back to my writing." He gave a lethargic wave of his hand and went into the house. Hamish then thought of Archie McLean, who had been seen holding hands with Trixie. It had been all over Lochdubh. Had Mrs. McLean known? He was walking back along the waterfront when he saw Priscilla's Volvo approaching at a slow pace. He felt in his bones that for some reason she was going to drive right past him, so he stood in the middle of the road and held up his hand. "What is it, copper?" asked Priscilla. "You can hardly accuse me of speeding." "Just wanted a chat." "I'm a bit busy." "Now, what is the matter? You have eyes like the North Sea." Priscilla stared straight ahead, her hands resting on the wheel. She was angry with Hamish over Trixie's tale about that sweater. Although she knew Trixie must have been lying, she couldn't help remembering old stories about Hamish's various flirtations. Priscilla was completely unaware that Hamish Macbeth was attracted to her. She knew he liked her, but thought he looked on her sometimes as being rather young and silly. When Priscilla didn't reply, Hamish said, "Someone has been saying something to put your back up. It cannot be your father, for he said about everything there is to say. So, who could it be?" "I feel you made a bit of a fool of yourself over Trixie." "And me the only person in Lochdubh who couldn't stand the female," said Hamish. "Apart from Brodie, that is." "I met her wearing one of your old sweaters," said Priscilla. "She said you gave it to her, and made a pass at her or something." "I never gave her anything," said Hamish in amazement. He frowned, and then said, "I have it. She went out driving with your father, and your father must have told her about his worries that you might run off with the local bobby. She came round to me and said she was going to the toilet, and she was away for a long time, and then she left by the front. She must have picked up my sweater just to annoy you." He leaned on the car. "I'm very flattered if it did annoy you." "It only annoyed me because I wouldn't like to see any friend of mine making a fool of himself over such a woman," said Priscilla. "I've got to go, Hamish. I'm expected at home." "What about dropping in tomorrow for a chat?" asked Hamish. "I can't. I'm taking this car over to Golspie for its annual Ministry of Transport check tomorrow. I don't trust any other garage. And then taking the train to Inverness to do some shopping for Mother." "I'm going to Inverness myself," said Hamish. "What time will your train get in?" 12:30. "What if I meet you at the station, and then we can go for lunch, and I'll drive you back?" Hamish waited anxiously. "All right," said Priscilla. "Now do get out of the way." Hamish stood back and watched her go with a grin on his face. Then he decided to go and call on Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean hadn't been one of the women at the bat demonstration. Trixie's hold had been on the middle-class and lower-middle-class women who had kitchens full of labour-saving devices and therefore more time on their hands. Mrs. McLean was down on her knees, scrubbing her stone-flagged kitchen floor with ammonia. Not for her the easy road with mop and up-to-date cleanser. The radio was blaring out Scottish country dance music. He called to her, but she didn't hear him, so he switched off the radio, and she looked up. "What do you want, you glicket loon?" she said, wringing the floor-cloth savagely and throwing it into the bucket. Hamish sighed. The trouble with being a policeman in a small, normally law-abiding village was that you didn't strike fear or terror into the heart of anyone. "I'm making inquiries into the death of Trixie Thomas," he said. "Why?" Mrs. McLean sat back on her heels. "That woman's better off dead." "Maybe," he said. "But since yourself had no reason to like her, you are one of my suspects." He looked at her sternly, but she gave a contemptuous snort.
She made a fool of that silly man of mine. He thought she fancied him when all that moocher wanted was a bit of free fish. Take the sugar out of your tea, that one would. It's my opinion the Thomases had money enough, but they was always talking about being hard up and scrounging everything they could get. The minister's wife goes around saying Mrs. Thomas was the perfect housewife. She was perfect when it came to getting other people to do the work for her. Their women like Mrs. Wellington and that Mrs. Brodie haven't enough to do. Microwaves and washing machines. A disgrace, I call it. A strong smell of bleach rose from a huge copper pot of sheets on the wood-burning stove. Mrs. McLean was famous for her whites, boiling everything and hanging it over the bushes in the garden to bleach further on a sunny day. Perhaps that was why Archie McLean's clothes always looked too tight for him, reflected Hamish. She probably boiled his suits. Well, you'll have the detectives around soon asking you questions as well, said Hamish. They'll want to know where you were when she was murdered. Mrs. McLean picked up the scrubbing brush again and scrubbed an area of already clean floor. They can ask away, she said, for I was right here all day, and my neighbours all saw me coming and going between the house and the garden. And Archie himself was down at the nets. Hamish all at once remembered Dr. Brodie singing about Trixie being dead, and felt cold. That was something he should have told Blair as well. Damn Blair! Anyway, said Mrs. McLean, picking out the floorcloth and wringing it out and wiping the wet floor, you'll probably find it was that husband of hers what did it. He was in Inverness at the dentist. Mrs. McLean sniffed. So he says. When Hamish left by the garden gate, he heard a burst of music. Mrs. McLean had turned on the radio again. He remembered his promise to Paul. Somewhere in Lochdubh there was a murderer, but it was hard to think such a thing had happened. The sun beat down on a perfect scene. The 18th century cottages along the waterfront gleamed white. Roses scented the air, and the still waters of the loch reflected the hills and the woods and the gaily painted hulls of the fishing boats. Trixie had gone, and something nasty in the atmosphere had gone with her. And yet she hadn't been an evil woman, and the women of Lochdubh would have got wise to her in time. He saw Blair and his 2 detectives driving out of the village and made his way to the doctor's surgery. Dr. Brodie said he would see Hamish. "Quiet day," he said, when Hamish walked into the consulting room. "Monday's the busy day when they all come in with their bad backs. It's the Highland disease. Every Monday morning a bad back strikes them, and they want a line so they do not have to go to work." "How did you get on with Blair?" asked Hamish. "He tried to bully me. Threatened to arrest me." "You told him about me diagnosing a heart attack." "I had to," said Hamish quietly. "Why did you do that?" "As I told that fat lump, it looked like a heart attack to me." "Oh, come on, John," said Hamish, exasperated. "It looked like nothing of the kind. Spit out the truth, man. It looked bad. You had been drunk out of your skull the night before and singing about how you had killed Trixie. Did you know her real name was Alexandra?" "Yes, but she's the sort of woman— she was the sort of woman who would think a name like Trixie cute." "Well, Hamish, I'll tell you, but don't tell Blair unless you think it necessary. I knew she'd been poisoned. You told me Paul Thomas was in Inverness, but it went right out of my head. I thought maybe he had done it. I was glad she was dead. I didn't want anyone to get the blame. I lost my head. Can you blame me? My wife's a changed woman. I can't remember the last time I saw her in a skirt and heels. I've been living with a carbon copy of Trixie, smocks and jeans and those bloody sneakers squeaking over the floorboards."
She should be all right now, said Hamish awkwardly. Oh, no. Trixie's memory must not die. Angela's taken over the bird thing and the smoking thing and the clean-up Lochdubh rubbish. Either I eat salads or eat out. She's hard as nails. Shock, maybe. Look, women of your wife's age don't change for life. You'll have her back soon. Just go along with it for a bit. She thinks I'm murdered, Trixie. Don't be daft. There's a fact. I see her watching me with those hard eyes. She's moved her bed into the spare room. If you find out who did it, let me know first, Hamish. I want to shake that man by the hand. It might be a woman, said Hamish. Dr. Brodie leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. It might have that, he said slowly. Hamish had imagined his visit to Inverness would prove to be blessed with another sunny day. But to his annoyance, the weather had turned dark and rainy. He called on the dentist, a Mr. Jones, who was justifiably annoyed at his call, having already been interviewed by the Inverness police. Hamish wasn't surprised. He knew Blair had sent him to Inverness to get him out of the way. "You are such an important witness, Mr. Jones," he said, "that I am afraid you have to be questioned all over again. I will not be taking up much of your time." "Oh, well," said the dentist, mollified. "There's not much to tell. What a baby that man was. He had a bad toothache because one of his back teeth was rotten. The root was all right, so I said I would drill it and put in a filling. He started to shake and tremble and begged me to pull it out. Wouldn't take no for an answer. Insisted on having gas. When he came round, I showed him his x-rays and said he needed a lot of work done, and then he really panicked. He staggered out of the chair and ran for the door. It's a good thing I'd got his National Health number before I'd started, or I would have ended up doing that extraction for free. He should have rested a bit till the effects of the gas wore off." A bluebottle landed on the dentist's white coat, and he brushed it off with a shudder. "I've never seen so many flies as we've had this summer," said Mr. Jones. "But the air's so warm and clammy I can't keep the windows closed." Hamish put away his notebook and headed for the station. He would just be in time to meet Priscilla's train. He put all thoughts of the case from his mind and concentrated on the simple pleasure of waiting for her to arrive. He found he was imagining sort of brief encounter situations. She would run towards him through the steam, her fair hair bobbing on her shoulders, and throw herself into his arms. But the days of steam trains were long over. He didn't want to abandon one bit of his rosy fantasy, so the steam remained. Rain thudded down on the station roof, and the restless seagulls of Inverness called overhead. 12:30 came and went, and there was no sign of the train. He went up to the information kiosk, but there was no one there. He went to the travel centre, where he was told the train would be half an hour late due to signal failure. He returned to the platform and waited, and again, in that dream, Priscilla endlessly ran towards him. After 3/4 of an hour, he returned to the travel centre. He was again told the story about signal failure, and that the train should be in any minute. The loudspeaker in the station burst into song. It was one of those Scottish songs, written to the beat of a Scottish waltz, and sung through the nose. "Oh, there's the purple of the heather, and the ships about the bay, and it's there that I would wander at the closing of the day," sang the voice. And the rain fell harder on the roof, and the wheeling seagulls screamed louder as if to compete with the singer. Hamish went back to the travel centre with that feeling of impotence that assails the average Britisher in dealing with British rail. A young man in a tartan jacket, and with a sulky get-lost expression on his face, eventually phoned the station manager's office
after Hamish had told him quietly what he would do to him if he didn't look more willing. "There was a broken rail outside Inverness," said the young man, "but the train would be moving soon." Back again went Hamish. At 2:15, the train crawled into the platform. He waited by the barrier. He nearly missed her. She was walking with her head down, her hair covered by a depressing rain hat. "Priscilla!" he called. She swung round. "Oh, there you are," she said coolly. "Rotten train. I'm starving. Where are we going?" Hamish blinked at her. He had been dreaming so long of that passionate arrival that he had forgotten to think about where to take her. "We could try the Caledonian Hotel," he said. They walked in silence along to the hotel that overlooks the River Ness, to find that it stopped serving lunches at 2. Hamish found a phone box and tried several other places to find they had stopped serving lunch at 2 as well. "Hamish, let's just pick somewhere cheap and easy," said Priscilla. Water was dripping from the brim of her hat onto her nose. Hamish looked around desperately. There was a cheap-looking restaurant called the Admiral's Nook. The bow window was festooned with fishing nets. "This'll do," he said. They went inside and sat at a crummy table. Hamish looked at the menu. There was a wide choice. Waitresses were standing in a group at the back of the restaurant, talking. He waved his hand. Several blank stares were directed towards him, and then they all went on talking again. "Pick out what you want," said Hamish. "What about spaghetti bolognese?" said Priscilla. "These places usually have a Scottish-Italian cook." "All right." Hamish approached the waitresses. "2 plates of spaghetti bolognese," he ordered. They all looked at him as if he had said several obscene words, and then one peeled off from the group and headed for the kitchen. Hamish returned to the table. He wondered if Priscilla was thinking of that John Burlington, who would probably have organized things better. The waitress approached with 2 plates piled high with spaghetti and topped with a sort of grey sludge. Her hands were covered in scabs. "Where's the Parmesan cheese?" asked Hamish, faint but pursuing. "What?" "Parmesan cheese," said Priscilla in icy tones. "We didn't hear any of that," said the waitress triumphantly. "Well, brush the crumbs off the table," said Hamish crossly. She slouched off and didn't return. "This smells like feet," said Priscilla. "I daren't eat it." "Come away," said Hamish, putting down his fork. "This damn place reeks of salmonella. No, I'm not calling for the bill, nor am I going to protest. It would take all day." He checked the menu for the price and left several Scottish pound notes on the table and marched Priscilla outside. "Where now?" asked Priscilla obliquely. "Follow me," said Hamish grimly. He led her to where his Land Rover was parked. "Stay there," he said, holding open the door for her. He came back after some time, carrying 2 packets of fish and chips, a bottle of wine, a bottle of mineral water, 2 glasses, and a corkscrew. "This wine's for you," he said, uncorking it. "Food at last," said Priscilla. They ate in a contented silence. "Sorry I was so grumpy," said Priscilla. "How did you get on?" "Oh, Thomas was at that dentist all right." "But it doesn't mean he didn't do it," said Priscilla. "Why?" "He could have put the arsenic in something he knew she would eat before he left." "They've got everything out of the kitchen, and there's not a smell of arsenic anywhere. Except the curry. Can't find any of that." "Curry? Oh, I know about the curry," said Priscilla. "She made some for herself and gave the rest to Mrs. Wellington for the minister's supper." Hamish realized he was looking at her with mouth open. "Better get back," he said. "If she hasn't eaten it, it might still be in her fridge. No, better still, wait here and I'll phone." He returned after 10 minutes, his face triumphant. "She didn't touch the curry. Trixie took some for herself out of the pot and gave the rest in the pot to Mrs. Wellington. She still got it. I've phoned Blair."
"I'd better do that shopping for Mother," said Priscilla. "Do you want to wait here?"
"Yes. How long will you be?"
"About an hour."
Hamish sat in the station car park and thought about the case. But after almost an hour was up, he kept glancing in his rear-view mirror to see if there was any sign of Priscilla coming back. And that was when he saw a car just leaving the car park. On the roof rack was a chair covered in transparent plastic sheeting. He was sure he recognized that chair. He started up the engine, swung the Land Rover around, and started off in pursuit. The car in front was travelling very fast. It went around the roundabout and headed out on the A9 towards Perth. Hamish put on the siren, but the car in front only seemed to go faster. He caught up with it 20 miles out on the Perth road and signalled to the driver to halt. The driver, a small, ferrety, red-haired man, rolled down the window, and the reason why he hadn't heard the police siren became apparent as a blast of sound from his tape deck struck Hamish like a blow. "What is it?" said the man crossly. "You were doing over the limit for a start," said Hamish. "Where did you get that chair?" "At the auction rooms in Inverness. I'm a dealer." He handed over a grimy business card. "Get out and let's have a look at it, and I'll maybe forget about the speeding." "I'll just lift up a corner of the sheeting," said the dealer, whose name was Henderson. "Don't want it to get wet." Hamish peered under the plastic. It was the Brodie's chair that he had last seen when Trixie had been carrying it along the road. "How much did you pay for it?" asked Hamish. "150. Hamish whistled. "And where are you taking it?" "Down to London, eventually. I've got several more auctions to go to. Get a better price for it there. It's a Victorian nursing chair, good condition. Look at the beadwork." "Do you know where it came from?" "Auctioneer said some knocker from the north brought it in." "Knocker?" "One of those women that goes around houses spotting antiques where the owners don't know the value. Usually offers them a fiver for something worth a few hundred." "Or gets it for nothing," said Hamish, half to himself. Aloud he said, "I won't be booking you this time, Mr. Henderson, but go carefully. I might be getting in touch with you." "It isn't stolen, is it?" asked the dealer anxiously. "No, but don't sell it for another week. It may be connected with a murder." Hamish drove back. The rain was coming down heavier than ever. He remembered Priscilla and put his foot down on the accelerator. She wasn't in the car park. He went into the station and looked around. No Priscilla. He looked at the indicator board and saw a train for the north was just leaving. He ran to the platform in time to see the back of it disappearing around the curve of the track. So much for brief encounter, he thought miserably. He drove to the auction rooms and found that Trixie had put the chair in for sale along with some other pieces of furniture and china ornaments. "We had an auction last evening," said the auctioneer. "I was about to send Mrs. Thomas her cheque." "How much?" "Nearly £1,000. She could have got a lot more in London, but I wasn't about to tell her that." Hamish told him to hold the cheque until they found out if Trixie had left a will. He drove through the slashing rain and winding roads until he reached the police station at Lochdubh. He phoned Tommel Castle and asked for Priscilla without remembering to disguise his voice. "Miss Halberton Smythe is not here," said Jenkins. Hamish wondered whether she was still waiting in Inverness. He phoned the castle again, and, disguising his voice, stated that he was John Burlington. This time Priscilla answered the phone. "Oh, it's you, Hamish," she said in a flat voice. "I'm awfully sorry, Priscilla," said Hamish. He told her about the chair. "That's all right," said Priscilla, although her voice sounded distant. "There's a little bit of information that might interest you. Jessie, the maid, says she saw Trixie going over to the Sears at Coyle." You could ask him what he told her. When Hamish put down the phone, he thought about going over to the Sears that evening, but decided to leave it till the morning. Angus MacDonald, the seer, had built up a reputation for being able to predict the future. Hamish thought he was an old fraud, but the local people were proud of him and believed every word he said. On the other hand, it would be unlike Trixie to go alone. She probably had taken some of her acolytes with her. He asked Angela Brodie, Mrs. Wellington, and several others, but they knew nothing about it. He asked Mrs. Kennedy and the boarder, John Parker, and then Paul, without success. Then he remembered that Colonel Halberton Smythe had said he was going to take Trixie over to Mrs. Haggerty's old cottage. He looked at his watch. They would be finishing dinner at the castle, and so the Colonel couldn't accuse him of scrounging, and perhaps he could talk to Priscilla and apologize again for having left her in Inverness. But the Colonel was determined Hamish was not going to be allowed anywhere near his daughter. He told Hamish curtly that Trixie had taken several bits and pieces of old furniture. "I'd better go and look at the place," said Hamish, "if that's all right with you." "I suppose I'd better let you have the key," said the Colonel, "but I can't see what it's got to do with a murder investigation." "I'll look anyway," said Hamish. "She sold some of that furniture and a chair that Angela Brodie gave her for nearly £1,000 at the auction in Inverness." "I find that hard to believe," blustered the Colonel. "Fine woman she was. Very womanly, if you know what I mean. That lout of a husband probably sold the stuff when he was down at the dentist's. She wouldn't have tricked me." "Maybe. Let me have the key anyway. Did she say anything about going over to Angus MacDonald?" "Not that I remember. I hope that's an end to your questions, Macbeth. If I thought for one moment you suspected me of this murder, I would report you to your superiors." Hamish sadly left the castle. Priscilla must know he had been visiting, for the servants would have told her. But there was no sign of her. The castle door slammed behind him, a bleak finality in the sound. He was disgusted with himself. He thought of his fevered fantasies at the station, of the way that kiss had started him dreaming again, and put Priscilla Halberton Smythe firmly from his mind. But there seemed to be a great black emptiness there, for she had occupied his thoughts for so long. Chapter 5. I know of no way of judging the future but by the past. Patrick Henry. Hamish was just moving out of the police station in the Land Rover in the morning when Blair appeared, holding up a beefy hand. "I hear you're going to consult the Oracle," he said, with a grin. "Meaning what?" "It's all over the village that Angus MacDonald is going to solve the case by looking at his crystal balls." "Want to go yourself?" asked Hamish. "I've got more to do with my time. Typed out your report for the dentist." "Why bother?" said Hamish laconically. "It's the same stuff you got from the police in Inverness. But there's something you should know." He told Blair about the dealer. "Bugger it," said Blair. "That complicates things. She'd probably made off with someone's family heirloom." "You should ask Halberton Smythe," said Hamish maliciously. "He was driving her around while she looked for antiques." Blair's face darkened. The Daviots had been bragging about their dinner at the castle, and he had no desire to run foul of the new super by putting the Colonel's back up. "Aye, well, I might send Anderson up. This is the devil of a case. There was nae arsenic in that curry. Must have been in something else." Towser, who was sitting beside Hamish, growled softly. "You look right daft with that mongrel beside you," sneered Blair. "This is a highly trained police dog," said Hamish, "and I've already been offered £500 for him." Blair's mouth dropped in surprise as Hamish drove off. "It wasn't really a lie," Hamish told Towser. "If they had any sense in this place, I'm sure they would have given me an offer for you." Towser lolled his tongue and put a large affectionate paw on Hamish's knee.
"Should be a woman's hand on my knee," said Hamish, "and not a mangy dog like yourself."
The seer lived in a small whitewashed cottage on the top of a round green hill with a winding path leading up to it. It looked like a child's drawing. Hamish parked his vehicle at the foot of the path and began to walk up. Black storm clouds rolled across the heavens, and the wind roared through a pylon overhead with a dismal shriek. "At least the wind is keeping away the flies and midges," thought Hamish, leaning against its force as he walked towards the cottage. A thin column of grey smoke from one of the cottage's chimneys was being whipped and shredded by the wind. Angus MacDonald was a tall, thin man in his 60s. He had a thick head of white hair and a craggy face with an enormous beak of a nose. His eyes were very pale grey. He opened the door as Hamish reached it.
"So you've come at last," he said. "I knew you'd be by. Can I solve the case?" "And I suppose you can," said Hamish, following the seer into his small kitchen-cum-living room. "Aye, maybe," said Angus. "What have you brought me?" "Nothing. What did you want, your palm crossed with silver?" "Folks aye bring me something. A bit of salmon, or a piece of venison, or a homemade cake." "I'm here to ask you to tell me, as an officer of the law, what you know about Trixie Thomas." "She's dead," said the seer, and cackled with laughter. "When she came to see you, what did you tell her?" Angus lifted a black kettle from its chain over the open fire and took it over to the sink and filled it with water and then hung it back on the hook. "I've a bad memory these days," he said. "Seems to me that there's nothing like a wee dram for bringing it to life." "I haven't brought any whisky with me," said Hamish crossly. The seer turned from the fire and bent a penetrating gaze on Hamish. "She'll never marry you," he said. The Highland part of Hamish repressed a superstitious shudder. The policeman part decided to be diplomatic. "Look, you old scunner," he said, "I'll be back in a bit with a dram. You'd better get your brains working by then." Angus smiled when Hamish had left, and then set about making a pot of tea. The wind howled and screeched about his cottage like a banshee. He could hear nothing but the fury of the wind. He hoped Hamish would be back soon with that whisky. The wind depressed him. It seemed like a live thing, some monster howling about his cottage, seeking a way in. It was probably playing havoc with his garden at the back. He put the teapot on the hearth beside the fire and then opened the back door. His raspberry canes were flattened, and the door of his garden shed was swinging wildly on its hinges. He went out into the small garden and shut the shed door and wedged a brick against it. A fitful gleam of watery sunlight struck through the clouds as he turned and shone on something lying beside his back door. He went and looked down. A full bottle of whisky. He grinned. Just like devious Hamish Macbeth, leaving the whisky and hoping he'd get well oiled before the constable came back to ask his questions. He carried the bottle inside. Time to switch on the television and watch the long-range forecast. People were always amazed at his ability to predict the weather so accurately, although they watched the same program themselves. He settled down in his battered armchair by the fire and poured himself a glass of whisky, noticing that the top had already been opened. "Decided to have a dram himself and thought the better of it," reflected Angus with amusement. The wind increased in force and shrieked and battered at his cottage like a maniac. As he raised his glass to his lips, the room whirled away, and he suddenly saw his long-dead mother. She was looking surprised and delighted, the way she had looked when he had unexpectedly come home on leave during the war. And then the vision faded. He sat very still, and then put the glass down on the floor beside him with a shaking hand. As a youth,
He had been sure he had been gifted with the second sight, as that ability to see into the future is called in the Highlands. He had had it during the war. He had seen in his mind's eye his friend getting shot by the Germans, and sure enough, that's exactly what had happened. He had gradually built up the reputation of a seer. The gift had never come back, but he had found it easy to impress the locals, as he knew all about them anyway, and listened to every bit of gossip. He was sitting, staring into space, when Hamish came back. "Here's your whiskey," said Hamish, holding up a half-bottle. "Why, you greedy old pig, you've got a whole bottle there." "It's death," said the seer in a thin voice. "Oh, take it away, Hamish. I saw death in it." He was white and trembling. "Where'd you get it from?" asked Hamish sharply. "It was outside the kitchen door, at the back. People aye leave me things, you know that, Hamish. I didna hear anyone because of that damn wind." "And what stopped you?" asked Hamish, looking at him intently. Angus shook his head as if to clear it. "I saw my mother," he said. "She was standing by the door, and she looked surprised to see me, as if I'd just crossed over to the other side." "And you hadn't been drinking anything before that?" asked Hamish cynically. "No, man, no. I swear it." Hamish took out a clean handkerchief and lifted the bottle of whiskey. "Have you a bit of kitchen paper or something, so I can take the glass as well?" he asked. Angus nodded in the direction of the sink, where there was a roll of kitchen paper standing on the draining board. "I'll just be off," said Hamish, tenderly carrying both glass and bottle. "Dinna leave me," wailed Angus, getting to his feet. "Aye, I suppose you'd better come with me to Blair, although what he's going to make of this I shudder to think." Blair was in the police station office when Hamish returned with the seer. The police station, like most of the houses in Lochdubh, was hardly ever locked. "I know you're not staying at the hotel," said Hamish crossly, "but I thought Johnson had given you the free use of a room." "Aye, well, I just happened to be passing, and needed to use the phone." "Who's he? And what are you doing stinking of whiskey?" Hamish was carefully carrying a glass of whiskey and the bottle he had taken from Angus. Hamish and the seer sat down, and Hamish, in a colourless voice, recounted Angus's vision. Blair laughed and laughed, slapping his knees in delight. "Davitt's arrived from Strathbeen. He's along at the hotel now to see how the investigation's going on. Wait till he hears about this." Blair gleefully picked up the phone and started to dial. If ever the superintendent needed extra proof that Hamish Macbeth was a simpleton, this was it. "You'll never guess what I have to tell you, sir," said Blair. "Macbeth has brought the local seer, Angus MacDonald, in. Someone left this local weirdo a bottle of whiskey on his doorstep, and he's about to drink some of it when he sees his dead mother calling to him from the other side, and decides it's poisoned." Blair laughed and laughed. The voice at the other end of the phone squawked, and the laughter died on Blair's lips. Mr. Davitt was a lowland Scot in love with the Highlands and everything Highland. Seers were Highland, and therefore to be treated with respect. "Well, if you say so, sir," mumbled Blair, and put the phone down. "Have to take this whiskey to Strathbeen for analysis," he growled, "and you and MacDonald here have to go along to the hotel and see the super. There'll be nothing in that bottle but straight Scotch, and then you'll look the fools you are." Mr. Davitt treated Angus with great courtesy, ushering him tenderly to an armchair and handing him a cup of coffee. Angus told his story to an appreciative audience this time. "And I gather that Macbeth here went to see you to ask what Mrs. Thomas had wanted to know." "Did you tell him?" "I was about to," said Angus, "when I got that fright.
Oh, she didn't want to know anything. She offered me a fiver for they wally dugs on my mantle, but I ken they're worth a bit these days. I told her greed would be the end of her.
And why did you say that? Asked Mr. Davitt sharply.
I hae the second sight, said the seer.
You may just have had it today, said Hamish, but it's my guess you'd heard about Trixie already, and you were cross because she was trying to cheat you out of your china dogs. I'd better take you back and look about, and we'd better get forensic up to your cottage.
You gang along yourself, whined the seer. I've a mind to stay here with Mr. Davitt. He has the sign of greatness in his face.
That was enough for Mr. Davitt, so Hamish left with only Towser for company.
The wind had dried the ground, and he was doubtful whether the forensic team would be able to find a footprint. The path to the back door was formed of paving stones, and outside the back gate was springy heather moorland. If someone had tried to poison Angus, then that someone must have known Hamish was going to call on him. But according to Blair, the whole village knew of Hamish's proposed visit. He strolled over the moorland at the back of the cottage and found himself looking down on Ian Gunn's farm. He wondered whether either Blair or his detectives had interviewed Gunn. He hadn't told Blair about the bats, having felt it to be of not much importance. Now, with the cloud shadows chasing each other across the moorland, and with the soughing of the wind, Ian Gunn seemed like someone who ought to be taken seriously. All he would have had to do was to run up the hill to the back of the seer's cottage and leave that whisky. Hamish suddenly remembered the look of hate on Ian's face as he watched Trixie leaving. He would need to tell Blair, and Blair would rightly point out that he had been withholding valuable information. Ian Gunn was in his farmhouse kitchen just removing his Wellington boots when Hamish arrived. His son, a tall, gangling youth, was sitting at the kitchen table, and Mrs. Gunn was stirring something on a pot on the stove.
"It's yourself, Hamish," said Ian cheerfully. "Sit down." "I would like a wee word with you in private," said Hamish. Ian and his wife exchanged an odd look, and then he said slowly, "Come, Ben." Hamish followed him through to the living room. It was bleak and cold, and had a little used look, despite the new fitted carpet on the floor, the plastic flowers in vases, the noisily patterned nylon curtains at the window, and the three-piece suite of acid-green uncut moquette. There was a large television set in one corner, but Hamish was sure the Gunn family hardly ever had time to look at it. They all worked hard. "What's the trouble?" asked Ian. "Trixie Thomas's death's the trouble. I have to interview everyone who might have had a grudge against her. Now Angus MacDonald is swearing blind someone left a poisoned bottle of whisky outside his back door today." "Angus drinks so much it's no wonder that whisky tastes like poison to him now," said Ian. "And what could I have had to do with that silly bitch's death?" "With her out of the road, you could go ahead and bulldoze that ruin," pointed out Hamish. Ian gave a derisive laugh. "That damn fool bird society she has started has no doubt written letters to every other bird society, telling them about the bats. I'll have bird watchers trekking over my land and making a pest of themselves. Do you mind the days, Hamish, when bird watchers were nice, kindly people you were glad to see? Oh, a lot of them are still fine, but there's a new breed o' militants. The men have got beards and wear camouflage jackets and those wee half-moon glasses, and they've got bad teeth, and the women have got their fat bums stuffed into jeans and wear anoraks covered with badges. I'd shoot a lot of them if I thought I could get away with it. No, I didn't poison Mrs. Thomas, Hamish." He leaned forward. "Look, just think of all the hassle a man has to put up with from the government these days. Look how Scotland has changed with value-added tax, hit squads, and petty little bureaucrats enjoying throwing their muscle around. There's a lot more folk I had better reason to kill than Trixie Thomas. You'll probably find her man bumped her off. It's I, the husband. Why? Imagine living with a woman who irons creases in her jeans and wears white sneakers. Aye, that's enough to turn the strongest stomach, said Hamish with a grin. Then his face grew serious. Look, Ian, I didn't tell Blair about the bats, and I'll need to tell him, so prepare yourself for a hassle. Don't worry. I had the income tax inspector round last week. If I can put up with an income tax inspector, I can put up with Blair.
Hamish made his way back up past Angus's cottage and met the seer coming up the hill.
"They are not interested in my story any more," said Angus peevishly. "They have arrested the husband."
Paul Thomas? Why?
"No, him. Her first husband."
Her?
Aye. It turns out that lodger o' theirs, John Parker, used to be married to her."
Hamish went straight to the hotel. John Parker was closeted with Blair and his 2 detectives in the hotel room allocated to the police. Hamish put his head round the door.
"Get lost,"
snarled Blair. Hamish walked away. He wondered where Daviot was. As the local policeman, he, Hamish Macbeth, should have been in on the interrogation. He saw the hotel manager in the forecourt.
"Where's Mr. Daviot?" asked Hamish. "He's gone back to Strathbane. There's been a successful drug raid on one of the ships," said Mr. Johnson. "This murder's become small beer."
Hamish made his way to the Laurels. Paul Thomas was working in the garden.
"What's all this about her first husband?" demanded Hamish.
Paul straightened up from his weeding slowly and passed an earthy hand over his forehead.
"It was a surprise to me," he said in a bewildered way. "Why didn't Trixie tell me? Did you hear them having a row or anything?" "No. They went on like strangers. It was probably him that did it. And I don't care any more. Nothing's going to bring her back."
Tears rolled down his cheeks, and Hamish patted him awkwardly on the shoulder.
"Can I have a look at his room? He's full of forensic people dusting everything in sight, although they've already dusted everything, and I don't know what they hope to find. I wish everyone would go away and leave me alone."
Hamish went back to the police station in time to meet Priscilla, who was just driving up. Although he was glad to see her, he found with surprise that his heart no longer gave a lurch. They sat in the kitchen, and Hamish told her about the seer and the first husband. "You would think it would be one of the locals trying to poison Angus," said Priscilla, after listening in attentive silence.
"Why?" "Well, someone was very afraid that Angus might have divined something, and only the locals would think that. I can't see either Paul Thomas or this first husband believing in the second sight."
Hamish poured more tea.
"I think that a frightened murderer might be prepared to believe anything. I hope he doesn't go ahead and arrest John Parker without any evidence. I would like to have a word with him."
"Blair's capable of anything."
"Oh, that's clever," said Priscilla, noticing the screen door. "It was a couple of American tourists gave me the idea," said Hamish. "I wish I could have a word with that Carl Steinberger. He was staying there at the Thomases for a couple of nights." "Where was he from again?"
"I know. Greenwich, Connecticut. He may be home now. Excuse me, Priscilla. I'll phone the police in Greenwich and ask them if they know Carl Steinberger's phone number."
He was halfway out of the kitchen when Priscilla rose to her feet.
"Don't worry, Hamish," she said. "I think I'll call on Angela Brodie. I'm worried about her."
Hamish stopped.
"Why?" "She makes me uneasy. You can't go around taking on someone else's personality without something cracking," said Priscilla.
She drove down to the doctor's house, thinking about Hamish Macbeth. Although he had been as friendly as ever, something had gone out of that friendship. Hamish was no longer shy of her, she thought, nor was his whole mind on her when she was there. She felt uneasily that part of his mind had dismissed her. Priscilla walked up the path to the kitchen door, and then stood motionless with her hand on the doorknob. From inside came a faint humming sound, a familiar sound. A picture of Trixie rose vividly in Priscilla's mind. She pushed open the door and went in. Angela was sitting spinning wool, her thin face intent. She was wearing jeans and sneakers and a shapeless white T-shirt with the legend, "Save the Bats," emblazoned on the front. She looked up and saw Priscilla. "Oh, Miss Halberton Smythe," said Angela, getting to her feet. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Priscilla looked around the gleaming and sterile kitchen. Angela put beans, from Nicaragua, where else, thought Priscilla, into the coffee grinder. Priscilla sat down at the kitchen table. It was amazing, reflected Priscilla, how a hairstyle could alter a woman. Angela's perm showed no signs of growing out. Hard little curls rioted over her head, making her hair look like one of those cheap wigs from Woolworths. Her mouth appeared to have become thinner, with little tight lines at the corner of the mouth. "I didn't know you had a spinning wheel," said Priscilla. "Paul gave it to me," said Angela. "Poor man, he didn't want to keep it in the house. He said every time he looked at it he could see Trixie sitting there." "How are things going?" asked Priscilla. "Not very well," said Angela, feeding coffee into the machine. "The meeting of the Anti-Smoking League was last night, and you know how many turned up? 2. And one of them was that layabout Jimmy Fraser, who thought it was a stop-smoking class." "That might be a better idea," said Priscilla. "You might get more results by helping people to stop smoking than by putting a sort of prohibition ban on the stuff. Anyone in their right mind should know it's dangerous to smoke. But it's an addiction, like drinking, like eating too much sugar. I read an article which said that addicts are more open to suggestion as to how to stop than outright militant bans. Look at prohibition in the States, with people drinking disgusting things like wood alcohol and going blind. I'm sure a lot of people drank more during prohibition than they would have done if the stuff was available." Angela folded her lips into a stubborn line. "Trixie used to say that people didn't know what was good for them. They need to be taken in hand." "You can make a lot of enemies, Mrs. Brodie, if you try to be nanny to the world." "That's a bitchy thing to say." "And so it was," said Priscilla contritely. "I'm concerned for you, Mrs. Brodie. You seemed a happier person before Trixie Thomas arrived on the scene." "I was half alive," said Angela fiercely. "There's so much to be done in the world. Trixie used to say that if everyone just sat around doing nothing, then nothing would be done." She took a deep breath and said triumphantly, "I am declaring Lochdubh to be a nuclear-free zone." "Oh, Mrs. Brodie. You yourself?" "I'm forming a committee." Priscilla felt at a loss. There was something badly wrong with Angela Brodie. She wondered whether the doctor's wife was at the menopause. She had grown even thinner, not the willowy slimness she had had before, but a brittle thinness. Her fingers were like twigs, and there were deep hollows in her cheeks. Priscilla suddenly wanted to get out. An old-fashioned fly-paper was hanging from the kitchen light, and dying flies buzzed miserably, trapped on its sticky coating. "I've suddenly remembered something," lied Priscilla, getting to her feet. She couldn't wait any longer in this suffocating atmosphere for that coffee to fill the pot, drip by slow drip. She turned in the doorway. Do you know, Mrs. Brodie, that Angus MacDonald claims someone tried to poison him today by leaving a bottle of poisoned whiskey outside his door? Silly old man, snapped Angela. It's years since he did a day's work. Him and his silly predictions. Priscilla went outside and took a deep breath of warm, damp air. The wind had dropped, and a thin drizzle was falling. She wondered how Hamish was getting on with his phone call. Hamish had found everything remarkably easy. The police in Greenwich, Connecticut, knew Carl Steinberger. He owned a small electronics factory outside the town. They gave Hamish the number, and Hamish dialed and asked for Carl Steinberger. In his usual Highland way, Hamish didn't get right to the point, but waffled on about the screen door and the flies and the weather until Mr. Steinberger interrupted him gently with, "Look, officer, it's great talking with you, but I'm a busy man." "Can you tell me what you made of the Thomases?" asked Hamish. "The wife's been poisoned." "Jesus! What with?" "Arsenic." "Rat poison? Something like that?" "We can't find anything," said Hamish. "That other lodger, John Parker, turns out to be her first husband." "I can't tell you anything," said Mr. Steinberger, "except that we didn't like her. My wife said she had a knack of making her husband look like a fool, but we didn't pay much attention. The place was clean and the food was good. She was a great baker. We must have put on pounds. But there was no fun in eating her cakes because her husband was on a diet and he would sit at the table and glare at every crumb of cake we put in our mouths. That John Parker took his meals in his room and typed when he wasn't out walking. Can't tell you any more." Hamish thanked him and put down the phone. He wondered what John Parker was saying to the detectives. He went along to the grocery store and bought a bottle of whiskey, wondering whether he should go out with his gun that night and bag a few brace of the Colonel's grouse to sell in Strathbane, and so make up for all the whiskey he was having to buy. He wandered back along to the hotel and stood outside, looking at the fishing boats. At last he heard Blair's loud voice. He went to the wall of the hotel. Blair was standing with his back to him, facing his two detectives. There was no sign of John Parker. One of the detectives, Jimmy Anderson, looked across to where Hamish's head was appearing above the wall. Hamish raised the bottle of whiskey, and Anderson gave a brief nod. Hamish then went back to the police station and settled down to wait. After half an hour, Anderson appeared. "If you want me to tell you about it," he said, "gie us a drink first. Blair's fit to be tied. Can't make a case against Parker." Hamish poured the detective a glass of whiskey and said, "So what's Parker's background?" "Ex-drug addict, hash and a bit of cocaine, out of work. Along comes Trixie Thomas, social worker, takes him in hand, sees his writing, badgers publishers and agents, gets him started, gets him off drugs, gets him earning. And then, what d'you think she does?" "She divorces him," said Hamish. "How did you know?" "I don't know," said Hamish slowly. "Just a lucky guess. Anyway, is he still in love with her? Did Paul Thomas know he was her ex?" "He must have known when he married her." "Told me he didn't, but surely he did." "No, he says Trixie reverted to her maiden name after the divorce." "Still, he must have known. She'd need to have her divorce papers, surely." Anderson grinned. "Seems the managing Trixie arranged everything, and all he can remember is standing in the registrar's office saying yes." "And when did all this take place?" "This year." "And when did she divorce Parker?" 10 years ago." "Any children?" "No, she couldn't have any. What about some more whiskey?" Hamish poured him another glass. "So how did Parker know where to find her?" he asked. "She wrote to him. She'd heard about him selling the film rights. Must have been in some magazine.
She said she needed boarders, and he owed her something, because she never had asked him for alimony, and she didn't want Paul to know, but it would be a nice way of paying her back for the start she had given him in life and all that crap. So the wimp comes up. He was paying her £200 a week. Paul didn't know. She collected the money, cash, no income tax, no VAT. "Leave a will?" asked Hamish. "Aye, left everything to Paul. He owns the house already, but she left £20,000. "Not bad for someone who was pleading poverty," said Hamish, "but not enough to kill for. Look, maybe you can help me out of a jam." He told Anderson about Ian Gunn and the bats. "I'll tell Blair," said Anderson. "He's so hell-bent on proving Parker did it, he'll hardly listen." "Look," said Hamish urgently, "I'm going along to have a word with Parker. If the results of that bottle of whisky come through, let me know." "OK," said Anderson, draining his glass. "Keep the bottle handy." John Parker was typing in his room when Hamish called. "Now, Mr. Parker," said Hamish severely, "what I want to know is why you told an outright lie when you said that you hadn't known Trixie Thomas before." "I've got a lot of work to do," said John. "I didn't murder her, and I didn't want to be the subject of a police inquiry. You've probably heard I used to be on drugs, and I've been on the wrong side of the law several times in the past. I have no great liking for policemen." "And I have no great liking for liars," said Hamish coldly. "Sorry about that, copper, but that's the way it is." "So, tell me about your marriage." "There's nothing much to tell. I was a right mess when Trixie found me. She got me into a drug clinic, paid for it herself, found my manuscripts when I was in there, and when I came out, she took me around agents and publishers. She corrected my manuscripts and typed them. She did everything but go to the toilet for me," he said with sudden savagery. "Look, it's hard when you have to be perpetually grateful to someone. When she said she was divorcing me, I could hardly believe my luck." Hamish raised his eyebrows. "Then why did you come back?" He sighed, a little thin sigh. "I suppose I still felt grateful to her, really grateful. I wanted to see her again." "And when you saw her?" "It was all right." His voice held a note of amazement. "She not only had Paul, she had the village women in her control. The lodgings were comfortable, and the place is pretty. I've got a lot of work done." Hamish looked at the typewriter. The author was beginning Chapter 10 of a book, witness to the fact he spoke the truth. "Luke Mulligan," Hamish read, smiled down at Lola, who was holding on to his stirrup, and an odd look of tenderness flitted across his craggy features. Beside him on the desk lay a pile of manuscript with the title page on the top. It read, "The Amazon Women of Zar." Hamish pointed to it. "Doesn't sound like a Western." John Parker's grey, neat features took on an even more closed look. "It's science fiction," he said curtly. He rose and picked up the manuscript, and opened a battered suitcase and popped it inside. All at once Hamish longed to see what it was about. "What were the relations between Mr. and Mrs. Thomas?" he asked. "Fair enough," said John. "Regular marriage. She fussed over him like a mother hen, but he seemed to like it." Hamish stood up. "I suppose you have been told not to leave the village?" "Yes. That man Blair is determined to accuse me of the murder. In fact, he would have done so if I hadn't threatened to sue him for wrongful arrest." Hamish stood up to leave. His eyes roamed around the room. Whatever antique furniture Trixie had managed to get from the locals, she must have taken it all down to the auction rooms. John's room furnishings were white and modern, the sort of units bought in Inverness and assembled at home. "I believe from the village gossip that you're a friend of the Halbert and Smythes," said John Parker.
Hamish looked surprised. "I am by way of being a friend of the daughter," he said. "Colonel Halberton Smythe does not have much time for me. Why do you ask?" "I would like a look around the castle." "It's not very old," said Hamish. "It's one of those Gothic monstrosities built in Victorian times. Nonetheless, I might be able to use it in a book." Hamish thought quickly. If he could be sure John Parker was up at the castle, then he might be able to get a look at the manuscript he had been so anxious to hide. "I think I could fix that for you," said Hamish. "What about tomorrow?" "Suits me. I'll phone Miss Halberton Smythe and then come back and tell you what she says." Hamish went back to the police station just as the detective, Jimmy Anderson, was arriving. "Let's have another drink," pleaded Anderson. "Blair's fuming and shouting. It was arsenic, all right, and that old fortune-teller's bottle." "That'll bring the press in droves," said Hamish gloomily. "Good story. I saw my own death, says Seer." "So what's Blair up to?" "He's threatening to arrest Angus MacDonald tomorrow." "Why?" "Impeding the police. He says the old naff put the stuff in the whiskey himself so as to get the press to write about him." "Could be." "Now Daviot's breathing fire and vengeance. Says if Blair doesn't wrap up the case fast, he'll put someone else on it." Hamish shook his head sadly. "It's a daft thing to say to a man like Blair. He'll now arrest the first person he thinks of. Well, let's have that drink." They sat talking about the case until Anderson realised that Blair would be anxious to get back to Strathbane and would be looking for him. After he had left, Hamish phoned Tommel Castle and asked to speak to Priscilla. "Miss Halberton Smythe is not at home," said Jenkins. "Look, get her to the phone, you horrible snob, and do it fast, or I'll come up there and knock your teeth in," said Hamish pleasantly. When Priscilla answered the phone, she said, "What did you say to Jenkins? He was cringing and creeping and saying he didn't know I was in the castle, and yet he just served me a drink before you called." "Never mind. I want you to do something for me." Hamish told her about John Parker, and asked her to keep him at the castle for an hour at least. "Oh, very well," said Priscilla. "What about having dinner with me at the hotel tomorrow night?" "I don't know if I'll manage to be free by that time," said Hamish. "I feel I'm getting on to something on this case." There was a short silence, and then Priscilla said, "All right. Another time, maybe." Hamish thanked her and put the phone down. Priscilla stood by the phone, looking thoughtfully at the receiver before she replaced it. Hamish Macbeth would never have turned down an invitation to dinner before. Perhaps he had a girlfriend. Priscilla suddenly felt very bad-tempered indeed, and went off to give the butler a lecture about lying to friends who tried to get her on the telephone. Hamish picked up his cap, called to Towser, and went out on his rounds. It was Friday night, and he would need to go to the pub to make sure no one was thinking of drinking and driving. As he was passing the MacLean's cottage, he heard angry voices, and then a woman screamed loudly. He ran to their door, opened it, and walked in. Archie and his wife were standing on either side of the kitchen table. She was holding her cheek as if she had just been struck. "What's going on here?" demanded Hamish. "You interfering bastard!" howled Archie. He came round the table towards Hamish with his fists raised. Towser crept under the kitchen table and lay down. Hamish stretched out a long arm and seized Archie by the wrist and then deftly twisted his arm up his back. "Tell me what's going on, Archie, or I'll break your arm." "Leave my man alone," screeched Mrs. MacLean. "We were having a wee bit row, that's all." Hamish's quick eye noticed she was standing, holding something behind her back, and he was sure that if she hadn't been so determined to conceal that something, then she would have leapt to her husband's defence. "Aye, leave us be," growled Archie. Hamish released him and shoved him into a kitchen chair. He took out his notebook and pencil.
"Begin at the beginning," he ordered. "What happened?"
What are you taking notes for?
Raged Archie.
I'll have you for this, Macbeth. Have you a search warrant? What right have you to walk into a man's home?
1 minute it seemed to the Macleans as if Hamish was standing at his ease looking down at his notebook. The next, he had moved like a flash around the back of Mrs. Maclean and wrested what she was holding from her hand. She shouted something and tried to claw his face, but he jumped back. Under the table, Towser whimpered dismally. Hamish looked at the can in his hand. Deado rat poison. "Well, now," he said quietly, looking at their stricken faces. "Well, now."
"That's nothing to do with this," said Mrs. Maclean. "We hae the rats. I got that frae the grocer's the other day."
"You realise I shall question Mr. Patel and find out exactly when you bought it," said Hamish. There was a long silence.
"She didn't get it from him,"
said Archie at last.
"I got it myself from Ian Gunn over at Coyle."
He rounded on his wife.
"If you had kept your mouth shut."
"Me?" she said furiously. "Then what was it doing at the back of your drawer or underpants?" She put her hands up to her mouth and stared at Hamish with frightened eyes. "Well, Archie?" asked Hamish. And when he didn't reply, "It's tell me you're come with me to Strathbeen and tell Blair."
"I'll tell you,"
said Archie wearily. He looked at his wife.
"I found it at the back of the kitchen cupboard, hidden in that old tin marked flour. I took it to my room for safekeeping."
"You silly wee man," said his wife. "Did you no remember our Jean and the Waynes were coming for tea?" "Wee Rory's only 2 year," she explained to Hamish, "and he's aye under the kitchen sink, digging out things. I hid it so the child wouldn't find it. I've had it for a year. We had rats in the shed in the garden." Hamish ran over in his mind what he knew of the Maclean family. Jean was their daughter, and she had 3 small children, the ferreting 2-year-old Rory being one of them.
"So," said Hamish, "you thought, Archie, that your wife might have poisoned Mrs. Thomas, and you, Mrs. Maclean, thought your husband might have done it. My, Trixie Thomas must have caused some rare rows. I'll need to take this." "Where did you get it?"
"I got it from Patel a year ago," mumbled Mrs. Maclean. "You canna blame me. Holding hands with that woman. He never held hands with me, not even when we was courting." She put out a red hand towards Hamish with an oddly pathetic, pleading movement. It was almost deformed with years of being immersed in boiling water, bleach, and ammonia. Her wedding ring was embedded in the swollen flesh below the red, shiny knuckles.
"I'll need to report this to Blair the morrow," said Hamish sadly. "I'll take this can with me."
As Hamish looked at the couple, he thought viciously that had Trixie Thomas still been alive, he might have murdered her himself. The Macleans' marriage, which had plodded along for years quite happily, would never be the same again. He whistled to Towser and walked outside. It was a clear night, the rain had lifted, and great stars burned in the heavens. Towser slunk behind his master. "You," said Hamish, looking down at the animal, "are a coward." Towser licked Hamish's hand and slowly wagged his tail. "But you're a decent dog, and I'd rather have you a coward than savaging the sheep," said Hamish. He stooped and scratched the dog behind his ears, and Towser leapt up and down in an ecstasy of joy at being forgiven. The Patels' shop was in darkness, but Hamish went around the side and mounted the stairs that led to the flat over the shop. After some time, Mrs. Patel, wearing a bright red sari, answered the door. "Oh, Mr. Macbeth," she said impatiently. What do you want at this time of night? It always surprised Hamish to hear a Scottish accent emitting from such exotic features. He said he wanted to speak to her husband, and Mrs. Patel reluctantly let him in. Their living room was bright and gaudy, with a 3-piece plush suite in bright red, still covered with the plastic casing it had been delivered in. A huge display of plastic tulips in a woven gilt basket sat on a carved tabletop, which was supported by 4 carved elephants. Everything smelled strongly of curry. Mr. Patel came in. He was a small brown man with liquid brown eyes and a beak of a nose. "Evening, Mr. Macbeth," he said. "Will you be having a wee dram?" "Not tonight. Mr. Patel, you were asked if you had sold any rat poison, and you said you hadn't. And yet Mrs. MacLean told me she had bought some here a year ago. It's called Dead-O." "I thought you meant recently." "Aye, I got about 24 frae a wholesaler in Strathbeen a year ago. Used it myself. No very good. Didn't even slow them up." "You realise what this means," said Hamish gloomily. "Blair will want me to go around every house in the village tomorrow collecting cans of rat poison." "Keep you out of trouble," said Mr. Patel with a grin. "Why bother your head about Blair anyways? That man's a pillock. A pillock who is senior to me in rank. Now, Mr. Patel, I don't suppose you can remember who bought it." "I can remember Mrs. Wellington had a can for the mice in the church. I hadn't any mouse poison, and she didn't want traps, so she said she'd try the rat stuff. Then there was Mrs. Brodie, the doctor's wife. Nice, too. Anyone else? Let me see. Oh, I can. The estate agent for the Willets, them that used to own the Thomas's place. It had been standing empty for so long that they were getting rats in, or so they thought." Hamish thanked him, and then phoned and left a message for Blair about the rat poison. Then he went to see John Parker, who told him that Miss Hulbert Smythe had phoned and had invited him up to the castle at 10 in the morning. Hamish knew Blair would have him searching for all those other cans of poison, but that would give him a good excuse to read that manuscript John Parker had been so anxious to hide. He said good night, and then made his way back along the waterfront to the pub. An ordinary common or garden Scottish Highland drunk would come as a relief. Chapter 6. I am silent in the club. I am silent in the pub. I am silent on a bally-peak in Darien. For I stuff away for life shoving peas in with a knife, because I am at heart a vegetarian. No more the milk of cows shall pollute my private house than the milk of the wild mares of the barbarian. I will stick to port and sherry, for they are so very, very, so very, very, very vegetarian. G.K. Chesterton. It was the detective, Jimmy Anderson, who arrived at the police station first thing in the morning with the expected orders from Blair to search the village for rat poison. "Anything left in that bottle?" he said hopefully. "At 8 o'clock in the morning," exclaimed Hamish. "Come back later. Is Blair all ready to meet the press?" "He's blinding and blasting, but he's got his Sunday suit on and his hair all slicked down about his horrible ears," said Anderson with a grin. Hamish shut Towser out in the garden and set off. Mrs. Wellington, the minister's wife, was his first call. She was in her kitchen. Her husband was poking distastefully at a bowl of muesli with his spoon. "Sit down," ordered Mrs. Wellington when she saw Hamish, "and I'll give you a cup of coffee." Hamish sat down at the kitchen table. "That's a good, healthy breakfast," said Hamish to the minister. Mr. Wellington put down his spoon with a sigh. "I cannot think starvation is good for anyone," he said. "I feel like a child again. If you don't eat it, you won't get anything else." "Well, that's the road to the kingdom of heaven," said Hamish cheerfully. "You know, become like a little child again."
Don't quote the scriptures to me, Macbeth, said the minister testily. Why are you here? Mrs. Wellington put a mug of coffee in front of Hamish. He took a sip and coughed. I am here to look for a rat poison called Dead-O. What is this coffee, Mrs. Wellington? It's dandelion coffee. Mrs. Thomas showed me how to make it.
Hamish sadly pushed his mug away.
You see what I mean, said the minister.
Why not stay for lunch? We're having nettle soup. Hamish ignored him.
The rat poison, he said. You bought some from Patel about a year ago. You had the mice. So we did, called Mrs. Wellington over one large tweed shoulder. She was scrubbing dishes in the sink with ferocious energy. Not very good. I think the mice just left of their own accord. Have you any of the stuff left? Asked Hamish patiently. No, I threw it out months ago. You are sure? Mrs. Wellington turned around and put her soapy hands on her hips. I'm not in the habit of lying, Mr. Macbeth. I'd better go and try somewhere else, said Hamish, getting to his feet. Oh, but you haven't had your coffee, said the minister sweetly. It's all rush. Hamish picked up his hat and headed for the kitchen door. The minister followed him outside. When is it all going to end? He asked mournfully. I dream of large T-bone steaks and mounds of fried potatoes. You know, Mr. Macbeth, I think all that wretched Thomas woman did was to give the women of Lochdubh an opportunity to persecute their husbands. There's a strong bullying streak in women, lying down in there, always waiting to be tapped. Perhaps when the murder is solved, they'll all go back to normal, said Hamish. When's the funeral? It's today, at 3 this afternoon. It surprises me to know Mrs. Thomas was a member of the Church of Scotland. She wasn't, said the minister. She wasn't a member of anything. But her husband wants her to have a Christian burial. Are any of her family from England going to be present? No, that's the odd thing. Her parents are dead, and she had no sisters or brothers, but usually someone has some sort of aunt or uncle or friend who would like to come along. Perhaps she was unpopular. Yes, said Hamish slowly. I think if she had lived, she would have gradually become very unpopular here. Mind you, someone hated her enough to murder her. Did she get any furniture from you? Any ornaments? Yes, said Mr. Wellington, growing angry. We had a Victorian ewer and basin that belonged to my grandparents. My wife gave her that. I was furious. Those things are valuable these days. Hamish stood for a moment, looking across the rain-pocked loch. While I'm searching for rat poison, he said, I may as well try to find out if she got her hands on anything really valuable. And as yet unrecognized Rembrandt, said the minister. It was amazing what she got out of people when you consider that the dealers are always calling around these old croft houses and village houses in the hope of a bargain. Why, old Mrs. McGowan on the other side has been plagued by dealers for years, but she's too crafty to let anything go. Mrs. Thomas was going to call on her. I wonder whether she was successful or not. Hamish hadn't called on Mrs. McGowan for some time. She was a lonely, crusty old woman, and he didn't enjoy visiting her, but felt it his duty to call in on her from time to time and make sure she was well. She could easily drop dead one of these days, he reflected, and no one would know. I'd better be on my way, Hamish said, taking out a stick of repellent and wiping his face with it, before the midges make a meal of me. Blair will be in a bad temper. The attempted murder of Angus MacDonald is bound to bring the press in hordes. I wouldn't be too sure of that, said the minister. Angus was interviewed by television and several newspapers before the last election for his prediction. He got it all wrong.
and since then no one outside Lochdubh has shown any interest in him. Do you think he really saw something?" "Yes," said Hamish. "For once in his lying life, I think he must have actually had some sort of forewarning." He made several more calls in his search for rat poison, and then at 10 o'clock he made his way to the Laurels. Paul was chopping logs. He was fatter, his stomach hanging over his trouser belt as he bent to his work. When Hamish said he was going to take a look at John Parker's room, but didn't want the writer to know, Paul answered with an indifferent shrug and went on with his work. Hamish climbed the uncarpeted staircase to John Parker's room. In Victorian times, when the villa had been built, the stairs would have been thickly carpeted, and the rooms over-furnished. There was a bleak air about it now, a smell of pine and disinfectant, and wood smoke and cheap soap, rather like a youth hostel. John Parker's room wasn't locked. Hamish opened the door and went inside. There was no sign of that suitcase, but he found it eventually on top of the wardrobe and lifted it down. He opened it and took out the pile of manuscript. He sat down on the bed and started to skim quickly through the Amazon Women of Zar. Hamish reflected he'd read some silly stories in the past, but this took the biscuit. The men were the slaves of the women, and there were several colourful purple passages about how the men were called in each night of the full moons. Zar had 5 moons, and made to have sex with the women. He yawned and read on. Then the hero, Luke Jensen, who, like the Luke Mulligan of the Western, also had a craggy face, got hold of the rare and forbidden plant Ziffer, which was guarded by a 3-headed monster, Zilka, and brewed a poison from it, which killed the leader of the Amazon women, whereupon her bossy acolytes turned into nubile blonde bimbos, cooing over the men and thanking Luke for having turned them back into real women again. Hamish put down the manuscript. Had Trixie been John's Amazon woman? The leader of the women bore a startling resemblance to Trixie, although she wore a brass brassiere and chain and leather loincloth instead of unbleached linen smock, blue jeans, and sneakers. He carefully returned the manuscript to the suitcase, and the suitcase to the top of the wardrobe, and went downstairs. Mrs. Kennedy was in the kitchen with her pallid children. "I thought you would have been allowed home by now," said Hamish. "Aye, we're going in a couple of days," said Mrs. Kennedy. "I decided to stay on. I'm no paying rent, and the fresh air's good for the bairns." "I'm sure you have told the CID this already," said Hamish. "But what brought you here? I know Mrs. Thomas advertised in the Glasgow Herald." "I phoned up the Sutherland Tourist Board," said Mrs. Kennedy, "and they told me this new place was cheap." "What does your husband do, Mrs. Kennedy?" "I haven't got one," she said cheerfully. "Then what does the father of your children do?" "Which father?" she said with a coarse laugh. "I canna remember them all." "You shouldn't say such things in front of the children," said Hamish furiously. "Ah, take yourself off, you damp soda scone," jeered Mrs. Kennedy. And Hamish did that, cursing himself for having wasted his time trying to appeal to the finer feelings of what was surely a Glaswegian prostitute. Despite the regeneration of that city, Glasgow still had some of the ugliest prostitutes in the world, and Mrs. Kennedy probably shoved her bulk into a corset on Saturday nights, and her swollen feet into high heels, and trawled the pubs looking for someone blind drunk enough to buy her services. He decided to drive up to Tommel Castle and get the key to Mrs. Haggerty's cottage, and try to find out if Trixie had found anything valuable. It was only when he drove up and parked in the front of the castle that he realized, with amazement, and with a sharp sense of loss, that his mind was totally on the case, and he wasn't hoping for a meeting with Priscilla. But Colonel Halbolton Smythe didn't know that. He said with obvious relish that Priscilla was out in the grounds somewhere with Mr. Parker, and handed over the cottage key. Hamish hesitated. "I would like to ask you again. What was your opinion of Mrs. Thomas?" he asked.
"I've already told your superior officers all I know,"
snapped the Colonel, and turned away. Hamish went out and drove over to Mrs. Haggerty's cottage. It had an abandoned, lost air about it. He unlocked the door and went in. There was an old-fashioned kitchen with a box bed in a recess, a small dark hall, a living room crammed with furniture and knick-knacks and photographs, and a toilet. No bathroom. Although he knew very little about antiques, Hamish was sure there was nothing of value left in the crowded living room. There were sepia photographs on the walls and on the tables of men with walrus moustaches and women in enormous hats. Mrs. Haggerty had died at the age of 98 and hadn't left a surviving relative behind, or any that anyone knew of. Still, the Colonel shouldn't have allowed Trixie to take anything until it became absolutely sure that no one was left to inherit the bits and pieces. And there were many of those. Mrs. Haggerty had obviously found it hard to throw anything away. There were cupboards full of old Christmas cards and magazines and recipes and jam jars and bottles. There was even a bundle of flypapers, brown and smooth to the touch. He wondered whether their stickiness had vanished with age. He heard a sound outside, and then the door of the living room opened and Priscilla walked in. She looked cool and neat in a white silk blouse and tweed skirt, sheer tights and polished brogues. As usual, her bright hair fell in a smooth curve to her shoulders, and the calm oval of her face was luminous in the gloom of the cottage parlour. "Thank goodness Parker has left," she said. "Gave me the creeps. Oily little man." Hamish looked at her with interest. "I thought he was quite ordinary and pleasant. What's up with him?" "Oh, he's perfectly polite. But too polite, if you know what I mean. Kept thanking me and saying what a lot of trouble he must be putting me to, until I felt like smacking him like a fly. Splat!" "You should read about the strong, silent men in his books," said Hamish, "with their whipcord muscles and their craggy faces softening with tenderness." "Inside every weak man there's a macho man who only gets out on paper," said Priscilla with a laugh. "I know a woman in London who writes romances and hasn't got one romantic thought in her mind off paper. Oh, look at this old photograph. What splendid hats the women wore then." Did Priscilla ever have any romantic thoughts, Hamish wondered, studying her as she bent her head over the framed photograph she had picked up. And yet she had had an inner glow when John Burlington had been around. "Heard from that Burlington fellow?" he asked. "Oh, yes. He writes and phones regularly. He seems to be making tons of money." "And you like that?" "I admire successful people. And talking about success, how's the case going, Sherlock?" "I'm still groping about in the dark," said Hamish mournfully. "Suspects," said Priscilla briskly. "There's the husband, Paul. All that shattering grief could be an act. Aye, and then there's Parker, sneaky and weak enough to use poison. Who else? Well, there's poor Dr. Brodie. He's been drinking a lot recently, looks miserable, says he feels his wife has been taken over by a creature from another planet." "Archie MacLean, or Mrs. MacLean," said Hamish. "Trixie Thomas ruined that marriage." "And there's Ian Gunn." "What? Over a lot of wee bats?" "The bats are no more. You should have servants, Hamish, an endless source of useful gossips. It fell down last night, Gunn says." "Then he probably did it himself, and I'll hae the devil of a job proving it," said Hamish. "But he wouldn't kill just to get a wee bit more land." "Oh, yes, he would. Or rather, that's the gossip. He craves land and more land. You know what land greed's like." "Fair enough. But I thought all that talk about Gunn's greed was just caused by jealousy. Maybe they could be right. Either there's someone else we haven't thought of, or that's the lot of suspects. Has Mrs. Kennedy's background been gone into? It would have been, and if there had been anything there, Anderson would have told me. Well, there's Angus MacDonald. Why him? Look at it this way. Priscilla leaned forward eagerly, and he caught a whiff of French perfume. He lost face over that wrong prediction about the general election. He could have poisoned that whiskey himself. And killed Trixie Thomas first. Come on, Priscilla. I suppose it is rather far-fetched, but he could still have poisoned that whiskey. I mean, Hamish, you don't believe in the second sight, do you? Yes, I do. I think there's a handful of people who get a brief insight about something that's going to happen about once in their lives. It's hard to prove. So many people say after a disaster or a death that they had a premonition. Where are you off to now? Asked Priscilla in surprise as Hamish made for the door. I'm off to continue to look for cans of rat poison called Dead-O. Could you ask the housekeeper if she ever bought any? Here's the key for the cottage. He raised his hand in farewell and walked out. Priscilla crossed to the window and watched him go. She felt a little sad that Hamish didn't seem to show the old eagerness to be in her company. Hamish drove into the village and parked outside the Brodys' house. Angela was in the kitchen, sitting at the table, reading something. He brightened, thinking she had returned to her old ways, until he saw she was reading a recipe for vegetarian lasagna. I came to ask you if you bought some rat poison called Dead-O about a year ago, said Hamish. No, we've never had rats. Oh, wait a bit. We had mice, and I bought some rat poison. Have you still got it? Come out to the shed and we'll have a look. He followed her into the garden. The shed was scrubbed and clean. All the cans of pesticide on the shelf about the door were gleaming, and forks and hoes and spades were all polished as well. I'm proud of this, said Angela. I gave it a good clean-out only the other day. Hamish took out a handkerchief and gently lifted down a can of Dead-O. He twisted open the top. It was half full. You used a lot, he said. I hate mice. Nasty things. Of course I was slapdash then. I never read the instructions, just put down sources of the stuff all over the place. It certainly got rid of the mice. Now, is there anything else? I'm very busy. You'll be going to the funeral, said Hamish. Yes, of course. Hamish touched his cap. I'll see you there. Everyone had turned out for Trixie Thomas's funeral, even Mrs. Kennedy and her brood. The church was noisy with the sound of women weeping as Mr. Wellington read the service, and grew louder as the congregation followed the coffin to the graveside in the churchyard on the hill above the church. Paul Thomas was being supported by two of the men from the village, and looked on the point of collapse. Dr. Brodie was standing beside Hamish. I'd better give that man a sedative and put him to bed as soon as this is over, he said. I'd look to your wife as well, said Hamish. She's in a bad way. The doctor's face hardened. Silly bitch, he said viciously, and Hamish wondered whether he meant Trixie Thomas or his wife. After the graveside service was over, everyone went to the Laurels, where Mrs. Wellington was presiding over the funeral baked meats. Whiskey was poured out all round, and gradually the atmosphere began to lighten. One man told a joke, another capped it, and soon the gathering began to sound like a party. The men of the village were glad that Trixie Thomas had been laid to rest. Hamish saw Ian Gunn and went over to join him. I'm surprised to see you here, said Hamish. I never miss a funeral, said Ian, taking another glass of whisky from a selection of full glasses on a table. "I hear that old building of yours mysteriously fell down," said Hamish.
"Aye, providential, that. I'll hae no more trouble from the bad people."
"But you'll have trouble from me," said Hamish. "I have to investigate that building and make sure you didn't do anything to make it collapse."
"Wouldn't you be better off finding the murderer than harassing a poor farmer over some flying rats?" sneered Ian. "But you'll find nothing. I can assure you of that."
"Did a good job on it, did you?" said Hamish cynically. Blair came rolling up, a glass in one meaty hand.
"Listen, copper,"
he snarled.
"have you got all these cans of rat poison yet?"
"No, I'm still looking."
"In the bottom of a glass? Hop to it, sonny."
Ian Gunn sniggered as Hamish left. Hamish walked round the laurels and went in the door at the back. The small Kennedy child called Susie was eating a large lump of cake. "Bad for your teeth," said Hamish.
"Get lost,"
said the child, her voice muffled by the cake. He made for the door, and she said,
"Or give me some money for sweeties."
"No," said Hamish. "Not a penny will you get."
"Didn't Mrs. Thomas put you all on a vegetarian diet?"
"No, only her man. She couldn't risk scaring off her lodgers with that rubbishy stuff my ma says. Went on and on about sugar being bad and stuffing her face with cakes the whole time when she thought nobody was looking."
Her sharp face took on an evil, gloating look.
"Want to know what she and her man got up to in the bedroom?"
"No, I do not," said Hamish roundly, and made his way through the door from the kitchen that led into the main body of the house. He edged back into the sitting-room where the funeral reception was being held in time to see Blair taking his leave. He waited a moment, then edged his way into the room and called loudly for silence. They all turned to face him. Priscilla was there, he noticed. Of course, she would be. It was expected of her. She was wearing a black dress and a small black hat. "I am looking for cans of a stuff called dead-o," said Hamish. "Patel was selling it a year ago. It's a rat poison. If you have any, bring it along to the police station as soon as you can." Mrs. Wellington bustled up, looking outraged. "How dare you make such an announcement at a funeral?" she demanded. "It's a mercy poor Mr. Thomas has gone to lie down." "I have to find those cans of poison," said Hamish patiently. "Pretty much the whole of Lochdubh is in here. It saves me going all around the houses." By evening he was satisfied with the result. He had 15 cans of rat poison in front of him. Not a bad haul out of the 2 dozen that had been sold a year ago. The cans were all neatly labelled by Hamish with the name of the person who had bought it. Dr. Brodie stood in the doorway of the kitchen and surveyed first his wife and then his dinner. Salad with goat cheese. He had told her and told her he could not eat such food, and she had told him that she wasn't going to poison him by serving him with greasy steaks and chips any more. She was as hard as flint. He felt he wasn't addressing Angela, but some strange creature who had invaded his home. "I want a divorce," he said. Angela looked startled. "Don't be silly. Don't you realize I'm doing all this for you? The healthy food, the clean house, no wine or spirits? You're doing it because you are a nasty little bully like your friend Trixie. I'm glad someone poisoned her. I hope she had a bad time dying. I've phoned Paulette, the lawyer in Strathbane, already, and told him to draw up the divorce papers." Angela's face was as white as paper. "On what grounds?" she demanded. "Breakdown of marriage. Oh, well, thank goodness the hotel's gone back to old-fashioned cooking. Good night, dear." Dr. Brodie walked along to the hotel. He didn't feel anything much at all. His wife had died some time ago, as far as he was concerned, and he was merely getting divorced from the domestic monster who had taken her place. There was something lightening about the idea that that tricksy woman was 6 feet under. "Pushing up organic daisies," he said, and began to laugh. "What's the joke?" asked Police Constable Hamish Macbeth. He, too, was heading towards the hotel, carrying a box of eggs under his arm. "Come and celebrate," said the doctor. "I've just phoned Strathbeen and arranged for the divorce papers to be drawn up." Chapter 7. The common cormorant, or shag, lays eggs inside a paper bag. The reason you will see, no doubt, it is to keep the lightning out. But what these unobservant birds have never noticed is that herds of wandering bears may come with buns and steal the bags to hold the crumbs. Anonymous. "Look," said Hamish awkwardly, "I know you have had the hard time, but couldn't you wait a bit?" "No," said the doctor. "I've made up my mind." "Aren't you being a bit hard on Mrs. Brodie? Have you ever considered she might be suffering from the menopause? Women go a bit odd then." Dr. Brodie snorted. "That's all a lot of cobblers. It's all in the mind. Women have been told they go odd at the menopause and use it as an excuse." "Well, you're the doctor, but there's been an awful lot about it in the newspapers lately," said Hamish. "And there's been an awful lot about lazy national health doctors who don't keep up with the latest research. I know Mrs. Thomas was an awful woman, but the trouble with her was a lot of the things she said were right. You know smoking's bad for people, and high cholesterol food's bad for people." "I've never had a day's illness in my life," snapped the doctor. "It was being treated like a child that I couldn't bear. Eat your greens. Pah! No sudden rush into vegetarianism. Coax the child with smaller and smaller portions of meat and larger bowls of salad until it's only salad with the occasional nut cutlet thrown in for comic relief. She even served me dandelion coffee, but I took the lot and threw it in the loch. Don't interfere in my life. I've made up my mind, and that's that." The television screen above the bar flickered into life. Angus MacDonald's face beamed down on them. It began to tell a highly embroidered account of his vision. "I didn't think they'd bother with Angus, considering he got the election results wrong," said Hamish. "Too good a story," said Dr. Brodie. "They were all up at the hotel today, and then they went on up to Angus's cottage. He'll be drunk for a month." Angus's image faded, to be replaced by the strong features of Mrs. Wellington. "Mrs. Thomas was the perfect wife," said Mrs. Wellington. "She brought new life into the village. No one here wished her ill. It must have been some maniac from outside." "Join me for dinner," offered Dr. Brodie, draining his glass. Hamish shook his head. "Why don't you take your wife? You used to do that. Wouldn't it be a good idea to sit down and discuss this divorce like a couple of grown-ups?" Dr. Brodie sighed. "Maybe you're right. I'll see." Hamish looked around the bar. Bert Hook, the crofter, was getting very drunk. Hamish went over and removed his car keys and told him to collect them at the police station in the morning. He went outside and walked along the waterfront, wishing with all his heart that the murderer could be found and that the village could return to its normal quiet. He loved his peaceful, uneventful life in a way that Priscilla, say, could never understand. In fact, this wasn't the age when anyone could understand an unambitious man. The night was calm and still, and a full moon floated through the clouds. "Hamish?" Hamish stopped and looked down at the man in front of him. Hamish had been so engrossed in his thoughts that he hadn't seen the man approach. He was small and dapper, wearing a good tweed jacket and flannels, collar and tie. He had neat, clever features and thin hair. "Good evening," said Hamish cautiously. "Don't you recognize me?" Hamish slowly shook his head. "It's me, Harry Drummond." "Never!" Hamish turned Harry round so that the light on the harbour wall fell full on his face. "Harry Drummond," he marvelled. For Harry had been the village drunk before he left to go to Inverness to get treatment. He had been a swollen, hairy bundle of evil-smelling rags when Hamish had seen him last. "You've changed beyond recognition," said Hamish. "Are you back here again?" "No. I've got a good job as a bricklayer in Inverness." "You'll be taking the wife down there to live with you, then?" "No, Hamish. The fact is, she wants a divorce." Hamish stared at him in amazement. Phyllis Drummond's devotion to her drunken husband had been the talk of the village. She stood by him through thick and thin, taking on cleaning jobs to keep food on the table, suffering the occasional beating with never a word of complaint. "But why?" asked Hamish. "Is the whole of Lochdubh going in for divorce? Man, she should be delighted with you the way you are now, and you with a good job and all." "No, she ups and says she canna stand me, that I was better than when I was on the drink. Women! I've been up here trying to get her to change her mind, but she willna listen." They both turned as Dr. Brodie came running up. "She's gone," he panted. "Angela's gone." "Mrs. Brodie's probably up at the church hall at one of her meetings," said Hamish soothingly. "No, I'm telling you, she's gone. She's smashed up the kitchen and she's gone." "I'll phone for reinforcements and then I'll look for her," said Hamish. "Harry, go round and get all the men in the village." He ran back to the police station and phoned Strathbane. Then he got in his Land Rover with Towser beside him and drove off. Clouds had covered the moon, and the night was pitch black. Where on earth should he begin to look for her? In the loch? On the moors? In the sea? He searched all night, unwilling to give up, although reinforcements had arrived from Strathbane, and policemen were combing the loch side, and policemen and villagers were fanned out over the moors, and a police helicopter hummed overhead. The next morning was sunny, although the air was still heavy and damp, and the sunlight had that threatening, glaring look which heralded bad weather to come. He finally stopped the Land Rover and stared bleakly through the windscreen. If Angela Brodie were suicidal, then where would she go? Or if she were merely badly distressed, where would she go to put a distance between herself and her husband? He looked up at the twisting, soaring peaks of the Two Sisters, the giant mountains above Lochdubh. He left Towser fast asleep in the car and began to climb. Bees droned in the heather, and heather flies danced in the sleepy air. Up he went through the heather and bracken. He took off his jersey and laid it down on a rock and put his cap on top of it. He rolled up the sleeves of his blue shirt and set off again. Once, when he had been very upset by Priscilla, how long ago and far away that seemed now, he had climbed high above the village to a ledge of rock to sit and be alone with his misery. It was a chance, a slim chance, that Angela Brodie might have chosen the same route. The ground rose steeply, and he sweated in the warm air. Midges stung his face as his sweat washed the repellent from it. For an hour he toiled upwards towards where he remembered the ledge to be. His disappointment was sharp when he at last reached it and found no one there. He sat down, unshaven and exhausted. Below him he could see the small figures of the searching police on the moors, and then, as he watched, a van drove up to the harbour, and Fogman got out. He was so very tired. His head swam, and he longed to lie down and sleep. But somewhere, in all the miles of mountain and moor and loch, was Angela Brodie. And then his eyes sharpened. A tiny figure was struggling down far below the ledge. He leapt to his feet and tumbled down from the ledge and began to run. His feet went from under him, and he slithered down, grabbing at heather roots to break his fall. At last he stopped and stood up, panting, and looked wildly around. There was the figure, still below him, and staggering on from side to side like a drunk. His long legs bore him towards that fleeing figure until, with a feeling of pure gladness, he saw that it was Angela Brodie. A final burst of speed brought him up to her, and he flung himself on her and brought her down onto the heather. He sat up and turned her over. Her face was swollen with crying. "Come along," he said gently. "You're in a bad way." "Can't go back," she said drearily. "We all have to go back to it sometime," he said. "Come along. I've got a flask of brandy in the rover." He helped her to her feet. She made an effort to pull herself away and then collapsed in a heap at his feet. He picked her up in his arms and carried her down towards where the Land Rover was parked. He lay her down in the shade of it and got the flask of brandy from the glove compartment and forced it between her lips. She spluttered, and her eyes opened. "That's better," said Hamish. "Now, you'll soon be home." "I don't want to go home," she said. Tears spilled down her cheeks. He took out a handkerchief and wiped them away. He gathered her in his arms and stroked her hair. "There, there," he said. "Tell Hamish all about it." "John wants a divorce?" "That's what he says, but men often say things in a temper they don't mean." "He meant it. John never says anything he doesn't mean." "Maybe not before, but you gave the man every reason to lose his temper. He wasn't divorcing you, but Trixie. He wasn't living with you, but Trixie. You even tried to look like the woman." She shivered despite the heat. "I feel so lost and empty," she wailed. "That's maybe a good sign. You feel a bit empty when an obsession's left you," said Hamish, thinking of Priscilla. "You see, Trixie seemed to have all the answers," said Angela mournfully. "I've felt so useless for years. I go down to Glasgow or Edinburgh or even Inverness, and people say, 'What do you do?' And I say, 'I'm a housewife.' And they say, 'Is that all?' Trixie said that housewifery was a noble art, and if it were done properly, then it could be very satisfying. I got a high from all the work and all the committees. It was like being drunk. She praised me, and no one had done that in ages. She told me that John was killing himself with his cigarettes and cheap wine and greasy meals. I love John." "He seemed awfully happy with you the way you were," said Hamish, still gently stroking her hair. "Come on back with me." She twisted away from him. "I can't." He looked at her thoughtfully. There was more up with Angela Brodie than the sudden loss of her adopted personality. "You think your husband killed Trixie?" he said flatly. She went very still. "Look, I felt like killing her myself," said Hamish, "but I didn't do it." "Yet each man kills the thing he loves," quoted Angela drearily. He looked at her oddly. "You're really in a bad way. Home and bed for you." "But there's a meeting of the Bird Society tonight. Lord Glenbader, the Duke of Anstey's son, is bringing over some specimens from the castle collection." "I'll see to it myself." Hamish rose and snapped his fingers, and Towser leapt into the back. He helped Angela into the Land Rover. He ran back up the hillside and collected his jersey and cap. Clouds were covering the sky, and the wind had a chill edge to it now. He took a flare gun out of the back of the Land Rover and fired it into the sky and watched for a moment, while one green star hung against the tumbling black clouds, to tell the searchers below that Angela Brodie had been found. Mrs. Wellington and two of the village women arrived at Dr. Brodie's and silently began to clean up the shattered mess of the kitchen, sweeping up shards of crockery and glass, wiping up the mess of flour and coffee grounds, and broken jars of jam from the floor. Hamish helped them, putting the broken glass and china into cartons, taping it up and driving it off to the council tip. When he returned, Mrs. Wellington was taking mugs out of a box and hanging them up on the hooks. "Poor Mrs. Brodie didn't leave anything to drink out of," she said, "and I had these put by for the church sale. Put on the kettle, Mr. Macbeth, and we'll have a cup of tea." "Is it just the kitchen she wrecked?" asked Hamish. He opened a cupboard and took out a can of cat food and 2 cans of dog food to feed the family pets. "No. Come and look in the living room." Hamish put down the can opener and followed her into the other room. The mirror above the fireplace had been smashed. "Couldna stand the sight of herself," he said mournfully. "Havers," said the minister's wife, who had no time for psychology. "She was probably drunk." They returned to the kitchen. Hamish fed the spaniels and the cat and put the kettle on. Dr. Brodie came downstairs from the bedroom. "How is she?" asked Hamish. "Sleeping," he said wearily. "Will this misery never end?" "Be very kind to her when she wakes," said Hamish anxiously. "If she's still in a bad way, you might consider taking her down to Strathbane for some therapy or something like that." "I don't believe in all that rubbish. If everyone just pulled themselves together and got on with life, there would be no time for crackpot psychiatrists." "For a village doctor, you are a walking disaster," said Hamish crossly. "I am glad I am never ill. What would you prescribe? Eye of newt?" "Leave the doctor alone," ordered Mrs. Wellington. "Have you no feelings?" Hamish went out and left them to it. He headed for the police station, dying for sleep. Then he saw the press standing outside it, interviewing Blair. He swore under his breath and drove straight past. Blair saw him and shouted something, but Hamish was too tired to care. He drove up to Tommel Castle. As he swung in at the gates, he saw one of the gamekeepers and stopped and rolled down the window. "Colonel at home?" he asked. "No," said the gamekeeper. "Himself and the wife is going to Inverness." "Good," said Hamish, and drove on to the castle entrance. Jenkins would dearly have loved to tell him that Priscilla was not at home, but the young lady had given him such a ribbing about lying to Hamish that he didn't dare. Priscilla came running down the stairs and stopped short at the sight of Hamish. "You look awful," she said. "What's happened to you?" "It's Angela Brodie," said Hamish, stifling a yawn. "She's cracked. But she's back home in bed now." "Oh, you found her. I heard she had gone missing. How is she?" "Physically, she's all right. I hope her mind's in better shape when she wakes up. I need sleep, Priscilla, and Blair's at the police station. Can you spare me a bed for an hour?" "Yes. I'll take you up to one of the guest rooms. Where's Towser?" "In the car." "Wait here. I'll fetch him." Soon Towser came lolloping in at her heels. She led master and dog up the shadowy staircase and into a guest room and turned down the blankets. "There's a bathroom through there, Hamish, and you'll find disposable razors in the cabinet. There are clean towels and everything. John was hoping to fly up. He's got his own helicopter now, but he couldn't make it. Put your shirt and underwear outside the door and I'll have them washed for you. When do you want up?" "Give me 2 hours," said Hamish. "Oh, Priscilla, there's that damn bird society tonight. I told Mrs. Brodie I'd run it for her. Lord Glenbader's coming to give a talk." "You amaze me, Hamish. He doesn't preserve birds except under aspic. I know, he's a pill. But I have a feeling there won't be much of an audience. People are losing interest in all these societies and committees. Could you round up a few people? Certainly. I'll get on the phone right away. Now go to bed. She went out and closed the door. Hamish removed his clothes and put his underwear and shirt outside the door and then climbed into bed. Towser leapt on the bed and stretched out across his feet. "Get down," ordered Hamish sleepily. Towser rolled his eyes and stayed where he was. 2 hours later, Priscilla came in, carrying his clean clothes over her arm. Constable Hamish Macbeth was lying fast asleep. His ridiculously long eyelashes fanned out over his thin cheeks. Towser opened one eye and lazily wagged his tail. The bedclothes were down around Hamish's waist. It was amazing how muscular Hamish was, thought Priscilla, looking at his naked chest and arms. His red hair flamed against the whiteness of the pillowcases, and he looked young and vulnerable in sleep. He opened his hazel eyes suddenly and looked straight at her. A look of pure happiness shone in his eyes, and then it slowly died, like a light being turned down.
2 hours up already? Groaned Hamish. I could have slept all day.
"Here are your clothes," said Priscilla briskly, "and I've got some people to go to the bird meeting. Come downstairs when you're ready, and we'll have tea."
It was a black day in the life of Jenkins the butler. To have to serve Hamish Macbeth tea in the drawing-room hurt his very soul. When Hamish returned to the police station, it was to find the detective, Jimmy Anderson, waiting for him.
"So you're back," said Anderson. "I've been left here to give you a row for sloping off."
"I see you've made yourself at home," said Hamish. Anderson was sitting in the police station office with his feet on the desk and a glass of whisky in his hand.
"Aye, thanks. Blair's right sore at you for finding that Brodie woman. Davitt turned up to see how the search was going on, and Blair told the super that it was thanks to his brilliant detective work that Mrs. Brodie had been found. He was well launched on his story when my friend and colleague, Detective McNabb, who had been insulted earlier by Blair, pipes up and says, 'Oh, but it was Macbeth what found her. Brought her down from the hill himself. We was all looking in the wrong direction.' Blair looks fit to kill. The super accuses him of trying to take the credit away from you, and Blair says he was simply describing how the operation had worked, and that he had sent you up the mountain himself. 'That cannot be true,' says McNabb. 'Weren't you just saying you hadn't seen Macbeth?' You should have seen Blair's face. I couldn't have bear it any longer and walked away, but it wouldn't surprise me if Blair doesn't get McNabb back walking the beat before a month is up. Blair's gone off to grill Parker again, just for the hell of it."
"How did you get on with Halbert and Smythe?" asked Hamish.
Anderson groaned.
"What a bad-tempered wee man. How dare you waste my time when you could be out looking for the murderer? That sort of thing. Asked him what Mrs. Thomas had taken from the cottage, and he looked sulky and said it was some old china and glass and bits of furniture and odds and ends in a box. She was a sterling woman, according to his nibs. She certainly seemed to have a way with her. Was she all that attractive?"
"Not strictly speaking," said Hamish, "but she had a very forceful personality. Type of person you love or loathe."
"Well, I'd better be toddling along," said Anderson. "Consider yourself reprimanded."
"What are you going to do now?" "I think I'll just go along to the Laurels and see how Paul Thomas is getting on," said Hamish. "I like that man. I think when he gets over his wife's death, he'll settle down here all right." Paul Thomas was sawing up a dead tree at the back of the house. "Feeling better?" asked Hamish.
"Still a bit shattered," said Paul, "but I find work helps. I'll be glad to see the back of that Kennedy woman and her rotten kids." Trixie could cope with that sort of person, and pointed out we had to take anyone while we were getting started. But she whines the whole time, and the only reason she stayed on was because I couldn't bring myself to charge her rent, because that would have meant shopping for her and cooking for her. "How do you get on with Parker, now that you know he's her ex?" "We've become pretty friendly. In fact, he's been a great help. I want to talk about her, you know, and he's prepared to listen." "You know we found Mrs. Brodie?" "Yes. It was all over the village." "I'm running that bird society for her tonight. Want to come?" "No, thanks. I'll stay here and get on with my work. Truth is, I don't know anything about birds." "He should have come," thought Hamish that evening, as Lord Glenbader started his lecture. It would have made two of them. Lord Glenbader obviously didn't know much about birds either. He was also very drunk. The coloured slides of birds had got mixed up with his recent holiday in India, a fact of which he seemed quite unaware, since he talked down his nose and with his eyes closed. "And this," he said, operating the switch, "is a great barn owl." His audience solemnly studied a slide of his lordship on an elephant. "Wrong slide," said Hamish. His lordship raised his heavy eyelids. "Is it? Dear me. Find the right one, Constable. There's a good chap." Hamish looked despairingly at the great pile of slides. "It would take all night to look through these," he complained. "Then stop interrupting." Lord Glenbader's eyelids drooped again. "This is a house martin," he slurred. A smiling Indian beggar appeared, holding out a hand for baksheesh. Priscilla came in, carrying a pot of coffee, poured a cup of it, and handed it to Lord Glenbader. "Thanks," he said. "And here's a lot of tits." He peered down Priscilla's low-necked blouse, and Hamish sniggered. But the slide did show 3 blue tits and 2 cold tits. It was hit and miss from then on. Lord Glenbader only occasionally describing the right slide. The audience sat numb with boredom. Priscilla steadily poured coffee. Lord Glenbader's lids gradually rose. "What a bore all this is," he said crossly after the 100th slide. "What I need is a good drink." "What are all these plastic bags?" asked Priscilla. "Oh, them. They're Victorian specimens of stuffed birds from my great-grandfather's collection. I'll pass them round. Don't take them out of the bags, just peer inside. You'll get arsenic poisoning if you handle them." "Why arsenic?" asked Hamish sharply. "That's the way the Victorians kept the bugs at bay," said Lord Glenbader. "It was their sort of DDT. The fellow who arranged these things in the glass cases 10 years ago got a chesty cough and running at the eyes and jelly limbs. Brodie diagnosed flu. Went to hospital in Strathbay, not believing Brodie, and found he'd got arsenic poisoning from handling the birds. Brodie's a fool." The Highland audience of men, women, and children politely peered inside the bags, and then showed the first signs of interest that evening as Priscilla started laying out plates of cakes and biscuits beside an enormous pot of tea. "Least I could do," whispered Priscilla to Hamish. "Rodney Glenbader is a crashing bore." Lord Glenbader was now obviously in a very bad mood indeed, made worse by the fact that there was nothing stronger to drink than tea, and by the knowledge that he wasn't being paid for his services. There is nothing more outraged than a British aristocrat who finds he has performed a service for nothing. Lord Glenbader came from a long line of grasping ancestors.
He snatched up his birds and stuffed them in a sack and went out, slamming the door behind him. "Help me with the tea, Hamish," said Priscilla. "You're off in a dream. What are you thinking of?" "I'm thinking of arsenic," said Hamish. He joined her nonetheless and took the heavy teapot from her hands. Mr. Daviot, the police superintendent, came in. "I'm going back to Strathbean," he said to Hamish. "Congratulations on finding Mrs. Brodie." "I had luck on my side," said Hamish. "We could do with a few able men like you on the force in Strathbean," said Mr. Daviot. Hamish opened his mouth, but Priscilla said eagerly, "Oh, you couldn't have a better man, Mr. Daviot. He's a genius at solving crime." "Well, I wish he would solve this one," said Mr. Daviot. He waved his hand in farewell. "I wish you wouldn't speak for me, Priscilla," said Hamish crossly. "I have no mind to leave Lochdubh." "But you must have, Hamish. You can't want to remain an ordinary couple for the rest of your life." Hamish sighed. "When will you get it through your head that it is not clod-hopping stupidity or shyness that keeps me here? I love Lochdubh. I like the people. I'm happy. Why should I go and get a rank and money to please society's accepted idea of success? I am successful, Priscilla. Very few folk are contented these days." "I made a mistake about that Macbeth fellow," said Mr. Daviot as he undressed for bed that night. "I think he's very bright." "Are you sure?" His wife adjusted a hairnet over her rollers. "The Colonel and Mrs. Halberton Smythe didn't seem to like him at all." "But the daughter does, and I think there might be a marriage in the offing." "Oh!" His wife digested this piece of intelligence. "Why don't we ask them for dinner?" "Wait until this case is solved, if it ever is solved," said her husband, climbing into bed. Hamish went to the Laurels after the meeting was over. Paul Thomas answered the door himself. "Come in," he said. "I was watching television." Hamish went into the sitting room. The Kennedy family were lined up in front of the set. In front of them was a coffee table with a plate of sticky cakes. From the electric light above their heads, a flypaper hung, brown and flyless. From upstairs sounded the busy rattle of John Parker's typewriter. "What can I do for you?" asked Paul, picking up a cake and stuffing it whole into his mouth. His eyes were fixed on the television screen. L.A. Law was showing. "Wondered if there was anything I could do for you," said Hamish. Paul didn't reply. He picked up another cake and sat down on a chair beside the Kennedys, his eyes still on the screen. Hamish decided that if the man was that interested in watching television, he must have made a good recovery from his breakdown at the funeral. No one in the room noticed Hamish leaving. Chapter 8. "Tut! I have done 1,000 dreadful things, as willingly as one would kill a fly." Shakespeare. Hamish drove over to inspect the ruin on Ian Gunn's farm. 3/4 of the building had collapsed, leaving one end standing up, the 2 floors still showing scraps of coloured wallpaper on the cracked plaster. He pattered among the ruins, shining his torch. If there was any proof that Ian had done the job himself, then that proof was buried under the rubble. And then he heard a faint squeak. He shone his torch up to the rafters of the bit of the house which was still left standing. Small furry bodies hung in rows, upside down. Bats. He heard the noise of an engine and switched off his torch and walked outside onto the field. Ian Gunn was approaching in a bulldozer. Hamish felt irritated. Ian had no right to attempt to bulldoze the building until he got the all clear. As he walked forward and held up his hand, he was vividly reminded of that day when the women had mounted their protest.
he could still see Trixie, the leader of the women, leader of the Amazons, her eyes glowing with excitement, and hear that cockneyfied voice of hers. The bulldozer ground to a halt. "You can't go on with it, Ian," called Hamish. "You've still got bats in the bit that's left, and anyway you shouldn't have attempted to knock it down until you got the OK." Ian looked at him, a blind, flat look. He started up the bulldozer again. "Stop!" shouted Hamish, standing in front of it. The bulldozer moved steadily towards him. Hamish swore and leapt to one side, and as the bulldozer came alongside, he jumped on it and ripped the keys from the ignition. Ian Gunn punched him on the face and sent him flying. Hamish scrambled up from the ground and leapt back on the bulldozer and seized the farmer by his jacket and dragged him out so that he fell face down on the ground. He knelt on his back and handcuffed him, deaf to the stream of abuse that was pouring from the farmer's mouth. "Now, on your feet," said Hamish grimly. Ian staggered to his feet and stood, head down. "Leave me alone, Hamish," he said wearily. "I'm sorry I hit you, but don't you understand what a load of rubbish this all is? Here's a man who needs more land, and there's a bloody stupid law that says he can't do it because of a lot of flying vermin. It's my land, and I should be able to do what I like with it. Damn that Thomas woman for an interfering bitch." Hamish looked at him. He should arrest the farmer and charge him with assaulting a police officer and all sorts of other fiddles. It meant paperwork. It meant a court case. It might mean Ian going to prison. "Turn around," he snapped. He unlocked the handcuffs and tucked them away. Then he took off his cap and threw it on the ground and put up his fists. "Come on, Ian," said Hamish. "We'll settle this ourselves." Ian sized up Hamish's thin, gangling form and began to smile. "OK, Hamish, but don't blame me if you get sore hurt." But Ian found it impossible to hit Hamish. The constable weaved and ducked, dancing lightly on his feet, diving under the farmer's guard to land his punches. At last, Hamish said, "Let's finish this." And that was the last thing Ian heard for about 10 minutes, as a massive punch landed full on his jaw. When he recovered consciousness, Hamish was kneeling beside him on the ground. "All right?" he asked anxiously. "Man, you've got a sore punch," whispered the farmer. "Well, now that the law in its way has been enforced," said Hamish cheerfully, "can I hear your word that you'll leave the bats alone?" "Aye, you hear my word." Hamish helped him to his feet, gave him a swig of brandy from his flask, and helped him back into his bulldozer, and stood waiting while the bulldozer churned its way back over the soft ground. He decided to go and pay a visit on old Mrs. McGowan, and see if Trixie had managed to winkle anything valuable out of her. Perhaps it was simple greed which had caused the murder, and Trixie had got hold of something worth killing for. But as he drove into Lochdubh, he saw he was approaching Harry Drummond's house, and, in his usual nosy Highland way, decided to find out first what on earth had persuaded Mrs. Drummond to divorce a sober and working man when she wouldn't divorce the drunk. Mrs. Drummond was at home. She was a soft, shapeless, dyed blonde of a woman, with a face covered in a layer of thick makeup, and a sour little painted red mouth like a wound. "What's he done?" she asked when she saw Hamish on the doorstep, and he could swear there was a certain amount of hope in her eyes. "Harry?" "Nothing," said Hamish. "Can I come in a minute?" She shrugged by way of an answer, and led the way through to the living room, removing a tattered pile of women's magazines from a chair so that he could sit down. Flies buzzed about the room, and she seized a can of fly spray and sent a cloud of it up to the ceiling. Hamish sat in a gentle rain of insecticide and asked, "Why are you going to divorce Harry? He's looking great, and he's got a good job." She lit a cigarette and took an enormous drag on it.
I'm in love with somebody else, she said. Who? Bucky Graham. Him over at Crask. But Bucky Graham's a terrible drunk with a nasty temper, exclaimed Hamish. All he needs is someone to look after him, said Mrs. Drummond defiantly. We're getting married as soon as the divorce comes through. She offered Hamish a cup of tea in a half-hearted way, and he refused. He spent several more minutes trying to persuade her of the folly of marrying Bucky, but she only became extremely angry. Women, he thought, as he drove over to Mrs. McGowan's on the other side of the loch. The cottage was tucked away at the edge of the pine forest. Hamish climbed down from the Land Rover and took a deep breath of sweet pine-scented air. He knew that the inside of Mrs. McGowan's cottage was going to smell as horrible as usual. "So you've finally decided to come and see me," said the old woman when she opened the door. She was bent and gnarled and twisted like an old willow tree, but her black eyes sparkled with intelligence. Hamish edged his way into her small parlour. It was crammed with furniture and china and photographs, reminding him of Mrs. Haggerty's cottage. Dust lay everywhere, and the awful smell of Mrs. McGowan pervaded the close atmosphere. "I'll just open the window," said Hamish hopefully. "Leave it be," she said. "The fly's just come in." "You seem to have caught plenty already," said Hamish, looking up at the fly-paper, black with dead flies, which dangled from the ceiling light. "Where do people get these things from?" "It was that Mrs. Thomas. Herself got Patel, that wee Pakistani." "He's Indian." "Oh, well, what does it matter?" She starts on about this ozone layer, whatever that might be in the name of creation, and says these sticky ones are better than spray cans, and the wee Indian got some from somewhere. "I want to ask you about Mrs. Thomas. Did she call on you often?" "Oh, aye. Herself came a lot." "What for?" "She said she was sorry for me and brought me cakes and scones, but I knew what she was after." "That being?" prompted Hamish. She nodded her head towards a Welsh dresser. "That." "The dresser?" "That platter with the 3 women and the man on it." Hamish went over and examined it. It had a gold edge and a painted scene, showing 3 ladies in 18th-century dress surrounding a courtier. The colours were exquisite. "Offer you any money?" asked Hamish. "Oh, aye." She cackled with laughter. "A 5 "I would say it's worth a lot more than that." "When I saw her getting that keen on having it and trying no to look at it, I'd got Andy, the postie, to bring round his Polaroid and take a picture. I sent the picture to the art gallery in Glasgow, and they sent me a wee note. It's up on the shelf above it." Hamish took down the dusty letter and opened it. The museum had pleasure in informing Mrs. McGowan that her platter appeared to be Meissen, around 1745, with a scene painted after Watteau, but they couldn't be sure until they examined the platter themselves. Hamish whistled silently. "And did you tell her?" "Not me. I just kept her coming round with the cakes and biscuits and hinting I was ready to give it away to her." "You know you could get a lot of money for that." "Aye, but I leave it to my great-granddaughter in my will. She can sell it if she wants." "So she didn't get anything out of you?" asked Hamish. "Not a thing, although it wasn't for the want of trying." Hamish asked after her health, made her a pot of tea, presented her with a packet of chocolate biscuits, and got up to leave. He looked in distaste at the fly-paper with its load of dead flies. "If you've got another of these things, I'll hang up a fresh one for you," he said. "No, I haven't. I don't like them anyway. I liked the good old-fashioned kind. Herself was going to get me some. Not from Patel. He could only get the sticky ones. The flies did not stick to the old-fashioned ones. They just smelled it and dropped
dead.
Hamish got out of the cottage with the usual feeling of relief at finding himself back in the fresh air. He drove slowly back to Lochdubh, wondering what to do next. A movement to the side of the road caught his eye. It was almost as if someone had ducked down when they saw the car. He stopped and jumped down and walked back a bit. A small bottom was sticking out from behind a bush. "Come out," ordered Hamish. The little figure backed out. Susan Kennedy, the evil-eyed child from the Laurels. "I thought you were going home today," said Hamish.
"I'm not going," said the child. "I want to stay here."
"Well, you can't. You have to go back to school. Come on, I'll give you a lift back. I've got some sweeties in the car."
"What kind?"
"Chocolate fudge."
"Okay."
She walked back with him and climbed into the passenger seat. Hamish fished in the box of sweets he kept handy for the local children and handed her a small bag.
"I love sweeties,"
she said, putting 2 in her mouth at once.
"Almost but some."
"What?" She swallowed and then said clearly,
"I'm no as bad as them."
"Who?"
"The Thomases. I tried to tell you about what they got up to in the bedrooms."
Hamish eyed her cautiously. "Is this about sweets?"
"Aye." "She wouldn't let him have any, so he bought cakes and hid them in a box under his bed in his own bedroom. She would wait till he was out, and then she would sneak in and steal some. She was greedier than him any day. He shouted at me and told me I was pinching them, and she gave me a bar of chocolate to shut up."
Hamish drove her to where Mrs. Kennedy was standing at the bus stop with the rest of her brood, and a large canvas suitcase. She didn't seem either glad or surprised at the return of her missing child. Hamish drove up to the Laurels, wondering whether Mrs. Kennedy had even noticed the child was missing. Paul was out, but he could hear the clatter of the typewriter from upstairs. He made his way up to John Parker's room. "Where's Paul?" he asked the writer. "Out, I suppose." "Tell me, did Mrs. Thomas have a sweet tooth?" John Parker laughed. It was like a drug with her. She was like a binge drinker, you know, who can leave the stuff alone for weeks and then goes out and gets stoned. She tried to stop Paul from eating the stuff, but she was as bad as he was. It's a wonder she didn't get fat. I think she burnt it up in nervous energy. A fly buzzed furiously against the window. Hamish stared at it, and then, to the writer's surprise, he got up and left the room. He went downstairs to the sitting room and gazed up at the flypaper. Then he stood on a chair and lifted it down. Back at the police station, he sat down and put a call through to the forensic department at Strathbane. In answer to his question, they said they would find out and call him back. He sat at his desk and thought and thought, pieces of conversation buzzing around in his head the way that fly had buzzed in John Parker's room. Trixie had liked cakes. Trixie had had no time for John Parker after he had come off drugs and got on his feet. Mrs. Drummond wanted a divorce from Harry now that he was sober. Lord Glenvader saying arsenic was the Victorians' DDT. Trixie holding hands with Archie MacLean. Dr. Brodie singing about killing Trixie. Angela Brodie quoting Oscar Wilde up on the mountain. John Parker and the Amazon women of Zar. Mrs. McGowan saying Trixie had promised to bring the good old-fashioned kind. The flies just smelled it and dropped dead. 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 And so his thoughts went on and on. Would the phone never ring? It was quiet, except for the howl of the southern wind that had sprung up out of nowhere. Then the phone rang, loud and harsh. He jumped nervously and picked it up. He listened intently, and then slowly put it down. His face was pale and set. He should tell Blair.
but this was one arrest he was going to make by himself. He walked to the laurels and mounted the stairs towards the sound of that chattering typewriter. He opened the door. "Where's Paul Thomas?" he asked. "Went rushing off," said the writer. "I said you'd been around asking about his Trixie's sweet tooth, and he rushes off like a bat out of hell." Hamish ran out of the room and down the stairs. John Parker shrugged and began to type again. Hamish ran towards the police station, stopping everyone he could on the way, asking for news of Paul. He had been seen heading out through the village, and, last seen, going along the long promontory which divided the loch from the sea. There was no road along the promontory. Hamish started to run harder. The wind screamed and tore at his clothes. He ran round the side of the hotel and out along the promontory. Jimmy Anderson stood at the hotel window and watched him go. He turned around. "Something's up," he said to Blair, who was slouched in an armchair watching television. "Macbeth's just gone running past." "Probably the water bailiff's after him," said Blair, keeping his eyes on the screen. The promontory ended on the Atlantic side in a small cliff. Silhouetted above the tumbling clouds and right at the edge of the cliff, Hamish saw Paul Thomas. He slowed his frantic pace and walked slowly up to the man and stood beside him. Down below, waves as high as houses, cold and green and stained with the black of sea-wrack, crashed onto the rocks below. "Don't do it," said Hamish quietly. "She wasn't worth it." Paul sat down suddenly, and Hamish sat down beside him on the springy turf. "How did you know?" he asked. "I think this is what happened," said Hamish. "You were getting on your feet and controlling your overeating with Trixie's help. You came up here to start a new life. You liked doing things, painting the house and working in the garden. But Trixie did not like you doing things and showing any independence whatever, and so she undermined you by taking over and doing them better. You began to eat cakes on the quiet again, and she knew that, and at last you found out she knew where you hid them, and thieved a few for herself. But you loved her, so something bad must have happened. It didn't need to be a man. Maybe she wasn't all that interested in sex. A woman would do for interest. She had Angela Brodie to take over, and the rest of the women. She didn't need you any longer. Perhaps she might have guessed that when the novelty wore off, people would like you and not her. So she asked for a divorce." Paul Thomas remained silent. A huge wave rolled in, the wind whipping the white spray back from the top of it. Hamish's voice was low and clear, and Paul could hear every word despite the tumult of the wind and water. "You knew if you said you had a toothache and were frightened of the dentist, then she would make you go? You had probably been nursing a bad tooth on the quiet for weeks. Before you left, you put the cakes in the box under the bed. But before you did that, you took some of the old flypapers Trixie had brought back from Mrs. Haggerty's cottage. I saw that one hanging up in your sitting room and wondered why it wasn't sticky. It was impregnated with arsenic. Trixie told you that. You soaked them in a jug of water and then evaporated the water and got enough arsenic crystals to kill her. Maybe you had read of that Victorian poisoning case where someone did the same thing. Forensic at Strathbane told me about it. I began to remember all sorts of things about the use of arsenic in the last century. It was believed that Napoleon died because of the arsenic in the wallpaper paste in his bedroom. Arsenic was also used widely to keep down bugs. Trixie found that bundle of flypapers. An ordinary person would have found them smooth and decided they were no use and thrown them away, but not Trixie. There had to be a use for everything. She was acquisitive.
And so she found out that the old fly papers were covered in arsenic, told you, put the papers away, maybe intending to take them over to old Mrs. McGowan sometime, and probably forgot about them for the time being. But you didn't. You put arsenic in the cakes under the bed, or perhaps just one cake, to make sure. It's a wonder that Kennedy girl didn't eat it by mistake, and so you murdered her. And now I'm going to kill myself, said Paul, wiping his eyes with his sleeves. I hated her so much for wanting rid of me. The house was in her name. She wasn't going to let me have a thing. I was so fat and down and miserable before she came along. No one had ever cared for me so much, not even my own mother. She married me and kept me on a diet. I'd have done anything for her. We were going to be so happy here. I laughed about her flirting with Archie McLean, but I knew she'd done it to spite me. She was finished with me, and she was out to destroy me. But when she died, I was left with the same mess. Myself. I can't go on living, Hamish. Life hurts. People hurt. I'll just kill myself with food. No, no, man. Isn't prison just the answer? Said Hamish bracingly. Think o' it, man. Locked away from cakes. Good exercise, lots of reading, no cruel world to cope with. Better than a health farm any day. Can I really be saying all this? Wondered Hamish wildly. I don't deserve to live, said Paul. Maybe not. But prison will be a hard enough life to make you feel you're atoning for your sins. Discipline. Told what to do from morning to night. What on earth possessed you to try and poison old MacDonald? You're not a Highlander. You didn't believe he could guess the murderer. I thought she might have told him about the divorce. She didn't want to tell anyone in the village because she wanted to appear the perfect wife until the last minute before the divorce. I heard he was going about saying he could solve the case. I panicked. You're a bad man, Paul, said Hamish severely. Prison's just the place for you. You'll be looked after. Will you come and see me? Paul sounded like a lost child. Aye, I might at that. Come along, man, and get it over with. Now, just put these nice handcuffs on you to make it all official. And talking to the big man as if he were a child, Hamish led him back along the promontory, out of the sound of the sea. Mr. Davitt, the police superintendent, had made another surprise call on Blair. He was demanding a rundown on the progress of the Thomas poisoning when Anderson, from his post at the window, turned around with a grin on his face and said, Here's Macbeth, bringing in his man. Caught a poacher, said Blair, getting to his feet, while inside he prayed, Oh, God, please do not let it turn out that Macbeth has found the murderer. Just do that for me and I'll never swear again. Detectives McNabb and Anderson, Blair and Davitt all crowded at the window, watching as Hamish led Paul Thomas down towards the hotel. The constable was talking the whole time, and Paul Thomas had tears running down his face. Hamish stopped and took out a handkerchief and wiped the man's tears away and got him to blow his nose. Quick, said Mr. Davitt, downstairs. It looks as if the husband did it after all. Hamish had reached the forecourt of the hotel when they came running out. He looked at Mr. Davitt, not at Blair. I have charged Paul Thomas with the murder of his wife, Alexandra Thomas. Has he confessed? Asked Mr. Davitt. Yes, said Hamish. Blair heaved a sigh of relief. It didn't take much brains to solve a murder when the murderer just walked up and said he'd done it. I'll just take the suspect off to Strathbane, said Blair pompously. Wait a minute, said Mr. Davitt. Come inside, Hamish, and tell us what happened. Hamish, thought Blair furiously. The super called him Hamish. They all walked into the manager's office and explained to Mr. Johnson that they would be using it for a bit. When they were all seated, Hamish told Mr. Davitt how the murder had taken place, and why. When he had finished, Blair ground his teeth. The super was looking at Hamish with admiration. Mr. Davitt then turned to the big man who was slouched in his chair. "Do you understand what is going on, Mr. Thomas? You know you are being charged with your wife's murder." "Yes," said Paul wearily. "I wanted to kill myself, but Hamish said I would be better off in prison. He said no one could hurt me in prison. I wouldn't have to think for myself." Blair opened his mouth to say something, and Mr. Davitt flashed him a warning look. "Yes, yes," said Mr. Davitt soothingly. "Hamish is quite right. Now, we'll just take a statement. See to it, Anderson." Mr. Davitt took Hamish aside while Paul was drearily confessing to the murder. "Brilliant work, Hamish," he said. "My wife and I would be honoured if you would join us for dinner tonight. We'll drive over here. 8 o'clock, say, and do ask Priscilla to join us." Blair moved away. He was shocked and furious. Like a horrible dream arose the vision of Hamish Macbeth as his superior. At last Hamish stood outside the hotel and watched them all drive away. He watched the car bearing Anderson, Blair, McNab, Davitt, and Paul climbing up the long hill out of Lochdubh until it dwindled to the size of a toy. Then he strolled back to the police station to phone Priscilla Halberton Smythe and tell her about the end of the case and that invitation to dinner. Blair sat in the corner of the dining room at the Lochdubh Hotel that evening. He was no longer furious. He was too miserable for that. His was a dark corner, but he knew that the super had seen him, for Davitt had nodded curtly in his direction before turning back to his guests. It wasn't fair, thought Blair, who had turned up in the hope of being included in the party. Priscilla Halberton Smythe was wearing a flame-coloured chiffon dress that clung to her figure. Beside her, looking like the lord of the manor, thought Blair, enviously, sat Hamish Macbeth, resplendent in a tuxedo, which Blair assumed Priscilla had lent him, not knowing Hamish had bought it from a second-hand clothes shop in Inverness that year. Then Blair noticed that the festive air about the party seemed to be dying fast. He wondered what was up. Mr. Davitt had discussed with his wife Hamish's transfer to Strathbane while they were driving over to Lochdubh. "Poor chap," said Mr. Davitt. "He must have hated being tucked away in that backwater. He'll be delighted." At first, when he told Hamish the plans of his future over dinner, he didn't notice that Hamish was beginning to look more miserable by the minute. "It means more money and promotion, of course," said Mr. Davitt happily. "The accommodation is comfortable enough for single men. You won't be able to have your dog there, but I'm sure we'll find him a place in the police kennels." "Well," giggled Mrs. Davitt, "I'm sure Hamish won't be single for long." She gave Priscilla a coy nudge in the ribs with her elbow. Priscilla laughed. "Hamish and I are just good friends." "Can I have a word in private with you, Mr. Davitt?" said Hamish, deciding it would be better to start addressing the super in a more formal manner. Mr. Davitt looked surprised. Then he looked at his wife, who was winking at him and pointing to Priscilla. The superintendent's face cleared. Hamish obviously wanted to talk about marriage plans. They walked through to the lounge. "Look, Mr. Davitt," said Hamish urgently, "you need a policeman here, and I'm perfectly happy with the job. I do not want promotion. I do not want to work in the town." "Why, in heaven's name?" "I have my home here, and my sheep and hens and geese. I have my friends and neighbours. I am a very happy man." Mr. Davitt looked up at him curiously. Are you really happy? As much as a man can be. The superintendent felt a pang of pure envy. Well, if that's the way you want it. What does Priscilla think about settling down in the village police station? Priscilla is not marrying me. We're just friends. As a matter of fact, she's got a fellow in London. Priscilla herself was saying very much the same thing to Mrs. Daviot. She was feeling uncomfortable under Mrs. Daviot's prying questions, and had answered them coldly, and then haughtily. Both looked up in relief as the men rejoined them. Mrs. Daviot then saw Detective Chief Inspector Blair for the first time. She was smarting after Priscilla's cold behaviour. Blair was such a nice man, thought Mrs. Daviot, meaning that he could be guaranteed to grovel. "Darling," she said to her husband, "there's that nice Mr. Blair. Do ask him over to join us for coffee." Blair came over, almost at a run. Mr. Daviot felt himself beginning to relax. There was something so reassuring about Blair. Typical detective. Hamish was odd, eccentric, and upsetting. No one really likes to come across a happy and contented man. Besides, as he was not going to marry Priscilla Halberton-Smythe, there was no longer any need to think of him as a social equal. After dinner, Priscilla and Hamish walked together along the waterfront. She had a long white silk stole about her shoulders, and the fringed ends fluttered in the breeze. The wind had dropped, and the stars shone brightly overhead. "So, you refused promotion," said Priscilla flatly. "What is to become of you, Hamish?" "Nothing, I hope," he said lazily. "Obsession's a funny thing," he said, half to himself, thinking about Angela Brodie, Paul Thomas, and himself. It was so peaceful to be able to stroll along beside Priscilla without being in the grip of that old, terrible yearning. "People who want to get on in life are not obsessed," said Priscilla crossly. "Like John Burlington." "Yes, like him." "What would the world be like if everyone were like Hamish Macbeth?" "I don't know," said Hamish mildly, "and I don't care either. I don't go about lecturing people on the folly of pursuing a career. That would be silly. Ambition's a grand thing. I wonder what it's like." "Still hear from John Burlington?" "Yes. I'm going back in 2 weeks' time, and he's going to meet me at the airport." "And will you marry him?" "I don't know. I might." "Poor Priscilla." "It's poor Hamish." "I don't believe you're unambitious. I think you're as big a coward as Paul Thomas. I think you're frightened of the big outside world." "I don't like it, I'll admit," he said, still in that placid, happy voice which was beginning to get on Priscilla's nerves. "If you choose to think I'm frightened, then you are entitled to your opinion. Well, there we are. Home." The blue lamp over the porch of the police station shone down through the rambling roses. Towser was standing on his back legs, his paws on the gate. Priscilla's car was parked outside. "Coming in for a nightcap?" offered Hamish. Priscilla hesitated. "Oh, all right," she said. She sat in the living room while Hamish made coffee and fished out a small bottle of brandy. He stood looking at the bottle. He remembered he had bought it in the hope of just such an occasion as this. He put it on a tray along with the cups and coffee jug and 2 glasses, and carried it through to the sitting room. "Let's look at television," said Hamish. "I just want to catch what's on the news." He switched on the set and then settled himself in the armchair after seeing that Priscilla had her coffee and brandy. As Hamish leaned back and watched the news, Priscilla studied him. He was not only free from the pangs of ambition, but, she realized with a little shock,
He was free from her. She had never known Hamish had been in love with her, but now that it was gone, she realized for the first time what was missing. Had he fallen out of love with her because of John? Was that kiss, which had seemed to her exciting, a big disappointment to him? Hamish's eyelids began to droop. She leaned forward and took the brandy glass from his hand and put it on the table. In minutes he was fast asleep. She felt she ought to leave, but suddenly couldn't find the will to get up and go. Towser lay at her feet, snoring. The news finished, and a showing of Casablanca came on. Priscilla sat and watched it through to the end, and then, without disturbing Hamish, she let herself out of the police station and made her way home. 2 weeks later, Hamish decided to pluck up courage and call on the Brodies. He hadn't seen the doctor in the pub, and heard from the gossips that the doctor had actually given up smoking. The clammy weather had gone, and the days were crisp and sunny and cool, with a hint of frost to herald the early Highland autumn. He walked around to the Brodies' kitchen door and rang the bell. "Walk in," came the doctor's voice. Angela and her husband were seated at either side of the kitchen table. He was reading a book and had a pile of books on his side of the table, and his wife had her pile of books on the other, and was studying one which was propped up against the jam jar. Between them lay the cat, resting its chin on top of the cheese dish. "Oh, it's yourself, Hamish," said the doctor. "Help yourself to coffee and find a chair." Angela looked up and smiled at him vaguely, and returned to her books. Hamish poured himself a cup of coffee and sat down. "This looks like a university library," he said. "It is in a way," said the doctor. "Angela is studying for a degree in science at the Open University, and I'm getting back to my studies. I'm away behind the times." "You were that," said Hamish. "I hear you've given up smoking. Maybe Mrs. Thomas did you some good after all." "I hate to say a good word about that woman," said Dr. Brodie, "but I'll tell you this much. Angela recovered pretty quickly, and she said she would make me one of my old breakfasts, you know, fried everything with ketchup. Well, I wolfed it down, and as I was walking to the surgery, I felt downright bad-tempered and queasy. Seemed to have got a taste for muesli and salads." Hamish glanced at the title of the book the doctor had been reading, Women and the Menopause. "So I decided it was high time I moved with the times," said Dr. Brodie. "There's a lot in this mind-over-matter business. I mean, I've got some patients who think they're on special tranquilizers when they're actually taking milk of magnesia tablets, and yet they swear they've never felt better." Angela rose from the table. She was wearing quite a pretty dress, and her perm was growing out. She scooped up an armful of books. "Excuse me," she said. "There's a program I want to watch on television." "So everything's all right," said Hamish. "Oh, yes. I was afraid Angela's mind was going to snap. And all over what? Some silly English housewife." Hamish reflected that the silly English housewife had at least stopped the doctor smoking and got him back to his medical books. After he left them, he strolled along the waterfront. The sky was a pale green, and the first star was just appearing. The peace of the world surrounded Hamish Macbeth. Along at the harbour, the fishing boats were getting ready to set out. As he came nearer, he saw Mrs. McLean and Archie. Mrs. McLean handed her husband a packet of sandwiches and a thermos, and then she put her arms about him and gave him a hug. "Well, I never," said Hamish Macbeth. He shoved his hands in his pockets and began to whistle as soft night fell, and the little fishing boats with their bobbing lights made their way out to sea. Priscilla Halberton-Smythe opened the door to her flat in Lower Sloane Street in London's Chelsea. She was feeling tired and cross. John Burlington had not turned up at the airport to meet the Inverness plane, and so she had taken the underground train, and it had broken down outside Acton for an hour. She picked up the post from the doormat and carried it through to the kitchen along with a copy of the Evening Standard that she had bought in Sloane Square. She flicked through the post and noticed someone had sent her a newspaper from America. She slit open the brown paper wrapper. Her friend, Peta Bentley, now living in Connecticut, had sent her a copy of the Greenwich Times. "See page 5, Peta had scrawled on the front of it. Priscilla turned to page 5. There was a picture of Hamish Macbeth standing with Towser under the roses outside the Lochdubh police station. The caption read, "Local businessman Carl Steinberger took this photograph of a Highland bobby while on holiday in Scotland. A far cry from Hill Street Blues." The photograph had been printed in colour. "He might have told him about the murder," muttered Priscilla. She unfolded the Evening Standard. John Burlington's face seemed to leap up from her from the front page. His face bore a tortured look, and he was surrounded by detectives. "Arrested for insider trading at his Belgravia home, stockbroker socialite John Burlington," Priscilla read. The phone rang, and she went to answer it. The voice of her friend, Sarah James, came shrilly down the line. "Wasn't it just too awful about poor John?" As the voice went on and on, Priscilla looked out of the window. The traffic in Lower Sloane Street was belching fumes out in the air. She turned slowly and looked at the newspapers lying side by side on the kitchen table, at the frantic face of John Burlington, and at the happy face of Police Constable Macbeth.
The end.